Chapter 1. Chapter 1 Activating the System. Narrow Mist. The sunset in the sky has not yet dissipated, and the sky is dotted with fiery clouds, and the earth is a reddish color, as if poured with molten iron. There was a movement in the depths of the jungle, and the figures were chaotic. Breath of Water 1 Type. Breath of Water, Type 2. The wooden stakes flying in the face, the traps covered with sharp bamboo strips, the boulders that are driven by the middle of the road. The boys and girls practiced repeatedly in such a cruel environment. Lin Yu stood at the exit of the forest, holding 2 vegetable baskets in his hands, with some envy in his eyes. Until everyone finished practicing, no one shouted, "It's time to eat." The boys and girls who finished training in the forest all rushed outside. The leader was a boy with flesh-colored medium-long hair. He was wearing a white kimono. There was a terrible scar on his face, but the whole person looked like it's not scary, because he smiled softly and very powerfully. Everyone likes to get close to the boy. "Senior brother Kyuntu, how are we doing?" "Senior brother Kyuntu." At this time, a slightly smaller girl walked in front of Lin Yu. She had dark green long hair, bare feet, and a cherry-colored kimono. She looked very petite and cute. She naturally took out 2 buns from the vegetable basket on the ground, and sighed casually while eating. The rabbit is really amazing. He showed great talent right from the start. In just a few months, he realized the essence of water breathing, and now he has practiced to the point of wanting. Lin Yu slowly took out the contents of the vegetable basket and spread a blanket on the ground to avoid looting when everyone was eating later. "Senior sister Shimo, is this jealousy?" Lin Jun really can't speak. "I admit it, I'm just jealous, obviously I'm the senior sister." Mako he smiled, and when he turned his face to look at the rabbit, his tone was indescribably gentle. "But I'm really happy for Kyuntu. Only by being strong can you protect others." Lin Yu responded softly. The atmosphere became a little heavier for a while. Obviously they are only 12 or 13-year-old children, but they are involved in the topic of protecting others. But this is impossible. This is the world of the Blade of Ghost Slayer, and it has been 12 years since he crossed into this world. In the context of modernization, the huge gap between the rich and the poor makes it extremely difficult for the people at the bottom to survive. And on this basis, everyone must always be on guard against another creature. That is the evil spirits. They are powerful and brutal. They accumulate their strength by eating people. They will appear on a country road at night, or in the dark alleys of cities and towns. All kinds of places, waiting for an opportunity to eat people. These boys were adopted by the nurturer Rinteki-sakan for the first time, and they exist to resist evil spirits. Lin Yu is also one of the adopted children. But everyone is a warrior, and he is a man. Zhen Kim asked, "What plans does Lin Jun have in the future?" "Live." Lin Yu looked at Mako's eyes very seriously, and he paused word by word, so that Mako didn't know what to say. However, she would never doubt the authenticity of Lin Yu's words. When the master started to expose them to the training related to killing ghosts after they were sensible. I still remember what the master said at that time. "This road is very difficult, and my training is also very hard. It is very likely that some of you will die when you touch the training." Everyone was raised by Mr. Rinteki, and a large part of them became orphans because their families were taken away by ghosts. Whether it was out of hatred or determination to protect the world, everyone's eyes were very firm. "I want to choose swordsmanship and learn how to defeat evil spirits." However, after a series of attempts, Lin Jun still failed to meet the entry requirements, and his breathing skills were very mediocre, making him unable to participate in such high-intensity training. However, given that he is not yet an adult and does not have enough ability to live in the outside world, Mr. Rinteki arranged for him to cook for the brothers and sisters, and this has been done for nearly 2 years. "Lin Jun, do you have soup?" Mako looked at the steamed bun in front of him, and there was a strange purple liquid flowing from the meat filling. Although, It doesn't have any effect on eating, but it seems to really affect the appetite. Lin Yu took out a bowl from another food box, and poured out the soup in the crock pot, with a strong meat fragrance and a few purple petals floating on it. Mako smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say in the end. Lin Jun. I really like wisteria flowers. Lin Yu got up, the baby fat on his face had not yet faded away, a little lady who was alive and well, wrapped in a fat robe, wearing a homemade coxcomb head full of wisteria flowers, and a circle of purple flowers tied around her waist. There are similar garlands on the heels to the wrists, all wisteria flowers, very coquettish, just like the Indians who hold sacrifices, they need to scream to prove their bloodline. Under a certain tree, a black-haired teenager sat under the tree, his face was expressionless. Lin Yu came to him happily with a lunchbox. After solving this order, his task for today was completed, and he could clock in and get off work. I don't eat this kind of thing. His name is Tomioka Yang, and he is also a disciple of Rinteki Zukenji. He is indifferent, he is rebellious, he does not allow strangers to enter, he looks very dragged, and he is completely different from the followers around the rabbit. Oh, but let's eat a little bit, you'll be hungry at night. Lin Yu was frightened by the temperament he showed. Like a tourist in a zoo feeding a big cat, he only dared to throw food at him from a distance. Aim at the target, grasp the power, just like the teacher Rinteki taught. Hit the head, he won't be angry. If you don't speak, you're not angry, go ahead. 4 steamed buns smashed his hair in a row and hit his face. Tomioka Yang was still like a man, indifferent, arrogant, and silent. Okay, today's Tomioka feeding work is complete. Lin Yu smiled slightly, clapped his palms, and sang and danced on his way home. He is doing this kind of work day after day. Wisteria flowers are extremely poisonous to ghosts. I believe that these brothers and sisters eat food made of wisteria flowers every day, and they can also help when they encounter evil ghosts in the future. It is a little regretful that he was excluded from the swordsmanship due to his lack of qualifications, but it is not bad to be able to live like this as an ordinary person, and to provide them with help within his ability. Very cruel. He muttered to himself. Recently, someone complained to me that they had diarrhea after eating new dishes. These little brats are so squeamish. Do you know that these things are eaten for their own good, alas? Exactly at this time. Ding! Congratulations, you have activated the Heaven's Path reward system. Chapter 2 Heaven Rewards Diligence. Lin Yu's pupils froze. He trotted all the way back to his residence, a row of houses in Rinteki Zukenji. Pushing aside a firewood house in the backyard, there was a mattress made of straw in the corner of the firewood pile, and a few pieces of changed clothes were hung on the thin thread. This is where he lives, and the brothers and sisters are huddled in another side room of Lin Taki's cultivator's house. The reason was that Lin Yu was not qualified enough and was naturally rejected by others. But Lin Yu was also so happy. He didn't want to be clutched at his face and nose with his hands when he went to bed at night, and hugged him so tightly that he called his parents, and when he woke up in the morning, he felt wet and hot sheets. 12 years later, is my system finally here? Lin Yu closed the door of the firewood room, his eyes were full of excitement, and his chest was heaving. Heaven's reward system, every action of yours will bring corresponding attribute bonuses to the body, and it will never end. The following is a demonstration of skills. Lin Yu picks up a stone, and he permanently increases the strength of picking up a stone. The same type is superimposed twice and 3 times, and the effect will gradually weaken. Higher level power movements will increase more power. Lin Yu avoided the smashed bread once, and he permanently increases the agility of this dodge. The same type is superimposed twice and 3 times, and the effect will gradually become weaker. A higher level of dodge will gain a higher level of agility. After using the breathing method, human swordsmen will reach their peak before the age of 25, and then stop and wait for death, but Lin Yu's body will continue to improve on the basis of humans, and it will not stop until it surpasses humans. Lin Yu's every breath and every movement will bring corresponding attribute effects. Lin Yu does not need comprehension to master skills, he only needs constant exercise to achieve success. Mastering skills, Wisteria Chef can skillfully use wisteria to make any food, including but not limited to food that is suitable for human stomachs. Wisteria Master, due to taking wisteria all the year round, get wisteria physique, evil ghost favor ability 0. Hint, the human body cannot withstand the system functions. Before this system is turned on, it will completely transform the host's body once. The transformed body will never decline after the attributes are increased. The appearance and structure are completely consistent with humans, but the inside is completely violating the laws of biology. Do you accept transformation? In other words, it's a human, but it's not. Lin Yu has no hesitation in the choice of whether to give up being a normal human being. Human power is limited. Give up. Get a makeover. Heaven's reward system is being covered, the transformation is loaded. In sight, Lin Yu seemed to have come to a vast white world. When he looked up, he could see the golden plaque with the words "God rewards hard work" written on it. At the moment when the golden light flickered, his body was completely covered, and then everything in front of him became dark again. The transformation is complete. When he opened his eyes again, there was a faint charcoal smell in the surrounding air. It was still the firewood room where he lived. Lin Yu spread out his palm. At the age of 12, he was not as immature as he imagined. With the little calluses on the palm of his hand. Just the transformation, he didn't feel any progress, or power poured into his body, he was still the same him. According to the panel provided by the system, he now only has 1/10 of the attributes of an adult, and what about the disciples who have been cultivated by teacher Rinteki? Although I don't know how many attributes those guys have, I can get a glimpse of them just by scrutinizing them from the side. These are children who are specially bred to fight against evil spirits. They cooperate with the breathing method and can exercise their bodies into an unattainable level for ordinary people. Master Rinteki's standards are very strict. He will let those children lift hundreds of pounds of stones to do muscle exercise, and he will arrange traps in the jungle to exercise their agility, accompanied by systematic training and breathing methods. Aid, mainly breathing, causes them to exhibit an unnatural increase in all aspects of their attributes, far exceeding that of the average adult. Chapter 2. Now the most outstanding rabbit can split a big boulder weighing 300 kgs and a height of 1.5 meters with one knife. His strength is at least equivalent to 4 adults, and the rest of the disciples should be about 2. He's not good at strength, but his agility is definitely above 4 adults, which is even better than the rabbit. To be honest, Lin Yu was a little disappointed, because he thought that after giving up his human identity, he should at least give him some basic institutional rewards. The height of 1.5 meters should at least grow to about 1.8–1.9 meters, like that kind of strong man. And the large abdominal muscles on the chest, the biceps on the arms, and the skin should not be this white and tender like an egg, but should be the kind that feels very hard and very tight like a man. However, he used to be a little lady, and now he is, and his attributes are even weaker, and he has not changed in the slightest. But if you don't do anything, nothing will change. This is the true meaning of God's reward. Lin Yu carried a pile of firewood in the firewood house to the kitchen. It was about 20 kilograms. The firewood was bundled into a dozen, which was taller than his entire body. After going back and forth several times, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Before, when he carried this kind of firewood back and forth 3 or 4 times, he would feel pain in his waist and hands, and then he had to rest for a while. Now, although his limbs have some soreness, he can continue to persevere, and the firewood on his back seems to be lighter every time. Is this a manifestation of strength growth? As the sun went down, the brothers and sisters who were training in the jungle returned together. Mako and Koto walked in front, and the group approached the thatched hut of Rinteki Seikanji. They saw a weak figure carrying a ball of firewood, returning from the woodshed to the kitchen, back and forth endlessly, just like a hard-working little ant carrying a rice ball back to his hometown. He was clearly crushed by the firewood and couldn't raise his head. He was sweating profusely from exhaustion, but there was a satisfied smile on his white and tender face. What is Lin Jun doing? Who knows that guy? Maybe he's researching some dark dishes. When can we not add wisteria flowers to our meals? Oh, don't worry about that guy. He's not the same as us. After a long day, it's time to take a shower. Seeing Lin Yu's appearance, Kyunta seemed unmoved, so he breathed a sigh of relief, and unconsciously showed a peaceful smile on his face. The rabbit is really a person who likes to worry. Zhenjian teased with a smile on the side. Took a bath. Chapter 3 The Peaceful Life. In fact, every day of training, Lin Jun, who is in charge of the meals, will send a lot of wisteria food, some of which will cause a bad stomach, causing the brothers and sisters to be quite dissatisfied with Lin Jun. It was the rabbit who stood up to remind everyone that the thing that ghosts are most afraid of is wisteria flowers. Lin Jun made such food for the sake of everyone's safety, and he could not live up to Lin Jun's good intentions. He has always taken care of Lin Jun's feelings. Every night when he goes to the toilet, he will secretly glance at the direction of the firewood house, and then he will not make a sound, unlike other people who are yelling and complaining. Kyunta did not deny it, but smiled slightly. Master Rinteki said that even though this world is very dangerous and evil spirits are rampant, it can still maintain basic operations, because there are people like Lin Jun, who want to live hard no matter what. This is a very important thing in itself. Great thing. Looking at the brothers who entered the thatched hut in the distance, they were noisy, and they seemed to be very lively, but there was a gloomy look in their eyes that did not belong to this age. There is an essential difference between survival and life. As a disciple of Rinteki Seikanji, he had a corresponding consciousness a long time ago. One day, he will face the evil ghost and cut off the head of the evil ghost alive, or his death will be swallowed into the abdomen. But it's unavoidable, yearning for. I envy Lin Jun very much. We have to look forward and not let the tragedy happen again. The meaning of our life is to protect countless people like him. Mako nodded. She knew that Lin Yu would climb up and down the river every day to collect wisteria flowers, going back and forth for 2 miles, which was very hard. Even if he is ordinary and weak, he is equally great. Seeing the lonely black-haired boy walking out from the depths of the jungle silently behind him, Kyunta frowned slightly and walked up. What a troublesome guy! Mako smiled and shook his head. At night, Lin Yu didn't know how many times he carried firewood, and he felt tireless. The lights in the hut were orange, and the brothers were lining up to take a bath. In the courtyard outside, a thin figure stood in front of a tree. This is one of the fitness equipment that Rinteki-san used to train his disciples for the first time. The rivets on the ground were deeply inserted into the soil, and a thick hemp rope was tied straight up to the tree. At the other end was a large net, which was filled with a lot of stones, which was about the size of Lin Yu. So big! Lin Yu looked calm, stretched out his short hand, rolled up his sleeves, and revealed his smooth arms, which were slightly bent. Suddenly, his pupils suddenly dilated. Got it! In the line of sight, the biceps on the arm slightly protruded a small bulge, as if a straight line was forcibly squeezed into a slight bend. Lin Yu felt that this was definitely not something that existed before. How could a 12-year-old child have muscles? This must be the result of his strength plus 3 and his efforts to carry firewood. Now, just lift these stones, and he will have the power of an ordinary disciple under the ordinary Lin Taki teacher. Lin Yu looked at the stone on the net with a firm expression, slowly reached out to the knot, and swallowed subconsciously. Don't be afraid. With my own efforts, I have strength now. I have biceps. I'm no longer the weak chicken I used to be. Now, it's time to challenge the adults. Swish! The knot was opened. Hey? What the hell? Lin Yu's face was suddenly pale, he grabbed the knot with both hands, and as the stone fell, his body unconsciously walked forward. The speed is very fast, and the stone of hundreds of pounds is like an abyss that contains endless power, and he can't control his body with a swish. What's up? Hearing the movement outside, the rabbit was driven out of the house. He was very fast, just like his name, moving like a rabbit. When he came under the tree, he was also stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw that the boulder used for training had already hit the ground, destroying a part of the soil, and I looked up at the tree along the rope on the net surface. Lin Yu was sitting on the branch of the tree, holding the rope with his trembling little hands, his face was pale, and he looked undecided. That. Senior brother Kyuntu, can you come and help? I can't climb trees. Rabbit. It seems that my new biceps strength is still lost to this 100-pound boulder. Gan. Sloppy. After getting off the tree, Lin Yu sat on the grass and panted slightly. The rabbit tied the stone again. He frowned slightly, and after a long while, he sighed slightly. Lin Jun, you don't need to care about other people's eyes. Brother, I. Just as Lin Yu was about to explain, seeing his serious and sincere look, he was suddenly a little speechless. Kyunta walked in front of Lin Yu, patted him on the shoulder, did not speak, and looked very serious. No need to say anything, I understand. What do you understand? I saw Kyuntu untied the rope again, pulling the rope with one hand, standing upright, the flesh on his face trembling slightly, and his mouth made a sound like steam from time to time. On the other end was a boulder weighing hundreds of pounds, which he actually grabbed with only one hand. Come! What? Lin Yu was stunned by this sudden scene. This young man who was still very soft just a moment ago is now like a strong man. Blood is boiling all over. I believe you, Lin Jun, you must be developing a new style of wisteria flower cuisine. Maybe hitting wisteria flowers with these boulders may have some strange reaction. It's the same with moving firewood around, you think so? Come on. I'll help you. Quickly, put the wisteria below. Strange reflection. Strange as you. Brother. Lin Yu was stunned. With a deathly smile on his face, Kyunta said, Lin Jun. Don't forget, let me try it first after your cooking is done. Senior brother, I just have nothing to do, I just want to exercise. What? The smile on the rabbit's face solidified. Mako, who came out of the house, couldn't bear it any longer, and covered his mouth with both hands. Puff! The soft moonlight shone into Jianzhai, the long and narrow mountain range shrouded by the deep mountains. A row of simple thatched huts shone with yellow light, and the quiet door was covered with soft moonlight. Chu Rabbit sat on the grass, covering his face with one hand, really wildly laughing. Ha ha ha! I can't take it anymore, what do you think, Kyuntu? Why do you think that Junlin needs to use the stones we use for training? Chapter 4 The Heart That Wants to Become Stronger. Lin Yu was also a little embarrassed to be able to associate the hundreds of kilograms of boulders with the meals he cooked, making him seem to be developing some dark dishes. Stop talking, this is the end of it. Chu Rabbit raised his hand and blushed unexpectedly. Mako asked suspiciously, why did Lin Jun suddenly think about exercising? Of course it's because I want to be a swordsman. I want to be stronger. Lin Yu wanted to say this, but he couldn't say it. At that time, even if the qualifications were not enough, he could still participate in basic training, but he refused to do so. Because of fear. Afraid of being run over by the hundreds of kilograms of boulders falling from the mountain road, accidentally pressed out of the internal organs from the mouth and buttocks, or thrown into the trap full of sharp bamboo strips, the body will be poked with countless holes. Just imagining Lin Yu can't take it anymore. He really doesn't know what kind of determination these people have to participate in training. Before joining the ghost-killing team, they walked a tightrope every day. After joining the ghost-killing team, he didn't dare to think about it. He knew after the qualifications are not enough, he is more happy than worried. At least he can continue to live as a normal person. If there is a chance in the future, he may be able to enter the logistics of the ghost-killing team or directly enter the society through the recommendation of Lin Taki Ziuajin. Now with the system, it is naturally different. It felt like the boat was sailing on a calm sea, and suddenly a wave hit him, almost knocking him out of his big boat, but there were inexplicably many fish and shrimp on the empty deck. He firmly grasped the reins and looked at the waves ahead, fearful but excitedly looking forward to what the next wave would bring him. Is it a more precious underwater creature, or a treasure chest? This kind of power can make people move forward subconsciously, even if the next time they board the ship is not a treasure, but some kind of dangerous and deadly unknown creature. Greed is the greatest driving force for human progress. There are tangible benefits in front of him, he can get it with his hands, and every time he pays, there is a gain. Who can refuse such a system? He was addicted to the power given to him by the system, and wondered if he could become stronger, at least without worrying about being caught and eaten by ghosts one day. What's more, he has now given up his weak body as a human, and he can become stronger. Chapter 3. That's right. Of course, back to reality. It would be embarrassing to say that I wanted to be a swordsman in front of Mako and Koto. He had already trained to the age where he could participate in the Fuji Zishin examination, but he said in a whimsical way that he wanted to learn swordsmanship, and he could not keep up with it. Everyone will leave this place sooner or later and become a member of the ghost-killing team. It is impossible for Mr. Lin Taki to take care of me for the rest of my life. I want to exercise my ability as much as possible and live in this world. Mako was a little surprised, obviously she didn't think so far. To be honest, sometimes I think that Lin Jun is very mature, and he can always consider things that the rest of us can't, but Lin Jun still implements his beliefs as always. Lin Yu smiled and said, I'm more afraid of death. The rabbit opened his mouth, his expression was as serious as ever. No, Lin Jun, you have to correctly recognize your own value. It is already a great thing for someone in this world to do their best to survive. What you do is no less than us swordsmen. The purpose of collecting wisteria flowers for us is to help us resist the evil spirits. Even in the ghost-killing team, there are countless logisticians like this who support the soldiers in front day and night. With their existence, the soldiers can have nothing to worry about. We are companions and will always fight side by side. Work hard, Lin Jun, we believe in you. Mako patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Lin Yu smiled and didn't speak. Among the orphans that Lin Taki took in recently, this pair of senior brothers and sisters treated him very well, and occasionally came to talk to him like this. For fear of what impact other people's complaints will have on Lin Yu's mental health, Kyuntu is even more comprehensive in this regard, and is a vivid image of a confidant master. Of course, senior brother Kyuntu, whom everyone likes, is also caught in a whirlpool. He was recently planning to save his younger brother, Tomioka Yiyang, but unfortunately that guy didn't seem to appreciate it. Eating alone, training alone, sleeping alone in a corner makes it difficult to tell whether it is autism or social anxiety. It is naturally impossible for Lin Yu to be affected. He is a mentally sound adult. It was late at night, and the lights in the hut went out. Mosquito coils made of wood with special materials are lit around the corridor of the courtyard. The smell is very unique. It is said to be able to prevent ghosts. Anyway, Lin Yu has never seen a ghost before. The vicinity of the Sajiri mountain is still very safe, especially the row of thatched cottages in Rinteki Ziuajinji, generally no ghosts come. Of course. As the predecessor of the water column, the old man went out wearing a water blue yuri, with the Tengu mask on his face, and his combat effectiveness was unfathomable. He personally sent many ghosts to the assessment site of Fuji Zishin. Ordinary ghosts who dare to come here are no different from looking for a toilet with a lantern. It is not possible to see a ghost in the vicinity of dozens of miles. Lin Yu has also communicated with the old man many times, but it is not about swordsmanship, but the most basic survival skills. Rinteki Seikanji took him out to identify wild fruits on the mountain when he was fine, taught him to set up traps to catch prey, and warned him that those who don't work don't eat. Lin Yu is also very upbeat. At a young age, he can basically take care of the 3 meals a day for the swordsman here. If he doesn't consider the factor of ghosts, he can leave here and live independently. Now the old man hasn't returned home, and he doesn't know where to go. Ghost killers seem to be so mysterious. Call. When everyone fell asleep quietly, Lin Yu stood under another tree in front of the door with a sandbag hanging in front of him. He pushed the 80-pound sandbag with difficulty with both hands, dragged it into the air, and then jumped back and the sandbag fell. He dodged left and right. Feeling that his body became more and more light with each dodging, Lin Yu's heart became more and more excited, and bit by bit of power was constantly converging on his body, and his power was constantly superimposing. In just a few hours, his strength and agility have risen a lot, although not much. But don't underestimate this progress, this is a permanent increase. His later cultivation progress will only get faster and faster, and it will increase exponentially. If you really think about it, this is a terrifying figure. At this moment, he didn't notice the figure standing on the branch, the water blue feathers were blowing in the wind. Chapter 5 Nurturer Rinteki Seikanji. When pushing the sandbag, you can increase your strength. When you avoid the sandbag, you can gain agility, and long-term exercise can increase your physical strength. This kind of exercise seems to be able to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, which is very convenient. But Lin Yu knows that this is only the most basic thing, and it can only solve the temporary improvement. He has to challenge more difficult things, such as the training that the apprentices of the current Rinteki trainer are receiving, and every level will get stuck. People, and there will be deaths and injuries, something as gifted as the head pillar is really rare. I don't know how long it took, Lin Yu was soaked with sweat all over his body, and his muscle tissue reached its limit. Every time he exercised, the meridians on his arm would have pains, and his consciousness was not as clear as it was at the beginning. A heavy feeling of tiredness touched his consciousness and wanted him to close his eyes. What's so special? Isn't the body modification already implemented? Why do I still have human flaws? Does that mean I still need to sleep? Did you modify a hook? Lin Yu was powerless to complain. He's tired, but he really doesn't want to sleep. Let's make him a ruthless swipe machine, okay? Hint: the transformed body does not belong to the category of humans, but belongs to the category of biology, and creatures need sleep. Hint: you have been exercising for 6 hours from 6 p.m. until now, and the system needs a certain amount of time to integrate your existing physical fitness. Lin Yu understands that this system is a veritable reward for diligence. It will not make you truly non-human, but you are beyond human, because every movement of yours is progress, big or small, forever. Endless, no bottlenecks will be encountered. There is no need for periodic exercise to maintain the current state of the body, because your physical fitness has been steadily rising, never ending. In addition, the rest are no different from humans, and they still need to rest. In view of the quality of the body, it is necessary to master the time for exercise. It is too outrageous and will still lead to damage to body functions. After training, Lin Yu sat on the ground with one buttocks. He was too tired. When he looked up, he saw the figure standing on the tree. The moon in the sky is just right, and behind him, Yu Ji is graceful, and the force of a peerless master slowly rises. Lin Yu couldn't think of any elegant words to describe this scene. Just try it with a barren thesaurus. Yo, Master Rinteki, what a coincidence, is your old man also coming to admire the moon? Moon appreciation. Nurturer Rinteki Seikanji jumped down from the tree. It's like the ninja in the legend, it disappears in a swish, and then appears beside you in a swish. Lin Yu tried to stay as far away from the sun blade as possible. When Lin Taki was testing his ability to adapt on the spot, he liked to pull out that thing and come out to scare him, the kind that sticks to his neck. Sure enough, Lin Takizo recently drew his sword out, and the moment the icy long sword was unsheathed, there was a azure cold glow. He stood beside Lin Yu and pulled out his knife horizontally, trying to stop him from moving his forward. Call! Lin Yu's upper body suddenly fell back and swallowed his throat. The sharp blade was only half an inch away from his throat, and before he had time to think, he quickly got up and ran back. Rinteki Sakura's face, which was hidden by the mask, was slightly wrinkled. What happened? He raised the sword again and tried again. With a swipe, Lin Yu stood up this time, and stopped half an inch away from the long knife, with his waist slightly bent. Bad old man! Don't play like this! Even though Lin Yu knew that the knife often stopped the moment it got close to his skin, it was really scary. It was as if a knife was about to be swung 360 degrees, and then blood spattered and the dog's head flew up. It was so terrifying. Don't be afraid, the angle of my swing is fixed, it will just stop on your neck, and the chance of your death is very small. Rinteki Sakura spoke again. Lin Yu's forehead was covered with sweat. He smiled and said, "That, is it even small? Teacher, I mean, can I use the back of a knife like this next time?" Rinteki Sakura drank it cold for the first time. Stupid! This is to let you experience the fear of death. Even if you step into human society, you must always be on guard. A knife that is swung at an unknown time, a sword that is shot at an unknown direction, if you are not careful, you will lose your life. Yab. Lin Yu nodded like a rattle, and didn't know what to say, so it was over. Anyway, there is a desire to harm others, and a mind to guard against others is indispensable. Even if he does not do ghost killers, he must be careful when entering human society. Now that there are cars and trains in this Taisho era, we must beware of whether he will be hurt when he goes out. To die and to live in peace is a long and complicated project. Have you been training secretly like this lately? The speed seems to be getting faster. Lin Yu was a little overjoyed in his heart. It's only been less than a day, is the growth so obvious? Wouldn't it just take off right after? His efforts were certainly not in vain. Yes, it seems that you haven't abandoned your practice, that's good, keep going. Rinteki Seikanji put away his long sword and walked straight into the house. In the next half-month, in addition to hunting and cooking every day, Lin Yu will return directly to the thatched hut for the rest of the time, and he will save time for fishing by persevering in practice. As he expected, the increase in strength and agility was accompanied by the increase in the basic attributes of his body, and the speed obtained was faster than before. Lin Yu returned to the tree again. At this moment, his body seemed to have grown a little more than before, and his height had grown from 1 meter 5 to about 1 meter 6. In the past 2 weeks, in addition to the increase in attributes, his appetite has also doubled. In the past, he could eat 1 or 2 buns to ensure a meal, but now he can eat 10 buns. The baby fat on Zhang Tai's face is also gradually fading, becoming slightly firmer and thinner. Even though the skin is still very white, the arm and wrist are larger than before, and it feels like a thick muscle. He untied the rope on the rivet, and with a bang, a boulder weighing hundreds of pounds fell to the ground. He picked up the rope with both hands, exerted force, and pulled it out. His face flushed red, and there was no sign of the stones in the boulder net moving at all. After a while, he gave up. Is it still not enough? Although his strength has increased a lot, he is still far from the disciples who are able to master the breathing method. Whether he can master the breathing method proficiently, and the level of mastering the breathing method, is to obtain the key to strength. So now that my basic attributes have been raised to this level, what will the effect be after I use the breathing method? Chapter 6 The Relentless Leveling Machine. The trick of breathing is to focus on the mind and increase the operation of the body's organs by increasing the operation of the lungs, so as to obtain power far beyond ordinary people. Lin Yu learned how to use the breathing method from Rinteki Seikanji before, but he is different from other disciples. After using the breathing method, the effect is really bad. For example, ordinary disciples can clearly feel the increase in strength, and can lift at least 70 to 80 jins of things, and do things that only adults can do. After Lin Yu used it, he changed from a child with mud to a child who could play with a large lump of mud, and did not achieve an essential leap. It is said that the effect brought by the breathing method also has a great relationship with the physical quality of the individual. Although the improvement brought by the breathing method is all round, the more conspicuous things in the original basic attributes will be more prominent through the use of breathing methods, far exceeding other parts. A child who was originally very strong, after using the breathing method, will become more pronounced in terms of strength, such as his senior brother Kitu. Relatively dexterous children, such as his senior sister Mako, have outstanding agility. After using the breathing method, they will become faster. They were standing in front of you a moment ago, and they can disappear in an instant. Lin Yu slowly closed his eyes, and constructed the scene of water breathing in his mind. A slender blue silk thread floated in the dark consciousness like a dandelion, and the sound of the tide kept coming, again and again, magnificent and magnificent. In the jungle, Mako jumped up. Her figure was as light as a swallow, sketching a half-moon-shaped arc, just dodging the oncoming boulder. Then she walked through the dense jungle alone, dodging arrows flying from all directions, and quickly dodging the moment she was about to step on the trap. Senior sister Shimo is indeed the fastest among us, I can react to this. If it were me, I must have been hit just now. Chapter 4. Hearing the discussions of the brothers and sisters, Kyuntu sighed slightly. She's making fun of everyone. The speed of Mako has already surpassed the strength of the training ground. It stands to reason that at the moment when the boulder fell, when there were still 10 meters away from Mako, Mako should stay away from this area and go to the next test. But she is impartial, and she only moves at the most critical moment, which is shocking to see. After the real wildwood came out of the jungle, the rabbit stepped forward with a dignified expression. Have you reached the limit yet? There was a hint of firmness in the dark green eyes of the real wild, and she nodded. This is impossible. Fuji Zishan's assessment has been less than a month. I want to improve my strength as much as possible, but, sure enough, if there is no actual combat. Under the protection of the cultivator Rinteki Seikanji, they were trained in the relatively safe vicinity of Sagiyama, all for the purpose of killing ghosts. But, so far, none of them have fought a ghost face to face, and the danger is far better than the training. The hand holding the hilt of the sword was also trembling slightly, and his face became a little ugly. It is said that since a long time ago, it is difficult for our disciples of the breath of water to pass the assessment of Fuji Zishan. You will go alone this time. Bunny Rabbit. Mako's words brought back Kutu's thoughts, and a peaceful smile appeared on her cute little face. Nothing. She is 1 year higher than Kyuntu and the others. Whether it is physical fitness training or water breathing training, she has reached the bottleneck. This is the standard for the Fuji Kaishin assessment. Only after becoming an official Ghost Killer team member, in order to obtain more possibilities for improvement. Suddenly, the wind blew through the leaves, and there was such a sound among the trees. The courage to protect someone, the determination to overcome everything. Master! It's the master! The training disciples were excited for a while. This voice came from their master, Rinteki Nurturer. He has always seen the dragon, but everyone knows that the master will keep watching them from somewhere they can't see. Growing up, it is precisely because of the existence of a master that they can bravely accept such dangerous jungle training. The water blue yuri fluttered in the wind, and a white-haired old man wearing a Tengu mask appeared in front of Mako. His back was very generous. Before making a decision, you must first ask the sword in your hand. Rinteki Seikanji, who has always been strict, has a very soft voice at this moment, like an elder who is about to send his children away. The rabbit's fist clenched slightly. Mako raised his face and smiled. It's something I decided a long time ago. Well, come with me. Rinteki Seikanji turned around and walked all the way to his hut. The training of the others was not over yet, and Mako cast a reassuring look at Kitu and followed the waiter of Rinteki's trainer. They are both brothers and a family, living together in this cruel world, no matter whose departure will bring us nothing but reluctance. When the two of them got to the hut again, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Rinteki Zyuajin even stopped, his face trembling slightly. In front of the house, a shirtless teenager gritted his teeth. Two chest muscles were slightly bulged on his thin body like ribs, and the meridians on his arms were even more abrupt, and the muscle lines that emerged were trembling slightly, as if roaring. Get up for me! On the other side of the tree, one bundled 100 pounds. No, the stones in the original impression seemed to have increased a lot, at least about twice the thickness. There was a steamy sound between his fierce teeth. Dong dong dong! The sound of boulders swaying sounded. The big net on the ground trembled uncomfortably. At a certain moment, the stone weighing more than 200 kilograms was pulled up by a 12-year-old boy. Lin Jun. Mako was dumbfounded, and then subconsciously covered his mouth with his hands. Because the assessment of Teng Zishan is imminent, all the brothers and sisters feel the pressure. For the past month, almost no one has noticed Lin Yu, and Lin Yu also leaves in a hurry after every meal delivery. Sometimes when only food was left, people suddenly disappeared, and they hadn't seen each other for a few days. Kutu and Maki thought he was doing that because he wanted to exercise, so they didn't ask. But, is this Lin Jun in front of him really the Lin Jun they knew back then? What happened to this child? Rinteki Seikanji's face hidden under the mask was full of surprise. Within sight. The boy's stature was obviously a little taller than a month ago, and the thin and boneless body also had a little more physical saturation and became stronger. And eyes. Boom. Lin Yu let go of his hands, his body trembled slightly, and turned around. At that moment, his eyes were as fierce as a wolf. Chapter 7 Accidents. Lin Yu has done what many beginner disciples could not do. The only weakness of ghosts is their necks, but in fact, ghosts' necks are very hard. If they can't be cut off with a sundial at one time, they won't die. They cannot perceive pain, or the ability to endure pain is much stronger than ordinary people. Even if they are injured, they can recover. Therefore, in the process of head-to-head confrontation, if they want to fight a protracted battle, they will lose both hands and then wait for an opportunity. The possibility of killing ghosts is almost zero. For the training of ghost killers, the two most critical points are speed and strength. If these two cannot meet the standards, even if you pick up the sharpest sun wheel knife, you will not be able to cause damage to ghosts. Your growth shocked me. What happened to you during this time? Rinteki Seikanji didn't hide his inner thoughts, he was very curious. The training outside was not over yet, so Lin Yu was a little surprised by the two returning early. He had the usual Zhengtai's signature smile on his face, and he couldn't feel it himself. In the eyes of the two opposite people, it is slightly inconsistent. How can there be a child with such obvious muscle lines in this world? I just exercised my body with the breathing method that Rinteki-sensei taught me. Is that so? Naturally, Rinteki Seikanji couldn't figure it out, but the possibility of a child is infinite. Even if Lin Yu's aptitude was ordinary at the beginning, it was mainly his understanding of the breath of water. He also did not give up the cultivation of Lin Yu, and would teach him some boxing skills and survival experience in the wild. Lin Yu also learned these things very quickly. He is a smart child. Now is the age of growth, maybe the talent hidden in the bones has been suddenly inspired. As a master, you should be happy for him. You really worked hard. Lin Taki couldn't help but admire recently. He has always paid less attention to this child than other disciples, but Lin Yu has grown to this level in silence. It must be due to the steady accumulation day after day. What he admires most, such a hard-working kid. Lin Yu slowly raised his head, and now there was an emotion called ambition in that long-term calm look. Lin Taki-sensei, I would like to receive training in Demon Slayer. Have you made up your mind? Lin Taki frowned slightly. Lin Yu nodded firmly. It's no easy task to get Rin Taki-zo to agree recently. Don't look at how easy it is for Kyuntu and the others, that's because they have real talent and strength. Participating in the training of Ghost Slayer also has the most basic physical fitness test. Those who do not meet the standard will be injured if they take part in the jungle test rashly. In serious cases, they will even die. With that in mind, Rin Taki-seikanji would never agree. Even if Lin Yu has a system now, he will not be so stupid that he can escape from this place and live alone. The outside world is very dangerous. If you can't cultivate when you can, if you don't cultivate, if you have to run to provoke right and wrong, is that not courting death? It would be even more stupid to study on his own. He obviously can become stronger by receiving high-intensity training. His master and senior brothers treat him well, and there is a practical system here. Different, he wouldn't do such a thankless and laborious thing. Lin Taki couldn't resist the child's obsession for the first time. In the past, he looked carefree and looked very happy, and he didn't need anyone to worry about it. Now it seems that there is such a person hiding under that optimistic face? I'm afraid, even if he doesn't teach him, he will find a way to become stronger by himself. Well, since you have this determination, then I promise you, your training progress is slower than theirs. I will tutor you individually, it may be very strict, you prepare yourself mentally. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. In this way, he can be considered to have been promoted from the chef, and the kitchen knife will become a knife in the future, and the whole person will be completely different. Before seeing them all dressed in handsome yuri, with a long knife on their waist, it would be a lie to say that I don't envy them. More importantly, Rin Taki-seikanji will open a small stove for him alone. With the help of the system, he can still become stronger. What kind of experience will it be to lift a few hundred kilograms of boulders with one hand? Lin Yu was excited, he was so eager for power. Hey, Rin Taki-sensei, why did you and Mako-san come back first? Is the training over? It was only then that Lin Yu remembered whether the two of them came back a little too early. He turned his head, and saw the slightly petite Mako slightly turned his head away, and a touch of red appeared on his cute little face. That. Lin Jun, can you put on your clothes before speaking? Only then did Lin Yu notice that his upper body was shirtless. This is also something that can't be helped. After this month, he has eaten a lot, and his body seems to have grown a lot along with the strengthening of his attributes. The originally barren places have now grown a lot of strong flesh, and it feels hard. As a result, the clothes he used to wear will inevitably appear small, and he can only take it off first when he exercises. Oh, sorry. Lin Yu smiled naturally, and hurriedly put on his jacket, covering his body with obvious muscle lines. Only then did Zhen Kim find out that this little junior brother who was about the same height as her before, and even a little shorter than her, was obviously a little taller than her, and the temperament revealed did not look like a child at all, and looked a bit like an adult. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. Do boys grow up all of a sudden like this? Fuji Zishan's assessment is about to start. As your senior sister, Mako will participate in the selection first. I need to give her something. Rin Taki has nothing to hide recently. This is something that all trainers' disciples have to go through. When they have cultivated to a certain level, they will be sent to the Fujitsuyama selection held by the ghost-killing team. Those who successfully pass the selection will become real ghost hunters. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, whether it was Rin Taki-seikanji or Mako. They all found that Lin Yu's face was very ugly. Zhen Kim asked with concern, Lin Jun, what's the matter? Inside the hut, the three sat opposite each other. If it goes on like this, Mako will die. Lin Yu felt that he could not hide known information. There are 4 or 5 senior brothers who Rinteki sent to Fuji Zishan for the first time. When he practiced breathing techniques earlier, Lin Yu's performance was mediocre, so these people were not very good to Lin Yu. After that, they went to Fuji Mountain, but they didn't come back. Lin Yu, a person who passed through, naturally knew the reason, but at that time he did not speak, but watched them die. Chapter 5. He considers himself not a noble person, and his egoism is deeply rooted, and he is cautious. He talks about love, but the foundation must be based on the principle that whoever treats him well, he treats whoever is good. Don't fix the 3 views and selfless dedication with him, he is no better than others. What he thinks is if you have time to feel sorry for those who are not good to you, it is better to feel sorry for yourself and the people around you who are worth caring about if you have never lived in your life. If it's not good for him, not only will he not help, but he will also get into trouble. He has always been like this over the years. Despite his seemingly harmless appearance, he always asks other brothers and sisters to try the dishes, and occasionally adds extra ingredients and dishes to those who say bad things about him. Naturally, it is a wisteria flour product. Lin Yu experimented with other people to confirm that there would be no adverse reactions such as diarrhea after eating it, so he gave it to wild mushrooms and scorpion rabbits, but unfortunately scorpion rabbits have always had a bad stomach. Chapter 8. The helplessness of the system. There was a hand ghost in Fujisaki Mountain that was sent in by Rinteki Zukenji himself. Now that hand ghost has become very powerful, at least as strong as half a string. In the original book, both Mako and Kutu died in the hands of this hand ghost, while Tomioka Yoji hid and passed the selection of the ghost-killing team. Now Mako is going to participate in the selection, which is courting death. It is estimated that Rinteki Seikanji will give her the fox mask to eliminate disasters later. This is the most obvious sign of Rinteki Seikanji's disciple. Neither the wild nor the rabbit can die, and those who are really kind to him can't die. This is Lin Yu's bottom line. Of course, Lin Yu doesn't have the ability to single out ghosts now. Therefore, now, even at the risk of being noticed by Lin Taki for the first time, Lin Yu has to say that the big deal is to be expelled from the school and become an orphan. He has hands and feet, full of survival skills, and a system blessing, why can't I live? It doesn't matter to Lin Yu to stay and seek a comfort zone to become stronger and lose other people's lives. If it is these 2 people, then Lin Yu will not take this road. The seniors who went to Fuji Zishan for the assessment have never returned. I suspect that it is not our ability that has a problem, but that there is a problem with the assessment venue. This sentence pierced the heart of Rinteki Seikanji. He has already died several apprentices, this is the scar engraved on his flesh and blood. So far, he can't figure out what went wrong, why none of the apprentices of Breath of Water he cultivated survived the selection of Fuji Zishan, and even after he retired, the water column of the ghost-killing team is still vacant. Don't be silly, the selection of the Ghost Slayer team has always been fair and just. Zhen Kem also looked at Lin Yu suspiciously and said, "Yet, why would Lin Jun suddenly think of this matter?" Lin Yu didn't change his face, raised his hand and said, "Senior sister, don't talk yet." Oh. Mako sat on the tatami, shrank his head subconsciously, and instinctively succumbed to the power of his junior brother. Alas! I don't know how to respect my senior sister a little, where did you learn to be domineering? Rinteki still shook his head. What you said is unfounded. We ghost hunters must remain absolutely loyal to the ghost-killing team, the Lord, and believe in the Lord's arrangement. Lord? Ah? Lin Yu doesn't recognize Yoya Yazushiki as his Lord. How could he, a soul of the 21st century, offer his loyalty to the Lord of this era? He is free from body to soul. He would definitely not choose this kind of thing that puts his fate in the hands of others. Even if he joins the ghost-killing team one day, he will only fulfill the corresponding responsibilities for the convenience he enjoys, instead of offering his own needs. Rinteki Seikanji now seems to see that kind of stubborn parent, and the meaning is very clear, it is nothing more than you are still young and don't understand anything. I'm all here for your own good, it is true that the original intention is good, but they can't be right about everything. At least in this matter, Lin Yu thinks it is stupid to report and choose to believe the judgment of the ghost-killing team. 9 times out of 10, the information will be intercepted halfway, and then nothing will change. Master, you don't think that there is a problem with your cultivation method? Every year in Fuji Zishan's assessment, people die, but why is there no problem with other breathing schools, but our water-breathing people can't come back when they go there? What? Just one time, is it a coincidence 4 or 5 times in a row? Rinteki was silent for the first time. Lin Yu's words got to the point. This is his heart disease. The disciples of other cultivators will more or less have people who have entered the ghost-killing team, but he is the only one who has not entered. Could it be that there was something wrong with the way he was bred? His training method has always been to let his disciples die? This is dereliction of duty as a teacher, he is doing evil. Lin Yu said with a sullen face, Master, don't you want to use the life of senior sister Zhen Kem to verify whether my thoughts are correct? Rinteki Seikanji had the kindness to nurture him, and this is tantamount to a slap in the face. However, Rinteki has only lost face recently, and may have gained Mako's life in exchange. Is this still a matter of face? Can't let him be so old and confused anymore. Rinteki Sakura's hands holding his knees for the first time were suddenly blue. He has excellent literacy, but he did not scold his disciples for being rude and arrogant, because he often blamed himself for this incident, and always felt that his teaching method was not strict enough, so that his disciples did not have enough to face the ghosts of Fuji Zishan. Self-defensibility. Fuji Mountain is the selection area. In order to reflect fairness and justice, our cultivators cannot enter. Even if I want to know what's wrong inside, I can't do anything. Zhen Kem finally understood what Lin Yu meant, and she was also moved for a while. Naturally, she would not let down the kindness of her junior brother, and it was impossible for her to really feel that she was safe and sound. Master, how about Xiu Shu and ask the Lord about the situation? Lin Taki shook his head for the first time and said, No, most of the ghosts in Fuji Mountain were captured by our column-level disciples and provided to the trainer's disciples for selection. They live in that cage-like area, but they still maintain with the instinct of ghosts. If we enter during the day, we can't find them hidden. If we go at night, everyone above the column level will have their own tasks, and other team members will be life-threatening, and there is no suitable candidate. The restrictions on cultivators are very strict. After he entered Fuji Zishan, even if he found out the problem in Lin Yu's mouth. In the future, even if Mako passed the selection, it would be tantamount to cheating. People are separated from each other. The fact that the Lord doesn't mind doesn't mean that other people don't mind. At that time, it may be difficult for her to be promoted within the ghost-killing team and enjoy the resources she deserves. Then what's the point of going to the ghost-killing team? Lin Yu's face was expressionless, but his knuckles were slightly pale. Suddenly, a pair of hands pressed on the back of his hand, and he slowly raised his head, facing Mako's gentle smiling face. Lin Jun, thank you for your concern, but I made up my mind a long time ago. My family was killed by evil spirits. There are thousands of people like me in this world. In suffering, I didn't want my own tragedy to repeat itself on others, so, that's why I went down this path. Mako lowered his head, his voice trembling. Thank you very much, I am a senior sister, I will pass the test to show you. Feeling Mako's determination, Lin Yu was silent for a long time. He should have thought of it long ago. It seems that it's useless to self-destruct. This is a system problem within the ghost-killing team. Then he got up and saluted Rinteki-san for the first time, smiling as if nothing was wrong. Sorry, Master, I said some angry words just now. Chapter 9 Formal Training of Ghost People. Rinteki Seikanji nodded slightly, indicating that he didn't care. Zhen Kim smiled and said, "It's okay, Lin Jun, maybe it's not as bad as you think. I hope, then you and senior sister will talk slowly, I will go out first." Lin Yu took a deep breath and smiled. The moment he turned around, his eyes seemed to sink into the sea. Now, there is no point in reminding about the disaster elimination mask. Even if there is no disaster elimination mask, there is no guarantee that Mako will be seen by the hand ghost when using the breath of water, and the possibility of survival is bet on this. In matters, it is no different from praying to God and worshipping Buddha. It seems that sometimes it is useless to speak out with information. The reason why many disasters happen is the problem of the world itself. This time, he lost to the system of the ghost-killing squad. Ask for others rather than yourself. After returning to the thatched hut, Lin Yu opened his system panel. 1 month of training. His data in all aspects has been significantly improved, and a hard work yields a harvest. This is the essence of God's reward for diligence. The expected superposition of strength after training did not occur. As the system introduced, the same physical training, such as weightlifting, was always performed, and the progress obtained would gradually decrease. His physical fitness is gradually improving, and it is difficult to provide him with much help if he does those exercises that consume less energy before. Among the various data, there are 2 data that caught Lin Yu's attention the most, not attributes, but his skills. Wisteria Master, you have ingested too much wisteria, and through systematic screening and retention, the essence that can be used for arming has been retained. Current progress, 56%, your body will emit a mild wisteria flower fragrance, and the ghost favor ability is -20. The interpretation of this value means that Lin Yu is walking on the street now. For those hidden ghosts, it is like a glass of milk that is about to expire, exuding a faint smell of corruption. Unless they are extremely hungry, they will choose Lin Yu as their food, in other words, anti-ghost physique. This physique was given by Lin Yu, and all the disciples of Lin Takiziu Ajinji had a little bit of it, but it was not as terrifying as Lin Yu's systematic collection of essences. Even if Lin Yu eats, he can get such a reward. I don't know what will happen when the progress bar of this Wisteria Master is full. Will he turn into a muscular man with the fragrance of wisteria? Lin Yu stopped thinking about this, and turned his attention to another key skill. Water breathing. Heaven's reward system assist, breath of water. The physical attributes you get through the breathing method will gradually transform into your own attributes, and the breathing method you use to increase the attributes will be multiplied by others. In other words, as long as I continue to use the breathing method, my basic attributes will continue to improve, and then along with the improvement of my basic attributes, the attributes that I can improve by using the breathing method will be higher than before. This is a process of infinite nesting dolls complementing each other. He had reached the limit once before, and the meridians felt that they were stretched to the limit, but now with the growth of the body, there is almost no more. Or his training intensity can no longer satisfy the saturation of this body. The only remaining shortcoming of the whole system is his tiredness as a creature. When he doesn't deliberately secrete adrenal hormones, or stays up late, his body will still need a period of rest. But strictly speaking, this is not a shortcoming. The ceiling ghost dance in this world, Suji Wume, can't be obediently lying in the nest in the daytime? The physical attributes I get by using the breathing method will be many times stronger than others. The more proficient I master it, the larger the base will be, and the result obtained by the multiple will be very large. This is a very terrifying thing. But this also added some troubles to me, because my ordinary breathing is equivalent to other people's normal level breathing, and even far exceeds the normal level breathing. Then I understand the difficulty of breathing method level will also vary with what about the ascent. Regarding this problem, Lin Yu himself could not solve it. He only had a preliminary understanding of the breathing method, and he was not proficient, and Changzhong was far away. Now Rinteki Zojinji has promised him to teach him the skills of slaying ghosts, and breathing is naturally among them. If there is something you don't understand, you can only ask the teacher for advice. What is Lin Jun doing? Never mind, I'm so tired, we should take a bath and rest. Hey! Have you noticed that he is taller than before, and his body seems to be stronger? What's the use of exercising again, it's just ordinary people after all. Okay, stop talking, take a shower and rest. The rabbit frowned and scolded the crowd for a while, but he was the biggest disciple when the real Wild was not there. Not far away, Lin Yu held up the sandbag, and then dodged left and right. His figure was like a bird leaping through the forest in the dark night. After watching it for a while, the rabbit was surprised to find that Lin Yu had indeed become a lot more dexterous. His speed was very fast. If this speed was doubled, he could avoid the arrows shot from the forest trap. But he didn't know that the reason why Lin Yu was so fast was because the sandbag swayed back and forth very slowly, and the speed that Lin Yu obtained through this kind of training had reached its limit. Come on, Lin Jun. The rabbit smiled slightly, and after cheering him up secretly in his heart, he returned to the house. After Lin Yu practiced for a while, Lin Taki walked out of the thatched hut for the first time. Mako had a spotted fox mask on her forehead. She shook her arm towards Lin Yu, looking very happy. Come with me. Lin Taki knew that Lin Yu was not tired yet, and his eyes were full of anticipation, just like a thirsty person in the desert encountering an oasis. He longed for strength. Lin Yu followed closely, and the two walked all the way to the dense jungle. Have you forgotten the swordsmanship I taught you? No. Lin Yu shook his head. No matter how poor his aptitude is, he would not dare to slack off in this regard. Swordsmanship is the most basic thing for a ghost killer, and then he will improve his physical fitness and learn breathing techniques. The genre of Breath of Water emphasizes naturalness and silkiness, and requires far more speed than power. Then, let's try it and let me see how far you are now. Under the moonlight, Rinteki-sakan was wearing a Tengu mask for the first time, and the aqua-blue Haori was slightly raised. The wrinkled hand held a sharp long knife and threw it to Lin Yu at will. Chapter 10 Physical Fitness Improved Again. Lin Yu glanced at the long knife in his hand. The dark back of the blade body with black and white lines like a mountain range, and the azure blade with a cold glow, under the moonlight, it is as silky as running water. His hands were trembling slightly, because he was excited, and it was a very frustrating thing to have power but no use. Training could not let his emotions be vented. He knew that he would fight sooner or later. Chapter 6. I just didn't expect that the first person I would fight against would be the master. Moonlit forest path. Rinteki Seikanji stood in the center with his hands flat, not touching the long sword at his waist. Bring it on. Rinteki Sakura gave a low, cold drink. A hideous smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, and with a swish, the whole person jumped up like a beast, holding the handle of the knife in both hands, and slashed down with one knife. This knife slashed down from the top of Rinteki Zojinji's head, and hit the ground until the blade was deeply immersed in the soil, like a wolf's teeth immersed in flesh and blood. Unfortunately, it's just an afterimage. Not bad. Rinteki Seikanji stood on the tree and murmured dumbly. He had never imagined before that this kid, whom he considered untalented, would one day show such a strong explosive force, that this one knife alone would be enough to cut off the neck of a normal ghost, as a ghost hunter who used the sun wheel knife to slay ghosts. Said that Lin Yu was qualified in terms of strength. Lin Yu stepped forward, ran towards the tree where Rinteki Seikanji was, and stepped on the tree with his right foot. Puff! The sound of steam sounded from the corner of his mouth, and this foot stepped on the wrinkled bark slightly. He jumped up with the strength of the back rush, turned over suddenly, and after a circle, a thorn attacked Lin Takaizawa on the tree for the second time. This knife, 1 month's skill, has no reservations. Lin Taki drew his knife for the first time recently, and opened Lin Yu's long knife with a smooth arc like flowing water. At that moment, the tip of the knife was less than a foot away from his face. However, it was within this distance of less than 1 foot that he quickly drew his knife to defuse Lin Yu's attack. Clang! Lin Yu's pupils suddenly enlarged, the long knife in his hand was swung away, and the tiger's mouth was also slightly numb. On the stump, but the huge impact still took his body to hit it. After he removed some of his strength, he fell to the ground with his knees bent halfway, stuck his knife on the ground, and retreated nearly 3 meters away. The long knife made a slash on the ground. The move you used just now. It's the Urji-type water wheel and the Kizi-type Shizuku rippling. Lin Yu confessed, and then slowly stood up from the ground, covering his waist that had just hit the tree with pain, and smiled helplessly. The imitation is a bit clumsy. The ghost-killing move derived from the breath of water is different from ordinary swordsmanship, and is called the type of water. These moves are not due to Lin Yu's reluctance to teach Lin Yu. They are all moves that can only be rehearsed by using the physical quality of the breathing method to improve. Ordinary people can't complete such movements at all. It's useless to teach them, and they can't learn at all. Lin Yu also often watched Kyuntu and the others practice, and only when such a picture was formed in his mind did he imitate. Your breathing doesn't seem to be improving. Lin Takizo is worthy of being a trainer recently, and at a glance, he can see that Lin Yu's breathing technique level is very low now, which can be said to be no different from 2 years ago. Lin Yu nodded. Rinteki Sakura froze in place recently, a little surprised. This level of breathing can have such speed and power. Maybe. My body has grown a lot recently, haven't you noticed, Master? I've grown taller. Lin Yu smiled, ready to divert the topic. He and Rinteki Zojinji shouldn't continue to waste time on the topic of why he suddenly became stronger. Every ghost hunter in this world is very tight, even a retired old man like Rinteki Zojinji. I have to go out to perform tasks from time to time. It is true that people without talent can't force others to become ghost killers, right? Rinteki Sakura sighed slightly. It's time for me to take back the foreword. As he spoke, he slowly took off the mask, revealing the old face inside, and said with a complicated smile, "You may be the most talented among the disciples I have met. Speed and power, just look at these 2 things. The growth of breathing methods is only based on the premise of the base. In other words, as long as Lin Yu masters breathing methods more proficiently, he may be able to become a column rank. You don't need to participate in the training in the jungle, just concentrate on learning how to improve your breathing with me during the next period of time." Lin Yu nodded. If you want to improve your breathing method, the hard requirement is to increase your lung capacity. The rest are skills and the like. It is not difficult to say it, and there is no such strong requirement for personal comprehension ability. The moves derived from the breathing method are more inclined to the actual use effect, not static. It is precisely because of the diversity of breathing methods that many styles of breathing methods are derived on the basis of the breath of the sun, and there are some very individual existences such as the breath of the beast. These categories seem to be very complicated, but in fact mostly it should be out of the moves. There is no difference in the use of the breathing method itself. For the next month or so, Lin Yu was trained by Rinteki Sakan alone almost every night. During the period, since the examination period for Mako is approaching, everyone felt the crisis more or less, so they all immersed themselves in training like candidates, but no one paid attention to what Lin Yu was doing. Lin Yu, who has been around for a long time, didn't expect much deviation from his expectations. He said that he didn't go to the jungle for training, but it was actually more dangerous than the jungle training. Because Lin Taki Seikanji will directly incarnate as a killer, the only target of the attack is Lin Yu. Whenever Lin Yu was exhausted, when he hid in the bushes and wanted to rest, he would cut through the area he was in with a knife. One-on-one tutoring and playing hide-and-seek games are warm and touching. The benefits of long-term use of the breathing method are obvious, and his lungs have achieved self-breakthrough during repeated vigorous exercise. Clang! On the 29th day of the training, Lin Yu was panting heavily, raised the long knife in his hand, and knocked out Rintaki Seikanji's knife. Rintaki Xiuojanji's right hand was aching faintly. And he was stunned when he looked at the stronger and stronger young man in front of him. It seems that the limit has been reached. Lin Yu was also a little unbelievable, and subconsciously thought it was Zhou Rintaki who released the water recently. Master, what do you mean by reaching the limit? Is my breathing method practiced? Lin Takazuo was silent for a long time recently, and finally shook his head and said, "No, my guidance has reached the limit. If you want to continue to improve, this place is no longer suitable for you." Chapter 11 Farewell. Lin Yu helped Lin Taki pick up the knife for the first time. After the old man took the knife, he sighed slightly, his figure was a little lonely. Master. Needless to say, this is the fate of most of us ghost hunters. My life as a swordsman was actually over at the age of 30. Although I have always believed that human beings are strong and can defeat evil ghosts, I have not humans can outrun time. He turned around and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. The future belongs to you young people. You are very powerful, much stronger than me at your age. You may become a pillar in the future. The courtyard was deserted, the lights had long since been extinguished, and special ghost-repelling medicines were exuding from the eaves of the corridor. Lin Taki was crawling on the desk for the first time and wrote a letter. Then he walked out of the entrance and handed the letter to Lin Yu. The address of the letter was the Butterfly House at the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, a place specially used to provide treatment and training institutions. Although Mako is the only one who participated in the Fujihayama assessment this time, you can go with her. You can practice breathing techniques in the Butterfly House to further improve yourself. I have nothing to teach you. He saw the doubts in Lin Yu's eyes, and said in a flat tone, "Don't mind, although you are not yet a full member of the ghost-killing team, but with my ex-Shuazuo as a guarantee, there should be no problem." What does a former Pilla's guarantee stand for? Almost all the disciples looked at Rintaki Seikanji with reverence, because he had reached the pinnacle of the ghost killer and became the pillar of the ghost-killing team. Ghosts do not feel pain, and their vision at night is similar to that of humans during the day. Their strength is far superior to that of ordinary humans. Some powerful ghosts can also use supernatural powers, which is not as good as ordinary people who can only fight with sunken swords. Know how much stronger it is. Humans have no advantage in fighting evil spirits except sunlight. To put it bluntly, what the ghost-killing squad is doing now is a group of unprotected people with sun knives running to attack a group of modern bunkers, and a group of invulnerable high-IQ chimpanzees are controlling the hot weapons. The only good thing is that these chimpanzees have no team spirit and rarely gather together. Behind every beheaded ghost is a mountain of human life, and it is very difficult for ordinary team members to kill a ghost that cannot use special abilities. Zhu level is the Superman among human beings. They use the breathing method to the extreme. They are heroes who can stab the knife in their hands into the heart of the chimpanzee in the process of attacking the bunker. Even in the face of ghosts who can use abilities, as long as there are pillars, there is a possibility of winning. What this guarantee letter has to say is similar to the documents approved by the master of the ghost-killing team. Basically, if you take it, the people of the ghost-killing team will directly open the door to welcome it. However, every column level is loyal to the ghost-killing team, especially those who become trainers after retiring. They especially value their own reputation. The ghost-killing team has no reason to trust the students they cultivated. They are also responsible for the ghost-killing team. If the disciples they teach go wrong, or they go the wrong way and become ghosts, it will be a catastrophic blow to the ghost-killing team. At this time, the cultivator has no choice but to commit suicide. Walk. Therefore, don't think that this is just a simple letter of recommendation. Rintaki Seikanji is giving his life to him. I see. Lin Yu put away the envelope. It was a little heavy. Rintaki got up, opened his drawer, and took out a fox mask from it, with black eyebrows painted on it, and flame-like lines at the corners of his eyes, which was different from Mako's cute fox mask. One looks a little furious. After you participated in the training in Butterfly House, the people there should start preparing for you to participate in the next Fuji-Zishin assessment, and you should not come back after that. This is a gift before we parted. I hope it can help you. You drive out the disaster. Master, this is not necessary. Lin Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. How should he explain to Mr. Lintaki that a large part of the reason for his disciple's death was because this disaster-inducing mask has become a common commodity in the hands of ghosts? When people see the mask, they will know that it belongs to him. Disciple. But Rintaki Xiuajin's blunt and solemn eyes showed ardent hope for the first time in his life, and the old face seemed to be pleading. It's like saying, my child, I have nothing to prepare for you, I only have this little intention, and I hope your future is bright. It seems that adults are such stubborn creatures. They have to give you what they think is good, obviously you don't need it, but they are afraid that when you leave, you will have nothing like when you first came to this world. Then they will be very guilty. The 12 years of getting along are just around the corner. Lin Yu has long been a member of this world, and Lin Taki has been treating him as if he were his own for the first time. What could be more important in this world than love? Thank you, teacher. Lin Yu took the mask with both hands and bowed slightly to salute. A wise smile appeared on Sakura Rintaki's face. Isn't that what you expected? You don't worry about Mako, right? Lin Yu didn't deny it, he couldn't just watch Mako go to death. What's more, he has no way to improve himself by staying here now, and he has to go to the Butterfly House to participate in the training of breathing method, so there is no reason for her to go alone. Tang Zishan's evil spirits are not too powerful, they are just entry-level assessments. I have been thinking about it all the time, and I think that there should be a problem with my teaching method, but if it is really as you said, if there is something wrong with the exam venue. Rintaki frowned recently. This incident is one of his heart problems. He dreams of the dead children almost every night. It is his mistake that caused the deaths of the children. This is a spell. Lin Yu interrupted Rintaki Seikanji's words and looked into the eyes of the old man very seriously. Let me handle the rest. After the assessment is over, I will come back safely with my senior sister to visit the teacher. Rintaki turned around for the first time, his tone was very flat, but his eyes were full of relief. This time, maybe I can break this spell. Early the next morning, the students in the hut came out one after another to say goodbye to Mako, each with a somewhat reluctant tone. Tomioka Yiyang walked out of the house alone, his hair a little messy. He coolly walked up to Mako, and glanced at Mako with melancholy and lifeless eyes. Go on. Jump. Subsequently, he was knocked on the head. You bastard, don't say goodbye to others with such a face. Qiutu's anger came out of nowhere, and his face was full of anger. Chapter 7. Chapter 12. The Butterfly Sisters. Mako was dressed in a cherry-colored kimono with a black vest and a fox mask with flower spots on his head. She looked very petite and cute, and a helpless smile appeared on her face. This little junior brother seems to have been beaten by Kyuntu all the time since he entered the school. She doesn't quite understand what happened between the two, but Kyuntu seems to be very interested in him. The rabbit pressed down Tomioka Yiyang's face with dead fish eyes, and then patted his head embarrassedly, and said with a smile, "Have you brought everything?" Mako nodded. The package contained a change of clothes, the kimono on his body was washed, and he changed it after taking a bath last night, in addition to some entanglements. The smile on Yuanta's face calmed down. Facing this partner who had been with him since childhood, he still couldn't say anything sensational or comforting, but his eyes were very serious. Safe travels. Well, I will. Mako nodded and watched the two leave with a smile. On the other side of the hut, Rinteki has come out recently, still wearing the Tengu mask, and he is holding a sharp long knife in his hand. This sun knife is specially used for your assessment. It can kill the evil spirits of Fuji Zishan. After passing the test, the ghost killing team will provide materials for you to build your own sun knife. Be careful along the way. Mako took the long sword, a little surprised. I heard that Lin Jun has been studying with you recently, why haven't you seen him? He will go with you. Mako nodded subconsciously, and then a dull look appeared on his face. What? Squeak. On the other side of the thatched hut, the door of the firewood shed was opened, and a slightly thin figure appeared at the door. A month ago, under that worn kimono was a little guy with a little baby fat. Now, he is more than half a point taller than Mako. His youthful face, the slightly rounded face has been reduced a little, with a kind of youthful fortitude. The skin is no longer as fair and delicate as it is after long-term exercise and exposure to the scorching sun, but it looks very tight, with a sense of strength, and two long knives crossed together behind it. He changed into light clothes, a tattered cloth shirt, with some pieces of cloth wrapped around his hands and waist, and he looked like those Ronin who traveled the world. Lin Jun. Mako didn't recognize this person for the first time, and then he saw some familiarity in those smiling eyes. Is this really the carefree Lin Jun who used to carry a vegetable basket and hum a song to deliver food to them along the way? Everything I can teach him has been taught. He is different from you. He didn't go to participate in the assessment. He has other tasks. You brothers and sisters have to take care of each other along the way, understand? Other tasks? Maki is a little unclear. I'm going to participate in an internal training of the ghost-killing team, senior sister. If I'm here, at least you don't have to go hungry, right? Lin Yu stepped closer and smiled slightly. Mako twitched the corners of his mouth subconsciously. Internal training? What it is? Can't your master teach you? With such a half-tall junior brother standing beside her, she subconsciously felt a sense of oppression and was a little uncomfortable. She should have said, then congratulations, junior brother, you have grown a lot in every sense. But I always feel a little weird, it's only been a month. Are boys growing up so outrageous? Looking at Lin Yu's innocent and harmless smile, it seemed that he didn't know anything about what they were going to face this time. Mako felt that his responsibility suddenly became heavier. The younger brother is very simple and doesn't understand anything. Even if his body looks much stronger than before, his mind will definitely not grow so fast. He is still the one who would hum a song and deliver meals to them. The little Zhengtai said that they took care of each other, but in fact, as a senior sister at this time, she should take care of him. Master, don't worry, I will take good care of him. Safe travels. Rinteki left only such a sentence for the first time, and then turned back and walked into the house. In an unnamed town. The sun is shining, and the pedestrians are in a hurry. During the Taisho period, big cities had train tracks and Western-style buildings, but remote villages and towns still followed a more retro scene. Although the promulgation of the banning knife order has made the Ronin causing trouble on the street a little less, it cannot be completely eliminated, but the atmosphere of the whole society has become a little sluggish. After those guys with nothing to do lost their knives, they took up jobs like hooligans. There were merchants coming and going all over the street. In addition, those who had sticks in their hands and walked with a slap in the face. Those who are dragged are not good people. They have been in various societies for a long time, and the people are in chaos. Elder sister. In front of a flower shop, a girl with long black hair smiled and put a wreath on her sister's head. The little girl looked resentfully at her natural-looking older sister. Both of them were wearing black uniforms with yuri with butterfly patterns on the outside. Every time I go out with my sister, I have the feeling of an adult with a child. They are on a mission, why are they so relaxed? But, it's cute, isn't it? Shinobu. Butterfly Chanawi's tone was very gentle, as if she didn't see the anger on her sister's face at all. She turned around, and the proprietress of the flower shop also clapped her hands together and smiled in admiration. That is to say, this lady, your sister is really cute. Where, you are too famous, but Xia Ren is really cute. Butterfly Chanahui smiled more and more, nodded like a rattle. The proprietress saw that the atmosphere was almost over, and said casually. This wreath is only 200 yen. 200 yen, right, here it is. Butterfly Chanahui took out 200 yen from her arms without hesitation, but was snatched by her sister who jumped up, took off the garland on her head, took her hand angrily and left the place, leaving a stunned lady boss. Butterfly Chanahui pouted and said, Really, Xia Ren, why are you so strange? Buy one, it's rare to look so good. It's strange that you want to buy a wreath for 200 yen. Era? Is 200 yen expensive? Butterfly held back and covered her forehead. It seemed that she had made the right choice to assume financial power. It's just a garland. 50 yen is expensive. Who would be so stupid to buy it? Sister, do you like this? I like, no, I don't. What do you mean? I mean, it's too expensive. It's okay, I'm lucky, I just picked up a lot of money, boss, 200 yen, get me one. Butterfly endured looking at the boys and girls not far away, and fell into a life of doubt. Chapter 13 Contradiction. This face was beaten too fast, and for a while, Butterfly Forbearance was a little confused about whether there was a problem with his own values. Hey, those two kids! Butterfly Chanahui looked at the pair of boy and girl not far away with a little surprise. They were covered with aqua blue feather weave, which just covered the waist, but judging from the degree of bulging in that area, if so, it should have a sword. And this kind of haori, she had seen before. Like Xia Ren, it's a child who is going to participate in the assessment. Let's go and say hello first. Kane thought for a moment, and then showed a very easygoing smile. Sister, wait! Butterfly Forbearance quickly grabbed her sister who wanted to say hello. Really? When can I change this familiar character? Butterfly Ninja looked around. There were more or less people doing nothing on the eaves of the whole street. This has been the case since the promulgation of the abolition of knives. A large number of samurai became unemployed and became ronin. This place is very messy. Mako took the wreath with a very happy smile on his face. She originally said that the consumption here is so high, and the money she brought may not be enough. Today, she might have to find a place to sleep. Unexpectedly, the younger brother actually picked up the money again. Junior brother is really that kind of. After leaving the village, he is omnipotent. When he sleeps in the wilderness, he can hunt all kinds of prey. Where did they go to take the exam along the way? It was like traveling, eating, and drinking spicy food everywhere. However, as more and more money was collected, the amount of money spent became larger and larger. At the beginning, Shinjo, who had a fluke mentality at the beginning, began to feel a little unacceptable, and his conscience seemed to be tortured. Lin Jun, although it's not a good thing to say this, but after all, it's money you picked up. If you can, you still have to find the owner and give it back to others. We can't use it secretly for ourselves in the future. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and smiled. I see, senior sister. The two stood at the door of the flower shop, but there were peeping eyes from the alley on the side, but they didn't seem to notice it at all. The two walked in front, and then a few gangsters came out. This scene happened to be seen by the Butterfly sisters not far away. Butterfly sighed and said, those two guys are being targeted. The current social atmosphere is like this. It is very chaotic. Even she and her sister often encounter such things when they go out. However, it is not that troublesome to solve. Butterfly Chanahui looked worried and said, then we're going to help. Butterfly Ren had a helpless look on her face, she knew that her sister would not sit idly by in this situation. But those two people were too light-hearted. Were they really the ones who went to take the ghost hunter exam? You're being followed and you don't know? The two found a hotel. Before moving in, Lin Yu checked it out specially. This town is a little more prosperous than before, and the courtyards are all in the architectural style of a large family. There are various trees planted in the courtyard of the deep house. Basically, such places are equipped with dojos, and they are like the legacy of a previous era, left by some stubborn and exquisite patriarchs. Such a place is just enough for Mako to practice swordsmanship and keep her body in the best condition until the exam. After the two checked in, Lin Yu stuffed all his luggage into the room, and then knocked on Mako's door. It looks like we're being followed. As soon as the door opened, Mako had a serious look on his face. Lin Yu nodded, then said with a smile, I've seen it, but those people have already left, so don't worry. Mako breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words. She was actually thinking about how to solve it along the way. The swordsmanship she learned was used to deal with ghosts, not to conflict with people. In case of a fight, facing ordinary people, she would not be able to do that. That's good. Senior sister, you can rest here first. I'll go out and see if I can find a suitable day laborer. Working. Zhen Kim showed a guilty look when she heard the words. She frowned at Lin Yu's eyes and said, It seems that I didn't fulfill my sister's responsibilities along the way. I just let you take care of me. Lin Yu smiled nonchalantly and said, Senior sister, don't worry, you are someone who is going to take the ghost hunter exam. You can't waste your time on these chores. Besides, I'm used to it and don't find it troublesome. Mako turned around, took out a piece of paper from the package, and put it in Lin Yu's palm. Chapter 8. This is the peace talisman I asked for at the shrine before, you can bring it with you, it should bring you good luck. As she said that, she smiled and lowered her head. Speaking of which, Lin Jun has had good luck along the way. Maybe it's fine without this. However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Yu showed his usual harmless smile, looking very happy. Thank you, sister. Then he put on Haori and left the corridor with two crossed Japanese swords on his back. Mako crossed his hands, breathed a sigh of relief, showed a relieved expression, smiled and said softly, Sure enough, he's still a child. Around the outside of the hotel, 5 or 6 people with bad expressions stood outside. Those two kids don't seem to be from our town. You're rich, you actually went to Jennan's flower shop to buy flowers. Looking at the posture, the package they brought should have at least a few thousand yen in it. It is said that these few people showed greedy smiles, 2 children with a little fart, go out, and carry so much money on their bodies, what should I do, do I need to say? Wait a minute, there's no food in this restaurant, they'll definitely come out to eat when they're hungry. One of the gangsters smiled slyly. Suddenly he raised his head and saw that the exit of the alley was blocked. It was the young man who had just entered the hotel. He also had a smile on his face, and it was very bright. Since the boy appeared suddenly without warning, all the gangsters were subconsciously startled. However, what happened next made them even more unexpected. The boy didn't say a word and rushed towards them. He flew and kicked a thug to the ground, with a dull crashing sound. The bastard's eyes widened like shrimp, covering his stomach, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. You bastard! The rest of the gangsters looked shocked, turned angry, and rushed towards the kid together. Lin Yu didn't say a word, but the bright smile on his face didn't fade away. He punched out, the blood vessels on the back of his hand were abrupt, and the sound of bone dislocation was clearly heard with a click. Crooked. Chapter 14 Black Hand. Well. Lin Yu dashed again, and his knee hit someone's face like a blockbuster. At the moment of the blow, the man's twisted face and teeth flew out, mixed with blurry saliva and blood. And many more. You guy! Around the alley lie the bodies of 3 thugs, and they don't even move, and they don't know if they are alive or dead. The remaining 2 stepped back in horror, their legs trembling. At this moment, the innocent and harmless smile on the young man's face fell into the eyes of the 2 of them, just as ferocious as the devil in hell. Only then did the 2 realize that the boy's face was slightly asymmetrical with his body. Just looking at his face, he felt that he was a child, but his body was very strong, like a lion about to enter adulthood, with thin clothes. The wrapped collarbone faintly revealed a thick feeling of muscles. He rubbed his hands and stepped forward, the bones rattled, and then he ran quickly, like a cheetah preying, rushing over and hitting the abdomen of the 2 gangsters with his arms. The 2 only felt that their stomachs were stomped on by something heavy, and drowning fish opened their mouths like a drowning fish, and their saliva splashed. Then, a shocking scene happened. A boy who was only about 1.6 meters tall, with 2 strong arms around him, fiercely hugged 2 adults who weighed more than 100 pounds, and carried them on his shoulders like a sack. And many more. A soft female voice came from nowhere. Boom! The young man slammed them on the ground viciously, and there was a clear click, and the sound of a broken spine sounded. The moment the 2 of them landed on their backs, their heads froze unconsciously, and then they rolled their eyes and fainted, and their bodies twitched like skinned toads. Either crippled or dead, waiting for their ending are only these 2. When he came back to his senses, the ground of the alley was full of bloodstains, all of which flowed from the fallen body, mixed with the dust on the ground, like a small car accident scene. Someone was talking just now. Lin Yu stood up slowly, a little puzzled. He seemed to hear a voice. What did he say? Hallucinations? Forget it, leave him alone. Lin Yu shifted his gaze to the bodies on the ground who were unknown to life and death, and began to grope. 500 yen, 300 yen, 600 yen. Well, sure enough, you still have to choose such a relatively prosperous town when you go out to travel. The quality of the gangsters is different. Like the small mountain villages I went to before, I couldn't save 1,000 yen for half a day, and I always made money. Barely catching up with the flowers, the price is outrageous. Alas! At the time, he was thinking about how these poor people live in that kind of place, and he dared to say that he was a fool without money in his pocket. Is it shameful? What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, looked away from the gangster's body on the ground, and turned his head. At the corner of the alley, a figure appeared. The conspicuous butterfly feather weaving and butterfly hairpin gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The girl had short black hair, a butterfly hairpin on her head, and a butterfly feather weave. She was short and looked like a child, but with a serious expression on her lovely face, she questioned Linear Feather. You really are a professionally trained ghost hunter, right? What are you thinking about attacking ordinary people? Perhaps in order to prevent the appearance of the sword on the waist, people from the Ghost Slayer team usually wear feather weave when they go out. Different feather weave represent different breathing methods. Lin Yu and Mako were also scaled when they went out. Taki Soken first gave Haori the aqua blue, which is a symbol of the inheritor of the breath of water. Coupled with Lin Yu's unmatched strength and speed for his age, and all kinds of obvious features, it's hard not to associate him with ghost hunters. Butterfly Ninja's expression is very serious, although he is very small, but he is not afraid. Answer me. Lin Yu has been silent all the time. He wondered if he had seen this girl somewhere before. He had seen the blade of Ghost Slayer, but in the 12 years since he came to this world, he rarely went out. I really want to say it is impossible to see it completely from the perspective of God. Human memory is limited. Without reviewing it, who can remember an anime that he watched more than 10 years ago? It would be nice to remember some key information and characters. But this is the case. He still recognized the girl in front of him. The uniforms of Haori and the ghost-killing team, and the butterfly-like logos are too conspicuous. Disciples of nurturing teachers can't take action against ordinary people. What Lin Yu is doing now, it's like being caught by a passing patrolman while committing a crime. In an instant, Lin Yu came up with a solution. I was robbed. What? Butterfly endured for a moment, only to see the young man shrink his strong arms. As soon as I went out, they asked me for money and beat me if I didn't give it. I was afraid, so I gave them all the money, and they still beat me. I didn't want to get hurt, so I fought back. Butterfly Forbearance opened his mouth slightly. The bastard's body on the ground was still twitching, in stark contrast to the aggrieved and innocent look on the boy's face. There was no way she could find anyone who woke up to prove that what the person said was true. I really don't want to shoot, but I can't control my power. I think you look like a ghost hunter, you should understand. Lin Yu squatted down with a painful expression, and continued to on the gangster in a repentant tone. Butterfly is speechless. A qualified ghost hunter has at least the level of 2 or 3 strong adults. She is one of the very few with weaker strength, but after using the breathing method, she is much stronger than the average person. Not to mention the sturdy-looking young man in front of him. He was afraid that every punch had the strength of a bull. It would be really difficult for him not to hurt ordinary people with this kind of strength. In the face of Butterfly Ninja, after collecting almost 3,000 yen, Lin Yu just stood up satisfied, with a pity in his eyes. I really didn't mean it, can you help me save these people? After Butterfly Ninja listened, the whole person was stunned. Why do you want me to save the person you beat? That's right, I've also passed through this town. I haven't studied medicine, and I don't know where to go to find a doctor. As a member of the ghost killing team, you can't help but die, even if these are all scumbags, but it is also a fresh life, it can only depend on you. Lin Yu had a helpless look on his face. What does this say? Butterfly endured staring at him for a long time, and it was only after a long time that he realized that he had been tricked and was almost taken crooked. This guy is not as simple as he seems, and his heart must be black. She snorted coldly and squatted down to check the injuries of those people. She came from a family of pharmacists and naturally knew how to see a doctor. However, after the investigation, her face was extremely ugly. These people are injured in different places, either on the head or on the spine, but they have one common feature. Even if I can survive, I am afraid that it will be difficult to regain consciousness in a lifetime. Chapter 15 Go to Butterfly House? In the hotel room, Chanel Butterfly brewed a pot of flower tea with freshly boiled water. The heat rising from the glass pot quickly occupied the whole room, and the faint floral fragrance was refreshing. Mako was sitting on the tatami, and said with admiration, Lord Kanisama's scented tea is really fragrant. Where? I just learned it before. Butterfly Chanahue smiled, poured the tea in the glass pot into the utensils on the table, and then put a few small porcelain teacups into it to soak, and only poured hot tea after picking them up. This series of operations can make Mako stunned. Not long after they met, the image of an elegant and gentle big sister was quickly established in her heart. Seeing you safe and sound is really more important than anything. At that time, Xia Ren and I were a little worried when we saw a few bad guys behind you on the street. When we first met, Mako was also stunned, but after some self-introduction, Mako realized that the one in front of him turned out to be the style Butterfly Chanahue, one of the pillars of the ghost-killing team, and her sister Butterfly Shinobi was also this time. The candidates for the mountain assessment are naturally sent to look for Lin Yu. It's hard work. Really sipping the scented tea, looking flattered. Pillar level, that is the dream of every ghost hunter, this is the level of their master Rinteki Seikanji. By the way, Mr. Chanel Hui, you just said that you now run the Butterfly House. Is that the Butterfly House that provides training for the wounded? Butterfly Chanahui nodded and smiled a little embarrassedly. To be honest, I'm not the kind of person who is particularly good at fighting as you imagined. Compared with other pillars, what I do is some trivial work. No, your work is very great in my opinion. My junior brother Lin Jun just happened to be going to you to learn breathing techniques. He has a letter of recommendation from teacher Lin Taiki. Mako was a little excited, and accidentally burnt her mouth. Her tears were scalded, and she quickly puffed out her small mouth and exhaled a few times. I really didn't expect that it would take no effort to get it, but to meet the owner of the butterfly house so quickly, it seems that Lin Jun's promotion training has come to an end. Butterfly Chan Ahui was also a little stunned. Really? As a logistics organization of the headquarters branch of the ghost killing team, Butterfly House does have training to improve the breathing method. It has been upgraded from the ordinary breathing method to the normal, and the breathing method is used all the time, but the training to improve the breathing method is definitely Butterfly House is not the only place. The handwritten letter from the legendary predecessor, Shuizu, recommended the disciple to come to the Butterfly House for training. This made Butterfly Chan Ahui a little flattered. She didn't expect Butterfly House's reputation to be so great. With a creak, the tatami sliding door of the outer hall was pulled open. Sister, I'm back. Lin Yu looked very happy, holding a few warm paper packets in his hands, like food. Seeing him a little stunned, Zhen Kim introduced with a smile, although it's a little sudden, this is the style of the ghost killing team, Master Butterfly Chan Ahui, and her sister Butterfly Shinobu. I went to you just now, did you see it? With a stunned expression, Lin Yu nodded in admiration and said. Master Huazu? It's the same as in the legend, it's really beautiful, and the cute little sister who went to me just now, that's yours sister. Who's the little sister? I'm 14 years old this year. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an unpleasant voice behind him, and it was Butterfly Ninja who arrived. Little Ninja. Elder sister. Butterfly couldn't bear to glance at Chan Ahui, but she still didn't speak. Although she sometimes got a little excited and couldn't control her emotions, her upbringing was definitely not bad. Just now, when she was thinking about what to do with these people on the ground, there were a lot of big and 3 rough adults outside. They looked very fierce, they should be gang members, but when she turned around, there was no shadow of the boy. Has already run away. Chapter 9. Who's not angry about this? Butterfly Chan Ahui is just 16 years old this year. She is tall and the only adult here. Her biggest weakness is that she can't stop being praised, especially when people praise her sister. She looks at this little brother with a simple smile, immediately changed to a smiling face, and smiled very politely. You are Lin Jun, no matter what, you are too polite. Immediately, she turned around and smiled at Mako. What a lovely child. Zhen Kim nodded and said with a smile, yes, Lin Jun cooks every day for our brothers and sisters. Even though he is only 13 years old, he is really reliable. I have fulfilled my sister's responsibilities along the way. Always taken care of by him. As soon as Lin Yu was mentioned, Mako couldn't stop, and the ardent expectations in his eyes were exactly the same as those of Rinteki Xiuajin. And the advantages of Lin Yu that she unearthed are endless like the sea, from becoming a brother and sister who can't wet the bed since the age of 5, to the first person who dares to go down the river to fish and fish to subsidize the family's food people. It can be said that he has come up with all the deeds he can think of and praised. Even Lin Yu himself didn't know that he had done so many honorable things in his short 12-year life. Children who can take care of others, are kind-hearted, and are willing to study hard are undoubtedly strong and excellent, and they are simply impeccable. Hearing Chanel Butterfly is also an admiring look. Butterfly Ren, who had already labeled Lin Yu with a black hand and a black hand, was silent and speechless. Is this guy not ashamed at all? Lin Yu sat aside, his expression unchanged, and occasionally puffed out his chest when Zhen Kim praised him. Lin Jun, please take out the letter of recommendation from Master Lin Taiki. This is the owner of Butterfly House. Mako winked at Lin Yu. Good teacher, I knew you had this trick. If you want to rate Mako's operation, then Lin Yu is willing to give her 100%. After such a long foreshadowing and introduction, Butterfly Chan Ahui should know how righteous Lin Yu is, a 5 good youth with a sense of justice. With a letter of recommendation from Rinko Taki, it's hard to refuse, right? This time he finally had a chance to improve his breathing technique to the normal level. Lin Yu restrained his mood, took out a letter from his bag obediently, and handed it to Butterfly Chan Ahui with both hands. Here, please take a look. Butterfly Ren's eyes were straight. Letter of recommendation, what do you mean? Butterfly Chan Ahui opened the envelope, and after looking at it for a while, her expression changed very obviously. She was surprised, shocked, and finally calmed down. After reading it, she said with a smile, "Forgot to tell you, Xia Ren, this Lin Jun was recommended by the former master Shuizu, Mr. Lin Taki, to our butterfly house for breathing training. He is very special." Special? Go to our butterfly house. Chapter 16 The original intention of becoming a ghost killer. Looking at the bright smile on the young man's face, Butterfly Endure was 10,000 unwilling in his heart. Isn't letting him into the butterfly house lead the wolf into the room? Xia Ren, Lin Jun is only 13 years old this year. Everyone in our ghost killing team is like a family. As a sister, you must guide him well. Is this 13? Butterfly Ren's heart has collapsed a little. She is only about 1.4 meters tall. This guy is obviously more than 1.6 meters tall, and from this guy's body, Butterfly Ren feels that he has seen the strongest man in the ghost killing team. She is also the savior of the two sisters, the shadow of Master Yanzu's lamentation. The body is strong and has a rocky texture just by looking at it. Sorry, I can't accept it. I won't take care of this matter, and I won't intervene, but I trust my sister's judgment. You can do as you like. Butterfly took a deep breath, calmed down, glanced at Lin Yu vigilantly, and then got up and went out. First, she is not the owner of the butterfly house. Second, this incident involves the water column of her predecessor, and she is not qualified to speak before she has become an official team member. Butterfly Chanel Megami showed a slightly apologetic look. Xia Ren is a little afraid of life, but she is a good child with a kind heart. After speaking, she sorted out the envelope, and the expression on her face became solemn. At this time, her sense of oppression as a style came to her face. She was no longer like the kind of big sister next door who was very talkative, but on the contrary, she was very solemn and serious. Mako and Lin Yu are sitting, and they all look like they are facing a great enemy. They all know that it is time for Chanahui to make a real decision. Obviously this is Lin Yu's business, but Mako's nervous palms overflow sweat. I have already read Mr. Lin Taki's letter. After that, I will hand it over to the Lord for the purpose. However, as the owner of Butterfly House, I still want to confirm with Lin Jun one thing, okay? Lin Yu nodded. What is the original intention of Lin Jun to become a ghost killer? Lin Taki teacher mentioned in the letter that when all the disciples mentioned ghosts, they all looked like pain or hatred, but only Lin Jun was different. Teacher Lin Taki said, I need to test the school myself, and only after passing the test can you enter the butterfly house to practice. What was written in Lin Taki's letter is the real Lin Yu. After more than 10 years of observation, Lin Yu is not only physically qualified to be a ghost killer, but more importantly, his heart. Very indifferent, it seems that nothing is on the mind. He has no hatred for ghosts, and he has no ambition to save innocent lives. It is difficult for such a person to let his teammates hand over their backs to him. Original intention? Live. No wonder. Such an answer is impossible. You calm down. Lin Jun. Mako screamed in her heart, why did Mr. Lin Taki set up obstacles in such a place? It was only one step away. She knew her younger brother very well. Lin Yu was more eager to live than anyone else, but this is very important for those who are keen to give. For the Ghost Slayer team, this is absolutely a wrong answer. She just wanted to hold the teacup in both hands, take a sip, and take the opportunity to take a picture of Lin Yu, but it was too late, and Lin Yu spoke without hesitation. She was really desperate. Love and peace. Jump! Butterfly Ninja outside the door knocked his forehead against the door frame. Snapped. The teacup in Mako's hand fell to the floor. Butterfly Chan Ahui tilted her head slightly, a smile appeared on her face again, and said softly. Lin Yu stood up with a firm look, and then said righteously, when I think that there are still thousands of people in this world under the infestation of evil spirits, I can't sleep and eat, and I hate myself for not having strength. If I can become strong enough, I think I should end all this in my lifetime, expel all ghosts from the world, and create a world full of love and peace where no one is hurt. This is what I want to be a ghost hunter. Original intention. Butterfly Chan Ahui took a deep breath and looked at the young man with a sense of justice in front of her. She thought of the players who entered the Ghost Slayer team with such a beautiful vision. Picked up the Sun Blade and fought a brutal battle. Now she is too ashamed to say this kind of juvenile blood, and everyone will laugh when she says it. But she is so moved. This is the most standard answer if you want to enter the ghost-killing team. Sister, don't listen to that guy, he lied to you, his heart is black. Butterfly endured sitting outside the door, holding his head in his hands, very painful. She recalled that when she checked the wounds for the gangsters just now, the wounds with bones were basically shattering wounds, and there was no possibility of healing. This kind of injury was more severe than those of the team members who were injured in the battle with evil spirits. It's even worse, and now the body has been taken away. How can she prove to her sister that this guy is an out-and-out devil? If this guy can master Changshong's breathing method. You are qualified, Lin Jun, I will always take care of you until the next Fuji Zishan training. Butterfly Chan Ahui looked at Lin Yu with admiration. Lin Yu nodded solemnly, and sat down neither humble nor arrogant. Where, Mr. Style has made a rude praise. Afterwards, Butterfly Chan Ahui exhaled a breath and stretched a little. The curve was very graceful against the uniform of the ghost-killing team. She was the kind of beauty who would attract attention wherever she went. That lazy look, gentle and very friendly. Hey, this way, the work is finally over, Miss Mako. How about you go back with me and Xia Ren? It just so happens that she should also participate in the assessment of Fuji Zishan. Mako was still immersed in Lin Yu's performance just now. What is love and peace? Junior brother, are you serious about changing the festival so quickly? It was difficult for her to understand why the junior fellow who had always lived as an ordinary person became a noble person who cared about the country and the people. As a result, she looked a little absent-minded, but after reminding her, Butterfly Chan Ahui came back to her senses. This, not very good. If people find out that I have contact with Master Style, my subsequent participation in the assessment will have a bad impact on your reputation. This is also the reason why the cultivators usually ask the disciples to participate in the exam by themselves instead of accompanying them. It is to ensure the rigor of the screening process and to enter the ghost-killing team through relationships. It was a catastrophic blow for his teammates. Chapter 17. Good evening. Lin Yu was stupid, and subconsciously glanced at Mako. Why refuse? Zhu Ji took the initiative to send him to the door to be a bodyguard. This means that in the future, there is no need to ask someone to ask where Lu Teng Zishan is, and you will no longer have to worry about whether you will be attacked by ghosts when you sleep, and since it is a column level, it will be accompanied by things like food expenses and so on. It should be free, after all, it is impossible for such a big person to let them pay for this kind of hardship. Behind the Butterfly Chan Ahui is the Sanyashiki family, one of the best chaebols. Lin Yu tried hard and thought hard. In the end, he only saw a life of being nurtured, a life without food and clothing, a future of triumph, and a successful life with everything. The class jump waved in front of him like an angel, so much so that it was difficult for him to understand the difficulty of senior sister. It's finally rude. Lin Yu put his hands on his knees and spoke in a heavy tone. Senior sister, Master Huazu may have his own considerations. We have been sleeping in the wild for a month, and we will not talk about problems such as no place to bathe and hunger. Every day we worry about whether we will encounter powerful evil spirits. Fortunately, I was lucky today and found a lot of money, but what about in the future? How could a person with a loving heart like Master Huazu watch the future of the Ghost Slayer team in danger? Is it so miserable? Butterfly Chan Ahui was stunned. With a look of sympathy, she didn't expect it. On the way, these two people were actually sleeping in the wilderness. Still not enough to eat? Lin Jun, you. Kama is also stupid. Lin Yu crossed his hands. Senior sister, don't talk. I believe that in the eyes of Master Huazu, everyone's life is extremely precious, and death represents the killing of the future a person should have. I'm not thinking about it for myself. In the future, if there is really a person who has the qualification to become a pillar, and is strangled in such a place when he is still weak, all we lose is life, but what this world loses is precious fighting power against evil spirits. This is irreparable. If Master Lamentation was here, he would definitely say something like what a pure and innocent warrior with tears in his eyes. Butterfly Chan Ahui sorted out her thoughts. She felt that the 13-year-old boy in front of her was very thoughtful, simple but stable. He was much better than the average peers, let alone peers, even if he was a style. It is impossible for her to consider this level. Miss Mako, what Lin Jun said makes sense. Come with us. No, it should be. As a pillar, I have the responsibility to take you out of this dangerous place. Butterfly Chana Megami's expression is very serious. It took me a long time before I nodded, and I always felt that something was wrong. Did they suffer so badly? Why does she feel that after leaving the village, the quality of life is much better than before? After all, Lin Jun can pick up money every day and even hunt. Soon, the Butterfly sisters checked in at this hotel. The sky was approaching evening, and it was inconvenient to travel today, so the four of them agreed to leave early the next day. During the period, there is naturally a more classic bridge, that is, Mako was dragged by Butterfly Chana away to go to the hot spring together. Lin Yu lifted the curtain that said men's soup, soaked in a large circle by himself, and relieved the day's stress. I was tired, and I could hear the sound of laughter coming from the next door. Girls are so happy when they take a bath. The topic of and small is so sensitive outside, but when you get here, you can get started directly. I really don't understand their brain circuits. This time, as a man. Is it time to peep like a true gentleman? Or be a tortoise with a shrinking head and regret it for a lifetime? Lin Yu thought for a while. Just when he was about to make a decision, a voice came from the opposite side of the wooden board behind him. It was Butterfly Ninja, which sounded gentle and indifferent. If you dare to peep, I will kill you. Lin Yu got up. There was just a gap in the board at the oblique corner. Normal people know that as long as they put their eyes on the gap, they can see the situation on the opposite side, and they don't know which gentleman left it. A few more feet. Okay. Lin Yu turned around and left the male soup without looking back. Humph, what are you thinking? He is a 13-year-old young lady who is not interested in women. He wouldn't do such a thing as peeping. The moonlight outside the hotel was cold, and the long street was empty. Lin Yu wore a thin blue and white bathrobe and carried 2 knives on his back. He slowly removed the fox mask on the top, and the corners of his eyes depicted by Dan Cai were filled with furious flames. In a private house on the corner of the town, several thugs guarded the house inside and outside. Scarface, who was sitting in the center, stabbed the big knife on the table viciously. I've been in this place for so long, and I haven't encountered such a strange thing. Gennan was beaten at the gate of the town today, and he was carried back half dead. Now 5 people have been beaten. Sasaki, You were not at that time. Are you there? You say, what are they going to do? Chapter 10. Sasaki looked at the 5 people who were lying on the side as if they were dead, and said with a lingering fear, Brother, they seem to be looking for a pair of strange teenagers and girls who entered the town to collect money. Find 2 little brats to collect money. Sasaki nodded and said, Well, those 2 little guys looked like they were very rich, and they were very generous. Even the black-hearted goods bought by Zhang Nan's wife could not hesitate to buy them. At that time, they brought these 5 brothers back. I asked when I was there, the boy and the girl are staying at a nearby hotel, should we arrest them and ask about the situation? Scarface waved his hand and said, You go. After Sasaki left, he turned his gaze to a dull-looking little black charcoal head in the corner, and immediately showed a look of disgust. What's the matter? It hasn't been sold today. The subordinate on the side said, Brother, people say that this child looks a little abnormal, like a dead person. I have been starving her for 2 days, she didn't say a word, just sat there like that, motionless of. Speaking of taking his life, his subordinates showed a somewhat horrified look. I have been in the human trafficking industry for so many years, and I have never seen such a strange child. Scarface said with a displeased face, Tomorrow, I will find a monk to help sell it, so those guys who think it is evil will not mind, really. I finally bought it from her parents at a huge price. I originally planned to sell it to Yoshihara, but I can't even say a word, it's really bad luck. Clang! The door was pushed open. Scar's face was stunned, and his tone trembled, What happened? 2 knives came in, followed by a figure wearing a strange fox mask, with an indescribably happy tone. Yo, good evening. Chapter 18 No Evidence. Who are you? Scarface and the other little gangsters in the house all looked like they were on the verge of an enemy. However, the unknown stranger who suddenly broke in did not reply, and walked to the corner with a leisurely stride. I don't know where to take out a ribbon and tied it to Ziotanta's eyes. Don't look kid, turn around. Ziotanta's body was moved by him, and he was very obedient and motionless. Butterfly Ninja finished bathing, and immediately became alert after finding that the guy was not in the room. This time, we must catch the evidence that the guy did something bad. After the breathing method was turned on, the sensory system became instantly sensitive. Butterfly Shinobu put on night clothes and turned over to the dwelling. He ran in a place with a wider field of vision, and his eyes kept paying attention to the street below. It's just that there is no electricity in this kind of town. At night, almost only a small part of the houses will light up, and the rest of the place is basically pitch dark. Under such circumstances, it is really difficult to find a person among the residential groups with an estimated radius of several kilometers. Where is that guy? Butterfly Wren thought so, and suddenly frowned. She was on the roof, and she smelled a smell while she was speeding. Among the row of pitch-black private houses shrouded in moonlight, there was a flickering yellow light. A figure as dexterous as a butterfly jumped down from the beam, and Yuri fluttered. Butterfly Wren frowned tightly. For a moment, she thought that she had come to the crime scene where the evil ghost committed the crime, and the smell of blood was too heavy. After lighting the fire, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The doors outside these houses are all wooden boards that stand up and spliced together. At this moment, the wooden boards have been smashed, and there are shadows lying under the potholes. She felt as if the soles of her feet had touched something, and subconsciously moved Hwachiza to the ground in front of her. He was horrified to see a pair of wide-eyed, gangster-like people staring at the sky, with a shocking knife mark on his neck. This guy is lying on the ground here and there, with obvious knife marks all over his body, like pieces of tofu that have been cut open and collapsed on the street. There are at least more than 30. All died. Candles are lit in the house. Butterfly Shinobi saw a child with a cloth covering his eyes squatting against the corner of the wall, motionless. The candles fluttered in the wind, and the shadows on the walls swayed. The whole street, except for this little kid. No one is alive. Early the next morning, the group was finally ready to leave the place. There was another expressionless little girl in the original team of 4, and Mako had a sense of seeing Tomioka Yoshi. After the introduction of Butterfly-chan Ahui, I learned that this child was rescued by Butterfly Shinobi from human traffickers last night. The folks during the Taisho period were not very peaceful, and it was impossible to mention the control of such remote areas. Those Ronin who had nothing to do started to rob houses and sell people. This kind of thing is naturally very sad, but this kind of thing can only be hoped by the government. They ghost hunters have their own things to do. Now the parents of this child can't be found, they can only take them on the road together. The implication is that they decided to take in this poor child. Mako naturally would not object. Lin Yu directly applauded. Ruined this somewhat heavy atmosphere. As expected of Mr. Style, your character is really admirable. Is this the column level? I must become a person like you in the future. His eyes are very serious, not hypocritical at all, and the tone of his speech is full of energy, like an oath, full of seriousness. After a continuous compliment, Chana Butterfly, who was still a little lost, turned slightly red, and the gentle purple eyes were a little embarrassed and dodged. Where, this, that? Mako looked into his eyes, and the corners of his eyes slightly curled up. Originally, I thought that the younger brother was not familiar with the world, but I didn't expect that he was quite right, and he immediately grasped the psychology of Master Hwazu. It seems that the survival of the younger brother in the butterfly house will not need her to worry about in the future. Only Butterfly Forbearance looked at Lin Yu with more and more vigilance. This time, it wasn't that there were evil spirits committing the crime. She didn't smell the breath of evil spirits at the scene. Second, the evil ghosts killed only for food, but so many corpses were placed there intact, those guys wandered everywhere and wished that the ghost-killing team could not find them. How could they openly leave them all there on the street? And Butterfly Ninja searched. All the belongings on those corpses were there, but one thing was missing. That is the wallet. There are more than 30 corpses, and there is not even a single coin in the collection. Then I think of the previous guy who said that he was robbed, and then found money from the corpses, and put it into his pocket in a grand manner. Butterfly Shinobu understood everything. 9 times out of 10, it was Lin Yu who did it, and he was killing people. However, she had no evidence, and the little girl she brought back couldn't even say a word. Lin Yu noticed the gaze from Butterfly Ninja, and it was a little strange, because she was pulling the newly brought back little girl back, as if she was afraid that the little girl would get close to him. It's better not to provoke it. To be honest, with the inexplicable affinity of Butterfly-chan Ahui, anyone can't help but approach her, but once they do get close, Butterfly Ninja, the younger sister, will jump out immediately. This is a complete sister-in-law. Don't look at Butterfly-chan Ahui, who is only 16 years old this year, and Butterfly Shinobi is only 14 years old. The children of this era are very precocious. Some teenage children will call them mom and dad, not to mention the members of the ghost-killing team. Their experience and emotional intelligence are not low. In order to ensure that he would not be scolded for being hypocritical, and that he could behave like other 13-year-old children, with a sense of youthful purity, Lin Yu spent a lot of thought and tried to behave like a head post. Although it can be embarrassing in terms of blood, but the heart is good, at most people think he is a little stupid or stunned, but they will never hate him or reject him because of this. It's not unfounded that a young man with a righteous heart is often the protagonist. You must know that in this world, both bad people and good people like to make friends with good people. Lin Yu felt that he only needed to follow this performance. His goal was to improve breathing, not to make friends. Since Butterfly Wren was wary of him, he would try not to provoke him, and he would not take the initiative to talk to her, just be himself. Things will do. Chapter 19 The Butterfly House. House of Wisteria. This is the name of the organization that provides assistance to ghost hunters. Generally, there will be a word vine on the gate, surrounded by things with the words leaves and flower spikes. Evil ghosts have existed for thousands of years, but most people in this world do not know ghosts, and there are very few people who have seen ghosts and survived. Therefore, the existence of the Ghost Hunter organization is extremely hidden. They are like unsung heroes lurking in the dark, who will never be known to the world, fighting against some hidden powerful and evil existence. Ordinary ghosts, whether strong or not, are all alone. They are very afraid of death and dare not eat people upright. They are sneaky operators who eat people. Moreover, ghosts cannot reproduce. Their number is limited and the base is far away. Much smaller than human beings, even a fraction of the human beings in the entire world cannot reach it. Therefore, encountering a ghost is only a probabilistic event, and the probability is very small. Ghost killing teams don't have ghosts to kill every day. They usually calculate the sudden disappearance of people in a certain area, and then determine the specific location and find ghosts to kill, rather than actively looking for ghosts. Mako and Lin Yu were worried about whether they would suddenly encounter evil ghosts along the way, but the actual situation was that most of the troubles they encountered were caused by humans, and they didn't even see the shadow of the ghost. The group finally arrived at the butterfly house without incident. The person who opened the door was Aunt Keiko of Butterfly House, a woman in her 50s. Since Butterfly Chanahui was already a style, she had to deal with many daily affairs, so she could not always take into account the Butterfly House. Therefore, she and Butterfly Shinobi are the main resident medical staff in Butterfly House. The moment she saw Lin Yu and Mako, she showed a kind smile. Is this the Lin Jun and Miss Mako mentioned in the letter by Kanai Hui? Well, hello Aunt Keiko. Both of them greeted politely, and then the group entered the room. Mako opened his eyes in admiration as if he had entered the Grand View Garden. The architecture of this butterfly house is entirely in a conservative retro style, without the slightest splendor, but the taste is definitely top-notch Japanese style. There are lush green pine trees in the courtyard, and the koi and goldfish in the Zaizu pond add a touch of vitality to the surrounding scenery. When the entrance is opened, a lush flower bed is planted outside the gate. When cherry blossoms are planted, it is the splendid season, and the petals just fall, swaying the mind. Shanna Hui is good at flower and tea ceremony, and she takes care of every plant and tree here. These goldfish are kept in captivity by Xia Ren. Don't look at the child's coldness on the surface, but he is really gentle on the inside. Butterfly Chanahui has to go back to her room to write a letter to the ghost-killing team to report the situation, and Lin Yu's recommendation letter is naturally given to her. Small matters must be reported to the Lord, Yashiki. Butterfly Ninja took the little girl to take a bath. The remaining Aunt Keiko naturally took Mako and Lin Yu to stroll around the butterfly house, and introduced some internal situations. Lord Style is indeed an elegant and beautiful woman. Mako had a look of longing and envy on his face. No girl can refuse beautiful things. She was overjoyed for a few days when she got the mask adorned with petals. When she didn't wear it, she chose to pin it on her head because it would look cute. In her past knowledge, she always felt that the ghost hunter was similar to the predator, and the column level should be as rigid and powerful as the master. But the existence of Butterfly Chanahui obviously subverted her cognition. She is not only a beautiful woman who speaks softly, but also has so many skills, elegant and powerful, which is the ultimate goal of all women's longing. Looking at the senior sister who looks like a little fangirl, like a curious child, she glanced at the left side with her bare feet, and glanced at the right side. Lin Yu smiled, and he was also happy for a while. I thought something would happen in the middle of it, but I didn't expect to come in so smoothly. The resources here are much better than those of Shaowu Mountain. As long as he can cultivate in this place with peace of mind, how strong can he become in the future? Really looking forward to it. At this time, he noticed a different room in the butterfly house, close to the dojo. Although the door was tightly closed, the three of them could smell a faint medicinal smell when they walked in the corridor. This is Xiren's pharmacy. She is really good. She started dispensing medicine when she was 8 years old. The children who came to Butterfly House for treatment used the medicine she made, and they finally recovered. Butterfly Ninja's pharmacy? Does that mean there might be wisteria poison in there that kills ghosts? Lin Yu thought of this for the first time. After all, Butterfly Ninja grew up to be the only one among all the pillars who could not cut off a ghost's head. Her strength was too small, so she was extremely talented and developed another ghost-killing method. The road, poisoned with wisteria flowers. What Lin Yu did in Shaowu Mountain before was just a parody of Butterfly Ninja. What can kill ghosts is the wisteria flower solution toxin prepared by Butterfly Ninja. Can unprocessed wisteria flowers really kill ghosts? The dead ghost is yet to be investigated. But I'm sorry, Xiaoren generally doesn't let others into her pharmacy, so I can't take you in to visit. Aunt Keiko smiled. Lin Yu nodded, feeling a little pity, and wrote down this place secretly. Next is the observation of the dojo. Butterfly House's dojo will be Lin Yu's main activity place next. There are all kinds of exercise equipment in it, wooden knives for training are hung on the left and right, many things like circles are painted with lime on the wooden boards, and paper is pasted on the wall to introduce training methods, supplemented by pictures, basically no use. You can learn how to use it quickly. Chapter 11. The new batch of wounded has all healed, and there is no one here for the time being. Kaname has said that she can't help Lin Jun with the swordsmanship of the breath of water. You need to get used to the training environment here, and she will teach it later. How to improve your breathing method? Lin Yu nodded. He understood that the assessment of butterfly endurance was imminent. As her sister, Chana Hui was definitely more nervous than anyone else. How could she still have the mind to guide others? After returning to their respective rooms, Mako knocked on Lin Yu's door. The two sat at a table. Tomorrow, I'm leaving here, Lin Jun, you have to cultivate here. Chapter 20, The Assessment Begins. Mako's face was full of a gentle smile, exactly the same as Rinteki Seikanji's smile before he left. Sister, can't you see it? I have become very strong now, and I am no longer the child who only stood beside you and envied me. Consoled by a child with such eyes, Lin Yu fell silent. Don't blame Mr. Rinteki. When he wrote that letter of recommendation, he had to consider the overall situation. To become a ghost hunter is not only responsible for himself, but also for his companions. No firm heart is no way. I have it. Lin Yu looked a little bewildered. Mako looked at it, but smiled helplessly. Lin Jun, you don't need to act in front of me. Among the children adopted by the master, you are the only one who is different from everyone else. Sometimes you are very mature, and sometimes you look like a small child. Sometimes I really can't figure out which one is you. What you said to Master Style at that time must have been a lie. Lin Yu was stunned for a while, then smiled, raised his head and looked into Mako's eyes. But, senior sister, you didn't expose me. This may be the first time the two of them have heart-to-heart. Two teenage children, they go far away and support each other along the way. Many times, when he wakes up from his sleep, he will be wearing the Haori of the real wildflower. She really fulfilled the obligations and responsibilities of the role of senior sister. Even if she noticed that Lin Yu was lying in front of the flower column, she did not speak out of consideration for the future of junior and senior. Rinteki-sensei cannot do this. As the water column of his predecessor, he must maintain absolute justice. Between the ghost-killing squad and junior brother, this girl chose the latter without hesitation. Because I believe, Lin Jun, you may have a lot to hide, but you will never betray your friends. I don't know why you are so persistent in becoming stronger all of a sudden, but… Zhen Kam's tone was suddenly a little excited, and the expression on his face was also very solemn, as if he was eager for an answer. It must be used for good things. Lin Yu's expression was calm, and his eyes were deep as if he had entered the sea. Finally, nodded. As if relieved, Mako smiled again. The next day. Cherry blossoms are blooming in this warm season, but the whole butterfly house seems a little lonely because of the small number of people. After being cleaned by Butterfly Ninja, the small charcoal head turned into a porcelain doll carved in pink and jade, wrapped in a cherry blossom-colored kimono, standing under the tree and looking at the square sky, occasionally like a cute little dumpling. He was chasing the butterflies in the yard expressionlessly. Chestnut blossoms fall on Chanel, it's the child's name. Butterfly Chanewi's tone was a little proud, and the neatly dressed butterfly was a little speechless. After all, the name was decided by her sister after a careful coin toss, and she couldn't say anything. The key is, this child can't speak, not only can't get evidence about Lin Yu's murder from her mouth, but also doesn't know her name, which makes Butterfly endure very distressed. What a lovely kid! Mako put on a fox mask on his head, and put on a cherry-colored flower petal kimono, with a black training vest on the outside, and a sun blade around his waist. Everyone stood at the door. Today is the day when Butterfly Ninja and Mako went to Mount Fujisaki to take part in the assessment. Butterfly-chan Ahui looked around and asked in surprise, "Hey, what about Lin Jun?" Mako smiled and said, "He is a very hard-working person, and he has been in the dojo since yesterday." After she talked with Lin Yu yesterday, Lin Yu couldn't wait to get into the dojo. After that, Mako was also a little curious about Lin Yu's current strength, so he went in to act as a sparring partner for him. She was surprised. Now Lin Yu's various averages are far higher than the average senior brothers, only slightly worse than Kyuntu. He has grown to this level in just 1 or 2 months. Lin Yu's explanation was that maybe he was a late bloomer and only started growing now. In other words, he was a late bloomer, which was also recognized by Rinteki Zukinji. What else can I say? Lin Yu is like the rabbit. This kind of talent is like a guy who grows on his body. It really makes people unable to help but doubt themselves. Really? I can't be envious. However, Lin Jun may not yet meet the training target of the dojo. When I went to see him in the morning, he seemed to be blowing the gourd, which was a bit difficult. Is that so? That's really difficult. Butterfly Chanel was surprised for a while. Gourd training is one of the most effective ways to exercise regular breathing. You can exercise your lung capacity by constantly blowing air into the closed gourd, and you can finally achieve success by blowing the gourd. This kind of terrifying thing is naturally unthinkable for most people. Dare to think about it, but this is just an assessment method for the breathing method in the constant middle. The essence of the ghost-killing team is to cultivate superhuman beings who are abnormal in all indicators, and the column level is the abnormal in the abnormal. According to Butterfly Chanewi's perception, even if Lin Yu wants to blow the smallest gourd, it takes about 2 months of training, which is still under the premise of being extremely talented. Didn't he send you? Zhen Kim showed a slightly embarrassed smile and said, "No, we don't pay attention to this kind of thing. The master said that once he enters that kind of cultivation state, it will be difficult to get away to deal with other things. And I don't want him either. Distracted by my business." Butterfly-chan Ahui smiled calmly and said, "Miss Mako, she is really a gentle person." The facts were in front of her, and her intuition told her that she might have seen the wrong person before. Lin Yu's pursuit of power is higher than his personal emotions and the feelings of the people around him, and his purpose is very strong. Even if he has persistent beliefs, he will inevitably ignore the feelings of others. He will definitely become stronger, but this kind of strength, Channa Butterfly doesn't quite agree with him. In contrast, she appreciates the character of Mako, who considers everything for others. Zhen Kim blushed and said, "Where, I am the one who was taken care of along the way, Lin Jun will ask you." As she said that, she bowed slightly and took the first step on the path outside the wall lined with wooden planks. Butterfly Forbearance waited for her to walk away before frowning beside Butterfly Chan Ahui and said, "Sister, let alone Miss Mako, I still think there is something wrong with that guy, you have to be careful. When it happened in the alley that night, she actually told Chan Ahui all about it afterwards. Butterfly Chan Ahui was naturally surprised and felt that it was definitely not something that a simple and righteous teenager like Lin Yu could do, and she never believed it. She is also very helpless, there is no evidence. I'll pick you up after the exam. Butterfly Chan Ahui did not respond to this question, but just smiled and touched Butterfly Shinobi's head. Chapter 21 The Shocked Butterfly Chanel Megami. Butterfly House, Dojo. In front of the closed door, the afternoon sun shines in, and it is very quiet. Dong dong dong. The sound of footsteps on the floor kept ringing, swift and dull. Lin Yu threw the wooden knife in his hand like a broken arrow, then stepped on the ground with his right foot, his knees bent like a spring, and he stretched out his right hand to chase the handle of the knife. The tip of the knife stopped when it was about halfway through the circle. After repeating it a few times, the distance between the tip of the knife and the border was gradually shortened. Amazing! At this moment, there was a sound from the other side of the door. Lin Yu withdrew the knife, and looked a little indifferent under his broad eyebrows. Megami Butterfly, who covered her mouth, was taken aback by his eyes. It was a hunter's ruthless look, completely different from the usual gentle and righteous boy. It turned out to be master style. What's the matter? Lin Yu naturally restrained his hostility and smiled. After receiving Rinteki Seikanji's training, he has developed a strong sense of vigilance. During the training process, he regards everything that moves around him as a threat. This is the basic common sense of swordsmen. Butterfly Chan Ahui slowly opened the door, walked into the dojo, and then said sincerely, Miss Mako has left. Lin Yu nodded, but there was no expression on his face. Butterfly Chanel Megami was a little surprised. Aren't you worried? There will be real ghosts in the exams of Fujitsuyama. Didn't Rinteki-sensei tell you that? If Butterfly Ninja insisted on participating in the selection, she would never have let her younger sister enter Fuji-i Mountain. Lin Yu put down the wooden knife. Wearing the white kimono for training gave a slightly mature feeling to this young man. His figure was much taller than that of a 13-year-old child, more like a 16-year-old child. He turned to the neatly placed gourds and picked up one of them. I'm worried, but my worry doesn't solve the problem. After speaking, he opened the lid of the gourd, took a deep breath, and exhaled inward, his entire face flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The chest cavity was like a boulder pressed against it, and the cheeks were aching. Butterfly Chanel wants to say something else. Suddenly, with a pop, the expression on her face froze. Exploded. The slightly smaller gourd in Lin Yu's hand actually exploded. This is the embodiment of the introduction to Chongzhong breathing. You got it. Lin Yu slipped the gourd that exploded in his hand, smiled slightly. It can't be considered to be mastered, right? The training methods are written in Master Huazu's dojo, and how to improve the breathing method he has learned, as long as you practice hard. Just a moment. Practice hard. How long have you been practicing? Butterfly Chan Ahui looked at the young man in shock, and a tired feeling appeared in his eyes. Could it be that there has been no interruption since last night until now? No. Even so, to master the secrets of breathing routines in just one day, can this be achieved by hard work alone? She hasn't taught anything yet, she just realized the one-day entry from the instructions written in the dojo? I don't know the time, but it's pretty tiring. Lin Yu smiled wearily, and then walked to the second gourd. And many more. Butterfly Chan Ahui stretched out her hand, just about to stop it, but unfortunately one step late. Lin Yu had already puffed up and started blowing at the gourd that was about the size of 2 slaps. Call. This time Lin Yu felt that his chest was squeezed more strongly, and his lungs felt as uncomfortable as being pressed down by a 100-pound boulder. Butterfly Chan Ahui looked at his blushing face, the blood vessels on his arms were abrupt, the muscle lines were bulging, and he used brute force purely. She understood that Lin Yu didn't actually grasp it. This gourd, it's not like that. You have to blow it all at once. Continuous pressurization is nothing short of reckless. Even the column level can't have such perverted lung power. Lin Jun. How to use this? Jump. The gourd is broken. Butterfly Chinawi's embarrassed smile solidified on her face, like petrification. A look of joy appeared on Lin Yu's face, and he was completely unaware of what outrageous things he had done just now. He put the second gourd back and picked up the third gourd, which was half the size of a human being. Call. Chapter 12. This time, it was more difficult than the previous 2 times. The moment Lin Yu blew it down, he felt as if his lungs had been thrown into the vacuum packaging machine. All-round suffocation came upon his face, and he continued to exhale. His brain was temporarily deprived of oxygen. After trying several times, Lin Yu finally let go of the gourd's mouth. It's still not quite right. He turned his head, a little puzzled. Butterfly Chan Ahui lowered his head silently, making it difficult to see his expression. Lord Huazu, what's wrong? Lin Jun, I think Lin Taki's evaluation of you is still conservative. You are not a talented person. If you continue like this, you will definitely become a pillar, and perhaps the youngest in the history of the Ghost Slayer team. A column of water. In just 10 minutes, Lin Yu's performance allowed Chan Ahui to directly refresh her understanding of genius. This word was used by Xing Ming and by Minjiao before. It only took her a month to master the trick of breathing, and she also created her own breathing method. It only took too short to master Changzhong. In a month, the most difficult thing in Changzhong was getting started, and the follow-up was directly improved steadily after being proficient in use, so it took her 2 months to get started. But the young man in front of him already has the strength of the entry-level Changzhong breathing without mastering the tricks of Changzhong breathing, which means that his physical quality is not of the same order of magnitude even compared to the column level, he is a monster level. Generally speaking, this kind of outrageous thing will not appear in human beings, if I really want to say, unless a human has the physical quality of a ghost. You try to catch me, just in this circle. Butterfly Chan Ahui stood in the circle with a dignified expression. This is part of the training, chasing games. In the past, the training and improvement were all handled by Butterfly Ninja. In the speed part alone, her sister has far surpassed the ghost-killing team A-level player. But, even so, Xia Ren might not be able to outrun Lin Jun, who can catch that kind of flying knife. It is good. Start. Breath of flowers. Butterfly Chan Ahui's butterfly feathers fluttered slightly, and the graceful figure disappeared in place. When she turned around, her face changed suddenly. During the high-speed movement, Lin Yu did not fall at all, even half a point faster than her, and the strong right hand was about to grab the corner of her Yuri's clothes. Breath of flowers. Changzhong. Chapter 22 Lin Yu's backhand. So fast. Lin Yu was shocked in his heart. In the daytime, he actually had a test with Mako. Mako was a quasi-A-level player in terms of speed, but it was actually quite slow in Lin Yu's eyes. However, the assessment was imminent, so he couldn't put any unnecessary pressure on Mako at this time, so he deliberately showed his weaker strength. Facing Butterfly Chan Ahui at this moment, he didn't hold back at all. As soon as he shot, he was at his peak speed. Just when he thought he was about to catch Butterfly Chan Ahui, she suddenly disappeared in front of Lin Yu. It's really like the kind of erratic butterfly that is extremely fast. The moment it is about to be caught, it flows out of the hand. Is this the speed of the column? However, he didn't know that the shock of Butterfly Chanel was above him. Forget about other things, her speed is ranked among the top ranks of the entire ghost-killing team, at least in the top 3 ranks. In this way, she faces a person who is not even an ordinary player, not even an ordinary player. A person who masters regular breathing actually has to use the extreme speed to avoid it. Lin Jun, you shouldn't use all your strength, let's try it. Butterfly Chan Ahui looked at Lin Yu with a somewhat uncertain tone. If the gourd just now could be blown up, it would prove that Lin Yu should have stronger lung strength. The principle of breathing method is that the stronger the breathing of the lungs, the stronger the physical limit that can be raised. Lin Yu was silent, he did have a backer. Lord Style, this is a bit inconvenient to display. Butterfly Chan Ahui rarely frowned and said, why? She is not someone who likes to persecute others, but after joining the ghost-killing team, everyone will have a certain determination to win or lose. It is impossible for people without determination to become stronger in this environment, but she is covering it up. That's it. Now Lin Yu has aroused this kind of psychology in her. It's because of the clothes. I can't show my full strength wearing this training suit, but I've searched for it. It seems that there is no larger size training suit in this dojo. Clothing. Butterfly Chanel Megami showed a puzzled look. Lin Yu nodded. In fact, his body has grown a lot during the long-term training. The power provided by the system is in line with common sense. The more power he has, the stronger his body is, and the more food he needs. In order to keep himself like a 13-year-old boy, he has been using a certain mechanism of the system to suppress the natural growth of his body, which is similar to the bone shrinking exercise. To be honest, I also want to know where my limits are. Since Master Style said so, please forgive me for my gaffe. Butterfly Chanawi's face suddenly turned red, and Lin Yu lifted his upper body clothes expressionlessly in sight. Under the fair skin is the flowing muscle texture of the vest line, just like the exquisite work carved by a certain artist. It is difficult to imagine that such a figure will appear on a 13-year-old boy of about 1.6 meters. You know, the childishness on his face hasn't faded away, and he looks like a child. Lin Jun, you are. Butterfly Chan Ahui hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands. Strictly speaking, she was just a girl who had just turned 16. No matter how mature she was, she couldn't be so mature, so she could turn a blind eye to the scene in front of her. However, she soon discovered that Lin Yu was not playing a hooligan. Because his body moved, those thin muscles were bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like an inflated balloon, and his body no longer looked thin or watery, but a real in the state covered by the power armor. The whole body is inlaid with rock-like muscle blocks, just like the lamentation master in the state of rage. Girls' hearts are generally only attracted to handsome guys with a little muscle. Too much muscle will destroy the aesthetics, and it is difficult to make people shy. As Lin Yu's muscles continued to increase, Chan Ahui quickly turned from shyness to loss of appreciation between the opposite and then began to think. She suspected that Lin Yu was following the path of Master Lamentation, and looked at it with some doubts. Lin Yu in front of him. Lin Jun, have you grown taller? Lin Yu, who used to be 1.6 meters shorter than Butterfly Chan Ahui, is now 1.7 meters tall. He pretends to be like a cow. Using this adjective is really not an exaggeration at all. With a single punch, any suspicion can be directly dismissed. The kind that shredded the floor. Chanel Megami subconsciously raised her head to look at him. Call. Finally feeling comfortable, Lin Yu exhaled a long breath. This is his current state of complete body. This feeling of release is like putting on new underwear in the first month, which is refreshing. He didn't answer Kanae's question, but stared at the woman with awe. Lord Style, let's try it now. Butterfly Chan Ahui was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. 2 hours later, Chanel Butterfly walked out of the dojo with a slightly unsteady pace, with a smile on her pale face. Aunt Keiko was a little surprised when she saw the sweat on her forehead. Kanawai, just finished training that kid? It's really hard to see how you look, doesn't that kid have any talent? No talent? Butterfly Chan Ahui heard the words like an arrow and bent down, then she raised her head with difficulty and smiled, no, he is very talented. Aunt Keiko puzzled, I thought he was exercising all night because his talent was not very good. He hasn't rested since last night, and he looks very motivated. Hey, the competition in the morning. At that time, he lost to the little girl who came with him. As a boy, he must be very unconvinced. It is a good thing to work hard, but I am really afraid that if he continues like this, he will have an accident in the dojo, or else you go and persuade him. He is more talented than you and works harder than you. Butterfly Chinawi's pupils suddenly dilated, clearly showing a guilty look. Aunt Keiko looked anxious and said, "Kanai, what's wrong with you? Why does your face look a little wrong? I've already said that you have become the style of the ghost-killing team, and you should take care of your own body." As soon as the word style came out, Butterfly Chanahui laughed twice, almost falling down as if she had lost her soul, but fortunately there was Aunt Keiko who was helping her. Shana Megami. Style? Is she really the pillar of the ghost-killing team who was chased by a newcomer in various ways in the chase game? Failed, she was proud of the speed. Chapter 23 Infiltration. After the practice in the dojo, Lin Yu returned to his room and started to organize his backpack, with some sweat oozing from his palms. He knew that what he was going to do next might be beyond the scope of his ability and would be dangerous. So far, he has never encountered a ghost. It takes at least a day to go from the butterfly house to Mount Fuji, and tomorrow evening, Mako will enter the mountain to participate in the assessment. Spreading out the package, there are dozens of cans of solution filled with liquids of different colors, ropes, hook locks, darts, crossbow arrows, all of which he purchased with the help of well-meaning people. Some towns have strict laws and regulations. He couldn't blatantly use violence, he prepared these things as the locals did. Maybe it will be useful or not. Lin Yu decided to bring these tools. First, ghosts are real entities and cannot escape the laws of physics, so they might be useful. Second, he doesn't have a sun blade now. The ghost-killing team is very strict about the control of the sun blade. Even the sun blade used for the assessment in the hands of Mako was only received a few days before going out. Needs attention. One unrelated people cannot enter Fujizishan, and will be stopped by hidden secrets nearby. We must find these people as early as possible, and then avoid them and sneak in. 2. Unknown information of the ghost-killing team. All ghosts are produced by Ghost Dance Suji no Miserable. He can check the movement of the ghost-killing team through the eyes of each ghost. My value is far higher than the average ghost-killing team. Prematurely exposing one's own existence to the Ghost Dance Suji no Miserable, even the ghost killer team cannot be completely trusted. There is no evidence to show that apart from the other few people, there has been no other ghost killer team soared for thousands of years. The soldier has turned into a ghost, so this action must be kept secret, so that no one else knows my appearance and origin. After confirming these things, Lin Yu packed up the package. He didn't put on the aqua blue bathrobe, but put on the disaster relief mask that Rinteki Zyuojin gave him before leaving, and then disappeared into the vast moonlight. Rattan hits the mountain. This is a dark mountain range, with blooming wisteria flowers spreading from the foot of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, which is very prosperous. Under the huge arches stood 2 little girls in kimonos. Their faces were almost identical. They could only be identified by their hair color, one white and one black. Holding lanterns in their hands, they kept a gentle smile on their faces, and when they spoke, they were eerily free of emotional ups and downs. Welcome to the final selection of the Ghost Slayer tonight. In this mountain of vines, the ghosts captured by the ghost swordsman are imprisoned, but they cannot leave, because the wisteria flowers that ghosts hate are scattered all around, but after this road, the wisteria flowers will no longer be bloom. Your task is to survive here for 7 days, and those who survive after 7 days will pass the final selection. Mako unconsciously clenched the sun blade around her waist, and beside her was a dignified butterfly shinobi. Apart from the 2, there were also many swordsmen participating in the selection at the scene. They all came from the hands of various trainers. Behind the 2 little girls there was a road leading to darkness, and no one knew what kind of monster was hiding behind it. At the bottom of the mountain at the moment stood a very tall man. He was wearing a monk's robe with the words Namo Amitabha on his body. He was blind in both eyes and had a scar on his forehead. And standing beside him was the nervous butterfly Chanel Megami. Ah, what a regrettable choice. After you, did your sister also embark on this tragic path? Mr. Sorrow, would you please say something auspicious at this time? Butterfly Chana Hui, who has always been very good-tempered, was a little anxious. She clasped her hands at the side, and kept crying. The strong man who was more than 2 meters tall chatted endlessly, and he was quite angry. Rock pillars, mournful eyelid Xing Ming. Style, Butterfly Chanel Megami. 2 pillars appeared at the final selection site, which is rarely seen in the past. Behind the 2 of them, a group of secret officers who were hiding in the grass chatted and discussed, and they all cast their respectful glances. Are the 2 column-level adults quarreling? What quarrel? Don't talk nonsense. Master Yansu and Master Huazu have a very good relationship. This time Xiren took the exam, Master Yanzu came back on leave on purpose. You don't know the inside story. Shinobu was rescued by Lord Yanzu, and their relationship is like a father and daughter. Speaking of which, what about Shingo? Why did that kid go to pee and haven't come back for so long? Who knows? After a long time. It's weird, why hasn't that kid come back yet? Would you like to send someone over to take a look? The movement here naturally attracted the attention of Baiminjai Xing Ming. Like ordinary blind people, after losing his vision, his sense of hearing and smell became more sensitive than before. Coupled with the assistance of breathing techniques, the basic he could hear clearly what the people next to him were saying. What happened? Chapter 13. The staff of the Hidden Ministry all have their own responsibilities. During the assessment period, they are also responsible for the guarding work around Fujizishan. However, if there is a Zhu level present, there is no master's handwriting. In special circumstances, the command should still be handed over. Column level hands. The hidden person hiding in the grass said, Lord Yansu, one of our team members has not returned from the beginning, but this is not an important matter. We have already sent someone to look for it. Baiminjai Xing Ming frowned slightly. The hidden ministry staff have always performed their duties diligently, and this should not have happened. After a while, 2 members of the hidden ministry rushed over from the other end of the hillside, and one of them was holding a man whose body was stripped bare except for his briefs. True me. The man who was stripped was the missing Shingo, who was now in a coma. Baiminjai Xing Ming slapped the past in desperation, but it had no effect. He must have taken some kind of forced hypnosis drug. Butterfly Chan Ahui opened Jinwu's eyelids. His breathing was very even, but his pupils were very dilated, just like a person who had just died. This was obviously drug poisoning. The spread-out Shingo team members were all stripped of their clothes, the uniforms, the matching Japanese swords, none of them could be seen, only a pair of pants. Lord Yansu, when we found the Shingo team member, he became like this. Baiminjai Xing Ming frowned and asked, Where's the crow? It's here. The team members spread out their palms, and on it lay a black crow that had been stabbed in the abdomen by a dart, and had been dead for a long time. The crows are a communication tool for each member of the Ghost Slayer team. They generally do not participate in the battle at the beginning of the battle, but hide in the dark to record the situation. Chapter 24 Examination Site. Where did you find him? The rattan attacked the east side of the mountain, and he was hanged from a tree. The members of the Dark Army trembled, and the crow in their hands had been dead for a long time. Obviously, the area they were guarding had been invaded before they knew it, and this guy knew the structure of the ghost-killing team very well, and he was able to kill the eyes of the ghost-killing team members hidden in the dark at the first time. As soon as the team member's voice fell, Xing Ming of Baiminjai disappeared into the jungle under the moonlight. The rest of the people are all on standby and can no longer act privately. Butterfly Chan Ahui did not follow, frowned, and directed the scene. Surrounding the entire Fujian mountain for a week, there are personnel from the Anbu guarding the vicinity of the assessment area. Through the crows, the news of the intruders quickly spread to all corners. The members of the Anbu army who were originally only invigilators were one by one. Immediately, he had a spirit of 120,000 points, even going to the toilet was done on the spot, and he never left his post. Our enemies should only be ghosts, but what's happening now doesn't seem to be done by ghosts. Master Lamentation must think so. Butterfly Chana Hui's heart sank suddenly. Abandoning his favorite human body, instead he took the clothes and the sun blade. The perpetrator must not be a ghost. Humanity? What is his purpose? Where? Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming dashed in the dark night, and the grey-colored woods appeared and disappeared again and again in front of the eyes like a piece of plucked photos. He listened to the sound of the wind, and could hear a figure fleeing fast not far away. His speed was very fast. Breath of rock. Before he could think about it, Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming gritted his teeth. His whole body seemed to be on fire. The muscles that were as strong as rocks were plump up one by one, and his body was bulging. At the same time, his speed was also fast. Lifted, steaming as if it had evaporated. From a distance, it is a mass of flying meteorites passing through the jungle, which is very terrifying. That direction. Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming can construct the surrounding situation in his brain, and he can judge. About 500 meters away from him, there was a figure in front of him, desperately running towards the direction that exudes the fragrance of wisteria flowers. There is the direction of Fujikayama. What does this guy want to do to the kids who are taking the test? How could it be possible for you to succeed? Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming roared and took off the rosary on his neck and threw it out. Boom boom boom. The sound of the air bursting sounded, and the string of rosary beads of special material spun continuously under the waves of Bai Minjiahu Island. When it touched the surrounding trees, the bark would be rubbed off, or the whole tree would be broken. Sharper than an axe in a hunter's hand, and, shockingly, contains nothing but simple brute force. After the rosary dragged down a forest, it quickly caught up with the figure in front. What? Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming was shocked. As expected, the sound of hitting the bones did not sound, but the clanging sound was the sound of the sun blade. With the fluctuation of the wind, Xing Ming of Bai Minjiahu seemed to be able to see such a scene. Somewhere in the mid-air where the trees could not hide, the agile figure pulled out the sun knife at his waist in the process of speeding, swung the knife down, a wheel-like rotation, and cut through the speed of a bullet. Rosary. Whoosh. Be caught off guard. A few hidden weapons were shot directly in the darkness, and Xing Ming of Bai Minjiahu braked in advance in time, and subconsciously paused to escape. Normally, he would not be afraid of such hidden weapons. But in the high-speed running, his own speed is fast enough, and the hidden weapon shot by the opponent is also very fast. Driving in the opposite direction means that he not only has to exceed his own speed with the breathing method turned on, but also go a step further on this basis to avoid the hidden weapons that are speeding. This kind of outrageous operation can't be done even at the column level. However, the situation did not allow him to use the breathing method. In desperation, Bai Minjiahu Xing meditated on a compromise solution. He stayed away from the ground and used the branches of the trees here. Slow down or increase speed and use the surrounding trees as your shield. However, when Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming jumped onto the tree trunk, he jumped forward like a ninja. Squeak! What? The figure in front also seemed to have changed the way of running. He climbed the tree, slashing every time he jumped, and then his feet stared at the trunk of the tree and moved forward. The coefficients of those branches that can be settled are cut off before the landing point of Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming. As soon as they fall to the ground, poisoned darts will fly, making Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming unable to use the breathing method to continue chasing. When chasing in front of an area surrounded by a sea of wisteria flowers, Xing Ming of Baiminjiahu stopped. Going forward, it is completely within the scope of the assessment area. Not to mention that he is a column rank, entering the examination area is equivalent to disrupting the important team selection ceremony. Furthermore, he is not wearing a ghost-killing weapon now. He is a pillar, and without weapons, it is impossible to chase people with peace of mind in an area where ghosts may come out everywhere. Damn, what is the purpose of that guy? The infiltration plan is complete. Lin Yu walked through the road paved by the sea of wisteria flowers, wearing a disaster relief mask given by Rinteki Seikanji on his face. Based on this alone, without Haori, it would be difficult for people to be sure that he is a disciple of Breath of Water, not to mention that this mask has only been seen by Mako so far, and the others who have seen it, are no longer in this world. He threw away a dozen bottles of poison in the package he was carrying with him. The area he was going to enter next, these things were useless and only affected the speed. The only thing left was a ghost killer uniform and a few bottles of wisteria, the solution of flour grinding, and the rest of things like hook and lock rope hidden weapons are used up when performing the sneak operation. Humanity. A stench. Never mind, just eat first. After walking through the sea of wisteria flowers, Lin Yu smelled a scent and frowned slightly. It was like the smell of feces soaked in the swamp for 2 months, sending a wild and dangerous signal. In the shadow of the dark jungle, there was a movement, and soon after, 2 figures appeared in Lin Yu's sight. They were all wearing shabby clothes and looked like human teenagers, but their faces were ferocious, their pupils were fierce, and they seemed to have lost their minds. One of them stuck out like a snake letter. Sure enough, it was the expected flowers blooming, rich, and cute. This was the first time Lin Yu had seen an evil ghost, and only then did he realize that it was not luck when he was sleeping in the wild with Mako before. Chapter 25. His wisteria physique is actually very useful, and he occasionally wonders why there is such a stench in the air, and then drifts away, and all the ghosts who try to get close to him and the wild beetle are all swept away by the smell of him. Already? But this physique doesn't seem to work here. The ghosts here don't have enough opportunities to eat people. Just look at the drooling looks of these guys. As long as you see it, don't care about eating or not eating bad stomachs, they will eat. This is what I found first. One of the 2 evil ghosts jumped up and was about to attack Lin Yu. A funny scene happened. The other one jumped up and broke his arm directly, and even slapped him in the face with a grim smile. He rushed towards Lin Yu's side. Their speed is indeed much faster than ordinary humans, and those gangsters didn't even have a chance to raise their hands in front of Lin Yu. However, it is still too weak. Lin Yu swung his knife, and the cold light of the knife swept across the neck of the evil ghost like the moonlight, and it separated its head in the air. Seeing this, the remaining evil ghost suddenly widened his eyes, not knowing that he had hit the muzzle of the gun, turned around and wanted to escape. A strong arm grabbed its neck directly. What? The ghost turned his head in disbelief, only to see a picture of a fiery fox in the corner of his eye, and the meridians on the hand that grabbed his neck were bursting out of the skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, like earthworms all over the wrist. On the muscles. After becoming an evil spirit, for the first time in his life, he subverted his own cognition, that is, a human actually grabbed him with his bare hands. What a joke! He was furious and was about to struggle. A suffocating force came from his neck, and the sound of ka sounded. He could feel that his neck was being squeezed constantly, shrinking a whole circle, and his body was actually unable to make kai. That hand grabbed his neck like a pair of iron pliers. Huh? What kind of monster are you? The evil ghost's eyeballs were bloodshot, and he turned his head in disbelief. He didn't dare to move anymore, because the cold sun blade was already on his neck. Answer my question and I can let you go. You say, as long as I know, I will tell you. The devil was stunned for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice. Do you have a big ghost here? The evil ghost asked uncertainly. Giant ghost. Do you mean the guy with a lot of hands on his body? Lin Yu nodded. The evil spirit swallowed his throat and opened his serrated mouth as he asked uncertainly. I told you, will you really let me go? Lin Yu took off his mask. At that moment, the evil ghost was also stunned. It was unimaginable that under this mask and strong body was a harmless young man's face, and he even showed a very innocent smile. Of course, I did what I said. The devil nodded. It's in the woods 500 meters ahead, I just came out from there. That guy has always been domineering because of his strength, and he has eaten a lot of people. If you want to trouble him, I advise you'd better save it. As soon as the words fell, the evil ghost felt his neck loosen, and even showed an expression like a new life. However, in the next second, the neck was cold, and the body had not yet landed, and the head fell first. Chapter 14. Deep in the jungle, a huge body twisted and moved forward, like a mountain of meat. It is surrounded by twisted hands, like twisted vines. Why are there giants here? A young swordsman was sitting on the ground with a horrified expression and kept stepping back. The moment he got up, he was so frightened that he didn't even want the sword in his hand, and fled in a panic. Puff! An arm stretched out from the mass of meat, like a newly born beast covered with mucus, and grabbed it abruptly. The short arm that originally surrounded the body suddenly became longer, hundreds of meters. The distance was shortened in an instant. It grabbed the young swordsman's head, and with a click, the sound of skull shattering sounded, and the pupils of the young swordsman quickly dimmed. Then it grew its mouth, ready to swallow the young swordsman into its belly. At this time, little ninja! Two petite figures sprang from the shadows of the dense forest to the left and the right. The sun blade in their hands intersected, forming a cross, cutting off the hand that grabbed the human. Poison! The hand ghost felt the uneasy feeling from the broken wound, as if some ants were biting. When the time is right, use the other hand to directly tear off the broken part, and then throw it away. Damn, isn't the spread of toxins fast enough now? Butterfly Ninja gritted his teeth, and took this opportunity to lead people to flee the scene quickly. Mako took this opportunity to closely observe the movement of this evil spirit. Are you okay? In just a few seconds, the anxious look on Butterfly's face froze. The boy was staring wide-eyed, his pupils were completely dilated, a circle of blood overflowed under his hair, his skull was completely collapsed, and the circle of his head was as soft as a newborn baby. Butterfly Ren stood up silently, his eyes full of anger. After the huge ghost calmed down, the eyes hidden in Roshan paused for a moment when they glanced at the girl wearing the fox mask on her head. The corners of her eyes curved slightly, and then made a strange sound. Here again, my cute little fox. Really Wild frowned slightly. Again. Hey, kid in a fox mask, what year is it now? Now is the Taisho era. Mako clenched the sun blade in his hand with a solemn expression. Taisho? Ah. It's this kind of time again, it's this kind of time when I was locked up and the year name changed, I can't forgive it. The hand ghost was stunned for a moment, and then the whole person fell into an extremely violent state. The hands around the skin grabbed frantically, scratching the skin, and even the real Wild and Butterfly on the side couldn't help being horrified. Damn Rinteiki! Damn Rinteiki! After some chat, the two learned that this hand ghost was caught by Rinteiki so recently, and that it had killed no less than 5 senior brothers by identifying the mask. The sword in Mako's hand was trembling, and the tears fell uncontrollably. She couldn't believe that all the brothers who used to live together were swallowed by this guy, and the faces seemed to be still in front of her. Emerge. No, it's definitely not like that. Ha ha ha. Their mourning before they died is very beautiful. I want to kill all the disciples of the Scale Dragon. You are the 6th. Chapter 26, the 7th day. Don't get in the way, I'll take care of you later. 3 or 4 palms stretched out at the same time, sealing Butterfly Ninja's body that jumped into the air. Insect breath. The sun knife cut open the hand that was attacking the face door, but the other two punched Butterfly Shinobi's body into the air and hit the tree trunk beside him. It's pretty fast, kid. The hand ghost made a gloomy voice and pulled out the tissue that had just been chopped off. The palm was not completely cut off, which means that this kid didn't have the power to cut off his neck at all, but a force that was deadly enough. The toxins spread rapidly in his body, and the smell was the same as the wisteria flower sea surrounding this mountain range. Little ninja! This blow directly made Butterfly Ninja fall to the ground and fainted abruptly. When she was confused, she saw 5 or 6 hands reaching out to Mako's back. You are mine now, little fox. Just like your senior brother, sleep well in my stomach. The hand ghost's voice was fierce and abnormal, as if his emotions were mobilized to the extreme by the fox mask. Mako held the sword in both hands, and his eyes were full of determination and anger. Total concentration, water breathing. 7-type Shizuku ripple sting. Everything in the line of sight seems to have turned into a calm and windless water surface, and the raindrops fell on the water surface, which is the weakness of the hand ghost covering all parts of the body, just need to attack in one direction to temporarily remove it. One of its attack sites. 5 or 6 hands attacked in the direction of Mako. She gave up her defense, concentrated a little, and aimed at Toki's head with a weird smile. A knife stabs out. Caught you, Nyahi. The smile on the hand ghost's face grew stronger. However, just as those hands were about to grab Mako's limbs, a gust of wind surged, and a violent breath flashed past from the shadowy place on the side, faster than Mako, faster than his hands. Hand, cut off. Another fox mask flashed in Xiao Gui's line of sight, and the fire that would burn out the night flashed in the eye lines. Who is it? The last thing Xiao Gui saw was Mako's angry eyes full of tears, and a knife directly cut off his head, who was completely defenseless. Flying across a curve in midair, then landing. On the other side of the jungle, behind a sturdy tree trunk, a figure stood under the moonlight. Click! The long sword, which glowed with coldness, was sheathed. Lin Taki! Rin Taki! Until the last moment of her life, Xiao Gui was shouting these 2 words extremely frantically, and it didn't take long for Mako to cry after her mental breakdown. She did it and avenged her brothers. Lin Yu pressed his fox mask and walked away. Each knife took away a ghost that rushed towards him, all the way to the foot of Fuji Zishan. It seemed that with every ghost he killed, his breathing became more refined, and the pain from the constant, intense use of his lungs gradually diminished. This is a phenomenon that is about to be completed in the regular practice of breathing. He may be much faster than others in the mastery of breathing methods because of the systematic assistance, but he just shows better results than others, and the difficult and painful process is almost the same. For ordinary people, the pressure on the lungs is naturally several times that of ordinary people. The normal lungs would have already exploded under such circumstances. Fortunately, his body has been transformed. These are the essence of God's reward for diligence. In order to adapt himself to the rhythm of breathing all the time as soon as possible, he had to kill all the ghosts he could see, and even took the initiative to find ghosts to kill. Bring it on! Somewhere in the jungle, a young swordsman held a knife in both hands and swallowed. The evil ghost in front of him stuck out his tongue savagely, and lay on the ground like a beast with dead feet, and then jumped up. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. The young man was dumbfounded, and the ghost was dumbfounded, and his body was separated in mid-air. Similar situations continue to unfold in Fujisawa-yama. Until the end, in this foggy and dark forest, Lin Yu couldn't count how many ghosts he had killed. The dark sky finally flashed a ray of light. Lin Yu glanced at the sun blade full of gaps in his hand, and the blades were miserably rolled up in many places. The rising sun was bathing on his body, his upper body was completely naked, and pieces of strong muscles were embedded in his bones, and his height seemed to have become burly again, about 1.78 meters. Lin Yu glanced at the dense fog shrouded in the woods behind him, and his body gradually shrank, turning into a very beautiful thin boy with broad eyebrows and a straight nose bridge. The transformed body is so convenient. In the end, he changed into the Ghost Slayer uniform in the package. Looking back at Fujizishin, the air was fresh, and there was no odor at all. For a while, I was reluctant to part with these emotions, and these feelings of nostalgia flooded into my heart. It was obviously not like this when I left Xiaohu Mountain. On the 7th day, the assessment period finally ended. Going up the stairs at the bottom of the mountain, there are arches and other things on the halfway of the mountain, and wisteria flowers are blooming all over the mountains. One after another, swordsmen came out from the depths of the dense jungle. Congratulations! Every time the two little girls from before saw someone coming out, they smiled and bowed their waists. Butterfly Chan Ahui looked nervous and put her hands together. God and Buddha bless, Xia Ren is fine. Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming stood with his hands crossed. Saitama, are you alive? Yeah, are you the same? Jotaro. Elder sister. A voice woke up the contemplative butterfly Chan Ahui. Tears could not help her eyes. She saw that her younger sister was walking towards this side step by step with the help of Mako. Butterfly Ninja had a happy smile on his face and was very strong. Great! Really, great! Butterfly Chan Ahui trembled, rushed over and hugged her sister and Mako, and couldn't help crying. Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming was also moved to tears by this scene. However, when more than 10 people survived in the square, Xing Ming of Bai Minjiahu realized something was wrong. However, the numbers are still increasing. Even the members of Anbu, who were holding the forging materials, couldn't hold back their expressions. What's going on? How come so many children survived this year? It's not that they are cold-blooded and ruthless. The assessment of the ghost-killing team is so cruel. In the past, people who entered Fujizishin were basically 1 out of 10 deviation values. Chapter 27 Thoughts on the Infiltrator. Miss Mako, what's wrong? Butterfly Chana Megami touched Mako's head. Although everyone was very moved, it was like seeing each other after a long absence, but she still couldn't help using the honorific title. Mako looked back, and at the bottom of the stairs, the members of the Hidden Ministry withdrew from Fujisaki Mountain one after another, and a figure in the uniform of the Ghost Slayer caught her attention. Nothing. Mako's eyes were red, and he smiled. Ghost Squad Headquarters. A man with a scar on his forehead was sitting on the tatami. His face looked very terrifying, but he had a breezy easy-going smile on his face. Chapter 15. Yoshiya Sanyashiki, the leader of the Demon Slayer team. According to the memories of the surviving children, about the 3rd day after the assessment, they gradually fell into a situation where there were no ghosts to kill. Occasionally, they could smell the stench of evil ghosts, but they would disappear after a while. Disappear. And those children who encountered evil ghosts encountered another kind of weird thing. They said that they felt a gust of wind blowing, and then the evil ghost in front of them died. Yanzu Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming reported the passing of this assessment, and the column level present showed a surprised look. However, Yanzu is the absolute leader of the ghost-killing team. He is older and everyone, usually when he speaks, these more or less rebellious columns will not interrupt. In addition, before the assessment started, one of the hidden members in charge of guarding went missing and was found hanging from a tree. The intruder entered Fujizishin during the assessment. He was very powerful and could use breathing techniques. I suspect he has something to do with it. These pieces of information were obtained after integration, and the team member really didn't know anything after waking up. According to Chana Hui, the style butterfly, the intruder only killed the crow and looted the equipment of the hidden soldier during the infiltration process. Instead of killing the killer, he hung him on the tree. Let him be discovered as soon as possible by the passing ghost-killing team members, and at the same time can prevent the beasts in the jungle from harming the team member. Therefore, this infiltrator should have no hatred for the ghost-killing team. Judging from what happened to Fujikayama, all the evil spirits that the team encountered should have been killed by this infiltrator. It's hard to judge, what is the purpose of this guy? And his identity? Snake Pillar Yaihei Zioba said so. The current Flame Pillar Purgatory Makaijura dragged his chin, frowning in thought. Is it a role that Xingming can't solve? I'm afraid it is a quasi-pillar role. These people who were present were all performing tasks in the field during the Fujikayama assessment, which means that they are not people in the existing system in the team, and can use pranayama, is a retired cultivator. Makaijura, let's stop here. At this moment, Yoya's Yashiki, who had been silent for a while, said with a smile. Purgatory Makaijura realized his gaffe, and quickly lowered his head and said, yes. Ordinary pillars will become cultivators after retirement, but these people's characters have all been tempered, and they have almost dedicated their lives to the ghost-killing team. If there is no evidence to suspect the old master, if the result of the investigation is not like that, it will make a large number of people feel chilled. Everyone calmed down and looked at it objectively. In fact, the infiltrator this time did not cause much disaster in the strict sense, and the only thing that the Ghost Slayer team lost in the system was a set of uniforms and a crow. There is no follow-up information or investigation clues about the infiltrator, and the cultivator may be involved, so there is no point in continuing to investigate. Besides, the eyes of these pillars are all on the areas they are responsible for. What happened to Fujikayama, to be honest, is not that important. Still, the necessary mess is coming. After investigating the scene after the incident, I entered the Fujizishin, and found that all the ghosts in the Fujizishin had been removed, and not one was left. When Baiminjiahu Xingming said this sentence, there was sweat on his forehead. The pillars present also looked different and were a little shocked. A man dressed as a ninja with silver-white hair couldn't help it. He was the current Yinzu Yejun Tianyuan, and his face was twitching. He seemed to expect what was waiting for him next, but he was still a little unbelievable. Hey, Xingming! The evil ghosts in Fujiai Mountain are all people above the column level who have been captured from various places in the private sector for the team members to evaluate. Basically, they are ghosts without special abilities. Since the early days of the ghost-killing team, stuffing ghosts in it is equivalent to a fish pond. Now someone tells you that all the fish in the fish pond have been beaten, and not even fry are left, what do you think? Yashiki sighed helplessly. Well, this is the end of the matter. I'm afraid everyone will have one more task next, to capture some new resources for Fujizishin, and the important burden will fall on you. Tianyuan, your ninjas must gather as much information as possible. After the meeting, Yinzu Yejun Tianyuan stood on the spot like petrification. Then, thanks for your hard work, Mr. Yusui, I will help you well. It's hard work, Mr. Yusui. Please, Yusui, I will do my best. The pillars smiled and said goodbye to Yejun Tianyuan. Anyway, as long as they got the information about the ghost and the general area, they would just work as usual. And what Yejun Tianyuan has to do is to face all kinds of complicated documents, piled up as high as a hill, each one must be carefully selected and screened before handing over to others. In the next few months, maybe it's all like that. Thus, the world where only Yejun Tianyuan was injured was completed. He grabbed his forehead with both hands, and his voice resounded inside and outside the hospital. Who the is that guy? Don't let me catch you. Pfft. Lin Yu touched his nose. Do you have a cold? No, can his body catch a cold too? At the other end of the yard, Aunt Keiko came over with a heavy kimono and said with a smile, Spring has just begun, so I need to wear more clothes so that I don't catch a cold. Thanks. Lin Yu took it with a smile, and then draped it over his body. Ara, Lin Jun, have you grown taller recently? Aunt Keiko looked at Lin Yu in amazement. The boy who looked a little sturdy before looked a little out of line. Now it is more like a teenager, the childishness on his face has faded a lot, the baby fat has faded, his face has lost weight, and his stature is vaguely similar to Chanel Megami. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then touched his head and smiled and said, "Is there? That must be the rice cooked by Aunt Kiza that is particularly nutritious." Aunt Keiko covered her mouth and smiled and said, "You kid can really talk, and you will definitely be a beautiful man in the future. It's a pity that your senior sister took the lead. Otherwise, I will definitely match you and Chana Megami." "Ahem, Aunt Keiko, it's too early for me." "It's early, aren't you 13 years old? There are many children like you in a big family now." "Should I remind Aunt Keiko? Since just now, there has been someone behind her." Chapter 28 Daily Life After the End. Mako put on a soft cherry-colored kimono. It is said that it was made by Megami Chanel for Butterfly Shinobi, but Butterfly Shinobu doesn't like this kind of cute clothes. Her taste has always been serious and conservative, except for goldfish. "I hardly like anything cute." Mako, who is about the same size as Butterfly Shinobi, put on this dress and stood under the tree with falling cherry blossoms. The girl's dream and ignorant picture came to her face. She rubbed her hands uneasily, and her face was slightly red and embarrassed. Aunt Keiko also looked back after she noticed something was wrong with Lin Yu's expression, and even smiled awkwardly. "Ara, Miss Mako is here, really, I'm talking too much, I'm sorry, I'll go now." She left completely in a way of joking with the elders, and there are not many embarrassing words to say. Lin Yu was used to it, and he didn't think there was anything. Children of this era are generally precocious. Many boys marry and have children in their teens. He is almost at this age. It is normal to be urged to marry, but he really has no such thoughts. The world is very dangerous. Having a family, it is equivalent to having a tie, which is a fatal weakness. "Sister, is something wrong?" Looking at the indifferent expression on Lin Yu's face, Zhen Kem was obviously stunned for a moment while grasping the corner of his clothes, and then said mysteriously, "Come with me." Saying that, she pulled Lin Yu to the part of the dojo, looked around secretly, and after making sure that no one was there, she braided her hands behind her back, turned her back to Lin Yu, and said to herself, "Lin Jun, in fact, I encountered a strange thing in the process of participating in the assessment this time." "Strange things?" "Well, your previous guess is correct. Fujiyama does indeed have a ghost that specifically targets the disciples of Lin Taki-sensei." As she said that, she turned her face, showing a sad look. "Our previous senior brothers were all eaten by him." A look of surprise appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. "Senior sister, have you defeated that ghost?" Mako breathed a sigh of relief, then nodded and said, "I won, but I always feel a little strange. When I started, the limb of the ghost suddenly fell off for some reason. The partners who participated in the assessment this time seemed to be all when I encountered a similar situation. It was said that I felt a gust of wind blowing, and then the ghost's head was cut off, and the person involved obviously did nothing, which is very strange." Seeing her very distressed look, Lin Yu changed the topic in time and said, "Anyway, the final result is good. Senior sister, you are now a qualified ghost hunter. I heard that you will still be. It is enviable that there will be a special knife craftsman for you to create a sun wheel knife. I heard that the sun wheel knife will respond to the master's wishes and change into a different color. The knife of the senior sister must be the kind of shiny." Mako smiled bitterly and said, "What's shiny? It doesn't mean anything, but..." Saying that, she stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yu's hands, raised her face and smiled and said, "Thank you, Lin Jun. I don't know why, when I have Lin Jun by my side, it's reassuring. When the gust of wind blew, I subconsciously thought that Lin Jun was here. I know, I always think this way, I must be an unqualified senior sister. But, really, thank you. That senior sister. Don't worry, I won't take what Aunt Keiko said to my heart. These things are still too early for us, but if you really like Master Huazu, there is nothing you can do, after all, she is so perfect. Looking behind Mako, the butterfly Kana Megami with an embarrassed smile on her face. Lin Yu subconsciously wanted to cover his face. There is no almanac in this world, otherwise he would have to find out what the auspicious day is today, and why there are so many wolves, dragons, and phoenixes. It's really good to connect them one by one. It didn't take long for Mako, who was aware of it, to run away. Lin Yu's eyes were full of vigilance, and the first sentence he said also made Butterfly Chan Ahui a little dazed. Where is Miss Shinobu? Butterfly Chanawi's face turned red, and her expression dodged. That. Could it be that Lin Jun is actually to Xia Ren? Please speak well, you are a flower column, not a love column. Is everyone so strange when spring arrives? Lin Yu suppressed the long silent soul of complaining. After the seriousness came down, what Butterfly Chan Ahui wanted to say was actually similar to Mako. What Lin Yu did in Fujizishan this time caused a great sensation within the ghost-killing team, and it seemed that he also tied the knot with the enemy Yinzu Yejun Tianyuan. He opened his bloodshot eyes every day and seemed to have been working non-stop for several days. God, his gorgeous face is also covered with stubble like an uncle, and he is clamoring for the infiltrator to be smashed into pieces. However, Yan Zhu, a blind man, can only roughly simulate the surrounding environment and the opponent's figure. The specific appearance is naturally invisible, so he has not obtained any evidence, so the ghost-killing team can only the dumb eats Coptus, and catches the ghost again and enters the vine to attack the mountain. However, what surprised Lin Yu was that in the end, Channa Butterfly gave him a meaningful look, and then said, Xia Ren said that the ghost she and Miss Mako met at that time was very powerful and had many hands. No matter how fast the speed is in front of those hands, it won't work, but in the end, Miss Mako cut off the ghost's head. Afterwards, according to Miss Mako's description, it is probably related to the infiltrator. Lin Yu righteously denied, I think my senior sister should have won with her own efforts. She is a well-deserved qualified team member. Butterfly Chan Ahui was stunned for a moment, and then smiled, yes. Yes. Then the butterfly-like woman disappeared at the corner of the road of the dojo, with a smile on her face. For some reason, she bowed respectfully towards Lin Yu and saluted, opened her mouth, and didn't know what to say. Lin Yu didn't hear clearly either, and was a little puzzled, as if the wind had blown away the words. In the next day, Mako went to the headquarters to participate in the team joining ceremony. There were actually a lot of things to be busy with, such as the team uniforms. I heard that the designer is a lecherous four-eyed, so I often think about the uniform design of female players. After doing some fancy work, he originally planned to design a team uniform with a miniskirt for Mako, but Butterfly Ninja almost set her shop on fire, so he decided to lower the skirt to below the knee. Then there is the selection of the material of the sun knife, the craftsman builds it, and the cycle is a bit long. This one can be done without worrying, just wait patiently. During this period, it is equivalent to a paid vacation. Chapter 29, The mission is coming. However, it is impossible to be completely leisurely if it is a vacation. There are too many evil ghosts in this world. Headed by the mysterious and unpredictable 12 Ghost Moon, the ghost-killing team has not talked about winding the strings for hundreds of years. Ghost News. The more unknown, the greater the sense of oppression invisibly, continue to let it go, one day they really show up. What will this world look like? No one knows. Therefore, the time is very tight, and the prepared team members need to check the information at the headquarters and learn a lot when the Sun Blade has not been forged. In this way, Mako and Butterfly Shinobi were not there, and Butterfly Chanahui couldn't get out because of the ghost-catching task arranged above. In Butterfly House's dojo, only Lin Yu was left. Taking advantage of this relatively free time, he practiced alone. Breath of water. Lin Yu held the full-sized gourd with a solemn expression, and then took a deep breath. The moment he closed his eyes, he could clearly feel that his lungs were working frantically. The feeling of suffocation in his brain was hitting him quickly, and he could feel the pushback pressure this big gourd brought him. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, his expression was as fierce as a wolf, and with a click, a crack appeared in the big gourd that he was holding in his hands, and then the hole began to crack and shattered. Done! With the high-speed operation of the lungs, the body's temperature continues to rise. Lin Yu suddenly felt that the world around him became clearer, the textures on the wooden boards of the dojo seemed to be clearly visible, and the smell of the grass and trees outside the dojo seemed to be faintly audible. Chapter 16. As early as after the Fuji Zishin assessment was over, he realized that he might have encountered a bottleneck. Sure enough, this time's progress brought him not only physical strength, but more importantly, the improvement of his sensory system. This is a harbinger of penetrating the world? If it goes on like this, it won't wake up the stripes. After realizing this, Lin Yu hurriedly stabilized his breathing rhythm. You must know that the lifespan of the swordsman after awakening the stripes will be drastically shortened, he does not want to die young. System tip: after your body has been transformed, it is far beyond ordinary people, and there will be no physical restrictions during the ascension process. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly enlarged. Yes, he has been transformed, so the load he can bear is naturally much higher than that of ordinary people. The restrictions like the transparent world should not exist on him. At this moment, outside the butterfly house. Sister, I want to go with you too. No, Xia Ren, you haven't even forged the sun blade, it's very dangerous. Butterfly Chan Ahui reluctantly refused her sister's request. A loud bang shocked both sisters. The voice came from the dojo, and the two sisters looked at each other and quickly ran over. When they got to the dojo, all the sisters were stunned by the sight they saw. Inside the training ground, all the life-sized gourds placed on the ground were all smashed to the ground. A very burly figure stood on the ground, holding a large gourd in his arms. This was the fourth one, and I saw him trying hard. Blow! With a bang, the gourd seemed to be smashed by a hammer from the sky, and it shattered directly into pieces. This guy! Has it grown to this point? A horrified expression appeared on Butterfly Shinobi's face, while Butterfly Chanahui smiled awkwardly, and sweat could not help oozing out of his forehead. Butterfly Ninja participated in the team training these days, and naturally didn't know anything about what happened in the dojo. Few people in the entire ghost-killing team knew that there was a freak in Butterfly House, and only a few people, including Butterfly Chanahui, had mastered this top-secret information. It is no exaggeration to describe Lin Yu's progress at a rapid rate. His strength is not in how well he has practiced breathing, but in something more tangible, like a rock pillar in Bai Minjiahu's Xingming. In the same way, use the flesh to the extreme. In the process of using the breathing method, the body temperature of ordinary people will rise rapidly, but using the breathing method for such a long time to do some strenuous exercise is also obvious to the body's load. Strictly speaking, the peak lifespan of swordsmen is only rounded up to the age of 30. This is the price they have to pay, even if it is a pillar, there is a limit. Butterfly Chanahui tried to use the breath of flowers to guide Lin Yu. Her speed actually surpassed Lin Yu's at first, but in the process of using it for a long time, she found that Lin Yu's physical strength far exceeded hers. Imagine 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. During such a long period of high-intensity exercise, Lin Yu's speed not only did not weaken, but instead gradually increased. His physical strength seemed to be endless. Guiding such a monster is nothing short of a disaster. Lord style. After seeing Butterfly Chanahui, Lin Yu showed a very gentle smile as usual, a little childish. But, this is a child of about 1.75 meters, covered with hard muscles, even Butterfly Ninja has a creepy feeling. Sister, are you going to take this guy? Butterfly Ninja said in disbelief. Butterfly Chanel nodded with a smile. Why, I can't understand it at all, this guy didn't even pass the selection. Well, the situation is a bit complicated, Xia Ren, please bear with it at home. Sister will be back soon. The two sisters, your words and my words made Lin Yu a little bewildered. Is this, what's the matter? Soon, something that made Lin Yu even more puzzled happened. A brand new sun blade was placed in front of him. The shape of the sun blade is very strange, completely different from the general slender style. The blade surface is at least 2 or 3 times wider. Strictly speaking, it is more like a machete. This is a sun wheel knife forged by Master Ironmound of the swordsmith's village. This is for me. Lin Yu sat upright on the tatami, frowned, a little puzzled. Butterfly Chan Ahui nodded and smiled. Lin Jun, you can try it first, if it doesn't work, you can go back and rebuild it. Butterfly Ninja on the side lowered his head, with a confused, puzzled and annoyed look on his face, but with this cute face, no matter what kind of expression it shows, it makes people look pleasing to the eye. I can't understand, Master Style, I shouldn't be an official team member yet, why would someone forge a sun blade for me? Sorry, Lin Jun, I can't tell you the reason yet, but don't look at me like this, I don't have such privileges. Chapter 30 Heading to Tokyo. The smile on Butterfly Chanel's face is somewhat mysterious. Did Rinteki-sensei send the letter again? Lin Yu's intuition is very keen. Kanae's guidance during this period should have been in correspondence with Rinteki Zyuajin, and the ghost-killing team can make such a decision to build a sun knife for him, a non-staff person. I'm afraid it has something to do with his master. However, Kanae didn't reveal the answer, and she seemed to be a little unspeakable, but it was not easy for Lin Yu to ask questions. In general, he felt that he should have been valued by the ghost-killing team. He could use some resources, and also obtained his own sun wheel knife. There was no harm. Lin Jun, there is one more thing, can you go with me to participate in the mission of the subordinate place? What? The outside world is very dangerous. Go out? It is impossible for Lin Yu to go out in this life. Strictly speaking, Butterfly House has become his second home. He still has a lot of room for improvement. After practicing every day, he takes a medicinal bath, and Aunt Keiko will arrange corresponding supplements for him. The growth rate of his body is faster than that of him. Sajiriyama didn't know how much faster it was before. But he tried it just now. His current practice is still far from the legendary opening pattern and transparent world, but the perception system is a little clearer. As for seeing things like blood flow, it is even more nothing to talk about. Sister, why do you use this attitude? It's like begging this guy. The resources of the Butterfly House are all used by the soldiers who have contributed to the ghost-killing team. During this time, he alone consumed the resources of 10 people, if it is not for the face of Rinteki trainer. Little ninja. Butterfly Chan Ahui glanced at her sister helplessly. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with Rinteki Zukenji. It was ordered and decided by a man who can decide the future of the Ghost Slayer team. Butterfly Chan Ahui is only responsible for providing Lin Yu-related information, and Lin Yu's own value. Fuji Kaishin, you can open one eye and close the other. Those who don't work don't eat. Lin Yu stretched out his hand to the sun blade on the table, and the eyes of the two sisters also shifted to him at the same time. The master said this when he taught me. If Master Hwazu thinks I can do it, then I will try my best to see how well I can do it. Butterfly Chanel Megami admired the color, smiled and nodded. Butterfly Ninja obediently closed her mouth. Lin Yu seemed to be much braver than she thought. Before, she always thought that the reason why this guy always stayed in the Butterfly House and didn't leave is to use cultivation as an excuse to avoid evil ghost. After all, the seriously wounded soldiers on weekdays are eager to recover as soon as possible to kill ghosts, but Lin Yu has no will in this regard. Although Lin Yu doesn't know why Chan Ahui specially took him to perform the task, it is clear that there are many people who are good at assisting in the ghost-killing team, including the current Butterfly Ninja, who can be regarded as the best candidate. But the current situation cannot tolerate Lin Yu's refusal. He knows how much resources he spent for free. There is no such thing as a pie in the sky in this world. If you want to enjoy resources, you must pay corresponding obligations. Now is the time for him to show his own value. Lin Yu does not refuse equivalent exchange. Either take money or take life. So, Mr. Style, where are we going next? Tokyo. Tokyo? Isn't that the area in charge of Mr. Yanzu Purgatory? Lin Yu was puzzled. He could occasionally get the internal information of the ghost-killing team from Mako these days, and he naturally knew clearly the areas that each column level was responsible for. Purgatory Makijiro is the master of the ghost-killing team, so there is no reason for Megami Channa to go. Butterfly Chanel nodded with a very sad look. Yeah, but Mr. Purgatory has recently resigned from the post of Yanzu, and I am now in charge of the Tokyo area. What? Is it so sudden? Lin Yu was surprised for a while. He integrated the timeline a little, and found that it seemed that it was not far from the time when Purgatory Xing Xiaolang became a new generation of Yanzu and the comprehensive blood change of the ghost-killing team. This generation of ghost hunters is the last generation, and it is also the most miserable generation. It is really about to be completely wiped out. There's not much time left for him. Ghost-killing squad Purgatory. Go away. A rude voice sounded from the courtyard, and the people were scared to retreat. Since the recent death of his wife, the master's temper has become more and more irritable. Not only has he resigned from Yanzu's post, but he has also been idle at home, beating and scolding others at every turn. Elder brother. Under the eaves of the porch, the boy in the Ghost Slayer uniform with white fiery red patterned feather weave touched the head of the child beside him. The two were very similar in appearance, with fiery red hair, just like their father. The Purgatory family has shouldered the post of the ghost-killing team Yanzu for generations. As the current Yanzu, the Purgatory Makijura suddenly fell into a state of depression. He has resigned from the ghost-killing team Yanzu in the past few days. Leisure at home, and occasionally go out to get drunk. And that passionate young man is his son, the current A-level player Purgatory Kyojuro. Father. Purgatory Xingjulan stood outside the sliding door. The room was messy, with smashed things all around, exuding a strong smell of wine. Go away. The same roar sounded from the room, with a hint of drunkenness. Father, there is a suspected incident of evil spirits hurting people in downtown Tokyo. That kind of thing, whatever, get out of the way. Don't disturb me drinking. I know, I will become Yanzu, father. After Purgatory Kyojuro left, the man in the room was holding a jug in his hand, his eyes were red and he raised his head. In the dark and empty room, a photo frame was placed on the table in the center, with a picture of a woman on it. That's his wife, the mother of Kyojuro and Chihiro. What? The man hoarsely put the jug in his hand on the ground again viciously. Those eyes that were always fiery had already lost their purpose at this moment, lost all meaning of life, and became dazed, irritable, and desperate. Elder brother. Purgatory Kyojuro turned around and touched the head of his crying brother with a smile. There was no haze on his energetic face. It's all right, Kyojuro, I will become Yanzu and take on the responsibility of a father. The icy moon hangs high in the sky. On the clock tower, the hands are ticking, overlooking the whole city. Neon lights illuminate the streets, and trams pass by, exuding the smell of industrialized coal. The hawkers carrying cigarettes walked in the streets and alleys where people came and went, looking enviously at the successful people and ladies in suits and leather shoes on the carriage. Purgatory, the hunt is about to start, how long will it take for you to arrive? The long spear was hanging outside, the corner of a serrated mouth raised slightly under the scope, and the number engraved in those red pupils was a shock. Chapter 17. Chapter 31 Sun-Wheel Knife. Before departure, Butterfly Chanahue bought 2 tickets to Tokyo. In this era, the train has been invented. If you come and go, it will only take one night, which is very convenient. Ride the same train with the beautiful Mr. Style, and enjoy the sights along the way. Ideally this should be the case, but the reality is quite different. Who is that guy? Lord Hwazu's younger brother? Haven't heard of it. Doesn't Lord Hwazu have only one younger sister? While the train was running, Lin Yu could always notice the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes from around him. It seems to be the reason for the financial expenditure of the Sanyashiki family. This carriage has been wrapped up by the ghost-killing team. There are more than a dozen swordsmen wearing uniforms and sabers sitting around. These are all members of the Kanihue team. The column-level configuration of the killing team is like this. Generally, when a big task occurs, these players will come out. As a column level, Butterfly-chan Ahui is different from ordinary columns, and belongs to the type that is very close to the people. Many members of the Ghost Slayer team hope to join her team. Lin Jun, I hope you don't mind. Butterfly-chan Ahui had an embarrassed smile on her face, and she naturally felt the sight around her. Hey? What do you mind? Lin Yu is burying his head in cooking, and I have to say that Megami-chan's craftsmanship is indeed top-notch. Tempura is paired with various fried vegetables, and finally, the miso soup is added. It smells appetizing and even tastes even better. Not fragrant. As he said that, he showed a very real smile, touched his head and said, Sir Hwazu's craftsmanship is really nothing to say. What an enviable guy. Ah! I can't take it anymore. One sentence directly ignited the audience, causing the ghost killers to start gnashing their teeth directly, but no one took the initiative to provoke them, and it was Master Style sitting there. Second, Lin Yu was sitting on the sofa with a large knife beside him. It was much larger than the average Japanese sword, and the cross-sectional area was more than twice as wide. Just looking at it, there was an incongruity of proportions. And since Butterfly-chan Ahui smiled and looked at Lin Yu's eating. She thought that it would be nice if her sister also had the same appetite, and she could grow faster. Speaking of which, you should have sent this sun knife by Mr. Steel Tsuka himself, but there have been a lot of orders from the village of the swordsmith recently, so he didn't have time to come. Fine. Lin Yu put down his chopsticks with a look of satisfaction, and the rice in the box had been swept away. After all, in a strict sense, the increase in orders from the swordsmith's village was also due to his inescapable relationship. There were simply too many swordsmen who passed the assessment this time. Butterfly-chan Ahui smiled and said, Mr. Steel Tsukasa said that he wants to see what color your sunken sword is. Now, Lin Yu was a little puzzled. The sun wheel knife is also known as the knife of discoloration. The most outstanding of them should be the unique black and red of the sun's breath. According to different breathing methods, the colors presented are different. Lin Yu had picked up a sun knife on Teng Zishan before. He didn't know if it was because it was too dark or he didn't pay attention to it. The color was ignored by him anyway. If this is the case now, it was time to see the effect when it was delivered at the time, but Megami Chanel was short on time, and basically she had to arrange a job in Tokyo. Lin Yu's side is also devoted to research, indulging in the changes of his body becoming stronger day by day, but he has never had the opportunity to use this sun wheel knife, and this matter has been ignored. This, most likely, it must be blue. It is said that that guy is the descendant of breath of water. Compared with other breathing methods, the water type is still a little worse. It is not as violent as the flame type, and it is not as beautiful as the flower type. This is the so-called mediocrity. In other words, is it really easy for him to use such a big sun blade? The other team members stared at the slightly burly boy in the seat. Now he stands up to a height of about 1.75 meters. Among the ghost-killing teams, which are basically teenagers, such a height it's already obvious. Butterfly-chan Ahui watched Lin Yu nervously as he was about to draw his knife. She remembered that when she communicated with Lin Taki Cultivator privately before, Lin Taiki cultivator learned about Lin Yu's current situation and said that Lin Yu might not be suitable for breathing of water. The breath of water is a more defensive breathing method, but Lin Yu is more like a beast dormant in the dark night, his whole body is wrapped in fire, he is more suitable for the breath of flame or the breath of rock. Lin Yu grabbed the heavy sun knife with one hand, and the suffocating pressure lingered in everyone's heart, then he drew out the broad blade, the sharp blade was shiny and very dazzling. Detected weapon attributes, host type weapons, request matching, matching body values. Saturation 90%, 100%, 150%, 200%. The giant sun blade kept shaking in Lin Yu's hands. What happened? Ah! It's scary. The ghost-killing team members who were watching on the side had a ghostly expression on their faces, and even Channa Butterfly, who was sitting opposite, couldn't sit still. I saw that a well-placed sun knife turned into the unique dark blue of breath of water in Lin Yu's hands, but it was not finished, the fluorescence covered the entire blade surface, and it was still filled with, exuding a fierce light, very terrifying. The carriages of the train trembled slightly. Hint: saturation overload. Saturation overload exceeds the weapon's tolerance range. The cold and urgent prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind, and he hurriedly stopped breathing. With a crisp click, the originally broad blade surface was shattered, creating a cobweb-like crack, and the ice-blue fluorescent light on it was quickly dissipating. It's unbelievable. Butterfly Chan Ahui recorded this scene in her mind. She is now strictly an observer placed by the ghost-killing team next to Lin Yu, and she needs to pay attention to the boy's every move all the time. Assuming that the Lord's guess is true, Lin Yu may become the most talented pillar of the ghost-killing team in the future, and it may even end this sad era. The power he has displayed is far from human beings. This weapon is not very good. Lin Yu looked at the big knife in his hand with regret, he didn't quite know what level his breathing method had reached. But now even sleeping using breathing method to improve physical fitness is a basic operation, and it must have been passed in Changzhou. Chapter 32 Ghosts. I didn't expect that the sun wheel knife could not stand it, and the weight is honest, it is too light, really too light, only 100 kilograms of the knife, I always feel that the power of this body has nowhere to show. Lord style, I think I might be more suitable for a broad axe and a meteor hammer. When Lin Yu returned to his seat, there was silence. The ghost-killing team members were so frightened that they couldn't say a word. I wondered if this guy had an illusion when he was holding the knife. At that moment, his tall body seemed to be even more burly. The field floated up, as if all the muscles in his body had grown crazy at the same time. It felt like a dream at night that Xing Ming and Bai Minjiahu suddenly slammed into his eyes, full of oppression. No problem, I'll tell Mr. Steel Tsukasa after this mission is over. Butterfly Chanel still had a gentle smile on her face, and she didn't seem to be much surprised by this incident. When the train stopped at the Tokyo platform, there was a smell of steam and coal from the platform. The glass windows reflect the neon lights of big cities, Western-style buildings can be seen everywhere, and most of the people coming and going are dressed in neat suits, which is completely different from the rural towns dressed in retro kimono. Obviously living in the same country, but it can give people the illusion of two worlds. This is Tokyo. There are Asakusa, where there are many ancient temples and shrines, and Yoshihara, which is full of drinks day and night. This is the capital of the country and the most prosperous area in the entire island country. Some of the members of the ghost-killing team came from poor backgrounds and had never been to such a big city. They were curious and lively lying at the window. After all the passengers got off the train one after another, the ticket inspector came to this car, just opened the door, but did not go in to urge, but left directly. The latest newspapers are posted on the station, marked in extra large size. The Tokyo clock tower exploded and gangsters rioted, injuring many people. Quack! In the dark night, a crow flew from a distance and landed on the fingertips of Butterfly Chan Ahui. A cylinder was tied at its feet, and when it was opened, there was an envelope with information written on it. After the message on Butterfly Chan Ahui, a dignified expression appeared on the gentle face. Lin Jun, the reason why I brought you here is because most of our ghost hunters' potential is improved by fighting ghosts, and among the evil ghosts we fight, the most troublesome are the alien ghosts who use special abilities. It is very dangerous, even the column level. In the process of fighting against them, there may be sacrifices. You have to take a good look and accumulate actual combat experience on the spot. In an abandoned warehouse, more than 10 corpses were placed in a row, and there was a faint smell of gunpowder smoke and blood in the air. These young people have been dead for a long time. They are either with muzzle wounds or a pile of corpses. They are very terrifying. Only the uniforms on their bodies and the sun knife placed next to the corpses are terrifying. Show their identities. At that time, we smelled the breath of evil spirits. Just above the clock tower in the city center, Zhang Nan was about to climb the stairs to catch the guy, but as soon as they opened it, the whole roof exploded. And then we hid in the dark. The team members were attacked to varying degrees. It was a wolf. A wolf with a gun in its mouth. Next to the warehouse, a member of the Ghost Slayer team who was lying on a stretcher spoke with trembling lips. At the moment when the clock tower exploded, half of his arm was chopped off by the smashed building, and the man was crushed under the reinforced concrete ruins. Fortunately, he was rescued by the team members and survived. The squad he was in originally belonged to Yanzu Purgatory Makijuro. After Yanzu resigned, they carried out inspection missions in Tokyo. Now, he is the only one in the entire squad who has survived. The members of the style team looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear. According to the team members' report, they could imagine that at the alley where there was nowhere to run, the team members who were hiding in the dark were chased and intercepted by the sudden appearance of evil wolves, and they all carried the breath of evil spirits. Then these wolves opened their mouths, and the icy barrels stretched out from their mouths, and shot at the swordsmen who only had a sun blade in their hands. Suddenly, the blood mist splashed, and the bodies of the soldiers fell one by one. There is no strength to fight back. You go down with the wounded first, and the corpses should be transported back to the headquarters properly. Butterfly Chenewi's eyes showed a sad look, knowing that the oldest of these children was only 15 years old. At the same time, she also discovered that the swords of the players who died on the scene were all taken away, just like some kind of warning. Lin Yu watched silently as the members of the squad carried the corpses into the carriage. These dead ghost killer team members seemed to be withdrawn from the human battlefield. Ghosts with guns and bombs? Originally, the quality of ghosts was far better than that of ordinary people. They didn't feel pain, and they could recover quickly when they were injured. They also had the special ability of blood ghost art, which was beyond the common sense of physics. Now there are ghosts who can use guns. In contrast, the only way for humans to kill evil spirits is the sun wheel sword. What if this thing can change color like in LED light? Congenital racial disadvantage, but also cold weapons and hot weapons? It's really a dimensionality reduction blow, it's shameless. Suddenly, a foul smell came to his face, and Lin Yu, who was nervous, immediately noticed that there was a light flickering in a residential house 500 meters away from the warehouse. Be careful! Lin Yu rushed forward and pushed Chenewi's body to the ground. At the same time, there was a crisp sound in the dark night, and a bullet splashed dust on the ground, just right where the butterfly Chanel stood. When the surrounding team members heard the gunshots, they were forced to seek cover as soon as possible due to their sense of survival. Are you okay? Butterfly Chanel Hui's hair was messy, she glanced at Lin Yu who was protecting her under her body, and shook her head subconsciously. At this moment, there were also waves in her heart, and the ground that was hit by the gun was still braving a faint dust under the moonlight. Lin Jun. And what Butterfly Chan Ahui said, a gust of wind whistled past, and there was still Lin Yu's shadow in the warehouse. Water breathing. Failed? How did that guy find out? A figure in a military uniform was crawling on the ground, and a hoarse voice was squeezed out of his hideous teeth. In the sight, his blood-red pupils gradually enlarged, stunned and shocked. These emotions gathered. He caught an indistinct sound and dashed over the roof of the grey dwelling. It is the breath of human beings, getting closer and closer to him. What a joke! Chapter 33. While running fast, Lin Yu saw the figure in the military uniform on the balcony and the words reflected in his pupils. The second of the last string, Pei Wolf. This guy is the only ghost who uses hot weapons in the 12 ghost months. When he was still an ordinary ghost, he was frustrated by the drunkenness of the purgatory Makai Jura, who was a flame pillar. He slashed wildly, leaving a serious psychological shadow. According to the current situation of Purgatory Makai Jura, it is estimated that the incident happened not long ago. The root cause of this guy's cholera in Tokyo is to bring out the Purgatory Makai Jura and take revenge. Lin Yu jumped up and pulled out the giant sun blade on his back. The sharp knife light was divided into two along the moon in the sky, and fell heavily into the ground. With a loud bang, the ground was divided into two halves, and cracks spread. Chapter 18. It was empty, and the figure in the military uniform who was still here just now has disappeared. This guy's blood ghost technique can control his own shadow, so is it exchanged with the shadow in advance. Just at this moment, a heavy feeling came from Lin Yu's palm. He frowned, only to see that the piece of the sword that touched the ground seemed to be in contact with a thick shadow, and the shadow wriggled like a quagmire. He tried to pull the giant sword out of the quagmire, but it seemed to sink deep into it. Blood Ghost Art, Halo Hwakyong, Shadow Wolf. The age of the sword is long gone, poor fellow. In the shadows in the distance, the corners of a figure's mouth rose slightly, revealing a jagged mouth. 4 shadows appeared on the ground, distributed in all directions of Lin Yu. With the roar of GG wolves, the shadows moved, and 4 medium-sized wolves appeared around Lin Yu, under red-black eyes. It is a body that spreads like a plague, ferocious and terrifying. Now, without your weapons, who else can you beat? The 4 wolves opened their mouths in unison, and the cold barrels were slowly pushed out. Bang bang bang! Pei Lang's pupils suddenly enlarged, as if seeing the most incredible scene. At the moment when the muzzle was launched, Lin Yu gave up the long knife in his hand. Then he quickly disappeared in place and ran towards the wolves around him. His speed and strength were amazing, and the clothes on his upper body burst, revealing his strong muscles. He hit a wolf's mouth with hard fists and kicks. The gun was shot out the moment before it was opened. Although the remaining 3 bullets were aimed at the target accurately, the bullets spewed out at close range. But only 1 bullet hit his body, and Lin Yu took a deep breath. There was a heart-wrenching pain in his chest, and red blood was flowing from the hole like a finger. He quickly put his finger out of the hole, and pulled out the bullet embedded in the hard epidermal muscle. The bullet was only an inch away from his heart. Death was so close to him. Lin Yu felt as if the blood all over his body had erupted like a volcano. Angry, restless. In the case of extreme fear, he became like a beast, gnashing his teeth every word. I must kill you today. Pei Lang's gun is not a blood ghost technique, it is a one-time consumable product. His body is a small arsenal, which stores various weapons. It will take a certain amount of time to change the gun for Shadow Wolf again. Before that, a foul smell came from the other side of the rooftop. I have to admit that the breathing method is really easy to use. You only need to smell it to know the specific location of the ghost. This may be the only way for humans to face evil ghosts. It's an advantage. Come out! Lin Yu roared. His body had grown to about 1.8 meters at the moment, and his whole body was covered with thick armor-like muscles. He rushed to the cistern on the other side of the rooftop and kick against the square wall. Boom! The sound of the stone breaking sounded, and the whole corner was kicked vacant, and Pei Lang was kicked out by this kick, and hit the wall of the railing directly, deeply dented. Going in, there is a crack behind him. Cough cough. What a joke. Pei Lang widened his eyes and roared hoarsely, his red-black eyes full of disbelief. In the sight, the burly figure ran over quickly, and before he could say anything, a thick palm full of calluses pressed his head abruptly. Click! The sound of the skull shattering sounded. Pei Lang, as a ghost, would not lose his fighting power due to pain, but his brain, as the body's used organ, would fall into a temporary automatic recovery once it was damaged. At this moment, the body completely loses the command of the central system. Taking advantage of the moment when he couldn't move, Lin Yu viciously grabbed his head and slammed it into the cement-mixed fence. The whole head was torn apart in his hand like a bursting watermelon, and stench of ghost blood splashed everywhere. It was so cool just now, wasn't it? Boom boom boom. Lin Yu didn't give him time to recover. He directly pulled Pei Lang's head and pulled it horizontally towards the fence. The rubble of the building mixed with Pei Lang's blood and brains flew everywhere. The body in the military uniform was also trembling slightly, and after a while, a rotating Gatling barrel protruded from his chest. Lin Yu looked fierce, and his other hand grabbed Gatling's gun barrel directly. The gradually warming body exudes a faint steam, and the heavy hand holds the hard steel, making a creaking sound. Even though the brain has been smashed, Pei Lang's body is still shaking slightly, as if instinctively unbelievable. Click! Gatling's barrel was bent abruptly. A gun, right, I look at how many guns are hidden on you. The muscle density in Lin Yu's hand suddenly increased, terrifying like a small excavator arm, actually trying to pull Gatling out of the shadows on Pei Lang's chest. Hiss! The shadow was pulled and made a whining sound. Looking closely, it was a mouth full of wolf teeth biting the other end of the gun. This is the shadow wolf, the shadow attached to the wolf's body. A shadow on a two-dimensional plane emerged from the shadow wolf's mouth and head under Lin Xiao's pull. Click! The shadow wolf suddenly shrank back, and under this kind of pulling, the gun barrel actually disconnected directly from the middle. At this moment in Asakusa, Tokyo, on the second floor of a foreign-style building. The screens were wide open, and the moonlight sprinkled into the house. A boy with a book stood there. Confused, puzzled. These emotions emerged one by one in his eyes. This is human. Chapter 34. Lin Jun. On the other side of the dwelling, many members of the ghost-killing team rushed over. Lin Yu on the rooftop is naked with his upper body naked, and behind him is like pieces of hard rocks spliced together. The lines are distributed vertically and horizontally from top to bottom, showing the shape of a stream, about 1.8 meters in height, approaching 1.9 meters in height. Facing the people of the ghost-killing team, there is a lot of oppression. And the sun blade on his arm is wrapped in a shadow, and it seems to be struggling, and the serrated teeth are biting on the surface of the blade. Lin Yu slapped and slapped over with a click. The blade surface directly showed a gap, and the shadow disappeared without a trace. In his left hand was a tattered military uniform left by Pei Lang. Everyone in the ghost-killing team looked at the messy rooftops all around. No fence was good. The tattered stones exuded the unique smell of evil ghosts. There were potholes everywhere, or the ground was smashed. Or the hole the bullet pierced through. The key is that the construction material on site is concrete. It took less than 5 minutes. Did someone plant a bomb upstairs? Then why didn't you see the flames of the explosion? The team members present did not know, they all looked at the guy in front of them with a look of surprise, like a statue of a standing in the dark night, tall and full of oppression. Before I came, I only heard that he was a non-staff person. He lived in the butterfly house and could see master style every day, which was very enviable. I thought he was a distant relative of master style. I didn't think so. This guy is really a monster. In the face of that kind of alien ghost with a gun, he was unscathed, and with this level of destruction, he was extremely accurate. Lin Jun, Are you all right? Well, it's fine. A full-bodied voice. The moment Lin Yu turned around, Butterfly Chanel Hui, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly lost her color, and for the first time, the gentle style of the style was stern and somewhat inhumane. Where are the medical team members? There were obvious bite marks on the sturdy arms, blood slid down his shoulders, and there was a hole-sized hole in his chest. Lin Yu just wanted to explain that there was no big problem with this wound, and there was also the problem of Pilang who had just let go. Lin Jun, don't talk, stretcher. Butterfly Chan Ahui didn't ask the ghost question, but helped Lin Yu onto the stretcher as soon as possible. After a while, the 4 ghost killers struggled to carry a stretcher, which seemed to be too wide to accommodate Lin Yu's body, with a part of each side exposed. Lin Jun, be patient a little bit, we can just leave this place. Butterfly Chan Ahui pulled out the sun blade and guarded the surroundings vigilantly. The moment Lin Yu left, she realized that Lin Yu had saved her life. There's no way, even Zuji's is the first time she has encountered such a ghost fighting with a gun. A group of people protected Lin Yu and quickly left the rooftop until they reached an absolutely closed residential house, and there were team members outside where there were obstacles. Butterfly Chan Ahui was nervously checking Lin Yu's wound, but Lin Yu's expression was a little helpless. He really wanted to say that he was all right, but her concerned expression was inappropriate and also will not be allowed by her. The accompanying medical staff cleaned the wound on the chest that was shot by the gun. He was specially transferred after the previous shooting case and was good at this field, while Megami Chanel was checking the wound on the arm. He can perform surgery, but he can distinguish trauma, and the most important thing is that he is afraid of being poisonous. Hey, weird, where did the warhead go? I have been detained. Oh, I see. Ah. The medical staff held up his glasses and looked unbelievable, and the guys next to him who were carrying water were also confused. Don't worry, if I hit the heart, can I still talk to you like this? My body is a little dense, and it's a special physique. Lin Yu tried to explain. His muscles are not fun to look at, especially the 2 chest muscles, which are thick like a steel plate to protect the 2 main positions of the heart and lungs. The only weak part may be the kidneys, which are relatively small abdominal muscles. Even if the kidneys are destroyed, as long as the blessing of the breathing method is still there, it will not affect his battle for the first time. Lord Style. The surrounding team members gave a dry call to Kana Megami, who seemed to have fallen into silence. After a long time, a relaxed voice sounded. Great, really great. She murmured softly, but the tears couldn't help falling. She's such a kind and gentle big sister. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Although he knew that this concern was due to Channa Butterfly's duty as a style column and her own noble character who did not want to see others suffer, he was still a little moved. Except for Mako, Kuto, and Rinteki Seikanji, he hardly ever met anyone who would really care about him. In his eyes, in this unfamiliar world, affection is really more important than anything else. Let's talk about the guy I just met. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties again, Lin Yu, who confirmed the information of the evil spirits, chose to share the information with the ghost killers as soon as possible. First, as a result, he failed to kill Pei Lang. To be honest, it was a bit out of time. At that time, when he picked up Palang's body, he wanted to cut off this guy's head with a small part of the front of the shadow that was not touched by the giant sun blade that had fallen into the ground. The central system of ghosts is the same as that of human beings. For ordinary ghosts, their heads are destroyed without being cut off by the sun blade, and their bodies will fall into a temporary loss of control, that is, they have no resistance, strength, or unable to counterattack the opponent in time. However, Pei Lang, as the bottom string, seems to have his own fighting instinct under the premise of losing his head. From time to time, some gun barrels will emerge from the body. Those shadow wolves made of blood ghost art go into a dormant state after the main body. Still clumsily fighting back. I have to say, this kind of 12 ghost moons is really difficult to deal with, and just when Lin Yu wanted to take the knife, the shadow wolf on the ground may have been given some instructions in advance, which is different from other shadow wolves, suddenly bit Lin Yu's arm, and the area where the shadow was attached happened to be the joint of the arm, unable to move. Either put down Pilang and grab the shadow away, or he can only take Pilang and continue to hit the wall to destroy his regenerated head. Lin Yu smashed all the surrounding fences into pieces with one bite of national quintessence, until finally, the one that bit the shadow on its arm seemed to give up, whimpered and shrunk a full circle, and Pei Lang's body also disappeared, a bit like a gecko's broken tail. Chapter 35. There are 4 directions of the evil spirits guided by the breath of water. Obviously, 3 of them are shadows. If they go away, they are likely to be shot. That's why Lin Yu stood still on the rooftop. In the darkness of the street corner, hoarse voices seemed to be heard from all directions, irritably and uneasy roaring words like purgatory, impossible. That ghost named Pilang, I really love purgatory. The remains of weapons left at the scene included rifles, Southern A-type pistols, Gatling machine guns, revolvers. There are about 10 of these types, and there are also Molotov cocktails and explosives. Such a guy, how on earth can we defeat him? The ghost killers looked at each other in dismay. First of all, getting close is a difficult thing to achieve. Second, even if you get close, the shadow-like blood ghost art will move back to the defense body, not only can bring a gun to surprise attacks, but also cover for protection on the body. It seems that the shadow also has the effect of eating weapons. This time, everyone subconsciously turned their attention to Lin Yu, not the style butterfly Chana Hui. This young man has proved himself to have terrifying talents in the battle just now. When the weak are in a dangerous situation, the dependence of the person is purely instinctive. Chapter 19. Lin Yu was silent. He is not omnipotent. I am afraid that this time he has left a deep shadow in Pei Lang's heart. That guy can't be stupid enough to fight him in close combat. He wants to catch Pei who can control the shadow. Wolf, it's very difficult. For the time being, there's nothing he can do. Unless… Lin Jun, you have worked hard enough, and then you can rest well. I will discuss the countermeasures with Mr. Purgatory, who will be reinforcements. Reinforce? Mr. Purgatory? Lin Yu wondered. Mr. Purgatory means Purgatory. Mr. Mako Shaoro's son, first-class member Purgatory Kyojuro. The Tokyo area was originally the area where Mr. Mako Shaoro was in charge of guarding. This time Mr. Kyo Shaoro took the initiative to invite Ying, but because the evil spirits in this area are suspected to be 12 Oniyu, and Mr. Makijiro has resigned again, so he sent me to understand the situation first. Killing any one of the 12 ghost moons is the top priority in the ghost killing team's mission. There has been no news for a long time, and the bottom line is the main goal of the ghost killing team. Basically, the minimum configuration is 2. A column. However, this year's team members seem to be better than the blue, and there are many talents. Many A-level players have shown the strength of the quasi column at a young age. Purgatory Kyojuro is the most outstanding one, recognized as the breath of flame. The next generation. Mr. Purgatory's train is 2 hours later than us, but if you count the time, it should be coming soon. I have already told him what Lin Jun said just now. Butterfly Chanel Hui frowned. This is not her home ground. She came here ahead of time just to do auxiliary tasks. Most of the accompanying team members are responsible for medical care and support. The team members with high evasion and agility are really powerful in combat. The team led by Purgatory Kyojuro. Lin Yu got up, his tall and strong body was bandaged, but it did not affect his overall physical activity. The team member who bandaged him all retreated to the ground with some cold sweat on his head. This guy, strong, is a little scary. Then there might be a chance. Lin Yu squeezed the palm of his hand, and his face twitched slightly. He didn't even realize how fierce his eyes were at the moment. He found himself strong and brave, without any cowardly withdrawal, and without fear of death. Now, what he is thinking about is very simple: kill Pei Lang or be killed by Pei Lang. Damn ghost killing squad! Why is there such a terrifying guy? Purgatory! Purgatory! In a dark alley on the corner of the street, a worrisome figure walked with difficulty. The head above the eyes was still slowly recovering, the skull had not been recovered, and the flesh and blood were sticking together, showing a shocking look. Scene. Pei Wolf. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from his ear. Pei Lang's hatred expression solidified for a moment, and he murmured, "Master Wu miserable." A scene like a revolving lantern appeared in front of his eyes. When he was a human, he was a samurai. Later, he was teased by the guards, saying that the era of being a samurai was over. His bushido and self-esteem were shattered, and it was also at that time that he met the man named Animaru Suji. "Hold on, I'll give you reinforcements." In the line of sight, there was a smile in Giwasuji Wumei's crimson eyes, indifferent, with an unquestionable majesty. "Yes." Pei Lang subconsciously trembled with his legs and fell to his knees on the ground. The city that was buried deep in the ground was called the Infinite City. After the news of Pei Lang came back, he was also in Tokyo, but he chose to withdraw to the city at the first time at the Aniwasuji no miserable site at Sensoji Temple. On the high platform 100 feet tall, a glamorous woman in a black kimono looked down at everything on the ground, her crimson eyes filled with indifference. "Mr. Miserable." Soon, a shadow like a gust of wind flashed past, and a man covered in tattoos, a teenager with weird pink hair, was half kneeling on the ground. The words flashed in his golden pupils, "Winding 3. The scene of Pei Lang being unilaterally beaten flashed in Yi Wozuo's mind, and a look of shock appeared in his calm pupils, followed by excitement and ecstasy. "Oni my Suji Wumei stepped on the clogs gracefully and spoke slowly. Yi Wozuo, he's very talented, isn't he?" "Yes." Yi Wozu responded with a trembling voice. "This guy. This kind of fire seems to be burning the night. What kind of man can have such a grudge?" He searched all over the martial arts halls of human beings, looking everywhere for the kind of strong man who respected the body, but none of them could reach this level. "He loves it. This guy. Lord Wu miserable, please forgive your subordinate's arrogance. It's a pity to kill this guy like this. If he can become a ghost, he may be able to go farther than me in the martial arts. I'll leave this to you. I don't want to see boring results." Aniwasuji's tone was flat. He doesn't care about martial arts or anything. With such physical fitness, he is already on the ropes. The moment he saw this guy, there was also a kind of shudder in his soul, but this guy's eyes were different from other ghost hunters. On his body, Giwasuji no miserable smelled exactly the same as that of Uoza back then. This is a guy who will do anything to become stronger. In other words, it's a talent. Chapter 36 Occupied Tokyo. After the train arrives at the station, Purgatory Xingjulan walked straight out of the carriage, and the crows in the sky flew onto his shoulders. "Is that so? I see, you guys, meet the support troops first, carry the bodies of the fallen comrades onto the train, and take care of the wounded." "Yes. Mr. Purgatory." The captain and several members of the team that originally belonged to the direct line of Purgatory Makijiro were neat, and after responding, they quickly dived into the dark night and disappeared. "Mr. Purgatory, what should we do?" Behind Purgatory Kyojuro, followed by a swordsman of the ghost-killing team with cherry red hair, her face was very cute, and there was a tear mole at the corner of her eye. Unlike the ghost-killer team members, her clothes had a V-shaped opening. "This is his stepson, Ganlo Temple Mi Li. Go to the city, you have to stop that guy." Purgatory Kyojuro immediately came to a conclusion, and then he walked along the track of the train like a flame, leaving only fiery embers in the dark night. Ganlo Temple Mi Li nodded solemnly, followed closely behind. In the center of Tokyo's downtown area, the exploding clock tower was like an umbrella vertebrae inserted into the track ground where the tram passed, causing more than 10 casualties and paralyzing traffic in the central square. The hospital's ambulance crews were busy cleaning up the scene. The police stationed the crime scene within a radius of 300 meters. This is the center of Tokyo. 3 hours after the clock tower exploded, a strong smell of gunpowder smoke could be smelled at the scene. It was suspected that there was a bomb. The police have not yet reached a conclusion. It was the bomb that was detonated. What are the people in the police station doing to eat, and now there is no trace of the murderer? Can we finish it soon? We still have to sleep, we can't be so busy all night. There are many Western-style buildings in the prosperous and wealthy area. Outside the castle-like roof, many gentlemen and ladies in suits and dresses stood outside the high platform and overlooked the scene in the street. They tasted champagne and wine, and the poor also crowded. The streets were full, and there was a lot of discussion. After the tram was no longer available, the coachman driving the carriage was busy with business and scolded slowly through the crowd. The scene was very noisy and chaotic. No one noticed that a tall and thin figure walked out of the alley. The hat he was wearing had a wolf head-like logo, his pupils were black, and there was a red dot in the center. Why? Why would something like this happen even though I've become so powerful? I definitely don't admit it. He walked forward with difficulty, the wounds on his body were almost healed, but the nervous system seemed to have not healed well, and even his speech had a sickly hoarse feeling. When walking through the crowd with their heads lowered, many people were frightened by his appearance and subconsciously avoided him without realizing it. By the time his brain fully recovered, his memory was blurred. This is the norm. After he turned into a ghost, he could easily become irritable. He would often shoot himself in the head with a pistol. It was easy to fall into a state of amnesia. He could only vaguely know that there was a guy who was too powerful for him to understand, but none of that mattered. Yes, none of this matters, what matters is purgatory. Pei Lang murmured these two words, he may have forgotten a lot of things. But he did not forget that his purpose in coming to Tokyo was to create an unprecedented hunting ground, to lead out the man named Purgatory, and then to kill him. Climbing all the way from an ordinary ghost to the position of Shangxian Tu, he has gone through untold hardships. The reason why he can persevere is that purgatory is his obsession. The figure that chopped his body into countless pieces, fiery red hair, fiery white feathers, dignity, honor, the meaning of existence. Purgatory. On the high-rise buildings in the center of Tokyo, Pei Lang gritted his teeth and covered his forehead with difficulty. Near the roof under his feet, a row of explosives was placed on the wall of the fence. And the leads converged into a line and spread to his feet. I really look forward to it, Purgatory, when I destroy this world, will I be able to see you again? Boom! The high-rise building next to the clock tower exploded again. Countless rubble fell from the sky like mountains and collapsed, and smashed into the street. Countless people who were watching the scene were immediately turned into flesh and splashed. A part of the gravel rushed directly to the second-floor rooftop of the wealthy area, and the whole balcony collapsed with a bang. The corner of the suit and the dress could still be seen under the buried stone, and the dark red blood continued to seep out. What? Go away! Run! The sound of the crowd was drowned out by the sound of the explosion. Afterwards, the high-rise buildings around Tokyo seemed to have fallen, and there were explosions everywhere, rumbling vibrations, and stones of the buildings fell one after another. The whole process only took a few minutes, and after the clock tower collapsed, Tokyo was completely in a state of chaos, like the end of the world. Ganlo Temple Meili, who came to hear the news, was stunned by the scene in front of her. Unforgivable! Purgatory Kyojuro drew his sword angrily. On the other side of the rooftop, Pei Lang, the initiator, admired the picture-like scene of hell, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Suddenly, he noticed the Purgatory Kyojuro in the crowd, the white fiery yuri, and the fiery red hair. Purgatory! Palang hoarse his throat, a long spear slowly stretched out from the shadows around his body and he took it. Bullets loaded. Jump! A bullet pierced through Purgatory Kyojuro's body. Mr. Purgatory! Ganlo Temple Mealy didn't expect it, but the next moment, the injured Purgatory Kyojuro turned around and disappeared like a fire, heading straight for the rooftop on the other side. The breath of fire, the one form, does not know fire. Before Ganlo Temple Mealy could react, there was a bang. Due to the explosion, the giant steel billboard above her head was blown out of the building, and fell from the sky. Several hundred kilograms of steel fell tens of meters above her head. This kind of terrifying thing makes the actual combat experience difficult. The very rich Ganlo Temple Mealy fell into a sluggish state for the first time, and could only watch the imminent death with fear in her eyes. At this moment, the face of a young man was reflected in her eyes. He held a large knife in both hands, and he leaped from one building to another, slashing towards the billboard that fell in the air. Divided into two, and fell on both sides of the street where Ganlo Temple Mealy was located. The black flame Yuri was tied to the chest of the upper body, like a flag in the scene of the Doomsday Drawing. Chapter 37 Fierce Battle, Yuozuo appeared. Lin Yu found the location of Pei Lang. That guy was standing on the rooftop, as if he was only focusing on the Purgatory Kyojuro who was rushing towards him, and he didn't notice it at all. This is a good opportunity for a sneak attack. This time, we must cut off this guy's head neatly. Just when Lin Yu thought so, he stopped suddenly when he landed on a roof. The chaotic streets, the collapsed central Tokyo, everything around seemed to be silent in an instant, and Lin Yu's face became unnatural. He smelled an aura of an evil spirit far exceeding that of a wolf. The evil was like an abyss in the darkness, on the other side of the cistern building on the roof in front of him. The moon hangs high in the sky, and the soft and bright moonlight illuminates everything on the rooftop clearly. The wind blew through the short pink hair, and words were reflected in the pale golden pupils. Chapter 20 Winding 3. He smiled and the whole world was silent. Lin Yu twitched the corners of his mouth silently. In the quest to hunt down the strings suddenly appear. Isn't this the plot that only the infinite train in the original works will unfold? At this moment, he suddenly realized that mastering the plot of the original book seems to be of no use, and everything will change, just like now, Yuozuo will deliberately wait for him in such a place, who did not even participate in the final selection, even the editors are not even ghost hunters. Winding, has he played it? Probably, can't beat it, but, so what? Full concentration. Breath of water. Lin Yu's upper body also expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally thin body suddenly turned into a hill covered with rocks. He held a giant sun blade in both hands, with a crazy and hideous smile on his face. It's just right. Let me see how many pounds and tails are the strings. Yuozuo's pupils suddenly dilated, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly involuntarily. It was the first time he had encountered such a swordsman in hundreds of years. The courage to not be afraid of everything, the momentum of destroying the world, and the absolute overwhelming strength. He folded his hands together and clamped on the broad blade of the sun blade that was slashing in the face. The sharp edge was only a few inches away from his face. At that moment, the ground of the rooftop also showed a state of collapse and cracks. Lin Yu slashed down hard, and after realizing that the power seemed to be restrained, he pushed the giant knife forward madly. Yuozuo gritted his teeth, and his body was pushed back by a huge force. He felt that he was not facing a person, but a fast-moving train. Boom! The fence on the roof was smashed abruptly, and the two fell from the roof. Lin Yu went crazy and slammed Yuozuo's body into an old residential building, and the two of them hit the floor on the 5th floor. On the opposite side, the booming crack sounded like another explosion. Death to me! Yuozuo's body continued to fall, and a monster that seemed to be provoked was reflected in his pupils. The ghost-killing team also encountered an unprecedented crisis. The split shadows from Pei Lang's body scattered in all directions, all of them carrying heavy firearms. The streets and alleys, the easiest places to hide, put the ghost-killing team in a dilemma. They couldn't use their hands and feet to the fullest, and everything could only be avoided. Butterfly Chan Ahui was also in the process of covering the wounded's retreat, and then he remembered the scene of Lin Yu's battle with the ghost. Shadows cannot be attacked, the only weak point is the guns, and those guns are not made of blood ghosts. Lord style. Try to destroy the firearms. Breath of flowers Mikage plum. Butterfly Chan Ahui, who was hiding in the dark, found an opportunity, jumped up, and slashed the gun in the shadows blocking the street, opening up a way to escape. Come on! Yes! The ghost killers crossed the last street one after another to arrive at the train returning to the headquarters. There will be ghost hunters along the way. Butterfly Chanel Megami turned back. She remembered that at the moment when the explosion sounded, the young man tore off the bandage that had not yet been tied on his chest, directly picked up the black feather weave and tied it to his chest, and rushed out with a knife. At that moment, the courage and determination of the boy infected her. She looked at the direction of central Tokyo from a distance, and the fire was soaring into the sky, as if the night was lit. In fact, because of various things, the ghost-killing team's attitude towards Lin Yu was very ambiguous, mainly because of some old Zhu level who had not yet retired. Including taking him out this time, I also want to observe closely what his attitude towards ghosts is. Butterfly Chan Ahui didn't want to use this kind of behavior to test a young man with a sense of justice in her eyes, but this is the answer that the few people in the ghost-killing team who have information on Lin Yu need to know. Now, she believes that everyone should believe that the boy who is not afraid of death is also walking on the same path as the ghost hunter of the ghost-killing team, and he is the messenger of justice. You must come back safe and sound. Lin Jun. Breath of Fire. Profound Truth 9 Type Purgatory. Pei Lang's head flew up, and he looked at the guy with dozens of guns in front of him in disbelief. During the ongoing battle, the bullets had clearly penetrated most of his body. But he still cut off his head. Can humans achieve this limit? Purgatory Makai Jura is my father. Purgatory Kyojuro panted slightly, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The sun blade is slowly sheathed. Really? Is that so? Pei Lang's head is gradually turning into fly ash, and his mind is reminiscent of the events of his life like a revolving lantern, unfamiliar and familiar. In the past, he seemed to have believed in Kendo, but he was defeated by his weak self. One day, the alcoholic man broke into the pub, made him the only ghost with a gun, and his self-esteem shattered again, and the man proved it to him. The knife in the soldier's hand is far hotter than the bullet shoved out of the pistol. Yes, just like now. Your swordsmanship is very good. There seems to be a guy before, human, can it be so strong? The fiery pattern on the white feather weave was flying, and Pei Lang hoarsely left the last sentence, and then it turned into fly ash and dissipated in the world. There was a guy before? Pei Lang's words before his death caught the attention of Purgatory Kyojuro. Is it the style butterfly Chini? Mr. Purgatory. Over there, over there. Just at this moment, his stepson, Ganlo Temple Mi Li, rushed to the rooftop and pointed to another place anxiously. Purgatory Kyojuro saw that in the Tokyo slum area, an old residential building stood in the distance. Now, it collapsed. Chapter 38. This kind of fighting spirit is simply unprecedented. Yi Wozu excitedly watched the fire rising from the boy's body. Doqi also means a person's vitality, and it was the first time he saw a human being with such color Doqi, a dark blue fire. Isn't that what a monster is? You are the strongest among the humans I have fought against. Boom! The whole building collapsed into ruins, and the bodies of Yi Wozu and Lin Yu were in the blank of this ruin. There were already a few gaps in the giant sun blade in Lin Yu's hand, and he rushed towards Yi Wozuo immediately. Destroy the killing needle. The air suddenly solidified for a moment. There was a slight pause on Lin Yu's face, and he felt that the breath blooming on Yi Wozuo in front of him had changed. With the Yuo seat as the center, the azure blue light flickered in the shape of a snowflake. What Lin Yu perceives is more vivid. The previous Yuozi gave him the feeling of a calm sea without any waves. Now it is frenzied, as if there will be a huge wave at all times. Yi Wozuo grinned hideously and roared. Come on, human! Your vindictiveness can still rise even higher. Let me see your most powerful appearance. There was a steam-like breath from Lin Yu's mouth, his lungs were like a train's furnace constantly running and burning, and all aspects of his body had swelled to the extreme. The body will be very tired to maintain such a state, and every cell seems to be whining. He has fought to the limit. But breath of water complete collection. When he was cultivating in the dojo before, he stopped his hands once. At that time, after improving his breathing technique to the extreme, the world he perceived gradually became transparent, and his body seemed to be light and airy, which was a precursor to the opening of the transparent world. After that, Lin Yu tried many times to find that feeling, but without exception, he failed. Facing Yi Wozuo now, the sense of oppression is like a giant mountain, and the 3 words "you're going to die" are almost stuck on the pale body of the evil ghost covered with tattoos. But why is he so excited? Well, it's like pulling up a huge boulder weighing several hundred kilograms for the first time in the narrow fog mountain. Oh, it turns out that being strong is really such an inextricable thing. Lin Yu laughed frantically, white steam gradually came out of his body, and his grudge changed obviously, from dark blue to black completely. Bring it on! Lin Yu raised the giant sun-shaped knife, aimed at the neck of Yi Wozuo, and slashed it hard. Yi Wozuo followed with a destructive killing style, waving random fists on the wide blade surface, the blade surface deep down, but still slashing constantly, like a whirlwind. Yi Wozuo stretched out his hand to defend his neck, but the destructive power of the giant sun blade directly cut off his hard hand bones neatly, forcing Yi Wozuo to no longer be able to hit hard, but to choose to dodge. It's no exaggeration. Said that even if he encountered the ghost hunter's pole before, he often used this dangerous operation of taking a knife with his bare hands, but none of them could cut off his hand bones, not one. From the outside view, the azure blue vindictiveness and the black vindictiveness collided, and there was no winner or loser. What's wrong? Are you just hiding? Where did your aura go? Lin Yu roared, his lungs were burning violently, and he didn't know to what extent he had improved his breathing technique, but it didn't matter. Death to me! Don't be complacent, long-winded! Yi Wozuo was furious, gritted his teeth, concentrated a little in the palm of his hand, and gathered his vindictive energy. Boom! Destroy and kill type! Breath of water Takitsubo! Lin Yu raised the giant sun blade in both hands, and the black tide-like ink lingered on the tip of the blade, and the shape of the water unfolded. At this point, neither Yi Wozuo nor Lin Yu seemed to have any idea of avoiding it. They only have toughness in their eyes, and one must die today. The sun has risen, shining on the decaying ruins of the city. Because of the disappearance of the shadow wolf, the ghost killers who were able to breathe poured out from the streets and alleys, and cooperated with the police officers to search for the surviving people. Although their existence has always been secret, it has been officially recognized by the government. The Shanyashiki family has a great business, and strictly speaking, it is not a personal organization. The matter on Pilang's side was settled, and when Ganlu Temple Meili and Purgatory Xing Shulang arrived at the battlefield where Lin Yu was located, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. This old building was filled with a mixture of reinforced concrete after it collapsed. The ruins were full of chaotic stones, many of which had been cut or smashed, leaving neat cuts and fist marks. This scene is far more terrifying than the city center that Pilang has bombed. Do you understand? Boy, human beings are such weak creatures. They get tired after a long battle. Even if they are injured, there is no way to recover immediately. You will never be able to pick up a knife again in your life. Yi Wozuo lurked in the shadows and stretched out his right hand. With a swoosh, it quickly returned to its original state. I don't know how many times he stood in front of Lin Yu intact, he was so fierce that he forgot the time. Lin Yu struggled to support his body with the giant sun knife with only half of it left, with extra muscle depressions, obvious fist marks, and multiple comminuted fractures. Chapter 21. He coughed hard, his internal organs seemed to be split open, and blood spilled from his mouth. Cough cough. Be a ghost, boy, if you desire to be strong, then your wounds will be healed. After noticing the members of the ghost-killing squad beside him, Yi Wozuo showed an inexplicable smile. Don't leave. You coward. Purgatory seeing Xiao Lang, who was bruised from the battle with Pilang, saw the words in the eyes of the evil ghost, his expression was also moved, and he drew his sword outright. The player in front of him is actually fighting against the line 3. This place actually hides such a powerful evil spirit. Yi Wozuo glanced at Purgatory seeing Xiao Lang, the golden light like a raging fire was full of fighting spirit, and suddenly showed a surprised look. Actually, on the same day, he met two guys who were excited. Oh, aren't you good, but it's still a little worse than this monster. He pointed to the figure that supported half of the giant's sword, and then quickly disappeared into the shadows. Return to Infinity City. Sir Wumis, according to your instructions, I have abolished all the bones of his body. Yi Wozuo knelt on the ground and clasped his fists. The women's clothes on the high platform smiled miserably. It was also the first time that he had met such a person who used a human body to sway a ghost. Although he was still very weak, it also made Wu miserable interested. I was afraid that the original Yi Wozuo could not do this. More importantly, this guy has a temperament that doesn't look like a boring decent ghost hunter at all, but more like an evil villain. Otherwise, excellence will only be the reason for the cruel determination to kill him. Next, this person will either be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life, or he will choose to become a demon. No matter which one it is, it will not pose a threat to Wu Mizian. Chapter 39 Healing. Are you okay? After the evil ghost left, Mi Li of Ganluo Temple rushed up for the first time. She remembered this tall boy who saved her life at that time. Purgatory Kyojuro's hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Compared with this young man, his condition was not much better. After he stopped breathing, he felt severe pain all over his body. Gan. The strong winding string is a bit outrageous, sloppy. Lin Yu didn't notice everything around him, and groaned weakly. Now he doesn't realize how badly he's hurt. He was going to use Yi Wozuo to test his limits, but found that the battle was completely different from what he imagined. The recovery speed of Yi Wozuo was too fast, and it was not at the same level as the evil ghost he encountered before. It's not a face-to-face combat. It's really unbelievable that he can be perverted to such an extent that the hand he just chopped off can throw a punch at his body again from an unknown angle without passing a second. Even if Lin Yu can't see it, he knows that Yi Wozuo's blood ghost technique destroys the effect of killing the needle. No matter how fast he is, Yi Wozuo can always predict where his knife will fall, which is equivalent to opening the door. After the self-aiming and automatic blood recovery, Lin Yu didn't realize that he fought with that guy all the way until dawn. During the battle, the adrenaline surged, so that when Yi Wozuo's fist fell on him, it was even painful. It feels like it's all gone. Now. Gan. Why is the body not obeying orders? The world, how dark. At Ganluo Temple Meili stood there blankly. Her benefactor seemed to have landed directly on her, and Ganluo Temple Meili glanced down, and her face turned red in a flash. The way she dresses so openly doesn't mean her character is so open at all. She was deceived by the tailor and mistakenly thought that all the female members of the ghost-killing squad would wear this kind of open-chested outfit. This has already met. How so? She fluttered her hands constantly, as if she didn't know what to do. In desperation, she could only turn her chaotic help to her master. Mr. Purgatory. Just at this moment, plop! The Purgatory Kyojuro on the side also collapsed. Tips from the Heavens Path rewards system. Since the damage to the body is too serious, 50% of your experience gained in this battle will be transferred to healing wounds. Is it implemented? Yes. The degree of automatic wound healing, 60%, 90%. What's going on? In a hospital in Tokyo, the doctor took off his glasses and looked at the boy lying on the hospital bed with a confused expression. When this young man was sent over, his internal organs, heart and lungs were damaged to varying degrees, and the bones in his body were shattered in many places. When they were first pushed to the emergency room, all the doctors didn't see it. What they were discussing was not a treatment plan, but how long the patient who was specially designated by the hospital director to be cured could survive. A day later, the weakened heart beat again, stronger than normal, and the breathing became even. Come back to life. The doctors fell into contemplation after being pleasantly surprised. Because the patient's body suffered devastating damage in many places, even if he survived, it is estimated that he will be a disabled person in this life. They can only discuss how to not affect his life. Under the premise of taking out the broken bones that were broken into the flesh and blood. Another day passed. Those wounds are gradually healing in an incredible state, and the broken bones are actually solidified again. This is simply a miracle in human history. The doctor walked out of the ward with the order. Butterfly Chanahui, who was waiting in the hospital lobby, looked slightly worried. She hadn't closed her eyes for 2 days and 2 nights. When the doctor came out, she quickly got up. Mr. Doctor, how is the situation? Sorry, I have no way of understanding this patient's situation. Ah? Don't you mean that the heartbeat is already recovering? Isn't it out of danger? Well, it's recovered. The attending doctor glanced at Butterfly Chanahui with a guilty conscience, then trembled and walked all the way to the director's room with the list. He wants to ask the dean to see if he can keep the patient for observation for a while. According to this development trend, this person can be discharged after waking up. If this kind of miracle in human history can be made into research results, it must be unprecedented in the history of medicine. It's a pity that he didn't know that the hospital he was working in was an industry of the maternity house, and the real purpose of the hospital's existence was to provide the most advanced medical equipment for seriously injured ghost hunters. Is confidential and will not pass. What's more, he didn't know that the moment he left the ward, the boy on the bed woke up, with dark pupils under his broad eyebrows, as if he had completely gotten rid of the childishness that a child should have, and became a more handsome man. A brilliant boy. 50% of combat experience. Lin Yu irritably pulled out the various tubes inserted in his body. He really didn't want to exchange his precious combat experience for other things. In this world, being strong is the only option to survive. To what extent can his experience against Uozuo help him improve his body? Every point is precious. Now he has to use it to treat his body. He is also helpless. He really feels that it is wasted. It is like most of the money earned from part-time work is used to meet basic survival needs, and there is no sense of joy in saving his life. But there is no way, people have to live. Did you die without anything? The moment he went out, he happened to meet the worried butterfly Chana Megami. Lord Style, I think I should be fine. Butterfly Chanel Wyron, who had been waiting for 2 days and 2 nights and hoped that Lin Yu could escape the danger of her life, was stupid. Lin Yu, who should have been lying on the hospital bed, was now standing in front of her alive, and there was no such injury at all. The feeling of weakness, the flushed face, and the sparkle are not enough words to describe his mental state at the moment. Lin Jun, what an incredible person! Butterfly Chanahui had a strange smile, and her eyes seemed to be shining. Anyway, it's great that you're healed. It should be a special physique. Almost every serious injury can heal quickly. I don't know what my situation is. Lin Yu touched his head with a smile, and found an excuse that he didn't know. Anyway, there are some things in the world of ghost hunters that everyone can understand without having to explain so much. At this time, Lin Yu noticed that in the ward beside him, through the glass window, he could see a figure lying on it with fiery red hair. That's Mr. Purgatory. Chapter 40 The Switch That Turns the Tide of Battle. There was also the girl with cherry red hair who was waiting at the front seat. She seemed to have noticed the situation outside the door, and raised her head in surprise. Well, it was Mr. Purgatory and her stepson, Miss Ganlo Temple. You and Mr. Purgatory were both seriously injured at the time. After that, Miss Ganlo Temple took care of the team members and supported them. Lin Yu smiled at the glass window when he heard this. Thanks. How did he get better so quickly? Is he smiling at me? When Ganlo Temple Meili realized this, her face turned red again. Aya! What are you thinking? They saved your life before, you must thank them. After finally stabilizing the chaotic and shaken girl's heart, when she raised her head again, Ganlo Temple Meili was stunned to find that there was no shadow of that person at the window. Lin Yu and Butterfly Chan Ahui walked out of the hospital together and found out when they went outside to relax. Regarding the overall battle situation of this trip to Tokyo, a newspaper with extra-large words was posted on the propaganda column outside the hospital, which described in detail the big explosion in the center of Tokyo. One area was completely destroyed. No matter how much the government covered it up, there were still human limbs and clothing hidden by stones in the photos, which was shocking. Butterfly Chanel lowered her head and said nothing when she passed by. Lin Yu still saw the sadness hidden in the depths of his gentle eyes. It's not the fault of Master Style, please don't blame yourself too much. Butterfly Chanahui strolled on the road where the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, smiled silently, and sighed softly. How can I say it? Sometimes I really feel that Lin Jun is an incredible person. This is the second time that Chan Ahui Butterfly said that it is incredible. Lin Yu is really not good at trying to figure out girls' thoughts, and he is not so sensitive in his heart. For example, he is walking on the road full of cherry blossoms with the opposite sex. What I'm thinking of is not something romantic, but the head full of Yi Wozu. Yi Wozu's hair seems to be this color. I really want to screw that head with a mocking smile off. However, he still reminded himself to restrain his irritability. The other party held back his hand for some unknown reason. If the next meeting is really determined to kill, then he is very likely. No, with this if you go to fight in the state, you will definitely die, the winding is really outrageous. What's Lin Jun's plan next? Unscrew. Unscrew. Well, yes, unscrew a cherry blossom and give it to Master Style. Lin Yu picked a cherry blossom from the tree and handed it to the Butterfly Chanahui. Butterfly Chanahui looked at the rather childish smile on his face, was stunned for a moment, and then took it up a little funny. Thanks. Ghost Squad Headquarters. Various intelligences are placed on the tatami table, which was organized by Yinzu Yejun Tianyuan in the Yuan dynasty. At this point, 4 days have passed since the Tokyo incident. According to the Crow's report of the team members Ganlo Temple Miri and Purgatory Kyojuro, in addition to the lower string, there was another more powerful ghost that appeared in Tokyo at that time, the upper string, that gorgeous guy, Lin Jun seems to be with the winding has been fighting until dawn. Yejun Tianyuan seriously reported the information compiled by the ninja crowd, but it was inevitable that he would change his words. Except for his ninja chief, Lin Yu's special existence is known to only a few people inside, such as Rock Pillars, Snake Pillars, Style Pillars, and the Lord. Except for the Style that was in direct contact with, the other columns were unanimously deeply hostile to this guy who suddenly appeared and skeptical about his talent and potential. Now it seems that this suspicion does not exist. A look of shock appeared on Yoya's face, who had always been calm. Chapter 22. Has the winding appeared? Well, It's Shang Xian-san. It seems to be a ghost who is very good at fighting with fists and feet. The battle between the two was so fast that the crow couldn't describe it, only that the scene after the event was very tragic. If you want to describe it, it is to knock down a concrete high-rise building with more than 10 floors, and then create an open space full of concrete powder in the ruins of the high-rise building. This should be caused by not dodging the whole process. The two people competed for strength and physical fitness. After the incident, it is estimated that Lin Jun received at least the 5 punches of the winding ghost, and all the parts that were hit were distorted and deformed. When he said this, Yu Jun Tianyuan swallowed his throat. The Lord faced him. He was not very good at saying some words. The word pervert could be spit out at any time when the word pervert was held in his mouth. To keep up with the evil spirit on the string so head-to-head, even Bai Minjai's Xing Ming probably can't do it. What's even more outrageous is that after suffering such a serious injury, he actually recovered in just 2 days. It has changed. I have a hunch that the pattern that has remained unchanged for hundreds of years will change in our generation. Regarding this child, don't publicize it for the time being, and try to make him follow his own wishes as much as possible. But, Lord, according to the information on the scene at the time, it is very likely that the top string ghost wanted to win over Lin Jun, so he didn't kill the killer, and Lin Jun himself did not show any desire to join the ghost-killing team. Yejun Tianyuan stopped talking. Because Yoshia, who was sitting in the maternity house, took out a letter. The signature is the retired former Shuizu Rintaki Seikanji, who is Lin Yu's trainer. This is an absolute letter. Rintaki Seikanji is willing to vouch for his reputation and Lin Yu's determination as a human being. If Lin Yu becomes a ghost one day, then Rintaki Seikanji, who is a master, will cut his belly. And it was Rintaki Seikanji who questioned whether Lin Yu would enter the ghost-killing team at the beginning. It seems that our warriors all have a good master. Yoshiya's Yashiki smiled. Yejun Tianyuan lowered his head and said, yes. There's no need to worry anymore. How did the Ghost Slayer team survive until now? Relationship between superiors and subordinates, or hatred of ghosts? No, it is redemption, mutual redemption for each other in a situation of nothing. If this is protection and selfishness, then the entire ghost-killing team is like this. This time, the ghost-killing team not only ushered in the new Yanzu, but also obtained a switch that can turn the tide of the battle. Butterfly House. 2 months passed quickly. Lin Yu still trains in the dojo, but with little success. After the battle with Yu Wozuo, he found that what he felt after he started the breathing method was many times clearer than before. It seemed that he was about to touch the threshold, and he was only a foot away, but it was like a mirage. Obviously still making progress, and his own strength is also growing, but it is still difficult to reach that level. Chapter 41. It's midsummer. The boulders hanging in the courtyard of the butterfly house have also gradually increased from the original 200 jin to the current 1000 jin. Lin Yu pulled the rope horizontally with both hands, exercising day after day under the blazing sun. Sweat flowed from his strong muscles. After completely shrinking, his height of about 1.75 meters looked extremely tall. This kid, the road to building muscle is gone. Aunt Keiko under the porch covered her face and wept. Obviously such a beautiful boy. Butterfly on the side twitched slightly with a dull face. Aunt Keiko, are you kidding me? Where does that guy belong to the category of beauty? Now his arms are as thick as my 2 thighs, maybe even thicker. But just looking at that face, and not looking at those ridiculously exaggerated tight muscles, is really deceiving. It was a face with broad eyebrows and a little grimness, and it did look like that kind of handsome guy, or the kind of high-cold type that strangers should not enter. Lin Jun seems to have grown a lot again. Mako showed a very natural smile. Butterfly Ninja finally couldn't help but complain. Growing up, it's only been a few months? It's obviously abnormal. You have already given up. A child looks like his own child no matter what he grows up. Are you a mother? This. I can't help it. Even though he has more and more muscles, he is also my junior brother. Boys grow up so fast all of a sudden. It's normal. It will definitely become more than 2 meters high. Mako showed a hopeless smile like a salted fish. Be sober. A little common sense in biology. He is the only one who is abnormal, admit it. Butterfly endured and covered her head. This woman is already dead in various senses. Because of her preference, she can't view her junior and junior brothers correctly. Chanel. While the two were chatting, they realized that Li Hualuakanai was wearing a bathrobe chasing butterflies in the courtyard, but unconsciously ran towards Lin Yu's exercise direction. Like the roof, it looks very dangerous. Boom! Lin Yu's expression froze, and he put down the boulder behind him before Chanel came over. Butterfly fluttered with frightened wings, and was about to fly out of the courtyard. Want to run? Lin Yu sneered, jumped up, like a lion, opened a thick palm that seemed to be able to grab the air, and with a slight wave, he caught the butterfly on the wall into his palm. Then he jumped down firmly and spread his palms. He showed a slightly apologetic smile, and just imagined the butterfly as the neck of Yi Wozu, as if he was using too much force. Sorry, it should have fainted, but when it rests a little, it should get better soon. Chanel stared blankly at the butterfly in his hand with those godless eyes, twitched his wings a little, and then stopped moving. What a sweet and gentle boy! Aunt Keiko was moved. Makoto also nodded. Only Butterfly Shinobu looked like he had seen a ghost, and the wind was messy. So, where do you see tenderness? At the same time, in the ward of the butterfly house on the other side, a figure quietly hid behind the entrance, showing only half of its face, as if observing the figure under the tree with a bare upper body cultivating. Butterfly Chanahui, who was holding a watermelon fruit plate in her hand, passed by and smiled. God, Miss Ganlo Temple, good afternoon. The startled Ganlo Temple Mi Li said with a blushing smile, where is it? Mr. Huazu, good afternoon. Mako said with some doubts, that child. Aunt Huiza said with a smile, when Lin Jun was cultivating, that child would peek at the side. She is Mr. Purgatory's stepson. Now that Mr. Purgatory is cultivating in our butterfly house, she will naturally be here, which is very interesting. As for the little girl, she has a very good relationship with Xia Ren. The voice just fell. Honey. Butterfly Ren waved his hand and ran over. It seems that summer has just arrived, and it is impossible for the ghost-killing team to catch ghosts every day. During this period of time, it has stopped for a while, and even Chanahui has been idle at home for a few days. Some of the flowers and plants didn't look like the kind of ghost-killing team pillars who waved their swords and fought monsters without hesitation. And Purgatory Xingjulan was also transferred from the hospital in Tokyo to the Butterfly House. The Butterfly House is equipped with herbs specially designed for the rehabilitation of ghost hunters, which can quickly help restore physical fitness. The current Purgatory Xingjulan has been able to walk on the ground and do some basic exercises, but it is still not enough. If it is too violent, it will involve the wound. By the way, it's a rare opportunity. Let's get together for dinner today. There just happens to be a watermelon. Butterfly Chanahui decided with a smile. It's rare to have such a leisurely day, but Aunt Keiko, who has always been in charge of everyone's meals, looked embarrassed and just smiled awkwardly. That, Chana Megami, I'll prepare some more, maybe not enough. Prepare. Butterfly Chanel was a little puzzled. Good to eat. Purgatory Xing Shulang's voice is like a bell. The watermelon on the table, Chana Butterfly and the others have not started yet, but the one over there has already been eaten in one bite. Butterfly Chanahui saw Purgatory Kyojuro stopped moving after eating a piece, and her piercing eyes seemed to be looking at some unknown distance. Anyway, it seems that she has always been like this in front of Mr. Purgatory, and she feels that her existence is simply being people ignore the same. Don't mind, Mr. Purgatory, there are still a lot of watermelons planted in the yard this year. On the other hand, Lin Yu only had a melon rind left in his hand, and Chana Hui also had a smile on his face. I had heard from Aunt Keiko before that the two of them seemed to have always eaten a lot, and Miss Ganlu Temple, the general manager. It looks like you are not full, are you losing weight? But she is not worried at all, after all, there are hundreds of kilograms of watermelons planted this year. Lin Jun, don't mind, just enjoy it. Exactly at this time. Meili, don't you want to eat? Xia Ren looked at Ganlu Temple Meili facing the watermelon in his hand in a daze, as if he was facing a great enemy. He swallowed a little. Ganlu Temple Meili smiled apologetically when she heard the words, then raised her head and glanced in Lin Yu's direction. Lin Yu smiled kindly at her. Ganlu Temple Meili's face was a little red, and she lowered her head slightly. That. I can't control myself when I get up. It's all right, don't mind. Butterfly Chanel Megami smiled, the three were so polite. Then, I'm welcome. The three of them glanced at Butterfly Chan Ahui and said in unison. Chapter 42 Replacing Breathing. Soon, Butterfly Chan Ahui knew why Aunt Keiko showed such an expression. The 10-pound watermelon turned into a pile of melon skins in less than a few seconds, and the small piece that Butterfly Chan Ahui, Mako, Butterfly Ninja, and Chaneo were holding in their hands hadn't been eaten yet. Aunt Kiza used a small wooden cart to push over a dozen watermelons, wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled, let's eat these first, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare the food. These are a lot. How do you eat after eating? Butterfly Chan Ahui looked puzzled, this didn't seem like something a prudent Aunt Keiko would do. However, the next few minutes subverted her cognition, and even Butterfly Ninja and Mako stupidly forgot to eat watermelon. The three big stomach kings gathered together, headed by Lin Yu. 10 kilograms of large watermelons, 1 a minute after splitting, ate a full 6, followed by Ganlu Temple Honey Li, ate 5, and Purgatory Xing Shulang probably ate a little out of etiquette. Slow, only ate 4. After 2 or 3 hours, Aunt Keiko was finally busy. There were 2 large wooden buckets that could be used as bathtubs. It took a cart to pull them over, and dozens of kilograms of rice were fragrant. The smile on Butterfly Chanel's face has completely frozen. Night is approaching, and the full moon hangs high outside the house. There was not a grain of rice left in the 2 large wooden barrels in the house. Only then did Aunt Keiko confess the truth to Chanel Hui. In fact, the ingredients that Butterfly House purchased at one time were enough for 20 adults for half a month, but even so, it still lasted for less than 4 days. In addition to being surprised, Butterfly Chan Ahui finally looked at Aunt Keiko and smiled. This at least means that everyone's physical condition is very healthy. Butterfly House has always put the physical and mental health of the team members in the first place. Lin Yu, who was full of food and drink, was called out by Mako. This is the first meeting between the two after the Tokyo trip, during which Mako went out on a mission. It was only after I came back that I heard about Lin Yu's near-death from Chana Hui's mouth. Zhen Kim said with lingering fear, I can't be so reckless in the future. Chapter 23. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Through this battle, he also realized that even if his body after the transformation has been raised to the current level, there is still a big gap between it and the ghost. But he didn't lose heart, it was hundreds of years of accumulation. How many days did he have? By the way, it just happens that you are free during this time. Has Lin Jun thought about going back to take a look? Mako's hands were braided behind him, and he looked up at the moon in the sky. She is a little different from Lin Yu, and doesn't have such a deep obsession with becoming stronger. Although she knew that she, like the other children, was picked up by teacher Lin Taiki, and her parents were brutally killed by evil spirits, she did not feel the lack of family warmth. Together, Sajiri Mountain is her home. If one day the evil spirits are eliminated, she would like to live happily in that place, just like an ordinary girl. Lin Yu was silent. In fact, he has already set a goal. After practicing for a while, the next stop is estimated to be Yoshihara, where there is the 6 fallen princesses. He himself is eager to kill ghosts, and the meaning of his life now is to do everything possible to kill Ghost Dance Suji no Miserable. After all, this is not only the long-cherished wish of Lin Taki-sensei who has raised him for many years, but more importantly, he wants to live in a carefree world without ghosts. It is true that if you escape before joining the ghost-killing team, you may not have to face danger, but what about these people related to him? Whether it is Mako or Rinteki Seikanji, for him, they are all family-like existences. Will the world line change because of his arrival, and he will die before the ONI Slayer team successfully kills ONI Mai Suji? As a man, he can't gamble, and he can't retire. If he has the ability, he must shoulder the burden. What he cared about more was what Yi Wozu said. He didn't know why that guy deliberately saved his life. Maybe it was to make him a ghost, but it was impossible. I don't know if I will meet that guy next time. Now Lin Yu's time is very precious, and he must ensure his cultivation to the maximum extent. What's the matter, Lin Jun? You don't want to go back? Well, I'm sorry, senior sister, next time. Lin Yu looked guilty and nodded. What surprised him was that Zhen Jian didn't show a look of loss, but said with a smile, "It's okay, I know, Lin Jun has been cultivating hard during this period of time, the master mentioned this when he wrote. Now, you may not be suitable for the breath of water, but more suitable for the breath of fire or the breath of rock." Changing the pranayama genre. Lin Yu fell into contemplation. To be honest, because he had been focusing on the improvement of his own strength before, he had neglected the breathing method category. First of all, if you change the breathing method, first of all it must be the strongest breath of the sun, and the ghost swordsman who knows the breath of the sun was killed hundreds of years ago by the ghost dance Suji Wume and the Black Death Mu, and now survives. The only thing is that only the kitchen door family that Ji Koyuan had been to at the beginning, the father of the original kitchen door Tanjiro, knew the breath of the sun. As for the exact location of the Zayaman family, Lin Yu doesn't know. Even relying on the intelligence network of the ghost-killing team, it is estimated that it is difficult to find out. After all, there are too many ordinary people in Japan picking up charcoal, and the surname Zayaman is even more. It's the kind of street. Lin Yu doesn't have much time, so he can't waste it on finding someone, and no one stipulates that it must be the breath of the sun to kill Giwasuji Wume, not to mention he has a system. This option can be directly pass. Zhen Kim smiled and said, "Lin Jun, didn't you find out? You are very similar to Yan Zhi's breath." Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Similar? Senior sister, don't you mean that my appetite is comparable to that of Mr. Purgatory? I don't deny that there is a reason for this, but your temperament is very similar to that of Mr. Purgatory. They are both the kind of people who look very dignified. Mako couldn't help but covered her mouth and laughed, and then she hesitated. However, Master Rinteki also said that the breathing method is very physical, and it is very necessary to master 2 breathing methods at the same time. You can try something, if it doesn't work, you must stop it in time. The two of them looked at the Purgatory Xing Shulang standing in a daze under the tree from a distance. In front of him was the boulder used by Lin Yu for training, which weighed 1,000 pounds, and looked very huge and terrifying even in the dark night. Sharp. Chapter 43 Treatment of Special Talents. However, the next sentence of Purgatory Kyojuro surprised Mako. "Mealy, try it out." "Yes, master." Ganlu Temple Mealy, who had just eaten a full meal, was full of energy, rolled up her sleeves and rushed up. Zhen Kim said in surprise, "That child." At this time, Butterfly Ninja in the room also came out, and said helplessly, "After our evaluation, Mealy's muscle density is more than 7 times that of ordinary people. Don't look at how slender the body is, in fact, the strength is much greater than that of normal people. Very similar to you." Lin Yu was a little surprised. This should be the first time Butterfly Ninja took the initiative to talk to him. He looked into his eyes and said it. Before, he was very vigilant, but now he has become much softer. This gave him a bit of trouble. I've heard about my sister. Thank you. After some unnatural words, Butterfly Ninja turned around and fled into the house. Zhen Kim smiled and said, really, Xia Ren is still not frank as always. Click. While chatting and laughing, the Ganlo temple over there was really hard to hold, 1,000 kilograms of stones. Lin Yu's interest came. He could see that even if the strength is far beyond ordinary people, the limit of Ganlo Temple's honey glass is only about 400 jin, and the remaining 600 jin is really pushed up by breathing method. Muscle tension after breathing can be seen. The various schools derived from the breath of the sun actually have different effects. The breath of water is more balanced, the overall attributes increase, and the end point of the water type is only passive defense. The breath of flame is just the opposite. The style is generally inclined to the kind of deadly attack method, relying on absolute power to suppress the opponent. Purgatory Kyojuro is the kind of indomitable ruthless man who once shattered in order to kill evil spirits. Because of his eardrum, his hearing has not been very good. Later, he killed Pei Lang. As long as he was still breathing, he could continue to attack. That is to say, after opening the breath of flame, it can bring more than double or even double the power to ordinary people, which cannot be brought by the pursuit of balanced water breath. This is still a basic attribute. According to the calculation of the Heavenly Dao rewards system, it is multiplied on the basis of the basic attribute. So, how much power will Lin Yu get after learning the breath of flame? Do a little calculation, without considering the speed and destroying the killing needle. Assuming that Lin Yu could grab the head of Yu Wozuo and instantly turn into the breath of flame, he should be able to pinch it immediately. In the same way, on the premise that Yi Wozuo does not evade, Lin Yu will not be at a disadvantage when faced with a face-to-face confrontation with destruction, and can even smash Yi Wozuo's arm all day. Just considering strength, there is no doubt that Lin Yu will become a walking humanoid bomb. Gotta learn. Who can resist power? Don't talk to him about agility and defense, that's something that should be considered in the future. Now let's put all the attributes in strength, and the unexpected one-punch Superman is the charm of a man. Thinking like this, Lin Yu was so excited that he could not wait to learn the breath of flame immediately and ask Yi Wozu to come over again to see if he could blow his head with a punch. Hey! Master! I can't stand it anymore. Keep going. Work hard. Show your enthusiasm. Burn it. Purgatory. Seeing Xiaolang looked at the Ganlo Temple Mi Li, whose face was flushed with suffocation, without the slightest reluctance. His training style has always been rigorous, which is why few people in the team want to be his stepson. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Ganlo Temple Mi Li and grabbed the rope in her hand. Let go. Lin Yu reminded like a fitness trainer, then smiled and said to Purgatory Xing Shulang, sorry, Mr. Purgatory, for disturbing you to train your disciples, but her strength training to this extent is already the limit, so if you continue, the muscles will be directly strained, so it is better to be more reasonable. The sound of Mi Li of Ganlo Temple really loosened the boulder all at once. Lin Yu's face changed suddenly, and he twitched a little. He pulled the stone with both hands and put it down slowly, as usual. Purgatory Xing Julan put his hands on his chest, and did not show an angry expression. He even made people feel like he didn't look here at all, but passed through Ganlo Temple Mi Li and Lin Yu, looking at a distant and unknown place. You are really amazing. Oh. Lin Yu nodded, he should not feel wrong, this is what he said. Just when Lin Yu hesitated and didn't know how to ask the other party to teach him the breath of flame, Purgatory Xing Julan took the initiative to speak. You want to learn the breath of flame, right? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then said, this, can you see it? Purgatory Xing Shulang exclaimed, I feel the fire-like enthusiasm from you, the scorching heat, there is no doubt that the breathing method you are learning now is completely wrong, you should learn the breath of flame. On this point, the Lord has already agreed to it, and it is the advice given by the trainer Lin Taki himself. At this time, Butterfly Chanahui also came out of the house. Lin Yu felt that Butterfly Chanahui's eyes had some sincere meaning, including the senior sister Mako on the side. He understood that the reason why Purgatory Xingjulan stayed here was probably deliberately arranged. It is conceivable that the old man thousands of miles away, in the dark cabin, lit a candle, wrote the envelope stroke by stroke, and always paid attention to the growth of his disciples abroad. Although he was very strict, he never stopped overly concerned. The reason why these people don't speak out is that they want him to follow his heart as much as possible and choose a way to cultivate that suits him. Thanks. Next, for nearly a month, Lin Yu followed Purgatory Xingjulan to learn the breath of flame. The process is similar to that of learning water breathing at the beginning, and there is a precedent for water breathing, and Lin Yu's learning progress is faster. As Mako said, mastering the two breathing methods is basically impossible for ordinary people, but it is not difficult for Lin Yu, who has a transformed body. His physical strength is enough to support the mastery of the two breathing methods. He also learned later, why he has not been able to reach that field, because the use of water breathing cannot even reach the standard of his body to open the world, to something that is overbalanced is mediocre. In the original novel, Tomioka Yiyang played this breathing method to the extreme and it was only a one-sided defense. Lin Yu pursued destruction and something completely contrary. Chapter 44 Can You Be My Husband? Breakthrough. My training method is to let you constantly push your limits. The huge rock that was like a small roof at first could provide shade for 10 people, and it increased to 1,500 pounds. The sturdy century-old tree was also abruptly broken because it couldn't bear the pressure. In desperation, he could only put a wooden board under the bound stone, and then lift it up from below by Lin Yu. In the scorching summer, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and held a huge long wooden board with both hands. Sister, no matter what, this is too. Butterfly Forbearance looked at Butterfly Chanahui anxiously. Both of them are from a medical family. Even if the ghost hunter has far more physical fitness than ordinary people after starting the breathing method, it is impossible to withstand such pressure. It used to be pulling, but now it is directly replaced by the whole push-up, which is slightly different. Be careful, the spine will be broken directly. Xia Ren, prepare the medicinal soup, this is the only thing we can do. Butterfly Chanahui sighed uncontrollably. She can't stop the current Lin Yu and Purgatory Kyoshu Lang. After these days of training, the two of them are more crazy than the other. The suggestion to remove the boulder and put it on the wooden board is what Purgatory Kyoshu Lang said, but add another 500 caddies. But it was Lin Yu's own choice. His determination to become stronger was really like a raging fire, infecting everyone present. Even the Purgatory Xingjulan stopped his cultivation and devoted himself to Lin Yu's cultivation. If they can succeed, their ghost hunters will usher in an unprecedented powerful companion. After about 2 hours of physical training, the two moved to the dojo. Breath of Flame 1 Type Shiranui. Purgatory Kyojuro drew his sword. Lin Yu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he seemed to be able to see the flames wrapped around the tip of the knife, fiery red at the moment when the Purgatory Xingjulan rushed. He subconsciously grabbed the wooden knife and began to imitate. At this moment, during the operation of his lungs, he felt two completely different forces. On the basis of the softer water, there was another more scorching and fierce thing. He tried to draw that thing. Come out! With a rub, a flame of fire sprang out from the dark blue of the blade, which became more and more intense. Breath of Flame 1 Type Shiranui. Boom! At that moment, the entire dojo seemed to tremble. Purgatory Kyojuro stopped, and the moment he was sheathed, his hands were shaking slightly, and he turned his head slowly. I saw that the place where Lin Yu was located moved forward, the ground formed a long and deep pit-like shape, the wooden boards were completely destroyed, and the soil layer on the ground was turned out. Chapter 24. This is Shiranui. Watching on the sidelines, Ganlo Temple Meili covered her mouth in shock. There is no doubt that it is Shiranui. Purgatory Xing Shulang can perceive that Lin Yu's breathing has changed, and he has indeed mastered the breath of flame, and the breath of flame, one type, and Shiranui that Lin Yu just showed is far more violent than his. This is pure. The effect brought by the increase in the strength of the sword is enough to directly smash a house. Far beyond the destructive power of the pole? No, this is simply not a power that humans can wield. Lin Yu also sensed that when he used the breathing method, he had a completely different experience from before. Compared with other ghost hunters, being able to pull a 1-ton boulder may be a very powerful thing, but compared to those evil ghosts, it is actually nothing. In the original work, the power of 1 winding sixth is enough to level the entire Yoshihara. If it weren't for the plot kill, Lin Yu really didn't know how the destructive human beings could defeat it, and the things displayed were not of an order of magnitude at all. And Lin Yu doesn't talk about healing. If he encounters the wind in the future, he can't expect to use his mouth to find a gap to defeat the opponent. What he is looking for is absolute power. After learning the breath of flame, the destructive power displayed by the power of his body is incomparable to the previous one. For example, he used Shiranui just now. Originally, he was attacking in a straight line, but in this straight line, there will be countless powers that move forward with him. Under the blessing of the system, this power has grown so strong that it can directly destroy the entire floor. This kind of thing is called passion by Purgatory Xingjulan, and Yuozuo is called fighting spirit. In the ghost-killing team, it seems that the only person who can directly confront Yuozuo is the Purgatory Xingjulan who has mastered the breath of flame. One word, and it's over. It's incredible, boy, in just 7 days, you have mastered the breath of fire on the basis of the breath of water. Even Purgatory Kyojura, who has always had few expressions, showed a rare expression of admiration. Meili of Ganlo Temple looked at Lin Yu with admiration on her face. She worked very hard in the process of cultivating the breath of flame. Although she has mastered the breathing method, she always felt that it was completely different from the expression of her master Purgatory Kyojuro. I feel a little bit half-ass. Then, the mission is completed, and I'm also ready to leave. Meili, don't you have something to say to this young man? Take this opportunity to speak. Purgatory Kyojulan said in a buoyant voice, then turned around and left the dojo. What? Meili of Ganlo Temple looked at the distant master with surprise. She never seemed to have said to anyone that she had something to say to Lin Yu, not even Xia Ren. How did Mr. Purgatory see it? Ah! At this moment, only she and Lin Yu were left in the dojo, and Ganlo Temple Meili's face was flushed and she was in a hurry. This. It's okay, Miss Ganlo Temple, don't worry, just say something slowly. Lin Yu also noticed that in the process of exercising during this period of time, Ganlo Temple Meili seemed to have been looking at him intentionally, but the two should not have intersected before. Meili of Ganlo Temple looked up and saw the gentle smile on Lin Yu's face. For a while, his brain fell into a temporary hypoxia and short circuit. Well, how do I say it? I usually eat a lot, but I don't want to be treated as a monster, so… Miss Ganlo Temple, you have to be more proud of yourself. Only the strong with power will be respected by others. Don't care about those rumors. Here, no one will think you are different. Lin Yu patted her shoulder and smiled. Actually, I'm here to find a husband who is stronger than me. If you really think so, can you be my husband? After Ganlo Temple Meili Ghost possessed this sentence, as if realizing something, the whole person froze, stopped thinking, and showed a terrified expression of extreme social death. It's over, what am I talking about? Shouldn't the point be to thank others for their life-saving grace? Chapter 45. That's it, okay. Meili of Ganlo Temple raised her head in amazement, the young man smiled under the cherry blossom tree, and the whole summer seemed to freeze with it. After all the evil spirits in this world have been eliminated, we will become husband and wife. Miss Ganlo Temple, you must be like me and work hard to live until that time. What can I say, what an incredible person. At that moment, Mi Li of Ganlo Temple thought so, and then smiled like a flower. Yes, by the way, I was in Tokyo before, thank you for saving me. After Ganlo Temple, Mi Li left happily. Lin Yu thought with some doubts, Tokyo saved Ganlo Temple Mi Li? He has no impression at all. He put on Haori again, past the corner of the porch, and the butterfly leaning in the dark endured it. Are you serious about what you said? Lin Yu had already noticed her existence, but he was not surprised. Certainly. Why? You and Mi Li didn't know each other before, didn't you have any feelings, why did you agree to such a request? It's a lie. Do you think you or she will never live that day? Butterfly Ninja's face was extremely serious. Although she changed her mind about this guy because Lin Yu saved her sister, it did not mean that she could allow Lin Yu to deceive her friend's feelings. Miss Shinobi, you misunderstood, I am serious, I want to fulfill this promise. Lin Yu looked solemn. Butterfly Ren was stunned for a while, this was probably the first time this guy showed such a serious expression in front of her. So, why? It's just that Mi Li unilaterally has a crush on you. Lin Yu smiled happily, that's enough, a dull guy like me is destined to never realize that he likes someone in his life, and he doesn't have time to take the initiative to understand or like someone. The best ending may be I'll be alone and grow old. But even so, I'm still dreaming, will I be liked by people like this one day? How could I not be moved by Miss Ganlo Temple's words? Butterfly Ren frowned and said, don't make yourself so sad, there will definitely be many girls who say this to you in the future, if the person who said this today is not Mi Li. She paused because Lin Yu was looking at her with a very strange look. But the truth is, Miss Ganlo Temple, why should I care about those people I haven't even met? Isn't everything that happened in life unique and irreversible? Is there such an option? Butterfly was dumbfounded and looked at the back of the man who left, only to find out what was special about him. Some people indulge in the past, some people look forward to the future, this is the vast majority of people in the world, even the kind of down-to-earth people will inevitably be the case. But he is different, living faithfully in the moment. At this time, Butterfly Ninja remembered what my sister said about this guy before, what an incredible person. Not long after lunch, Purgatory Xingjulan left with the honey glass of Ganlo Temple. This time, because Purgatory Xingjulan beheaded Xiangxian's Palang in Tokyo. The ghost-killing team also promoted him from the A-level player to the column level. The treatment is not important, which means that he will really take over his father's affairs and become a man of his own. Today is the 6th day of Mako's departure. A letter came from the crow. She has arrived at Shahu Mountain safely. She also used her salary to buy a lot of local souvenirs. The brothers in the family like it very much. The big brother Kituz seems to be getting more and more impatient with his autistic younger brother Tomioka Yiyang. If he can use fists and feet, he will never use words. Instead, Tomioka Yiyang is becoming more and more autistic. He often says something like is it really worth living for someone like me? Fortunately, after he met Mako, who became a ghost killer, he was fed and eaten something that he said, I don't need it, I don't like it, and finally rekindled the courage to live. Master Rintaki's body is still very strong. He feels very guilty about the hand ghost, and he apologizes to Mako in private, but Mako feels that it is unnecessary. The fact is that she survived, and she will take the dead children with her. Share, just live well. Anyway, there are a lot of things like that. Lin Yu could imagine it. Mako was wearing a ghost killer team uniform and slung over his waist, smiling smugly. The letter said that everyone misses Lin Yu very much. In fact, Lin Yu also knows that it is only the three of them who really miss him, but he is still willing to listen to this lie as the truth. Mostly, only children and idiots know nothing. Only then can you reap real happiness, can you live, if you can be a little confused, be a little confused. Time flies, and before I know it, it has been a year since I left Shahu Mountain. Lin Yu has also grown from a small man of about 1.5 meters to a boy of about 1.78 meters now, boy, 14 years old, 15 years old. After learning the breath of flames, his height seems to have been raised again. Now if he uses all his strength, he should be able to reach more than 2 meters. During this period, he participated in the selection of Fuji Kayama. He failed to stop the car for a while, which made the pillars who had finally succeeded in the situation of catching ghosts everywhere. Is that Lin Jun? So handsome. I heard that he saved 5 team members in the final selection, and set a record of beheading 43 evil ghosts. He is really an amazing guy. Outside the courtyard of the butterfly house, many injured team members looked at the tall young man under the tree not far away with admiration and envy. He was wearing a loose white kimono, his long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and his profile during the training process, he looked very cold, and the sound of steam came out of his mouth from time to time. He held 2 large iron in his hands. It doesn't look as scary as wearing a large wooden board at the beginning. In fact, this is a special prop after improvement, and a single one weighs about a ton. Lin Yu has one hand in one hand at the moment. During the exercise, his muscles have become more refined. They are not as wide as they used to be, but have shrunk a bit, and the connections are tighter. Each piece has obvious lines. The overall appearance is very steep and flowing water. Breath of fire. He worked hard to invoke the breath of flame, his lungs were running at high speed, sweat was leaking from his forehead, and his brain was in a blank state. A little bit, a little bit. He has been able to achieve the kind of the original book, seeing the blood flow of ordinary people and the airflow in the air, but this is not his transparent world, and he can still become stronger. Chapter 46. At this time, a figure broke into Lin Yu's sight. Butterfly Shaname is wearing a fragrant butterfly feather weaving, with a gentle smile like a spring mountain on her face. Lord Style. Look, Master Style. Butterfly Chan Ahui has always been liked by the team members. There are too many people who want to be her stepson, but a large part of them are stopped by Butterfly Ninja. She greeted the wounded with a smile. She was not in the butterfly house during this time, and it was the first time that everyone met like this. Hello, God! Boom! Lin Yu put down the 2 big iron in his hand, smashed into the ground and sank deep into it. Lord Style, are you back? Well, Lin Jun, can you come with me for a moment? Butterfly Chan Ahui smiled slightly, turned and walked into the butterfly house. Her back was very dignified, exuding a mature atmosphere. She was 17 years old this year. Lin Yu followed closely. In the empty room, the scented tea rose on the table. Butterfly Chan Ahui put down the teapot. Lin Yu took a sip from the teacup, and then praised with a smile, sure enough, it is still the best scented tea from Master Huazu. You're still as flattering as ever. Butterfly Chanel Megami responded with a smile. Where is it? I'm telling the truth. After getting along for a long time, the two have gotten to know each other a lot. Although Lin Yu always called her Lord Style, Chana Hui never put on a column-level shelf in front of him, and occasionally chatted with her. Take some jokes like this. Butterfly Chan Ahui is the type who can take care of people very well. It is estimated that he treats Lin Yu as his younger brother. Lin Jun, although it's good for you to practice hard, but occasionally you need to relax. Relax? Yeah, like going out to see something. Butterfly Chan Ahui rolled her eyes, which meant that she changed the subject a bit, but unfortunately she would not lie. She would only use her signature smile to fool herself. In fact, since the Purgatory Xingjulan stayed to personally guide, Lin Yu has always known that behind the Butterfly Chan Ahui is the master of the ghost-killing team, Yashiki Yasuki. The master seems to be concerned about his affairs, basically responding to requests. Kind of. Lord Huazu, just say what you want to say. You're only 14 years old. You can't always live in a depressing environment and cultivate endlessly. That's not acceptable. Butterfly Chan Ahui explained anxiously, roughly meaning that every time she saw that Lin Yu was either practicing or on the way to practice, she didn't mean to relax day and night, and her nerves were always tense. After reporting this situation to Yoya's Yashiki, the Lord was very happy at first, but then he became concerned about Lin Yu's mental health. None of the ghost-killing squads practiced as hard as this. They each had their own hobbies and social circles. For example, Master Lamentation could play the flute, and Kyojura of Purgatory would always care about the people around him. He will also be accompanied by his own little snake, not to mention Yejun Tianyuan who has 3 wives. But on Lin Yu's side, Butterfly Chan Ahui and Butterfly Ren have their own things to do. Lin Yu is completely alone, and he basically doesn't make friends with other people. The overall feeling is like living in another place. The same people in the world. Chapter 25. Ah! I don't feel depressed. Lin Yu was stunned. He is already used to this kind of life rhythm, so he must hurry up to practice when he can. After all, he doesn't know when he will meet Yi Wozu again. I'm afraid he won't be as lucky as the last time. No, this time you have to go out with me. Task. Butterfly Chanel nodded helplessly. In the small town where I met Lin Jun, there seems to be an incident of suspected evil spirits hurting people. Lin Yu thought for a while, and then said, however, that area doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of Lord Style. Butterfly Chanel Megami turned her head. Sitting under the porch of the courtyard was a little girl with eyes blank, staring blankly at the big square sky, like a lifeless puppet. That's right, but when I brought back Chineu, I asked the members of the Hidden Ministry. I seem to have found Chineu's home recently. I want to see her parents anyway. I think this way, maybe we can find a way to rescue this child. Of course, the evil spirits can't be ignored. How about it, Lin Jun, can you? Butterfly Chan Ahui is very nervous now. In the face of evil spirits, she can use a knife to solve it, but in the face of people, she is only a 17-year-old girl. Maybe she heard about Chineu's original family from the hidden department. But I still want to see it. I want to find the root of the problem, and rescue the puppet-like child. How should I put it? Not only do I want to take Lin Jun out to relax, but the most important thing is that if you have Lin Jun by your side, you will have a sense of security. Well, a very sense of security. No problem. Lin Yu smiled and said that all he heard was ghosts. In his current state, he has been cultivating and doesn't know when he will become a head. He's still a little self-aware, and it's a little off if he goes to find the winding now. If it is finished, it will all be swept up by the ghost-killing team, and it is not safe to wander around. I can't tell the ghost-killer team that I want to go to Fuji Zishan again and participate in the final selection. It's the itchiness and the desire to fight. Under the moonlight, the slender boat sailed leisurely across the long and narrow river, and the boatman hummed a melodious tune. Butterfly Chan Ahui explained to Lin Yu with a smile, this is the gossip sentence of a certain master in the last century, and it has been hundreds of years since now. At that time, Tokyo was not called Tokyo, but Edo. It was not like it was now with many Western-style buildings. It was an era when samurai was rampant, and ronin with swords could be seen everywhere. However, despite the development of technology, remote places still look like barren towns, which are also the most vulnerable places to be attacked by evil spirits. After landing, Lin Yu was hungry. He smelled that there were carts selling sake and oden. Today should be some kind of celebration, the streets are quite lively. Butterfly Chanel Hui is lying on the bridge to watch the fireworks in the sky, dazzling, completely lacking the dignified atmosphere on weekdays, just like a little girl enjoying the celebration. In the past, My parents would take Xia Ren and me out every time they came to the festival. When Miss Mako was away, Lin Jun must be lonely by himself. It doesn't matter if you have something on your mind, you don't have to ask me every time. Calling me master style is too prudent. Chapter 47 I killed only evil ghosts. Chana Butterfly, who had not received a response for a long time, turned her head subconsciously, a little stunned. I saw Lin Yu's mouth was full, a bit like a hamster in winter. Hey, little brother, it's gone. The owner of the cart said helplessly. The floor was full of lottery signs, and in less than 10 minutes, the boy in front of him ate his car of Odin. Is this gone? Lin Yu paid the money and muttered a little vaguely, but he still tried to solve what was in his mouth as quickly as possible. By the way, Master Style, what did you just say? Looking at Lin Yu who was eating with a satisfied face, Chana Butterfly couldn't help laughing. Nothing. When the two of them passed by the town, they enjoyed the festival a little bit like this, and it also meant that they were concealed. After all, no one can tell whether there are ghosts in the crowd in the dark. If you can smell it, it is best not to scare the snake. When the two of them walked to a place where no one was there, Lin Yu's expression turned cold slightly, and he pressed his hand on the sun blade around his waist. Lord Style. This hidden troop member was the one whom Butterfly Chan Ahui entrusted to help find Chineu's family. With him leading the way, the three of them kept going along the alley and finally came to the front of a dilapidated thatched hut. The environment here is very poor, the smelly streets are very much like a lot of feces, flies and mosquitoes are buzzing around. Rows of small dwellings are lined up, very similar to the Edo period in the mouth of Butterfly Chanel, and the buildings seem to have not changed for hundreds of years. Compared with the center of Tokyo, it is like the environment of the last century. The window of the hut was glowing with orange light, and some sounds could be heard inside. The sobbing of children, the whispered curses of adults. It's all your fault, why can't you look as beautiful as your sister, with such an ugly face, how can you sell it? The ragged woman was desperately cradling the back of the child under her. The sides of her cheeks were completely shriveled due to long-term hunger, and the two deep-set eye sockets looked like skeletons in the dim light. The man on the side is sitting in front of the stool and enjoying dinner. A mackerel has long been gnawed to the point of bone spurs. He is still sucking and spitting, and two children of 5 or 6 years old are in the shadows. Run over to snatch. The little boy under the woman was beaten with a bruised face and only dared to sob in a low voice. And the skinny man who was his father staggered and walked closer, as if drunk, lifted the child's sleeve, and picked him up. Man, why are you crying? It's not good for people to hear you. As a gesture, you have to kick it. Exactly at this time. Butterfly Chanahui was about to draw a knife and go in, but was stopped by the hidden troops on the side. Lord Chanel, don't be impatient. The evil ghost I discovered recently likes to collect abused children as food. We have been squatting here. Maybe we can find the evil ghost. But... Butterfly Chanel Megami looked anxious. Boom. However, what the hidden force member did not expect was that. At this moment, the door was broken open, to be precise, it should have exploded. It was only when the two got in that they found out. Lin Yu held the scum father's body in one hand, and his face was completely buried in the darkness, making it difficult to see his expression. Compared with these people, his height of about 1.78 meters was already considered a strong man, and his whole body revealed an icy breath. Calm down, Lin Yu team. Boom. Lin Yu flicked his hand, and the man in his hand hit the wall of the room like a missile. The sound of shattering bones sounded a few times, the man fell to the ground with his eyes abrupt, opened his mouth like a deoxygenated fish, blood dripped, and after a few twitches, he stopped moving. You are... Before the woman on the side could finish speaking, Lin Yu just kicked him violently, and the woman's body flew out like a meteor, in the same position as her husband, and this time, the wall made of fence and planks was directly smashed down. This kick seems to kick all the internal organs out of the mouth, and the dead can no longer die. The hidden troops were dumbfounded, their faces twitched, full of fear. Member Lin Yu, do you know what you are doing? If you kill someone, you will be severely punished in the team. Lin Yu turned his face slightly and looked indifferent. Human? I'm a ghost hunter. I can only kill ghosts, not humans. You read it wrong. Chana Hui, the butterfly on the side, was stunned. She had never seen Lin Yu on such a brutal side, like a beast. It's a human, it's a human. The hidden army member was trembling with his legs, clearly wanting to say something, but looking at those indifferent eyes like a beast, he found that he couldn't say a word in his mouth. Remember, 2 unknown evil spirits were found in this area, and they were beheaded by Lin Jun. Butterfly Chan Ahui looked down at the injury on the child's body, and finally nodded solemnly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and patted the hidden army member on the shoulder. That's it, understand? The guy was so frightened that he sat down on the ground and began to doubt his life. Why did Master Style say so? He nodded with fear in his eyes, and for some reason, Lin Yu's image was more evil than evil ghosts in front of him now. There are 3 children in the house. Chanel was exactly the same as when they first met. They were all dumbfounded and unable to speak. They had bruises all over the body, obviously suffering from domestic violence for a long time. Butterfly Chan Ahui couldn't bear to say, Lin Jun, I plan to bring them back to the butterfly house, what do you think? Lin Yu was a little surprised. Butterfly Chan Ahui can decide this kind of thing by herself. After all, she is the owner of the butterfly house. Why should you ask yourself? But he saw the sadness in Butterfly Chanel's eyes, a very fragile and helpless feeling. Maybe. Butterfly Canet's heart was already in chaos when he killed the couple just now. Why would he take it for granted that he would kill someone in front of the flower column, and she would take it for granted to protect herself out of morality? Well, it's fine. Butterfly Chan Ahui smiled as if she had found her backbone again. Just at this moment, a long low voice sounded. Outside the silent house, there was a sobbing sound like a child's cry, which was indescribably strange. Lin Yu frowned and walked outside. On the fence opposite the row of houses, red flowers were blooming, which looked very coquettish in the moonlight, and swayed gently in the wind. My child, where have you been? Chapter 48 Beheading Guhuo Bird. A very beautiful woman sat on a blooming red flower, her slender white legs swaying in the air. She sang softly, a kind smile appeared on her pale face, and her eyes were as red as blood under the moonlight. There was a strong scent of incense in the air. Have you seen it? Where has my child gone? Breath of Flame 1 type Shiranui. Lin Yu pulled out the sun blade around his waist, and he could clearly see that the number of the next string was engraved on those eyes. In an instant, he rushed over like a gust of wind, and behind him was full of embers of fire. Under the cold moonlight, the sun blade drew the shape of a flame, the head of the evil spirit flew up, and the body gradually dissipated like a piece of paper being burned by the flame. Lin Yu put the knife into the sheath. This sun-round knife was distributed for assessment. It looked very slender and light in weight. The previous one had been taken back and rebuilt. This evil ghost, like the troublesome Pilang, is the predecessor of the original work before the timeline opened. It seems that it was called Guhuaniao, and later became the stepping stone for the immortal Kawama to become the wind column. The limit is to kill 1 evil ghost in the 12 ghost moons. The aura of the evil spirit is indeed weakening and gradually dissipating. The entrance to the thatched hut is in front of Lin Yu. He walked in, but he did not see the figure of Butterfly Chan Ahui. At that moment, it was like stepping into another world. Outside the icy and snowy forest, snow-covered, a series of footprints stretched to the end. It was a thin figure wrapped in a scorpion, and fell into the snow without knowing his life, only showing a small half of his tender face outside the snow. From a tree not far away, a figure dressed in aqua blue Yuri jumped down. He wore a Tengu mask on his face, and his short white hair stood on the top of his head like thin needles. This is the scene when Lin Yu and Rin Taki-sakan met for the first time. Chapter 26. Lin Yu watched from the side, frowned, then quickly drew his knife, slashed at himself in the snow before the old man passed by. With the knife in two halves, blood stained his face red. What followed was a piercing scream, and the whole world seemed to suddenly turn a weird dark red. Why, don't you have any regrets about the past? Those painful memories. There was no movement in Lin Yu's eyes, as indifferent as a cold winter day. His sun blade also burst into a dark flame in this different space, constantly rising and burning. He slashed abruptly, and the sky was cut open like a curtain. The dark red world gradually tore apart, revealing its original appearance. There was fresh flesh and blood squirming everywhere, exuding a smell, strong and pungent, disgusting, like the inside of a monster's body. He understood that he should have been caught by Gu Huaniao's illusion. This is inside her body. Lin Yu doesn't have the thin-blooded constitution of the immortal Kawami, so he can't weaken the enchantment of this blood ghost art. There was only one solution he could think of. Lin Yu smiled grimly, and stabbed the knife in both hands towards the wriggling flesh wall, blood overflowing. Breath of Flame Complete Collection 1 Type Shiranui. Strips of black flames quickly burned on the meat wall. In just 1 minute, there were hundreds of criss-crossing holes in the meat wall, and fire was everywhere, and the blood was scattered everywhere. Both are. What? The tragic woman's screams kept ringing. Breath of Flame Complete Collection Type of 9 Purgatory. Lin Yu's body seemed to be transformed into a long tornado, with endless whistling sounds. The dragon head roared and swept away on the ground of the flesh wall. The flames were fierce, and the flesh and blood flew straight towards the wall somewhere. Break it for me! Lin Yu was roaring with the sun blade, his lungs were running at high speed, he could vaguely see the veins of the whole body, including the flow of blood. He was in the stomach of the evil ghost, and the flesh wall in front of him was covered layer after layer. Top open! Pfft! The last layer was forcibly pushed open, and the world in front of him became empty. Outside the thatched hut under the moonlit night, Lin Yu returned to his place again. Standing in front of him was still the woman who was sitting on the wall at that time. At this moment, her stomach seemed to have a big hole torn open, and blood was overflowing from the corner of her mouth. Look! Why, you can break my blood ghost technique, this is absolutely impossible. Lin Yu swung his knife and passed her, his head fell to the ground. At this moment, on the next string, Gu Huonia really announced her death. Lin Yu put the knife into the sheath, and his eyes were indifferent. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a past, that weak thing is as damned as you are in my opinion. On the other side of the hut, Channa Butterfly and the members of the hidden army, who had fallen asleep, also gradually woke up. As early as the moment a few people smelled the incense, they were actually hit by Gu Huo Bird's blood ghost technique, but it was accompanied by the approach of this guy's body. Channa Hui also realized something was wrong in her deep sleep. Her dreams were about her dead parents. In the fantasy, the family lived together neatly and was very happy. She and her younger sister Butterfly Ninja came from a family of medicine. One day, an evil spirit attacked and took the lives of both parents. Later, they were saved by a passing master, and they joined the ghost-killing team. The moment she woke up, she pulled out the sun wheel knife, with tears in the corners of her eyes, apparently realizing in her sleep that her parents had died. Even without Lin Yu, I'm afraid she could kill this Xianyi. Lin Jun. It's all right. The moment Lin Yu leaned against the door, he smiled. A villa in a wealthy district of Tokyo. Incarnated as a businessman, Suji smiled and sent his wife and daughter into the mansion. His expression suddenly turned cold. The picture of Gu Huoniao before his death was conveyed to his mind. A furious boy slashed open the alien space woven by the blood ghost technique with a knife, and cut off Gu Huoniao's neck with one stroke. Why, he can continue to fight like this? 1,000 miles away, Yi Wozuo of a martial arts hall also suddenly shrank his pupils and threw away the owner's arm. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the severe pain caused him to kneel on the ground instantly, and the slate shattered. Sir Wu Miss, I have been to that hospital in Tokyo. That guy should have completely lost his fighting spirit. I judged that he has no value to become a ghost. Then why not kill him? Yi Wozu remained silent. He didn't mind beheading the weak, but that didn't mean he would deliberately kill the weak. It was a matter of habit. In the 3 months after the Tokyo incident, he did not leave the hospital. Although that guy survived, his hands and feet should all be abolished. Sir Wu Miss, please give your subordinate another chance, and your subordinate will definitely kill him. Yi Wozuo, I don't want to listen to your rhetoric anymore, I will show the value of the winding. Chapter 49 Ready to Leave. Ghost Squad Headquarters. Really? Lin Jun beheaded Xianyi. Yu Ishiki listened to the information reported by the crow, and Yuzu Tianyuan's face twitched slightly. It's not because a quasi-column pole beheading Xia Xianyi is so amazing, but because it's too easy. The last courts in the 12 ghost months are not vegetarians, and they are well aware of this. Even if they are asked to kill those who have become pillars, the process will never be so easy. My lord, in this way, he should be recalled to the headquarters and promoted to a pillar. Since Lin Yu participated in the Fuji Zishan assessment, it seems that he has never come to the headquarters once, let alone meet the master. First, because the level is not enough, and second, the guy will stay in the butterfly house whenever he has time. Inside, and didn't take any subpoenas from the Poles to heart. It was difficult for even Butterfly Kane to pull him out of that place, however, it was such a rude act that Yoshiyama Yashiki agreed. Do not. Yoshiya's Yashiki raised his hand. Currently, Lin Jun's existence has not been completely exposed. This time, I originally wanted Chan Ahui to take him out to relax for the reason of hunting ghosts. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. His existence should not be dealt with. Yu Sui Tianyuan knew how much the Lord was bothering about Lin Yu's affairs, but he really couldn't understand it. There are so many Poles and ghost hunters in the ghost-killing team. Even though their talent is not as good as Lin Yu's, they have never seen the Lord spend all his energy on one person, as if he was desperate. Xiashiki Yozei smiled and said, Tianyuan, I know you have a lot of doubts, but time will slowly reveal the answer to this mystery. Yes. Yu Sui Tianyuan nodded. As the leader of the ghost-killing squad's intelligence organization, he has mastered certain core information. The reason why the descendants of the Sanyashiki family have always been the leader of the ghost-killing team organization is not because the ghost-killing team has something of a heritage nature. However, the leader of the ghost-killing team can only be inherited by the members of the Sanyashiki family. During the long years of fighting against ghosts, the ghost-killing team has always been in a disadvantaged state. Foresight only narrowly escaped disaster, just like having the ability to predict the future. And every head of the house will have a special charm when he speaks, and he has to be convincing. Miyashiki Yoya asked, how about the disguise at the hospital? Yu Sui Tianyuan nodded and said, it is currently going smoothly. Few people in the ghost-killing team knew that Lin Yu was playing against Shang Xian-san in Tokyo. As soon as the news came back to the headquarters, it was completely blocked by Yoya's Yashiki, and all the insiders were called in at the time, and it was strictly forbidden to disclose half a point. In order to hide Lin Yu's reputation within the ghost-killing team, this is far easier and more useful than deliberately hiding his existence. Externally, after Lin Yu recovered in just 2 days, the hospital fully carried out confidential operations. The doctor who performed the operation was deprived of his personal freedom by the ghost-killing team because of his special thoughts on Lin Yu. Until now they're all locked up in a dungeon. Then comes the replacement job. Using the huge financial resources of the Sanyashiki family, it is very easy to find a person who is similar to Lin Yu and has many disabilities in the whole of Japan. Your own unique makeup technique ensures that your appearance is absolutely foolproof. So far, in the eyes of people outside the ghost-killing team, as long as they are interested in tracing Lin Yu's whereabouts, they can only find his hospital in Tokyo, not the butterfly house. Come back, that man's plan to turn Lin Jun into a ghost has actually failed the moment Lin Jun recovered. He should almost realize that he was fooled by now. He didn't realize that the momentary what will arrogance bring to you, ahem. Miyashiki Yoshiya coughed, his handkerchief was stained with blood, but a refreshing smile appeared on his face. No one knows Kaiwasuji no miserable better than him, that guy is only afraid of the breath of the sun and the sun. But he is proud and contemptuous of other things. Even the current ghost hunter organization, I am afraid that he is not in his eyes. But it is precisely because of this arrogance that Yashiki has time to support the growth of a monster. As early as when he received the letter from Rinteki Zuajinji, he had a dream that could help his family unravel the fate of the thousands of years. Butterfly House. After the incident in the town was over, Chana Butterfly took in all the three children. The moment they saw Shanahu, the three children were all hugging and crying, while Shanahu was holding the coin nervously and didn't know what to do. It's okay, just take it slow. Butterfly Chanahui smiled and touched her head, saying so. After this battle, Lin Yu still did not reach the level he wanted. Killing Xia Xianyi didn't bring him any substantial breakthrough. Although the essence of Heaven's Dao reward is that it will continue to become stronger, quantitative change and qualitative change are different. Now he has clearly mastered the ability to penetrate the world in the original book, but he has not opened the stripes. This is a very outrageous thing. It is very uncomfortable to feel that I have a bottleneck there, but it is difficult to touch it. After realizing this, Lin Yu began to return to his room to pack up. The sun was just right outside the house. Butterfly Shinobi, who was holding the pharmaceutical equipment in his hand, happened to pass by. He glanced at the house subconsciously and stopped. Have you told your sister? Not yet. Lin Yu responded that he didn't have many things, a black flame feather weave, and 2 sets of clothes for washing. There is also the sun knife that was just sent from the village of the swordsmith. It is the same weight as the previous giant sun knife, but the size is similar to the ordinary sun knife. It is said that this is the painstaking work of the Iron Mound. Butterfly Ninja frowned. Can you discuss with the people around you a little before making a decision? She had been together for almost a year, and she usually looked up and not looked down, but she didn't know anything about this guy, and the two rarely communicated. Every time she saw him, he was either training or training. Lin Yu smiled and said, I will discuss it with Master Style. Butterfly endured silence, watching Lin Yu leave in front of her. She was thinking, didn't my sister realize it? This guy has clearly never revealed his heart to anyone from the beginning to the end, and any attempt to know his inner thoughts will be ignored by him lightly. Chapter 50. Butterfly Chanahui is discussing with Aunt Keiko how to arrange the 3 children brought back. When Butterfly House is busy, it is actually quite short of manpower, and usually soldiers are used to support. It would be great if these children could be nurtured so that they could only exist as supporters. Aunt Keiko agrees with this, after all, she is that kind of person. It is late autumn, and the maple leaves are like fire. The teenager came from the other side of the courtyard, and when he passed under the porch, he happened to see the little girl sitting there staring blankly at the big sky. He picked a dry maple leaf and put it in the palm of the little girl's hand. He didn't know what to say to her, and then smiled and touched her head. The autumn wind in September gently caressed his long hair, every strand of it seemed to be fluttering with the feather weaving, the falling maple leaves had a desolate smell, but there was a peaceful smile on his face. Shanahui, are you going to take Lin Jun on a mission again? Aunt Keiko saw the luggage on Lin Yu's body with a surprised expression. Didn't she just come back from outside a few days ago? No. No. Lord Style, I'm here to say goodbye this time. Lin Yu walked to Chanahui Butterfly, looked at the surprised look on the other's face, and sighed inwardly. Leaving the butterfly house is a big event. Logically speaking, he should think about it before talking about it. Don't worry so much, think about everything. Chapter 27. However, he didn't have time. After the battle with Shang Xian-san, he knew better than anyone what it meant to kill Xia Xianyi with his own hands before he died. Are you going back to the Sagami mountain? Butterfly-chan Ahui smiled, but Lin Yu's shaking his head interrupted her smile, and she became a little puzzled. Thanks to your care for the past year, if possible, I would like to continue my practice in another place. Replacement means go back to the jurisdiction that you should be responsible for, just like those ordinary players. Why so suddenly? To be honest, my practice in Butterfly House has reached the limit, and it is estimated that there will be no substantial growth if I continue. Lin Yu looked up and saw some sad expressions on the faces of Butterfly-chan Ahui and Aunt Keiko. He knew that this was also caused by his failure to deal with emotional problems properly, and it was indeed a little impersonal to leave as soon as he said it. So far, all he can do is move forward. Lin Jun, do you really stop thinking about it? You should have realized your own uniqueness. In a few days, when everyone has thought about it, let's talk about this matter calmly. Lord Huazu, I'm only temporarily away for a few days. I want to see if I can achieve self-breakthrough. It's not that serious. I'll come back then. Lin Yu smiled. Real? Lin Yu turned around and waved his hand. The moment he turned around and left, Butterfly-chan Ahui and Aunt Keiko both showed a stunned look, as if they had not recovered from this sudden incident. When they really raised their heads, the young man had already disappeared at the door of the butterfly house without looking back, just like a guest who lived here for only 2 or 3 days. But he has lived here for more than a year. Shanna Hui, don't be too sad, didn't Lin Jun say it? We'll come back again. I know, Aunt Keiko. Butterfly-chan Ahui looked complicated, and then flew out her crow. Her main task in Butterfly House is to observe Lin Yu's development. Although Lin Yu can deceive Aunt Keiko, he can't deceive her. 2 or 3 months before this incident, Lin Jun seems to have fallen into that kind of day and night state. In the middle of the day, the rest time is only 2 or 3 hours a day. Really, I have never seen him so crazy before, otherwise, I would not have specially said to take him out to relax. This day will come sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be so sudden. However, respecting Lin Yu's autonomy is an order from the Lord. If Lin Yu has anything he wants to do, Channa Butterfly can only let him handle it without reporting it. A few days later, a girl with cherry red hair came to the door with a bag in her hand, which contained a sweater and yuri. Lin Jun? He has left the butterfly house. Ah, that, could you please tell me where he went? Aunt Keiko looked at the girl in surprise. This was the first person to come to look for Lin Yu after he left. It is said that the little girl named Mako is still on a mission outside and hasn't come back. This girl's name seems to be. My name is Ganlo Temple Meili, I am Lin Jun's fiancé. Ganlo Temple Meili's face was flushed, but she bravely said it. Aunt Keiko covered her mouth in surprise. There was an uproar in the courtyard, and many of the girl team members looked at this guy with envy. No way, Lin Jun actually has a fiancé. Damn. I've been watching him here for more than a month, and no one has said such a thing at all. In an instant, Ganlo Temple Meili felt the pressure. She has been following her master Purgatory Xingjulan to hunt evil ghosts for a few months since the last separation, and she has no time to return to the butterfly house to see, let alone Lin Yu's current situation. All of a sudden, how come there are so many competitors? Honey. Lord Style. Miri of Ganlo Temple saw the butterfly Kana Megami who was pruning flowers and looked up from the flower bed. After some explanation, I learned that Lin Yu had left the butterfly house a few days ago. Isn't it almost winter? It would be great if Lin Jun could add a few more clothes. Ganlo Temple Mi Li carried the bag and smiled. Since he goes out, there's no way to do it. Can you please hand over it to him when Master Huazu meets him? Butterfly Chanel nodded and took the clothes. Right, that. Standing under the maple tree, Mi Li of Ganlo Temple blushed, and said a little coyly, please tell Lin Jun, my family has agreed to that matter. I will wait for him. Butterfly Chan Ahui was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood. It seemed that the two were engaged, and then smiled. No, Mi Li, you have to tell him this kind of thing in person. Tell him personally. Ganlo Temple Mi Li did not know what to think, and then fled. If there is a chance, I will say it well. The crow brought the envelope. Sitting on the tatami, Channa Butterfly took a sip of the herbal tea, and her eyes were full of thoughts. Sister, do you know? Where is that guy now? I asked for Mi Li. Butterfly passing by endured a casual mention. I don't know, maybe he's on a journey like a Ronin. As early as 2 days ago, Zhu Ji, who is in charge of Lin Jun's jurisdiction, sent a message to the headquarters, and he didn't go there to report. Chapter 51. Yoshihara Torguo. Night falls, and winter is bleak. The red lanterns of the izakaya reflected the goose feathers and snowflakes floating between the sky and the earth, and the temperature was freezing cold. Many people fled the place with their arms around their hands. Occasionally, women can be seen opening the curtains of wooden houses lined in the street, and there are ambiguous orange lights flashing inside, which looks very warm. The ground behind the snow left messy footprints and pedestrians hurrying, as if to indicate that even if the world is frozen, there will be no shortage of guests here. Welcome! Below the signboard of the then house, a girl in a geisha costume kept bending over to salute, watching the well-dressed guests enter the house. It was snowing constantly outside, and the cold wind kept blowing on the girl's face. Fortunately, she had applied something like frost, so there was no trace of frostbite. She is very beautiful, her skin is like the first snow that falls in early winter, her fingers are as green as the snow has not melted, and the dry branches are revitalized with buds, but it is a pity that she is still young and her face is still immature. In this way, there is such a beautiful embryo standing outside, which also brings a lot of guests to this top 3 brothel in Yukio. Little Lixia, it seems that it won't be long before you can stop being a Kenban girl and become a geisha, and maybe you will be the Warren of the then house. Before this, can I accompany my uncle for a drink? Uncle is afraid that he will never have this opportunity in the future. After all, the reason why my uncle came to Rinwu was for Xiao Lixia. Li Xia had a smile on her face, but she stepped back nervously and skillfully avoided the hand that was reaching out to her. Sorry, uncle, I'm not old enough to drink. She has already graduated from all the geisha training courses with excellent performance. Before she officially changed her career as a geisha, the proprietress asked her to be a Kenban girl for a while to attract customers into the store. This is really hard work. To protect yourself. At this time, there was a loud noise from the street, which was as lively as a festival celebration. Look, isn't that the Warren of the Jingaku house, Mr. Fernheim? It's so beautiful, Fernheim-sama, can you take a look at me? Lixia looked in that direction. I saw an extremely beautiful woman walking in the snow with a slow slogan on high wooden sandals, her black hair in a bun, with all kinds of luxurious decorations on it, and there were people in front of and behind her. Holding a flower umbrella, she was surrounded by lively and disappeared at the end of the night. When Fernheim passed by Shirenwu, I wonder if it was Lixia's illusion, the corner of her glamorous eyes depicting rouge under the umbrella seemed to glance at her. Li Xia stared blankly at this beautiful Warren passing by in front of him, and there was an envious look in his eyes. If you become an Warren, you don't have to do these things anymore? That's great. When she came back to her senses, all the guests who were standing at the door of Shiren's house in 2s and 3s had all disappeared. Fernheim was like a wave, and when it receded, she took away the souls wandering on Yoshihara Street. Even some of the guests who were originally staying in the house ran out one after another, following the footsteps of Fernheim. This is a helpless thing, this is the charm of the Warren Parade. In front of the snow under the red lanterns, only the disorganized footsteps of the pedestrians were left behind, and it was very quiet. Looks like there won't be any guests tonight. Li Xia thought so, and let out a breath of heat. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. His clothes were a little worn, his long hair was disheveled, and he was tall, like a wandering Ronin. When the man walked straight towards Shirenmu, Lixia was a little nervous, and she was very disgusted with the Ronin. In this era, Ronin are people who have nothing to do, and there are some guys who call themselves samurai. In fact, they don't do anything serious except fight, and they have a very bad temper. These guys are even more than the old perverts who came to the store. Difficult to deal with. That, please. Bring me some food and drinks, I'm very hungry now. Young people? Li Xia was a little surprised. The messy long hair made it impossible to see the true face of this person, but he clearly has the same figure as an adult. Why is his voice so immature? Like a teenager. Oh, okay, no problem, welcome. Li Xia reacted quickly, and politely greeted this person to enter the room with a smile. At that time, the service in Rinwu was first class. As soon as he entered the door, a doorman would brush off the snowflakes from his body, but he was so tall that he needed to stand on tiptoe. Guest, you are a stranger. Who do you need to accompany you? Li Xia didn't care much when she heard the voice behind her, as she could almost imagine in her mind, the process was the same. Under the warm greeting of the proprietress, a group of geisha with heavy makeup stood in front of the man, and then they chose a separate room for eating and drinking. In that room, what should happen and what should not happen will happen. Occur. Is there anyone named Lixia? Li Xia thought she had heard it wrong, and a surprised expression appeared on her face. Then the boss's voice sounded. Lixia. Yes, Lixia. That, guest, Lixia is not an official geisha yet, and she is not old enough to accompany you. The lady boss looked embarrassed. Even if Lixia really became a geisha, it would be impossible for anyone to order it at will. She had already decided that she had to buy it at a good price. I only want her for 5 days. Is the money enough? The Ronin's tone was firm, and then he took out a burden from his body. After unfolding it, it was stuffed full of gold, dazzling, with a full 200 taels. You must know that on the streets of Yoshihara, 50 taels of gold was enough to invite you to spend a night with the Warren. During the Taisho period, supplies were scarce, and these 200 taels of gold meant that the proprietress could be used for another half of the house. Li Xia outside the door was also stunned by this scene, she had never seen so much money before. However, she soon showed a very frightened expression. From her angle, she could just see a little blood stained on the gold on the side, and even the baggage showed a dim color. However, the proprietress and the geisha looked at each other with greed in their eyes. Hey, look at what you said, a customer as respected as you is, just coming to our store is already a big face, Lixia. What are you still doing standing at the door? Why don't you come into the room quickly? Chapter 28. Lixia lowered her head and tried her best to squeeze out a smile. She knew that this day would come sooner or later, and she would not resist. This is Yoshihara. The women here have no past or future, and some have only real existence, the present self. Chapter 52 Infiltration. The cramped wooden house exudes the smell of incense, the furnishings around it are very delicate, and there are warm quilts on the wooden boards. The candles are dimly lit, steaming food is placed on the chopping board, and Li Xia is by the side, serving the Ronin to drink. For about 10 minutes, the guest didn't do anything to her, didn't even say a word, just concentrated on eating there, as if she was really hungry. A bowl of pork chop rice, a bowl of miso soup, tempura, glutinous rice balls, these dazzling array of food, after eating one stack and another stack. Have you come from far away, guest? What kind of place is it? Lixia spoke nervously as she had been trained before, and tried her best to show her enthusiasm. Offending wealthy guests in this place would be swept out of the house. Hey, Rip! After 10 minutes of silence, there was only the sound of eating in the room. Li Xia, who didn't get a response, was a little embarrassed. The Ronin in front of him picked up the bowl and sucked it into his mouth. After a while, a full bowl of rice was eaten. Clean. He turned his face to the side, only half of his face leaking out from under the messy hair. Can I have another set meal? Well, yes. The recovered Li Xia nodded. A set meal for 15 people? Is it true or false? It's the first time I've had such an edible guest. Li Xia pulled the tatami sliding door, and then handed out the plate. Hearing a lot of discussion not far away, he immediately felt that he couldn't find the north. This guest is really too good to eat. Then, what should I call you? My surname is Linear. Oh, then I'll call you Lin Sang. The taste is a bit strong, let's change it and call me Lin Jun. Perceiving that the guest surnamed Lin was a little embarrassed for some reason, Li Xia smiled and nodded, okay, Lin Jun, the bathing place is next to him. After seeing him walk in, Li Xia cheered herself up, and immediately prepared to follow up to serve. With a bang, Li Xia bumped into the man's back. If I take a bath, I can do it by myself. I don't need to help, thank you. The man closed the door after speaking, leaving Li Xia sitting on the ground with a confused look on his face. Where did she not do well? It was also before. She clearly asked something but got no response. Is there something wrong with her? To be unemployed? In this cold winter, Ni's mother was kicked out of the house and starved on the street. That image suddenly appeared in Li Xia's mind. Her face was pale, she was trained exactly as usual, why is she so unpleasant to the guests? About an hour later, there was a sound in the bathroom. Do you have a change of bathrobes here? Cleaner. Yes, the bathrobes in this room cost a lot of money to buy, and guests will throw them away after one use. Just wait. Hearing this, Li Xia got into the closet and took out a soft white bathrobe. The good stuff from Yoshiwara Oreo would cost several thousand yen for a piece. After the guests took over, Li Xia's mood improved a little. It doesn't matter, maybe this distinguished guest is the first time to visit Guo, and he is not used to the feeling of being served. If I work harder later, I will definitely be able to please him. There was a splash of water, and the shadow on the sliding door was slightly slender. After the door was opened, Li Xia was so frightened that she sat down on the ground again. The guests put on their bathrobes and wiped their wet hair with a dry towel. From this angle, they could just see the open-minded collarbone. Li Xia stared blankly at his face, and did not recover for a long time, only then did she notice a long knife scattered on the ground next to the bathroom, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Don't be afraid, that's what I use for self-defense. Lin Yu twisted his neck and made a crackling sound, which was refreshing. After walking all the way, by boat and car, when I asked where Yoshihara was, no one gave him an accurate word. Those boatmen and drivers all showed an inexplicable smile, and then took him to a wooden house with a false curtain. Does he look so unreasonable? In the end, I still had to ask those kind-hearted traffickers for directions. I helped the yamen solve a few thieves in the middle of the way, and finally got here. I have to say that the sun knife forged by the Iron Tomb is really resistant and has cut so many people. There was no sign of a curling blade at all. Lin Jun, are you a samurai? Li Xia swallowed his throat. Lin Yu glanced at her. At this moment, this little girl's young body is wrapped in a kimono, and her face is covered with a lot of rouge. She doesn't have the spirituality and beauty that she just stood at the door facing the sky. Well, it may be that Lin Yu is preconceived and wearing colored glasses. He couldn't appreciate geisha makeup anyway. Samurai? Isn't it time to carry out the ban on the sword? It's better not to call me that. Lin Yu smiled. I see. Li Xia tried her best to suppress her fearful voice. She was actually somewhat flattering. After all, those idle Ronin like to call themselves samurai. As early as 100 years ago, the status of samurai was very noble. The staff of the big man, the geisha training course taught how to deal with such people. Afterwards, Li Xia looked at the guest and seemed to be pacing around the room. Lin Jun, what are you looking for? Oh, it's nothing, it's just something you care about a little bit. I want to ask you a few questions, okay? Lixia nodded and said, no problem. How old are you this year? Li Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Did he return to his normal track after all? 12 years old. As she said that, she took a deep breath, and then began to take off the clothes on her right shoulder, but when she tried to seduce the guest with the look she had learned, she found that the guest did not look at her at all, but continued to look at her. Walking casually in the room, looking at the ceiling and the like. That, Lin Jun. I'm actually here because I care about one of your courtesans, but I want to get to know her in advance so that I can get close to her. Hey? Is that so? Li Xia showed a stunned look. Warrens are no better than ordinary geisha, and they have high autonomy. Generally speaking, although they will see money, but if they don't like the man anyway, it is difficult for them to be the guests of the curtain no matter how much money they spend. However, she was still a little puzzled. Since this Lin Jun didn't care about her, why did he spend so much money on her? You can ask someone to ask about the Huakui with just a little money. I don't know who the Warren you want to ask is. Kyogokuya's top card, Fernheim. Chapter 53. Fernheim? Li Xia showed a slightly frightened look. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. There was a very friendly smile on the boy's face. If you didn't look at this tall figure, you would even feel that this young and handsome face still had a childlike innocence. Is it an illusion? Li Xia had lingering fears. For a moment just now, she felt that she was facing a beast that had been hungry for a long time. He longed to say the word Fernji, but it was not because of the desire for love between men and women, but because of the truth. I want to eat that person. However, until Lin Yu showed a friendly smile, Li Xia seemed to have forgotten the terrifying scene, and his impression of this guest's sword. If you look closely, he looks really handsome. The so-called noble sons above are too handsome. Li Xia actually subconsciously raised the idea of wanting to please him, not for work. I know about Mr. Farabi, she only came to Yoshihara in the last 2 years. I heard that she used to be a highly skilled geisha. She came to Yoshihara only because the original brothel closed down. It only took 2 years. Time has become the Warren of Jingjia, and it is very popular with guests. Lin Yu asked, how long does it usually take for a geisha like you to become an Warren? Li Xia pointed at himself and said in surprise, me. Although it was her dream to become an Warren, she dared not boast that she would definitely become a Warren. Lin Jun is joking, how can someone like me become a courtesan? Don't be so self-abased, that. 360 lines to become the champion, I can see that you are a person who can make things happen. You must have your own plans. How long will it take? Lin Yu was a little perfunctory. The heart is thinking. As far as I can tell, it is the 2nd year after the 6th fallen princess of the windmill changed her new identity, Fern Princess. At present, the ghost-killing team has not tracked down this side, and there is no such thing as a slap in the face. In the same way, it was impossible for Giwasuji Wumizian to guess that Lin Yu entered his money-making field right under his nose. Li Xia seemed to be inspired, and said with a firm face, in 5 years, I will become an Warren within 5 years. 5 years is the best period. After you are in your 20s, your career will begin to decline. You will become an Warren within 5 years, and then earn enough money to redeem yourself. Find a reliable man to leave Yoshihara and live a normal life. This is her life plan. 5 years. Lin Yu sighed, but he was disappointed the moment he saw Li Xia. It's too far from the timeline of the original, and there will be a lot of variables. The entire Yoshihara area seems to be the intelligence network of Fallen Ji. If you want to sneak in without knowing it, you must avoid those annoying ribbons. After the battle with Yu Wozuo, Lin Yu has no idea. Now in the end he can beat the string. In order to collect information, I came to the Warren Li Xia, a key figure that Fallen Ji might be eyeing. Now Lixia, let alone the Warren, is completely a small child. Would Fallen Ji really be interested in such a child? Lixia looked at Lin Yu nervously. Lin Jun. Well, very good, come on, I'm optimistic about you, and you will definitely succeed. Lin Yu nodded earnestly, which was a conclusion to Lixia's dream. The little girl's face was a little red, and she showed a little happy look, which made Lin Yu a little more at ease. Anyway, the work of sneaking into Yoshihara was completed. Although Lixia was not useful now, the victory lies in simplicity. What trouble will it cause him? Lin Yu had just followed Fernji for a while when she was walking around the street, and could vaguely smell the breath of evil spirits, but it was not too strong. Compared with Yu Wozuo and other ghosts, Lin Yu was much weaker. What a unique way to hide! As for this room, I checked it inside and out, and there is no problem. All in all, I've come here anyway, and I've booked the venue for 5 days. All the money I've worked hard and saved along the way has been put into it, so I have to take a good rest. After eating and drinking, Lin Yu got into the quilt. Fortunately, the quilt had 2 layers. He dragged one layer and left one for Lixia. I have to stay for a few more days. If you have access, try to help me inquire about the news of Fern Princess. This is your service to me. After saying that, Lin Yu fell into a deep sleep. Li Xia looked at the quilt that was pulled out on purpose, and was a little dazed. What a strange guest. Fairyki, look this way. 50 gold, how about a drink with me? Master Warabi is so beautiful, she's the #1 Warren in the Yoshihara area. That kind of beauty is really unmatched. The Warren parade took a break for a while, and the lively crowd was surrounded by the gate of the Jingji house and did not want to disperse. All kinds of people called the name of Babaji, just like a vegetable market. Chapter 29. The proprietress and the boss, together with a group of workers in the brothel, managed to block the opening and restore the brothel to normal business operations. The boss smiled embarrassedly and said, Furky, the officer from the police station came over today and said he wants to drink with you. I'm tired. The glamorous woman wearing high clogs had a cold expression on her face and a cold voice. After she finished speaking, she dressed in gorgeous service and stepped into the darkness of the corridor, completely ignoring the dull-looking boss behind her. After entering the room, the woman sat in front of the dressing table. What appeared in the mirror was a pale face, covered with rouge and gouache. She slowly removed her makeup, cursing in her mouth. Really, don't even look at how much income I have brought to the store in the past 2 years, but you want to call me like a laborer. Am I the kind of woman who says she can see her whenever she wants? Whoosh whoosh. There was a screeching sound on the ceiling, a bit like the rattling. There was no dissatisfied expression on Fernhame's face. Suddenly, a silk satin fell from above and fell straight to the top of Fernji's head, bending as if alive. Speaking of which, I encountered delicious food during the parade today, but it's a pity that the child is still too young. On the other side of the mirror, a smile appeared on Fernji's indifferent face, revealing her fangs. A clatter sounded from the corridor. Who? Fernji opened the door with a cold drink. A child in the corridor with a food tray shivered and looked at Fernji, the poor little face was full of fear. Lord Fernheim, I'm here to bring you dinner. Fernheim was not angry, but instead showed a very bright smile, which made the child stare blankly for a moment. What did you hear? Chapter 54 Discovery. Fernani. When the proprietress came up the stairs, she could only see the tray on the ground in the corridor on the second floor, with faint bloodstains on the ground. What a poor child! In the end, she could only pack the tray and leave without saying a word. When I went downstairs, I heard the voice of the embarrassed boss. Should I tell her, this is the first time, she has beaten several children to death before. Be quiet, don't let her hear her, she has a bad temper. The fallen satin from the ceiling was dripping with blood. The blue veins on the forehead of Fern Ji in the house were abrupt, and the plum blossom-like pattern vaguely appeared on the beautiful skin, which was very strange. Those two guys. When is this shop propped up? Rory is so annoying. Damn, I'm hungry again. After the surrounding environment was a little quieter, it was already late at night. Although Yoshihara is a city that never sleeps, at this point, the guy who should find his home has already found his home. The rest of the guys who have no money are in such a icy world. Inside is determined not to stay outside. Fernhe took off the thick cotton kimono she was wearing, and was wearing only a thin piece of clothing, which was tightly attached to the graceful curves. The flower pattern tattoos could be seen everywhere on her arms and thighs. Opened the window, jumped up, and turned to the top of Shiren house, looking down at the entire street of Yoshihara. The silk and satin covered with patterns separated from her body, and then flew towards the sky in all directions of Yoshihara, like a conjuration. Occasionally, a homeless person in his sleep saw this scene sleepily, and then squeaked. There was a bloodstain on his neck, and the blood splashed into the snow. It's so ugly, why is there such an ugly creature in the world? Can you ask guys like you all to die? In the house at that time, Li Xia, who was so nervous that he couldn't sleep at all, wrapped his quilt tightly, and looked at the sleeping boy beside him in the dark night. At this time, she inexplicably remembered the loud snoring when the vigil passed through those rooms in the past, and occasionally there were scolding and women sobbing. Those voices often made Lixia's heart palpitate, and she imagined that she would experience such a situation in the future. She was afraid. The person in front of him breathes very evenly, how to put it, it gives people a very reassuring feeling, just like feeling the cold wind blowing through the snowflakes in the courtyard through the gaps of the wooden planks of the firewood house on a snowy night. But it can make people know the warmth. It would be great to have such a brother. What am I thinking, like an idiot? Lixia was taken aback by her sudden thought. With a swish, he was sitting up, startling Li Xia beside him. It's hard to imagine that a person who had slept so deadly just now opened his eyes and sat upright like a javelin, as if he hadn't fallen asleep at all. What's the matter with you? I suddenly want to go to the yard to enjoy the snow. This is too sudden, do you know what time it is? Li Xia couldn't help but complain in her heart. Don't follow me, just stay in the room. Li Xia was taken aback, the profile face under the dark light was very cold and non-negotiable. Lin Yu packed up his package. In addition to some poison and wisteria flower solution, there were also lime powder, fire jizi that survived in the wild and the like. After thinking about it, he finally brought it with him because of his habit. Before he could change into Haori's thin bathrobe, he opened the sliding door and closed it. Breath of fire, complete collection. The suddenly rising temperature in his lungs gradually dissipated the cold on his body, replaced by a scorching heat that could directly melt snowflakes. Walking in a world where snowflakes fell, his body was steaming like a steamer. Going forward along the evil breath, in the dark alley, Lin Yu found many corpses of homeless people collapsed on the side of the road. They had more or less wounds on their bodies and exuded the breath of evil spirits. This aura was exactly the same as what he had smelled on Fallen Ji at that time. When killing people, she couldn't hide her breath. As the sixth on the string, Fallen Princess is different from ordinary evil spirits. She is guarding such a big golden cave as Yoshihara, and she does not worry about eating at all. She is very picky eater and only eats good-looking people. The flow of people in Yoshihara is coming and going. Every night this dirty place just consumes itself and you don't know how many people will die. Even if you kill someone like this, you will be directly defined as a gang fire and debt collection the next day. In an environment where human life is worthless, no one will trace these things to evil spirits, unless they do it too much, do not restrain themselves at all, go further, or even ignore human society directly according to the rules. One can imagine how expansive she was when she was discovered by the ghost-killing team a few years later. There is. Lin Yu saw that, above a private house not far away, Fallen Ji was standing on the roof with silk and satin flying all around, like the limbs of a monster. This woman has no self-consciousness at all, as if she is not afraid of being seen at all. Sonoras. The sun wheel knife showed a cold glow under the moonlight, and once the silk and satin that swept across the streets and alleys reached Lin Yu's position, it would subconsciously avoid it and move in the other direction. Fallen Ji on the roof frowned. She shares the senses with the satin, and just now she felt an extremely uncomfortable smell. Of course, there are too many things that make her uncomfortable on the streets of Yoshihara, such as the feces left by ugly-looking people, cats, and dogs, or the vomit of drunk people. These things are enough to make her sick, so she didn't even take it to heart. Really? Lin Yu sighed. His physique is very difficult to attract ghosts. Even if he sleeps alone in the wilderness, no ghosts will patronize him, unless he is the kind of guy who is extremely hungry and ignores him. Basically, a ghost will detour when he encounters him. Okay, physical discomfort. However, for this reason, Lin Yu's speed was still very fast, and he didn't rush directly towards Duoji in a foolish way. When he encountered those silks and satins along the way, he would choose hidden objects to avoid sight. As long as he couldn't see it, everything was easy to say. This wisteria flower has a very good physique to help him cover up the unique breath of the ghost hunter, master the complete concentration, and apply the breathing method to the extreme. Call it the breath of a column. Chapter 55 The Twins. Lin Yu was attached to the side of the corner, and the fallen princess on the roof was unaware of it. As expected, if this guy's brother doesn't wake up, then she's only about the strength of the third string at most. Come on, more. A sly smile appeared on Tuaji's face, and she sneaked into the various brothels on Yoshihara Street piece by piece. They were all women who had been targeted by her for a long time, due to various reasons, such as encountering benefactors who could elope, or being suppressed by the brothel. Anyway, they were some people who would disappear even if they disappeared. The guy who cares, the value of the wandering girl is just like a commodity. If there is no one batch, another batch will be updated. The whole Yoshihara has been running for hundreds of years in this way. Well. What? A dull sound or a momentary, very small sound, in the dark and unattended hut. The bodies of the wandering girls were wrapped in silk and satin one by one, and the silk and satin printed with the human body pattern were swept into a dark place. In the lair, Lin Yu put his head on the ground, and he could clearly hear the movement from below the soil layer, as if someone was fighting. Wrap the bodies of the wandering girls on a ribbon, and then transport it back to the ground somewhere in Yoshihara, and enjoy it slowly? The way of eating is still the same, or it's okay. This time there was such a big commotion in the province. Already. Before the fallen princess on the roof disappeared, Lin Yu was ready to return to the then house one step ahead of schedule. Each brothel in the brothel has a similar underground passage, which is made of silk and satin, for them to pass through and transport the bound people in, so that the murder scene can be perfectly covered up, but it is impossible to find out if they are missing. It is difficult for ordinary people to find this kind of passage, but it is very simple for Lin Yu. The breathing method can easily capture the exact position without even opening it to the level of the full concentration. However, right now, a figure was reflected in Lin Yu's eyes. Li Xia held a thick kimono in her hands, and stood blankly in the backyard of Sharen's house. From this position, you could see Fallen Ji standing on the roof not far away, and the ribbons flying all over the sky. It's already late at night, and I'm basically resting. Li Xia rubbed her eyes and thought she was wrong. She just watched Lin Yu enjoy the snow in the backyard for too long and only wore such a thin dress, so she thought of giving him a dress. Hey? That little girl! Fallen Ji naturally noticed it all at once, and the entire Yoshihara is now within her line of sight. Suddenly, she smiled. I originally planned to stay and enjoy it in the future. What a pity, such a small guy will reward you. Yes. One of the silk satin flew towards Li Xia with a mouth, which was very terrifying, and seemed to be planning to swallow the girl in one bite. What is that? Li Xia stood there with eyes full of horror, her trembling body even forgot to escape. Just at this moment, a sharp sun blade swept across the silk with a cold glow, causing a burst of blood. Lin Yu hugged Lixia and avoided the fatal blow. What? Where did the guy come from? Why didn't I notice any breath at all? Fallen Ji's face was full of astonishment. The breath of the sun blade slashing through the flames remained on the silk. This guy is undoubtedly a ghost hunter, and he looks like a powerful guy, maybe he is a ghost hunter. Thinking of this, Fallen Ji couldn't help but want to shout excitedly. Is it a column? But the young man's long hair was tied into a high ponytail, and Yuri fluttered in the cold wind. His entire face was hidden in the darkness, with a terrifying look. Ah! Fallen Ji's hands and feet couldn't help twitching. Is she afraid? Why? Some fragments that did not belong to her suddenly appeared in her mind, on a street shrouded in darkness. It's not me, this is Lord Wuxian. Memories of Lord Wuxian. The man whose body was full of scorching aura vibrated in the darkness, and Haori seemed to be dancing with the flames. Where is it fun? Where is it interesting? What do you think of human life? The moment he rushed over with the sun blade in his hand, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Lin Yu put down the frightened Li Xia, and pulled out the sun blade around his waist. Chapter 30. The plan. Forget it, change it. He is really not good at saving people. He sneaked into Yoshihara Street just to get in touch with Tuaji as much as possible without her being aware of it. If the purpose is to make a sudden attack without the opponent's awareness, it is better than an ostentatious one. It's better to come in. If you don't save Lixia, you may be able to transfer the battlefield to the ground later, so that so many people will not die on Yoshihara Street. But Lin Yu is not such a person with a full sense of justice, a person with a little impression and a group of people who have no impression. If he is asked to choose, he will always choose the former. What will happen to Yoshihara Street next, he will take care of it. No more. A very violent expression appeared on Lin Yu's face. I'll kill you now. What? Duoji looked at the young man who was raising a knife at her with a puzzled expression, and an angry blue vein appeared on his face immediately, and he tilted his head slightly. You guy, don't think that you can get carried away by being a little good-looking. Countless ribbons flew in the direction of Lin Yu together. There was a puzzled expression on the face of the fallen girl. No, there is absolutely no physical touch. When she came back to her senses, the corners of her eyes twitched involuntarily, and the young man had already stood on the other side of the house at some point, with the knife sheathed. When exactly is? After the fallen Ji reacted, she hurriedly prepared to summon her ribbon back, but was stunned to find that the silk did not obey her commands for some reason. Tear. With a slight sound, Tuoji only felt that her body was light. Brain. The head actually fell from the body. How is this possible? She still doesn't know why she had her head cut off. Lin Yu frowned and ignored the shocked Luoji. Breath of Flame 1 type Shiranui. The blade of the sun blade ignited with fire, and what was waving past was the body of the fallen princess that was left on the ground. The blade split into two pieces from the air. The body did not reorganize, and the flesh squirmed frantically, as if it was instinctively escaping from the body. It hurts, it hurts. A hoarse voice like this came from the flesh. It was definitely not the voice of the fallen princess, but a male. Chapter 56 The Shock of the Prostitute Taro. The two groups of wriggling bodies gradually converged in the body that was split open by the fallen Ji, and a foul smell rushed to the face, which was stronger than the fallen Ji who showed her true side now. Breath of fire type of 9 purgatory. As soon as Lin Yu's hand holding the knife turned, there was a crisp sound from the blade of the sun blade. The scorching flames went straight to the head that gradually emerged, but the blood-colored sickle came abruptly, and an indiscernible bloodstain was drawn on Lin Yu's face. I said, it hurts. Zira. The guy who appeared looked at the right hand that was cut off with the sickle in astonishment, and was speechless for a long time. Brother, that guy is very weird. I can't see the direction of his attack at all. He must have used some method. Fallen Ji's head fell on the roof desperately defending. She didn't take the initiative to wake up her brother. As the ghost of the twins of the 6th of the strings, the elder brother of Fallen Ji can be called the evil spirit of the 6th of the strings in the true sense. The prostitute Taro slowly woke up from his sister's body, and his body was gradually revived. His broad shoulders have an indescribable strangeness, and his face is covered with black marks like a scorpion. Compared with his beautiful sister, he looks more like a powerful evil ghost, but his body is very dry and thin, until the waist is really about the thickness of a bamboo pole. My little sister who is missing a tendon in my brain, why do you think I would take the initiative to wake up? That is because this guy is very strong, stronger than all the pillars we have encountered so far, precisely because he is very strong. It's so powerful that you can't even notice your head being chopped off. That's what I said. But Skintaro didn't have the time to speak at all. The ghost hunter in front of him was completely different from the guy he met before. He didn't say a word of nonsense. He took the sun knife and slashed his head and face. If you're not careful, but you'll die. Focus on your right hand. All of a sudden, the right hand of the prostitute Taro that was cut off suddenly appeared again, and the sickle also changed. However, the icy blade of the moon arc also followed. Not good. Skintaro subconsciously exclaimed in surprise. At the moment when the blood-colored sickle collided with the sun blade, Taro, the prostitute who was focusing on protecting his head, did not check for a while. The guy actually changed the direction of the attack, from an upward slash to a horizontal slash, towards his weak waist. Split into two. At the same time, an eye also appeared on Tuaji's head. Elder brother. The ribbons all over the sky struck in the direction of Lin Yu, and at the same time, a small group of bodies that swept the prostitute Taro torn in two retreated, even the body of fallen princess. Shut up, and now give me all the command of your body. The prostitute Taro gritted his teeth and roared. He didn't know why he slept well, and suddenly such a guy would break in from the Yoshihara area. But it is easy to imagine that his sister, who lacks a muscle in her brain, is too arrogant in her daily life. She has not been properly responsible for the exploration work in the surrounding area, and has no sense of crisis at all, so wait for this guy. I only noticed it when it appeared in front of me. What a dereliction of duty and what a dangerous thing to do. What? It looks like it's my fault. Fallen Ji glanced at her brother angrily, but no matter how stupid she was, she could tell from his dignified face. Now is not the time to fight. Poison. Lin Yu felt something irritating in his nerves. This is also because he was too eager to succeed, and just wanted to take advantage of the fall of Ji's head to be beheaded, and the moment the prostitute Taro appeared, he beheaded his head. The price was that the blood-colored sickle suddenly borne by the prostitute Taro slashed his face. Although it was just a wound like spider silk, the poison had penetrated into his nerves. It's not that Lin Yu is weak now. You must know that the fastest sound column of the ghost-killing team in the original book is also covered in black and blue in front of this guy. Part of Ghost Dance Suji's understanding is correct. From a physical point of view, human beings, no matter how strong the limit is, it cannot be stronger than a ghost. Moreover, the blood ghost techniques used in these windings far exceed the upper limit of various breathing techniques. This is a problem of practicing the exercises. The breathing techniques are indeed inferior to the blood ghost techniques. And Jigu Yuanyi, who mastered the Japanese breathing technique at the beginning, is just an example. The strongest is not the breathing method, but Jigu Yuanyi itself, or else the swords of the sunshine that follow Ko Yuanyi. How could the she be killed by Oni Mai Suji Wu miserably? How is it? It's not very good. My sickle is highly poisonous. It won't take long for you to die in pain, just like the pillars we hunted together before. After the prostitute Taro reorganized his body, he showed a sly smile. There is still some guilty conscience in my heart. Why does this guy not wonder why the fallen Ji will regenerate after beheading him, and his own existence? There are too many. The two brothers and sisters rely on this and did not reveal it. The unknown intelligence of, has already killed more than 20 pillars. The body of the evil spirit was exposed, and the fallen princess sat on the back of the prostitute Taro, with a pair of eyes on his forehead, and the prostitute Taro also held a blood-colored sickle in both hands. Wrapped in beeping silk, this is the strongest form of the ghost of the sixth twin. However, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a very mocking smile. With a downward attitude. You bastard! Stop being complacent! The siblings were incensed by the sudden provocation. Blood Ghost Art Eightfold Ribbon. Blood Ghost Art, Flying Scythe. The ribbon, which was tough enough to destroy a house in an instant, and the scythe, which could stick to the opponent's weapon at the moment of contact, were thrown towards the arrogant figure. With dozens of clanging sounds, the ribbons were all cut off, and even the sickle was jumped up by the figure to avoid being forcibly split and changed its direction, and fell back into the hands of the prostitute Taro. What is that? The prostitute Taro reacted quickly and felt a little dumbfounded. The fact that their blood ghost technique was cut off was not unexpected to him, but the shape of the figure seemed to have changed. Dong dong! The sound like a beating heart sounded. Lin Yu grinned, his body grew bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bathrobe on his body also snapped and slipped. It doesn't stop there. Boom! Boom! Thump! Chapter 57 Absolute Suppression. After more than a dozen collisions, Lin Yu's body had completely grown by about 2 meters and 4. This is his body shape after cultivating the breath of flame, and he has only recently realized that the body after the transformation is actually human in nature. But the difference is that human beings have limits, and no matter how powerful an athlete is, it is impossible to compare the speed of a speeding sports car. In the world of Ghost Slayer, it is very unfriendly to treat ordinary people, even if they have breathing methods. It is impossible for ordinary people to surpass the limits of human beings. But he is different. Humans can't carry a ton of strength, so his body will be able to carry a ton without any effort. The body shape, bones, genes and other things have all been systematically transformed. In theory, as long as he has enough time to grow, he can create the power of a punch to cause a nuclear explosion, or even more outrageous, directly destroy the entire planet. On the contrary, how could an ordinary teenager's body be able to hit the explosive power like a dump truck? The increase in size is not Lin Yu's own wish, but a necessary manifestation of strength enhancement. He usually works hard to restrain himself and not make himself look like a monster. Hey, kidding, what the is that guy? Look, I said it, that guy is definitely weird, definitely not a ghost hunter. The prostitute Taro, who has always had a good brain, has been a little confused about the situation, and the sister, who is missing a muscle in her brain, has not forgotten to confirm the authenticity of her guess. Be careful! Fallen Ji was stunned for a moment, but before she could react, she suffered a heavy blow to her stomach. In the sight, the prostitute Taro looked at her anxiously. Brother, what are you kicking me for? Fallen Ji? She never thought that she would be kicked away by her brother, and even the internal organs in her stomach were directly shattered into pieces by this foot. Her body smashed in the direction of the dwelling like a falling meteor from the sky. Boom! Before she could get angry, she found out from the ruins that her brother on the roof had disappeared. According to the position of the ribbon, the message came, and it was actually in the sky. "Let go of me, you monster!" The prostitute Taro was hoarse, and his whole body was wrapped in the sky by a huge body. The body was pressed against his body, his legs stepped on his shoulders, and the sun knife, which symbolized the ghost hunter's logo, glowed icy in the moonlight. The weightless feeling of falling made his body unable to resist, the moment he fell. Boom! A huge deep pit was smashed into the ground of Yoshihara Street, and there was an earthquake-like sound around. Asshole! The hoarse roar of the prostitute Taro resounded throughout the silent street. However, no one came out to watch the crowd on this street full of people. How quiet should it be? On the contrary, this street is more it was quieter before. In this chaotic era, there is an interesting phenomenon among the people, that is, when someone is calling for help in the middle of the night, no one will open the door and come out to investigate the situation. On the contrary, if someone calls for firefighting, then everyone will come out to investigate the situation. At this moment, what Taro the prostitute sees is not so much a human being, but a species whose race is completely unknown. His tall and strong body was especially terrifying under the moonlight. There was a muffled thud, and there was a thunderous boom. The prostitute Taro's legs were immediately trampled into a mixture of minced meat and bones. Before he could recover, it took a few more feet to pass until the prostitute Taro's legs were like earthworms that died on the ground during the drought, leaving only layers of leather imprints on the ground. Click! The sound of broken bones sounded, and the prostitute Taro's two hands were forcibly snapped over, and he was aiming at his neck in a folded manner. He saw that a sun knife was inserted into his hands. He was nailed to the ground between his neck. Chapter 31. He couldn't move, and he couldn't use his hands to generate a hemorrhaging scythe to attack this guy. The head was not cut off, and the blood ghost art that existed instinctively in the body could not be activated. Pfft! You bastard, what are you trying to do? Fallen Ji, who was on the side, watched this scene. Her brother, who had always been powerful, was nailed to the ground like this, without the power to fight back. This made her subconsciously fear. Instinct fear. As soon as the guy turned his head, a slight smile appeared on his face, and Duoji's face suddenly became wrong. Run! Before the prostitute Taro's words could fall, the figure rushed towards her sister like a beast in the dark night. It's impossible, it's impossible. Fallen Ji felt as if she was being clamped by a huge pair of pliers, her plump legs with tattooed patterns were constantly twisting, and her two arms were tightly clamped by two pairs of strong hands, unable to do so. Break free! The sound of crackling bones sounded, as if to squeeze her directly into a piece of cloth. Let go of her! The prostitute Taro, who was lying on the ground, had bloodshot eyes and a grim face. His throat was pierced, causing him to speak hoarsely. At this time, he seemed to remember something that happened many years ago. At that time, he returned to the thatched hut where he was, and stared blankly at a pit curled up into a ball and burned to a thin body like charcoal. That's his sister. For someone like him who was born ugly and hated by the world, there is nothing. Whether it's the necessities of life or the meaning of life, he has only one sister, and the sister is him. Pride is everything to him. The prostitute Taro had a sudden blue vein on his forehead. He actually used his hands to slide up, and pushed open the scabbard of the sun wheel knife. This kind of material is like burning fire to the evil spirits. The pain is no different from a normal person's limbs being nailed and forced to break free. Let go of my sister! Roar! Can you still move? Lin Yu turned his face, a little surprised. Ugh! Then Lin Yu turned his face indifferently, opened Duoji's mouth like unscrewing a mineral water cap, and poured the wisteria flower solution he carried with her down her mouth. Rao is the sixth, and he can't stand such devastation. Fallen Ji's fair complexion soon showed purple lines like a small snake, howling in pain. The wisteria flowers were corroding her soul, and her body was completely paralyzed. It would take a long time for her to recover. Detoxify. Kill you. The two scythes outlined a blood dance-like arc, a tornado-like deterrent, and a terrifying atmosphere swept the entire Yoshihara. It seems that you still don't understand the power gap between you and me. Lin Yu raised a ferocious arc. Chapter 58. Breath of Fire, Complete Concentration. After the lungs entered high-speed operation, everything around became more and more empty. What I saw and heard was also slowed down infinitely, as if it was shrouded in a thin layer of gauze, through which one could vaguely see the flow of breath on the body. Under the pressure of the blood-colored sickle, the world seemed to have become blurred, shaking uneasy. Supreme Realm. Lin Yu was excited. Get more angry. Get stronger. His hands ripped apart like the fangs of a beast, tearing the fallen Jie apart, ignoring her screams. Kill you. I absolutely want to kill you. The prostitute Taro was hoarse, and the angry blood knives flew towards Lin Yu together. Individual data growth detected, 80%, 90%, 100%, reaching the critical value. Breathing method, striped breathing method. Boom. Like a phantom, Lin Yu's already tall body seemed to grow even bigger. The burning pain on his face, and the numbness of the nerves in his body gradually dissipated, as if he had entered another world. In his line of sight, the world seemed to be temporarily frozen, and he could clearly see the root of the flying blood-colored sickles one after another, and avoided them like strutting. It wasn't until the prostitute Taro approached, who paused for about a second for him, that the guy's expression changed suddenly. It turns out that this is my supreme realm. Lin Yu grinned. Everything that happened next was only a one-sided beating, in order to verify how strong his various attributes were after turning on the stripes. The ghost of twins in the sixth string was used as a ruthless experiment by Lin Yu. With just one punch, he could directly blast all parts of the prostitute Taro's body. Of course, Lin Yu never chose his head to attack, except for the moment when the guy's body just climbed out for the first time. The prostitute Taro's blood ghost art has the power of self-destruction after the head is cut off, but it is slightly smaller than the self-destruction. His wind blade can easily cut these wooden houses, causing the entire Yoshihara to instantly turn into ruins. Boom! The sound of explosions sounded one after another. The prostitute Taro experienced body rebirth again and again in pain and confusion. All the blood-colored sickles were all dodged, the moment he just threw his hand, no matter what. How to lock the tall guy in front of him, but he went back and forth like a phantom, and there was no sign of hitting the entity. However, the entity hit him again and again with a fist capable of blasting a large hole in the ground, and each blow made a certain part of him disappear directly. Fallen Ji, who was lifted by Lin Yu in her hands, had already cried helplessly. Her tears were falling, and she kept shouting the word brother. It's so noisy. Lin Yu frowned impatiently, and pinched Duoji's head again. Although this guy doesn't have the strength of a winding ghost, but from a physical point of view, he is indeed a winding man with the light of his brother's prostitute Taro. And his experiment ended here. After 3 minutes of torture, he was extremely convinced that he possessed the power to directly destroy the winding body. This was unique in the history of the Ghost Slayer, no. In the entire history of the Ghost Hunters. In terms of speed, there is still a big gap between the prostitute Taro and Uozuo, and he cannot be used as a reference object, but there is no doubt that the current Lin Yu has the strength to confront the Shangxian San Uozuo head-on, even if the opponent has the snowflake array cannot be the preemptive condition for the opponent to be the dominant side, because Lin Yu, who has turned on the stripes at this moment, also has the ability to advance the opponent's attack direction in advance. After confirming that there was no way to get any usable value from the two brothers and sisters, Lin Yu smashed the prostitute Taro's arms that gave birth to the scythe with 2 punches. Taking advantage of the regeneration ability used too many times, it was a little slow. In the gap, he picked up the sun blade on the ground, jumped up with the bodies of the brother and sister, and slammed into the ground. The fight just now has completely changed the terrain of this piece. The entire Yoshihara Yukio is like a long embankment corroded by termites. It looks very prosperous on the surface, but the ground is actually riddled with holes. There are huge caves as huge as earthworms crawl through. It was a big circular pit, and there were scattered corpses left by the brothers and sisters who had eaten over the years. Originally, the entrances of these caves were connected to the major brothels, which was convenient for Fallen Ji to directly abduct those beautiful women into the ground. However, due to the battle just now, several caves were cut off from it. Lin Yu carried the brother and sister's bodies, and with his excellent physical fitness, he drilled into the cave. The cave that could only accommodate a teenager was forcibly doubled in size in an instant, and the two brothers and sisters seemed to be digging soil. The drill bit of the machine, driven by Lin Yu, used his body to open up the road ahead. At this moment, the whole of Yoshihara seemed to have become a large construction site. The rumbling sound kept ringing, the earthquake trembled slightly, and still no one dared to come out to see it. Mum and I. The Walnut Warren. Outside. Li Xia, who reacted foolishly, thought that the people sleeping in the room didn't hear at all, and wanted to wake them up to help Lin Jun. Noisy. Can you go to bed earlier? Don't say it anymore. What does the outside world have to do with you? Li Xia's face was stunned. It turns out, is everyone awake? Clap clap. Lin Yu threw the two sisters' dilapidated bodies on the ground at will, and there were bones hidden in the rocks and soil all around, and he frowned slightly when he saw it. He still couldn't accept the idea of treating humans as edible livestock, and he felt a strong discomfort from his physiological instincts. Brother! Quickly think of a way. Fallen Ji said uneasily with her regrown head. She was fully aware of how perverted the guy in front of her was. Why didn't you notice that this guy was coming? Obviously we can leave this place. The prostitute Taro roared, also a burst of despair. What do you mean? Are you blaming me? Isn't that what your ribbons do? Why not let them perform their duties well? So, you're pretty much the same. Why can't you beat this guy? Haven't you always been strong? You're ugly in the first place. If you lose the feature of being strong, what's left for you, like you? Guy, I don't admit that you are my brother. Chapter 59. After the Great War. Lin Yu waved his knife and danced wildly, and the silk and satin in the cave fell one after another. Generally speaking, you can't eat so much at one time, but most of these humans are stored in this place as food. In order to maintain the freshness, they will use a special method to keep them alive before they can enjoy it. Lin Yu, who is more than 2 meters tall, can reach about half a meter in shoulder width, and he is as thick as a small human-shaped high. Ignoring the heart-piercing howls of these women after waking up, he threw them one by one on his shoulders. Well, although it's not good, people don't have any grudges against him, don't they? But they are just some poor guys who can't help themselves. If you can save them, you don't need to die. Brother, think of a way. Below the head, Fallen Ji, whose limbs had not been reborn, looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer to them in fear. How? Even if you say so. The prostitute Taro only had half of his head reborn, and his body was damaged in a large area. Even if it was wound, it could not withstand so many recoveries. At this moment, a sound made the siblings stop talking. Don't waste your time. Lin Yu raised his head. Above the cave deep in the ground, a straight road went straight to the ground. Snowflakes fell, and the sky was getting brighter. It seemed that the sun happened to come out today. I know about your brothers and sisters, this world has nothing for you, at least while resenting it, you must become a ghost at the last moment of your life, enjoy the sun, at least it once gave you warmth. The moment when his head fell to the ground, the prostitute Taro suddenly remembered. In those snowy seasons, he wrapped his sister in a scorpion and walked in the cold wind together. For him, an ugly guy who was hated by everyone, because of the existence of his sister, he also longed to live well. At that time, even though he resented the world and everything. But I still sincerely hope that the sun will rise, which will at least give him and his sister a little warmth. However, after becoming an evil ghost, it seems that even warmth is not worthy of it. Why is life such a sad journey? No matter how many times I do it all over again, I won't regret becoming a demon. I want to plunder. I plunder everything in this world. With such an angry roar, the figure of the prostitute Taro gradually dissipated between the light and shadow. In a trance, he seemed to see the figure of his former sister again, and he was in the center of the fire of hell. Plum. Wherever I go, I will be with my brother, don't leave me behind. The first team felt a strong evil spirit in the Yoshihara area, and it is gradually dissipating. Where are the ninjas of Lord Yinzu? Shouldn't this kind of thing be reported by them as soon as possible? Now the crime scene is in chaos. If it is not blocked, it will be exposed. Okay, it's so noisy. Lord Sound Pillar. Add a gorgeous prefix to the front, really, the young people these days are really not cute at all. Yuzui Tianyuan, who was in charge of the vigilance in the Yoshihara area, patted the heads of several members of the ghost-killing squad who were hiding in the dark. He was dressed as a ninja, with two dagger-shaped Japanese swords crossed behind his back, and his gorgeous silver-white long hair was combed in the back. Together, handsome faces. Before dawn, it is said that a huge hole erupted in the ground of Yoshihara, and it sounded like it had been bombed by a madman. At that moment, the aura of the evil spirit that erupted from the deep pit was frightening, and it was said that it had never been seen since the mission. Chapter 32. More and more unrelated people gathered next to the cave, and the wandering girls were crying about their nightmarish experiences, as if they had just escaped from a monster. The head of the individual, just below. Lord Yuzui, what should I do now? What else can I do? Yusui Tianyuan frowned, and two smoke bombs were thrown directly into the crowd. After the explosion, the large smoke dispersed the crowd, and then several round bombs exploded all the people around and fled. This street many businesses are desperate to pack up and flee. As expected of Mr. Yuzui, a gorgeous explosion can't solve it, so there will be several more gorgeous explosions. The members of the ghost-killing team who were observing from the side originally wanted to flatter him like this, but looking at Yusui Tianyuan's dignified face, he couldn't say similar words, afraid of being beaten. This breath. Before the smoke dissipated, Yusui Tianyuan suddenly dived into the ground of Yoshihara, and his mood became stronger and stronger. He subconsciously pulled out the sun blade and suddenly changed color. There are knife-like marks on the walls on all four sides, deep into the rock wall, and the teeth are intertwined. On the ground, the corpses of the 6 brothers and sisters are gradually dissipating, and their heads have disappeared almost to the eyes. Yusui Tianyuan happened to observe the words in their eyes, the 6th of the strings. The 6th is in his jurisdiction? Still such an inexplicable death? This is... At this moment, he caught a glimpse of the swords scattered on the ground beside him. This is... a sun blade? Which guy is that? The white snow in the courtyard is extraordinarily crystal clear after the early sun rises. Pushing open the hidden wooden door, you can see the new buds on the dead branches. The smell of hot tea is rising, and the fragrance fills the room, which is peaceful. Lin Yu carefully packed his package. It was originally expected to stay here for 5 days, but he didn't expect the battle to end so quickly, so he didn't need to stay any longer. That, last night, thank you. Outside the house, there was the figure of Li Xia wrapped in a heavy kimono who stayed up all night. She seemed to appear suddenly, but in fact, before Lin Yu came back, she brewed all the tea on the table. Li Xia was in a very uneasy mood at the moment. She still couldn't figure out who those guys who stood on the roof with ribbons last night were sacred, and why did the ribbons fly towards her like a monster. Come over. Really like a nightmare. However, there is no doubt that Lin Yu saved her right. Lin Yu looked at the heavy kimono that the table was going to give him last night, smiled and shook his head, then took a sip of tea. Tea is delicious. Besides, you can take this thing. Letter. Li Xia held the envelope in her hand and fell into deep thought. Well, if you want to leave this place, take this letter to find the place with the wisteria pattern. It's too troublesome. Now take the letter to the place where the explosion happened on the street, and someone will pick you up. That. Just live a good life. The man was just carrying a burden, as he was when he came, very neat and tidy, shook his hand, left a sentence of unknown meaning, and disappeared into the snow under the sunlight. Chapter 60 Infinite City Meeting. Underground, Infinite City. The dim light reflects the rows of Japanese-style houses, and the feeling of heavy depression spreads. The composite stairs crossed upwards, the steel bars were interlaced on the platform, and the sound of the people was playing in slow harmony. Being summoned here means. The peach-haired prickly teen looked horrified. As the third stringer, he knows very well that the position of the stringer has not changed in the past 100 years. There is an absolutely insurmountable gap between the stringer and the stringer in the 12 ghost moons. Winding. Yi Wozua turned his head, and saw the place beside him, showing hints of icy coldness. A folding fan shook gently, followed by a pale smile, as if blood was poured on his head. Colorful, there was a faint smile on his eyes. The numbers reflected above, winding, 2. Isn't this your excellency Yi Wozuo? Go away. Yi Wozuo's eyes were instantly hideous, and a violent punch directly shattered this annoying guy's head. He has never been familiar with this guy named Tong Mo. If he really wants to say, Tong Mo is the type of evil spirit he hates the most. He feeds on weak women and brazenly shows off his behavior. Oh, Your Excellency Yi Wozuo is really cold today. The headshot of Shang Xian did not feel disgusted at all. He simply thought that today's Yi Wozuo was not in a good mood. He wiped the blood on his face after recovery with a handkerchief, still maintaining that friendly smile. What? Have Your Excellency Yi Wozuo and Your Excellency Tong Mo arrived first? At this time, there was another sharp sound outside. To be precise, there was an object with pot makeup in the middle of the road. The sound came from inside, and after that, there was an old man with a hunched waist. Looking at Yi, the eyes of the nest seemed to be frightened. Oh, Your Excellency Bantiangu, have all the jade pots arrived? Tong Mo stepped forward to say hello again, but behind him, Yi Wozu, who was unhappy no matter how he looked at him, was about to punch him. Just at this moment, one arm grabbed Yi Wozu's hand, and Yi Wozu turned his head with a split eye, and met a face full of eyes. Wind 1, Black Death Mao. I should have said that, you must obey the regulations. You seem to be quite disobedient, Yi Wozuo. Black Death Mao's voice was cold. In that instant, half of Yi Wozuo's arm was cut off by the roots, and blood splattered everywhere. What surprised all the ghosts at the scene was that no one saw Hey Dead Mao pulling out the sun wheel knife around his waist, not even Yi Wozuo, who subconsciously opened the snowflake array. Even between the strings, there is such a natural gap. As the first stringer, Black Death Mao has always existed beside Gewasuji Wumei since thousands of years ago. Until now, only his position has never been replaced between the strings. Only Tong Mo, who has experienced a battle and is qualified to challenge Black Death Mao, knows how powerful this guy is. He was let go by Black Death Mao after he failed. Is Your Excellency Black Death Mao also here? Does that mean that everyone is here? Tong Mo showed a very natural smile. Black Death Mao said indifferently, You talk too much, Tong Mo. Although Tong Mo still had a smile on his face, he shut up very wisely. Just at this moment, the bowed old man spoke timidly. It's not all the staff, one person didn't come. The fallen princess of the sixth string. The smile on Tong Mo's face solidified. Speaking of which, Fuji and prostitute Taro were still turned into ghosts under his guidance. Why did he subconsciously forget about these two people? Isn't this saying that he who is loved by everyone ignores his companions who love each other? Boom! The sound of the lute has not stopped. The picture of Infinite City was reversed, and there was a feeling of being turned upside down for a while. A figure in a black kimono and clogs walked out slowly, beautiful and elegant. All the winding ghosts present knelt down when they saw the figure. Mr. Miserable. Ghost Dance Stone's face is expressionless, but the corners of his eyes are twitching slightly, as if there is a mass of anger hidden in his heart that has nowhere to vent. Finally, an indifferent voice sounded. Fuji, dead. Death isn't really scary for ghosts. Which one of these people, but which ghost hasn't died? Everyone grows into a creature like a demon because of the gift of death. However, their boss, Ghost Maisuji Yume, was quite averse to the word death. The death that came out of the boss's mouth was a complete end to the evil ghost, and there would be no body left. The jade pot was so frightened that it got out of the pot, and the dog hugged his head directly with both hands. Slightly moved. This is not to say how good the relationship between Fallen Ji and these people is, but to change. The pattern that has not changed in the past 100 years has changed at this moment. The ghosts of the stringed string were actually killed in a place other than the Battle of Transposition, which means that the strength of the ghost hunters in this era has already been tested in their restricted area. Oni Maisuji no miserable death of the fallen princess's brain image coefficients is played in the head of the wind-up ghost, which is also a special ability of him as a ghost. In Yoshihara Never Sleeping City, there is a huge cave, which is also the place where Fallen Ji stores food. A guy with a huge body that is not like a human destroys Fallen Ji's body with only his hands, and then it is like a storm. Ordinary fists destroyed the bodies of the two brothers and sisters again and again. In the end, with the sun wheel knife, it was easy to cut off the heads of the brothers and sisters who had been recovering very slowly for the last time. What the is this guy? Is it really human? Except for Haisha Mao and Tong Mo, who kept silent, the other three made a subconscious voice, but there was only one sentence, because the face of the previous boss Suji Yume was already ugly enough at the moment, as if it was going to happen in the next second. Like to kill. The reason why Black Death Mao didn't speak is understandable, he has always been like this. As for Uozuo, it was unbelievable and stunned. This guy, how is it possible? After just a few short months, he saw the guy in Tokyo again. Uozuo can forget everything, but he can't forget that face, because this is the first time he has met a human who can compete with evil spirits in physical fitness since he became a ghost. It's like a monster. At the beginning, he and Oni Maisuji Yume had thought about turning this guy into a ghost, but this plan was stillborn along with the death of Xiaxian Yuga Huoshao. Chapter 61. Just as Yi Wozu was about to say something, the sight from Suji Yumian was very cold. He had promised before that he would give a result in the shortest possible time. However, when he was trying to search for the trace of this guy, he killed the fallen princess of the sixth string first. What kind of thing is this? Gaff. Master Wu miserable. To shut up. The icy voice in his mind made Yi Wozu have to drop his head to the ground, the bloodshot in his eye sockets were terrifying, trembling, and silent. The existence of this human being must be erased, and I will do it myself. Black Death Muena's unfeeling voice sounded. As soon as these words came out, the Jade Pot and Bantiangu, who were both wounded, even Tong Mo looked at him with a very surprised look. In their impressions, Hey Dead Mao has always been the kind of flower in the mountains. A like existence, when thinking of him, one can always imagine the moon. That's right, the swordsman who looked up at the sky under the courtyard of the moonlit night was full of thoughts, but very ethereal. Just standing there, he could make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, and felt that this was a terrible, eternal a guy who can't be beat. However, even this kind of Shang Xianyi would say something like a certain existence must be erased. Is he going to go in person? Black Death Mao got up, Yuri fluttered, and turned to leave. Hold on. Hey Dead Mao stopped his body and turned his face slightly. During the winding, except for Tong Mo who was still smiling innocently and looked a bit like Tong Mo who couldn't understand the situation, everyone else's face was very ugly, even Yi Woza was the same, that guy seemed to have a kind of ghost dance. There is no longer the urge to kneel and worship in front of Wu Mian. This made Hey Dead Mao a little puzzled, but what made him stop was the ghost dance Suji no miserable, the rules must be obeyed between superiors and subordinates, this is his code of conduct. Pipa sounds. The scene is transformed into a Japanese-style house, and the shadows of other winding strings have been lost, only Wu Miserable and Black Death Mao. Sir Wu Miss, what are your concerns? Generally speaking, Black Death Mao would not say words like this kind of questioning a leader, and it is impossible for Gamai Suji Wu Mei to show his weak side in front of anyone. This is an almost morbid state of his leadership. Of persistence. But when there were only the two of them left, Black Death Mao, as the evil ghost who had accompanied Kaiwa Suji Wu Mei for thousands of years, he was not only the subordinate of Aniwa Suji Wu Mei, but also had a more important relationship. Chapter 33. Partner. Giwasuji no miserable frowned, and a trace of fear was reflected in the blood-colored pupils. We must consider the overall situation. Those ghost hunters who can use the breath of the sun, have we really cleaned up? Your words are not unreasonable, nothing is absolute, and all unfavorable factors that can lead to bad results must be taken into account, but for this incident, I did not feel the breath of the sun from this guy. That's it, there shouldn't be anything in this world that can pose a threat to us, except for the breath of the sun. Although the fallen princess and the prostitute Taro are only 6, but their strength is beyond doubt, that's all. Simply killed by that guy. With all due respect, Lord Wu Miss, do you suspect that this is a conspiracy of the ghost-killing squad? Black Death Mao and Oni Mai Suji looked at each other miserably. The latter gritted his teeth, a little unwilling, but nodded anyway. If it is a possibility that humans become ghosts, then from the perspective of transformation, there is also the possibility of turning humans into other, more powerful species. He Shi Mu Ren, who had been following the ghost dance for the longest time, could easily figure out his thoughts. The so-called worst result was that the ghost-killing team had mastered this technology and created this human being. If this is the case, it proves that they have the strength to defeat Giwasuji Wu Mei from the front. The reason why they are so swaggering is nothing more than to attract him to appear, and to run out now is to die. This is the real reason why Kaiwasuji no miserable yelled at Black Death Mao. Because of a man, he is willing to believe in this delusional possibility. I really don't want to admit this slim possibility, but it's still best to focus on investigation. I order to continue. Those guys in the recent hunting grounds will be a little bit more restrained. Once there is news about that guy, they must report it as soon as possible. Yes. Black Death Mao nodded. He can understand Giwasuji Wu Mei's cautious character, and he also came up with that idea because he didn't want to give that guy any room to grow. All in all, I haven't found out where the ghost hunter's headquarters is yet. It's better not to take risks, as long as you find the cyan other side flower. An obsessive smirk appeared on Kaiwasuji's morbid face. That's right, as long as he finds the cyan other side flower as soon as possible. If he really focused on hunting and killing boring ghost hunters, those guys should have been wiped out long ago. Those people are fine, no matter how many ghosts die under them, he can create them. Even if the man dies again, human beings always have a lifespan limit. And he didn't, as long as he could overcome the sun, he succeeded. As the wind blew through the courtyard, all the cherry blossoms in the butterfly house fell, replaced by the warm spring days. Elder sister. Dressed in the uniform of the ghost-killing team, Butterfly Shinobi, dressed in butterfly feather weaving, smiled and raised his head from the flower bed, holding a few bouquets of fresh flowers in his hands. Channa, who was wearing a cherry-colored kimono, also foolishly imitated her sister Shinobi and picked 2 flowers. Butterfly Chanahui was sitting under the porch, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, and looked at the two with a smile. Shanna, you know? It will be my sister's 18th birthday in a month. We will prepare a birthday present for her quietly during this time. Butterfly Ninja took Chanel's hand, and the two sat down. She was holding the flower with a serious face, while Chanel on the opposite side tilted her head, seeming to have some doubts. Oh, really, this kid is still not very smart as always. She felt a little helpless in her heart, but Butterfly endured and explained, it's okay if you don't know, my sister likes flowers the most, but when we change the things in the yard, Aunt Keiko will also help. The general meaning is to use flowers to pile up the name of Channa away, and then prepare some very girly things. Butterfly can't bear to understand this aspect, so I give it to Aunt Keiko. Speaking of which, Butterfly Shinobi slightly poked his eyes out of the flowers. I saw Butterfly Channa Hu eyes hung calmly looking at the cherry blossom trees in the courtyard that had already bloomed, as if remembering something. Chapter 62 The pattern has changed. Since that person left, my sister seems to have always been like this, occasionally sitting there like this, with a preoccupied look. Even say hello like this. Elder sister. Ara, Xia Ren, did you have a good time with Chanel today? It's still a bit reluctant to speak, but she really does what her sister said, and when she encounters something she can't decide, she will use a coin toss to decide. Butterfly Nin frowned, looking at Butterfly Chanahue who was smiling. What's the matter, Shinobu? Facing the elder sister with a very natural expression, Butterfly Ren let out a sigh of relief, and finally sat aside, muttering with some dissatisfaction, I know what elder sister is thinking, that guy. Still no news. The air froze slightly. Butterfly Chanahui was stunned for a moment, and then showed a somewhat embarrassed smile. No, I'm not thinking about him. Liar. Butterfly interrupted without hesitation, and then crossed his hands on his chest. The old said, his room has always been empty, no one has ever lived in it, it has always been my sister who cleaned it, right, and the Hayori in my sister's room, it was made for him. Butterfly Chanahui blushed slightly and defended, this, that. So far, why does it seem like she has a guilty conscience, what the is going on? In fact, she just treats Lin Yu as her younger brother. Lin Yu is not in the butterfly house now, and he has not returned from the house. He has not heard any news at all. As a sister, it is reasonable to care about it. It has been more than a month. Little ninja. I know that my elder sister treats that guy as a brother-in-law. After all, he rescued my elder sister when he was in Tokyo, but he has already left, and he didn't think about our feelings at all when he left. That guy. Xia Ren, don't say any more. Elder sister. Butterfly Chanel Megami raised her head with a smile. I have always thought that Lin Jun is a very independent person with a very clear purpose. Maybe his performance is slightly different from that of a normal person, but he is good at heart, and he must be thinking of others, right? Butterfly Forbearance wanted to say something else, but was pulled by Chanel's sleeve, and the tender face was still stupid, like a doll. Do you think so too? Chanel's right hand waved up and pointed to the outside of the house. At the end of the flower garden path, outside the wooden fence, the door of the butterfly house was wide open, and a figure stood there. Butterfly Chanawi's pupils suddenly dilated, and even Butterfly Shinobu showed an incredible expression. When exactly is Ghost Squad headquarters? The spring breeze is blowing, and the door is green. With the help of his wife Amine, Yoshiyame Bashiki walked out the door. His illness was getting worse day by day. Recently, the dysentery-like disease spread to the upper part of the eyes. It is estimated that he will be blind soon. My lord, this is what I collected from my trip to Yoshihara this time. Yujun Tianyuan lowered his head, and with both hands, he put the knife and blade collected from the Yoshihara Incident Center, as well as some scraps of cloth, which still exudes a strong evil spirit. I've already heard from the team members about the Yoshihara incident this time. They said that the trace of the 12 ghost moons was discovered. Is it the end of the string? Yejun Tianyuan heard the words, his expression moved, and then said. No, it's winding. Silence. There was a worried look on the face of Yoshiya's Yashiki, who had always been calm like a gentle breeze. Winding. Yes, to be precise, it's the 6th string. I'm ashamed to say that the Yoshihara area has always been my jurisdiction, but I didn't find a ghost lurking there. I read the previous file and found out that our ghost-killing team in the history of, there are many columns who arrived near Yoshihara and then completely lost their information. Yejun Tianyuan gritted his teeth. If there is no goal, the unsolved cases will not be linked together. After all, Tokyo is very big, and there are many places bordering Yoshihara. It would be too late to turn it over now. This is a kind of dereliction of duty for him as a pillar. Tianyuan, don't blame yourself too much. In the past 100 years, we have rarely been able to get news of the winding, and our companions have died one after another. This is the situation we are facing. No matter how difficult it is, we must work hard. Go on, ahem. My lord. I must take that man to hell, this is the only belief I have to live on. The maternity house Shiki Yoshiya smiled, the blood on the handkerchief was dazzlingly red. Now, it's time to make a plan to deal with this winding. My lord, there is already a conclusion on this matter. Yejun Tianyuan clasped his fists. Did you let him run away? No, he was eliminated before our ghost-killing team arrived. The regretful expression on Yoshiya's face froze. Wiped out? Immediately afterwards, Yujun Tianyuan recounted the scene he saw in the Yoshiwan cave at that time. With his column-level judgment, he could directly conclude that the evil ghost that had been beheaded and dissipated at that time had no trace. The question is that the 6th string is correct. So, who cut off that guy's neck? This is a question. Only this knife at the scene can prove that it is the sun knife. The village of the knife forgers responsible for making the sun knife will never have another customer except for the ghost-killing team. Therefore, in order to provide more accurate information, Yejun Tianyuan went to the village of the swordsmith before returning to the headquarters, and finally came to a conclusion. Lin Jun beheaded the 6th of the strings. I'm afraid yes, that guy left the butterfly house half a month ago on the grounds of returning to his jurisdiction. During the period, following the master's order, we did not perform any surveillance on him. It is estimated that when he passed by Yoshihara later, he failed to suppressing his curiosity about the opposite sex, he went in, and just happened to find the 6th of the strings hidden there, and executed it. Of course, it can't be premised on Lin Yu's long-term knowledge that there are winding 6 in the Yoshihara area. After all, Yujun Tianyuan, the intelligence leader of the ghost-killing team, has no way to verify it. Moreover, Yejun Tianyuan has definite evidence in his hand to prove that this kid entered Yoshihara with innocent thoughts, and now that evidence has been sent to the butterfly house by the disgruntled Yejun Tianyuan. Where is Lin Jun now? It is said that he has returned to the butterfly house. Do you want to summon him? No, that's fine, don't disturb him. Xiaoshiki Yoshiya smiled slightly, as if he didn't see Yujun Tianyuan's expression. My lord, are you too tolerant of this guy? At the moment when he turned around, Xiaoshiki's body was trembling slightly, and there was an expression of excitement on his face that he had never seen before. The pattern of hundreds of years has changed, and the first one to wind up is dead. Chapter 63 About why I appeared in Yoshihara. This is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. All kinds of meaningful voices sounded. It was the most serious day in Butterfly House history. In order to welcome someone who has been away for nearly half a month without any news, everyone gathered together. Apart from Sister Butterfly, the owner of Butterfly House, there was also a member of the ghost-killing team who took the initiative to ask for leave to come back, and received a secret letter from a friend, pointing out that her future husband seems to be acting a little out of order, Mary of Ganlo Temple. And the girl Lixia, who was wearing the work clothes of the Butterfly House and kept looking left and right in the tail seat. It is said that the enthusiastic Mr. Yujun Tianyuan arranged for her a very good job. As a logistics team member in Butterfly House, she supports the operation of the ghost-killing team. She has a fixed vacation and salary. But it was the first guest she never forgot. You don't really believe it. Chapter 34. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. After finally returning to the Butterfly House, he took a bath and changed out of the rancid-smelling clothes. He wanted to rest. He sent all the salary of the ghost-killing team to the trainer Lin Taki, who was thousands of miles away. As for his own use, the expenses along the way were all funded by hard-working people with kind hearts. This is how the world is. Money can't move an inch. His enemies are not only evil spirits, but also life. Those days and nights are really tiring. That Megami Butterfly, who was a member of the jury, showed a concerned expression. Is it true? Can you deprive her of her existence? Butterfly Shinobi, the head of the court, pointed blankly at Lixia at the end, who was so frightened that he was very clever. Before I came here, I never heard the handsome silver-haired brother say that the ghost-killing squad is such a terrifying place, and one person's existence will be wiped out at every turn. Isn't that already explained? I didn't do anything at all. Lin Yu spread out his hands helplessly. The sweat stains inside the kimono were not dry yet. He was pulled over on the way to practice. As a hero. No, even as an ordinary team member, he shouldn't be treated like this after fighting a dangerous evil spirit. Can't everyone be more gentle to him? What's wrong with this world? Butterfly Ninja turned his attention to the defendant's senior sister. Zhen Kim covered his face regretfully and said, Junior brother, although I know you will reach this age sooner or later, you can't be as unrestrained as you are in this aspect of cultivation. Obviously you have already made an important agreement with Miss Ganlo Temple, but you have made it. Do you like young girls so much for this kind of thing that an old man who will betray his true nature after marriage will do it? If I like young girls, then senior sister, you have been brutally murdered, haven't you? Lin Yu's face twitched slightly. Zhenjian suddenly broke the defense, and his face turned red. Don't look at me with the look of could it be that you used to think too much about my senior sister, even though you really have thin legs, senior sister Kamum. The whole thing is in line with the kind of people who can't help but feel the image of a young girl with criminal desires, but I still understand the truth that obscene things can only be done by two people who like each other behind closed doors. Everyone looked at Lin Yu, who looked upset and seemed very angry, with astonishment. But in fact, even Lin Yu himself didn't think of it. He is also a relatively normal man. He is still the kind of traveler who almost freezes to death in the snow when his grandmother doesn't care for his uncle or loves him. Although he has always focused on training, when his body grows to a certain extent, there is bound to be that kind of thought. For example, when I look at my senior sister Mako, I will inadvertently glance at her white neck, slender exposed legs, and her lovely face, and sometimes I will scream in my heart, as if to protect all of this. Such words, but isn't the difference between a gentleman and a rogue in whether they will put their nasty ideas into practice? He has always been there as a moral yardstick for human beings, okay? Now, someone pulled him out of his busy training and accused him of liking young girls. Would he be angry if he changed anyone? Can you control yourself when you are angry? What a joke! In the lowly business, he will only act on what is legal. Butterfly Chan Ahui nodded blankly and asked. So, why did Lin Jun go to Yoshihara in the first place? It's been said that there are evil ghosts there, the 6th, Haven't it been confirmed by the ghost-killing team? Why don't you just refuse to believe that I really go there to kill the evil ghosts and help justice? Woolen cloth. Butterfly Wren also nodded and said, however, even Mr. Yujun in the jurisdiction did not find out. He is a ninja, an elite in the field of intelligence investigation. Although this crusade was initiated by this woman, seeing her cute face and hearing her gentle voice really made people angry, and sanguine would sometimes follow the facial features. Lin Yu covered his forehead. This, can't explain it. When he exposed the unknown information in the original book, shouldn't everyone be shocked, and then shouted words like "You are amazing," as expected of you? It was the same for Rinteki Sakura recently. This is the distortion caused by information asymmetry. Everyone will naturally lead the incident to a more reasonable explanation direction. For example, Lin Yu was passing by Yoshihara and had lewd thoughts, and he happened to bump into the sixth man who was eating people, and then killed him by the way. Although everyone was shocked why Lin Yu had such strength, the crux of the problem was not to kill Shang Xianliu's hang, but why he went to Yoshihara. Lin Yu couldn't understand it at all. Even if he really had that kind of idea, didn't he make a great contribution this time? This kind of thing should be completely ignored. It's almost enough, Xia Ren, I saw an interesting side today. Butterfly Chan Ahui covered her mouth and smiled. Ganlo Temple Meili, who had not spoken all the time, also looked at Lin Yu with some distress. Lin Yu wondered, is there something wrong? Mako smiled and said, it's actually a joke, everyone wants to know more about junior brother, haven't you noticed? I've come to Butterfly House for nearly a year, but I rarely communicate with people, usually with Master Huazu. Cough, Kanaihui, my elder sister, is also very polite. Every day, apart from cultivating, everyone wants to know what you are thinking about. Just for this? Seeing Butterfly Chanawi's worried look, Lin Yu swallowed the sentence abruptly. Chapter 64 Invitation from Ganlo Temple. I testify that Lin Jun is indeed a good person. Li Xia in the corner finally summoned up the courage to raise his hand to vote. However, the judgment was not actually for how chaotic Lin Yu's heterosexual life was, but for his daily life. Lin Yu also understood, which probably meant that he only focused on doing his own business, and didn't pay attention to his surroundings at all. He said how the always amiable senior sister has become so unreasonable. If this is the case, you can ask directly. Junior brother, do you think your questioning can show a person's character? You are usually too impeccable, and you can't get any results if you ask. Mako smiled and drank the fragrant tea brewed by Butterfly Chanel, and raised her hand to ask for a plate of persimmons. The way you get along, how do you say it, did you learn it from your master? Everyone feels that they are surrounded by an unsmiling adult, and you have been in the Butterfly House for so long, and you have almost never asked others about things other than cultivation. Everyone keeps watching you cultivating, for fear that if you practice, you will lose the life that a normal person should have. Butterfly Wren showed a deep understanding look, and even Butterfly Chan Ahui smiled and said, to be honest, even the most enthusiastic practitioners in the Ghost Slayer team are not like Lin Jun, who basically don't interact with anyone other than eating and sleeping, and they all focus on cultivation. Ghost hunters are always in the A state of high tension, but in the final analysis, we are human beings, not machines, and such a thing, the Lord, will not be allowed to happen. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, so he said. He is the guy in the ghost-killing team who has a vengeance and can't see it? Looking around, everyone's eyes seemed to tell him that his idea was right. I really didn't expect that in an organization like the Ghost-Killing Squad, where most of the pillars are problem children, there are still people who would care about the physical and mental development of this small character who is not even a pillar. In other words, why? Could it be that Yoshi's Yashiki really thinks his mental health is more important than killing ghosts? Lin Yu really couldn't think of the reason. He couldn't be afraid that he would really go down the wrong road with Uozuo if he couldn't think of it. Zhen Kim patted Lin Yu on the shoulder with an expression of "You don't need to worry about anything, junior brother, I will leave this matter to senior sister." All in all, we also discussed a solution this time. Since Sister Chanel is really busy, every time she says she is taking you out, in fact, in most cases, I don't know why, and I will always get involved in the incident, so this time the task is completely handed over to your fiancée, Miss Meili of Ganluo Temple. How about it? Lin Yu glanced apologetically at Ganluo Temple Meili, and then looked at the senior sister who seemed to be an old fritter in the ghost-killing team with a speechless expression. Senior sister, everyone is very busy and doesn't have time to take vacations. As a qualified ghost killer, I think it is necessary for you to clarify your own thinking, whether it is more important to kill ghosts or to spend the so-called comfortable daily life. This. Of course it's all important, Lin Jun, it's time for you to give yourself a vacation. Butterfly Chan Ahui glanced at Ganluo Temple Meili, who looked like a pitiful little daughter-in-law who began to be aggrieved before she got married, and finally made a final decision. Lin Yu finally understood who this farce was for. After all, it was the fact that he left out the person who shouldn't be left out. After all, it's been a few months since he agreed to the Ganluo Temple Meili matter, and he hasn't seen this girl again during these months, or he has taken the initiative to find her. This is indeed his fault, completely buried in the practicing. Don't deny that the promise to this girl was a comforting element. No one can be sure that he will really live to that day, and a guy who doesn't know the cruelty of the world will never know that a promise has a meaning for a soldier who has to set foot on the battlefield. How important? Maybe it will become the courage to stand up again at the moment when you are about to give up your life. This courage is not only for Ganluo Temple Meili, but also for himself. Of course, if that day can really come, it would be even better. If your mind has not changed by then, what reason is there to refuse? Lin Yu smiled and said, Miss Ganluo Temple, don't be so afraid. If you have any trouble, you can tell me directly. Ganluo Temple Meili bowed her head, her face was as red as an apple. Actually, it's actually my parents who said they wanted to see Lin Jun. Butterfly Ninja explained, Meili has not returned home for more than a year since she joined the ghost-killing team, because some unpleasant things happened at the beginning, and her original purpose of coming to the ghost-killing team was just to find out just a beloved husband. Ganluo Temple Meili quickly waved her hand and said, Lin Jun, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to want you to quit the ghost-killing team, I myself am the same, after joining the team for so long, I still feel that killing ghosts is better than killing ghosts. Personal matters are more important, but... I wrote back, and the words of my parents. Meili of Ganluo Temple stopped talking, and a warm palm covered her head, feeling very reassuring. When he raised his head, there was a shallow smile on the young man's face, as if it merged with the sunlight shining in from outside. This kind of thing doesn't need to be so troublesome, can you just say no? Do I look like such an unreasonable person? Miss Ganluo Temple is really an idiot. Ganluo Temple Meili was stunned for a moment, and then the tears couldn't stop rolling in her eyes. I'm sorry, I just don't know how to say it, and I'm afraid that Lin Jun will refuse. Her hair is not naturally cherry red, but caused by eating a lot of cherry cakes a day, she can't control her appetite, and her strength is amazing. In the place where she used to live, many people regarded her as a monster. She would be ridiculed and ridiculed every time she went on a blind date. She didn't want to do that. She just wanted to simply find a husband, not to disappoint her family. Will choose to enter the ghost-killing team. Now the opportunity has finally come, but she has to refuse her parents who haven't seen her for more than a year, and take her boyfriend back, and once again go back to the place where everyone treats her as a monster. She is really alone. Scared? It's decided, those who dare to say that Miss Ganluo Temple is a monster, I will beat them all up, okay, don't cry. Lin Yu smiled and comforted Ganluo Temple Meili, who threw herself into his arms. She frankly told all her experiences and feelings. The few people in the house deliberately didn't bother the two of them. Well, my junior brother is indeed an excellent and responsible man. Mako held his hands proudly. Butterfly sighed helplessly and said, although I really don't want to admit it, his handling of this matter really leaves people speechless. Chapter 65 Fancy Confession. Another new day begins. Butterfly House seems to be busy again, and the news of the death of Sixth Strings quickly spread throughout the entire ghost-killing team, but the identity of the killer was replaced by a mysterious column level, Lin Yu's identity and what he did not known to the public. Recently, within the jurisdiction of each column level, the movements of ghosts seem to be more restrained than before. Basically, it is difficult to find incidents of powerful evil ghosts hurting people. The evil ghosts lingering outside are some who do not even know the blood ghost art. Used guy. This strange phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of the Ghost Slayer headquarters. The Lord Yashiki Yoshiya believes that this may be a signal that the evil spirits have other plans. In order to find their purpose, all the pillars that can be used in the headquarters have been dispatched, naturally including Butterfly-chan Ahui. As always, the operation of the Butterfly House is directed by Butterfly Ninja. She is 15 years old this year and her behavior is already a mature adult. In addition to helping the swordsmen who are recovering in the Butterfly House, she basically stays in the room most of the time. It is said that she is developing a compound poison that can be applied to the Sun Blade. After all, she has always been very weak. Not enough to cut off a ghost's head with a sun knife. Today is also the day when Lin Yu bids farewell to everyone in Butterfly House. After all, he promised Ganlo Temple Meili to go home with her to see her parents. If you tell Master and Kyuntu about this, they will definitely be surprised. Mako smiled softly, his eyes full of blessings. Don't look at me with the eyes of your own child finally growing up, senior sister. Lin Yu covered his forehead with his hands helplessly. Now he doubts what kind of impression he gave people before. Is it so woody? It is clear that communication is very relaxed. Butterfly Shinobi handed a package to Ganlu Temple Meili. I heard that my uncle prefers to drink. You can take the things here and take them home. No, how is this possible? Ganlu Temple Meili refused with an embarrassed expression. Butterfly-chan Ahui smiled and said, No, Meili, this is the first time that Lin Jun has come to your house. Basic etiquette is required. Speaking of which, I did consider this matter, but I seem to have forgotten it when I was cultivating. Lin Yu glanced at Chan Ahui Butterfly with gratitude. Since entering the Butterfly House, she has been taking care of her all the time. She has always been bothered a lot, whether it is what she eats or what she wears. There was no sensational farewell speech. After all, it was only a few days away, and I took the train to the countryside where Ganlo Temple Meili's house was located. It's not as prosperous as Tokyo is close to modernity. Through the glass windows of the train, you can see the green fields outside, shrouded in the mountains, farmers carrying hoes, and cattle crawl next to the pond. It's really easy. A place to put your heart down. What's wrong? Seeing the anxious look on Meili's face at Ganlo Temple, Lin Yu looked out the window and turned her head. The kimono is the latest style in the prosperous area of Tokyo. The overall black and white, showing an extravagant and solemn feeling, the height of nearly 1.8 meters looks very tall, and the chopped bangs are scattered on the shoulders in a messy manner. On his stern and handsome face is a pair of calm pupils like the deep sea, and it seems that he has carried some unknown reason and maturity since birth. Is this really my future husband? Up to now, Ganlo Temple Meili has doubts about this point, and everything that has met him until now seems to be a dream. Meili of Ganlo Temple lowered her head with a little inferiority, and said with a small smile, that I just feel that I feel as if I have been favored by the gods. What nonsense! Where does God come from in this world? Chapter 35. Lin Yu smiled. Ganlo Temple Meili seems to be a little sober. Surrounded by the clamor of people and the sound of gears turning as the train borders the ground rails, But, if there is no Lord God, Lin Jun, why would Lin Jun agree to a person like me? She didn't finish her words, because when she saw Lin Yu, she looked out the window again with a smile on her face. It seemed that she hadn't enjoyed this relaxed atmosphere for a long time, enjoying it. As of now, I won't say lies like because I love Miss Ganlu Temple deeply, after all, our time together is very short, right? Well, the reason I liked Lin Jun was at that time in Tokyo, but Lin Jun doesn't seem to remember that. Ganlu Temple Mi Li nodded seriously. She wanted an answer. For her, love was a very important part of her life, and it was for this reason that she joined the ghost-killing team. Don't Miss Ganlu Temple feel that life is like the scenery passing by this window? Seeing the shocked look on Mili's face in Ganlu Temple, Lin Yu was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Ganlu Temple Mi Li smiled awkwardly and said, it's nothing. I just don't think it's something that Lin Jun would say. Hey, do I look like someone with a brain full of muscles in your eyes? Lin Yu looked helpless. It's not that he is boasting, but he is a person who has a clear purpose and will definitely take action for it. Because he wants to become stronger, he will cultivate day and night, leaving all other things aside. But that doesn't mean he will completely wipe out his life. Completely kill the ghost dance Suji no miserable? He really wants to realize that kind of thing, but in fact he doesn't know how long that day will come. Now his appearance has also disrupted the original world line in a great sense. In order to kill the ability to kill the ghost dance Suji no miserable, the worst result may be a reappearance of hundreds of years ago, like Jiguo Yunyi let go without misfortune. So, being a savior is not his goal. His goal is just to protect the people around him. As a hopeless ordinary person, to protect the people around him from tragedy, this is what he can do. My life is like the scenery I see outside this window. Anything can be the last scene I see. The hands I can't hold, the words I can't say, I hate the complicated and regretful life. When Miss Ganlu Temple said that, everything about you is the only thing for me, not something that can be replaced by this kind of person. I realized that I would regret rejecting this only one, so I agreed. Lin Yu's eyes were full of sincerity. Is Miss Ganlu Temple willing to accept this answer? Okay, can you call me Mili? Ganlu Temple Mili raised her head, her lovely face was flushed red, and her eyes were full of desire. The only one? Can I also be someone's only one? Lin Jun is such a gentle person. Chapter 66. During the day and night journey, at noon, Lin Yu and Ganlu Temple Mili both fell asleep. This is the norm. For the Ghost Slayer team, unless they are in an absolutely safe place, they basically don't sleep at night, and even such vacations are considered the same as regular attendance. When night fell, the two opened their eyes almost at the same time. The gears of the train are turning, the whistle is humming, the colors outside the window are changing from day to night, and the moon hangs in the sky dotted with stars. Woohoo! That. I'm sorry. For the lunchbox, it's down there, and for the hot water, it's on the side of the carriage. Lin Yu looked at Ganlu Temple Mili, who had an embarrassed face, and took the initiative to open his package. In addition to a pot of wine for Ganlu Temple Mili's father, there were also packed lunch boxes. This is specially prepared by Butterfly Ninja. She knows her best friend's appetite and strength, but as expected, carrying dozens of bowls of lunch is not suitable for cute girls, so she asked Lin Yu to bring it. Wearing this expensive kimono is still a bit inconsistent, and I don't know how many people stared at it along the way. Thanks. Mili's head in Ganlu Temple was almost down to the ground. She picked up a bowl of boxed lunch coyly, while Lin Yu added a few more bowls on top of this, and didn't do anything to accomplish this for her by herself after all. According to her character, she would definitely refuse in a hurry. Lin Yu couldn't think of any way to convince her in that situation, so it might be better to just let it go. After Ganlu Temple Mili walked away with the lunch box, Lin Yu moved his eyes to the surroundings of the carriage. They bought tickets for the ride, and as soon as they got on the train, they could see the bamboo benches that were neatly arranged on both sides of the carriage. People in kimonos were sitting here and there, sometimes bumping as the train moved. There is no ghost breath. The train is also a high-incidence facility in the original book. Of course, Lin Yu will not relax his vigilance, after careful investigation. When you are a little more at ease. Swish! It was like entering the dark night. There were only a few dim yellow lights in the carriage, and there was darkness that could swallow them all around. Enter the cave. Redemption, the redemption we long for. The meaning of life, death is infinitely sublime. Similar whispers sounded all around. Lin Yu frowned. With his excellent perception ability, he could see clearly. The passengers in the seats lowered their heads and looked hideous, gnashing their teeth, and their pupils were bloodshot, as if they wanted to pull out their hair dripping with blood. It's like a ghost, but you can't feel any breath. Swish! Out of the cave. The darkness receded, the moonlight shone on the endless plains, and the carriage became soft again, as if it was the same as before. Everyone sat in their seats, reading the newspapers and drinking tea. Lin Jun. Connecting to the middle of the carriage, Ganlo Temple Meili ran out happily, with 4 bowls of bento folded in her hands, fragrant. It is probably that Shanna Butterfly made all the boxed lunches in the form of tea-soaked rice, cold rice, and hot water, with some nori, bonito, and other things on it, and there are different types of flavors, at least in the hands of Ganlo Temple honey glass are of different types. Sorry, I'm a little late, but this tea soup is really delicious after it has been soaked. It smells really good. Ganlo Temple Meili was happy, and her eyes were full of thirst for food. Lin Yu glanced casually on the glass window, but in fact, he observed the movements of the passengers in the carriage through refraction. As long as there was a trace of reflection, combined with the magic of penetrating the world, he could see it clearly. Didn't you hear? Maybe Meili was too focused on food just now. Would it be too obvious to remind her now? The ticket for this trip was bought on the same day, there is no possibility of leaking. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help scolding himself whether his brain was not flexible enough. After thinking about it carefully, his enemy was not a human being, so how could the information be leaked? Now, he doesn't feel that what he just saw was an illusion. What is the purpose of these guys? Lin Jun, Lin Jun. Turning his face to look at the lovely face close at hand, his face was full of complaints. Lin Yu held her chin with one hand, touched her head with the other hand, and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" Ganlo Temple Meili stretched out her hands, ready to escape from the claws, but finally covered Lin Yu's hands weakly, blushing and bowing her head. "Really, listen to me. This pickled rice with dried plums and vegetables is super delicious. If you don't believe me, try it." Meili of Ganlo Temple confidently showed Lin Yu a bowl of soaked lunch. For a foodie like her, it is naturally a joy to share her favorite food with the people she likes. But... swish! This time it wasn't to enter the cave, the train seemed to suddenly change its track during the high-speed travel. The inertia brought by the sudden steering picked up the soup of the tea and rice, and Lin Yu, who was much faster than ordinary people, could see Ganlo Temple Meili and the panic of the passengers during the bumpy period, and smelled a ghost. In just an instant, Lin Yu took Ganlo Temple Meili into his arms and escaped from the carriage. The ice shards slowly descended from the sky like powder, like a dream. The relieved passengers left their seats one after another, knelt down on the aisle, spread their hands, and had a relieved expression on their faces. Have I finally arrived? The other side of redemption. Is this the true meaning of life? I finally saw it. However, this expression fell into the eyes of outsiders, but it was like a demonic barrier. At least Ganlo Temple Meili, who had recovered, was not ashamed to be hugged by Lin Yu in the form of a princess, but looked at him in shock. Inside the carriage, you can see it clearly from this place where the rails meet, and the passengers in the 2 carriages, both inside and outside. are prostrate on the ground in such a posture. Afterwards, they all fell into the ice chips, and their bodies were in a state of crystallization as if they had been frozen, with peaceful smiles on their faces. What exactly is going on? Oh, have you been noticed? You're an amazing guy. At the top of the carriage, a tall figure in a Taoist robe covered half of his face with a folding fan. His head was the color of broken blood, and his pupils colorfully reflected the number of the second string. The train after the change of track was still running violently, and the signboard of the construction passed by the track. On the other side of the cave exit not far away, there was a truncated bridge under the moonlight. Really, it's good to just embark on the journey of redemption like my lovely believers. Chapter 67. Lin Jun. Ganlu Temple Mi Li also seemed to smell a trace of evil spirits, just above the sixth carriage. However, Lin Yu covered her mouth and nose, and shook her head sternly. Ganlu Temple Mi Li showed a stunned look. Air, is it the cause of air? Kaka. Lin Yu held the handle of the connecting part of the carriage with his right hand, and made a twisting sound. The handle made of solid iron slowly twisted, and the fixing screw popped out in an instant, which shocked Ganlu Temple Mi Li. Tear. Lin Yu forcibly tore off a handle, aimed at the window next to the carriage, and threw it out. With a bang, the window shattered, and the airflow in the cabin was perfused by the outside air streaming in. Many things placed on the table, such as newspapers, were instantly taken out along with the shattered glass shards. This was the first time. 7 carriages, and then Lin Yu pulled another handle and did the same to the 5th carriage. After the rapid gushes of airflow, the sudden drop in temperature in the cabin also eased. Lin Yu could see traces of white airflow spreading out. It was a deadly toxin permeating the ice, and once inhaled, it would instantly die like the passengers in the carriage. He pulled out the sun wheel knife and got stuck in the connection part of the carriage. Ganlu Temple Mi Li's pupils suddenly enlarged, when she realized what Lin Yu was going to do. Kaka. The connecting parts of the carriages were neatly cut, and the 6th and subsequent carriages were completely out of the control of the locomotive. At the top of the end of the 5th carriage, there was a tall figure with a folding fan in his hand. The deep evil aura made Ganlu Temple Mi Li noticed immediately. There was a calm smile on the pale face, colorful. The pupil is engraved with the winding too. Using the crow, notify the people at the headquarters to come to the rescue. Yes. Ganlu Temple Mi Li could only subconsciously respond because of her biological instinct. This is the second string. There is a consensus in the ghost-killing team that people who are not column level will die when they encounter the winding. No one can be indifferent in the face of death, and even the bravest warriors are subconsciously afraid. Lin Jun. Ganlu Temple Mi Li was stunned. The tall figure under the background of the kimono, at the moment when the 6th carriage derailed, the man's black shoulder-length hair was dancing, and his stern profile was just like what he saw in the night sky of Tokyo that night. Wait for me. He pulled out the sunblade, bent his knees slightly, and jumped out of the derailed train carriage. Chapter 36. There is no confusion. The breath of flames, the shape of one, and the ignorance of fire. The fire seemed to burn out the surrounding air, and a long dragon flew from the side of Tong Mo over 10 meters above the spreading carriage before it stopped. Tong Mo stroked the folding fan lightly, covering half of his face. With a tearing sound, a trace of blood appeared on his neck, and the flesh that burst open was very terrifying. The moment the monster jumped up from the 6th carriage just now, Tong Mo was prepared, but in this case, his neck was still scratched. Bingja's breath spread, and it was a crystalline iceman who blocked this sudden fatal blow for him. Tong Mo has only seen this kind of amazing speed in one person, and that is the Black Death Mao of Shang Xianyi. Oh, you are really liked by cute little girls. This makes me a little jealous. The icy aura spread from the top of the carriage, like a thick layer of frost and snow. Behind Tong Mo appeared 2 beautifully dressed snow-sculptured women, lifelike, and the surrounding area was also covered by the enchantment after the spread of ice strips. It was like a screen, and he was sitting on the seat of the ice seat, holding his face in one hand and the folding fan in the other, leisurely. Let me reintroduce, I'm the second one, Tong Mo. His blood ghost magic has not stopped. The entire frost realm exudes a white silk-like aura, which is the poison of Tong Mo. Once inhaled, the alveoli will fall into a state of necrosis. The effect of breathing will only accelerate the spread of the toxin. Any ghost hunter who wants to win approaching Tong Mo, one must make the determination to die. In addition, there are two cold and fierce Baiji serving around him like princesses, making him look like a noble king. The hit missed, but Lin Yu laughed, and a demon-like whisper softly exhaled between his teeth. You are so rude. The smile at that moment made Tong Mo's heart palpitate subconsciously, what a monster. However, he has absolute confidence, his enchantment and defense can never be breached, and now the dominance is in his hands. Breath of water 1 of the type Nagi. Breath of flame 1 type Shiranui. The sun blade is condensed with two colors of blue and red, rotating alternately, like two roaring long dragons. At the moment of entering the frozen domain, the blue blade formed a barrier around Lin Yu with the blade of the sun blade as the distance. The fire that will never stop is connected in a straight line in the white fog-colored field, and the rings have explosions like rings of fire. Tong Mo's pupils suddenly dilated. With one slash, the two Baiji hit in front of him and were cut off at the waist. Ice chips were scattered all over the place. The fifth carriage was also derailed by this blow. Tong Mo took this to get out and stay away from this disaster. He wiped his forehead, looking like he was still in shock. Mr. Monster, the night is so long, there is no need to be so rude as soon as you come up. The train is still running at high speed, and it is about to pass through the tunnel between the mountains. Between the intersection of the two mountains is a suspended track, erected by a bridge, half of which has been broken. That is the exit after passing through this mountain. Lin Yu just caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye. Have you noticed? There are more than 100 passengers in the remaining 4 carriages. The train will not stop moving forward. They will travel with you to the end of eternity and become one of the believers of the Bliss sect. Tong Mo with a crazy smile spread out his hands. Should you keep fighting me and let these passengers die, or risk being attacked by me and run back and cut off the entire front of the car to prevent the tragedy from happening? This is a question full of philosophical significance. What will you choose? Mr. Monster. Before he could finish his words, the Mr. Monster he was talking about drew his knife and charged at him again. Does this issue need to be considered? Taking all the tragedies in the world on one's own body is just as conceited as deliberately indifference to death. It is Lin Yu's values to recognize his own inadequacy and do what he can do. Dodging Tong Mo's attack to cut off the front of the car and save the passengers, Lin Yu admitted that he couldn't do it, that his ability was not enough, that's all. So, I will try my best to let you bury them with them. Chapter 68 Only Attack. The breath of flame, the shape of Wu, the flame tiger. The scorching long dragon runs through the top of the entire train, and from a distance, the night seems to be ignited. The crow took the envelope and flew to the dark sky. Ganlo Temple Mi Li ran on the train track, and after all, there was a distance from the furious iron monster that did not turn back. Damn, if you work harder when you are cultivating. This distance that can never be shortened makes Ganlo Temple Mi Li almost desperate. If she can further master the breathing method under the guidance of Mr. Purgatory and exert her physical fitness to the limit, she will definitely be able to catch up with the train soon. Ghost Squad Headquarters. Yoshiki, who was lying in bed due to illness, endured the pain and got up from the bed. The handkerchief his wife Amina handed to him had dazzling red blood on it. His illness is getting worse day by day, and recently 2 pairs of eyes have been completely covered with a curse-like scars. Don't worry about me, hurry up, send a message to the column level in the nearby area who is on a business trip, and let them rush to the location of the incident. The current headquarters has no pillar guards, including Yanzu Baiminjai Hu Xingming, and even Yuzui Tianyuan, who was investigating the information, was also sent out. For a while, the crows scattered and flew, disturbing the birds in the forest. Across the mountains, rivers, and seas, a pair of restless eyes crawled between the pitch-black jungle, and an excited jaja sounded. It's getting close, the task that the adult has given is finally about to be completed. Oops! Tong Mo saw the carriage of the train drive into the cave, and could no longer maintain his calmness. The distance between the top of the carriage and the track was only less than 1 meter away. When the front of the car had already entered the cave, the guy at the top of the carriage was still attacking him. He had no intention of defending at all. He was thrown off the carriage at such a relative speed, let alone a human body, even a human body. His evil ghost body will also fall into pieces directly. Tong Mo has imagined countless fighting situations, but the only thing he can't capture is the way this guy fights. No matter how brave a ghost hunter encounters his blood ghost technique, he will dodge subconsciously, but this guy won't, he will always be on the defensive. Break through in the most solid place, and then chop off that unpredictable knife. This is also the reason why Tong Mo was almost cut off twice. Blood Ghost Art, Lotus Leaf Ice. The crystal royal sun above the more than 10 carriages faced the rushing flame, and instantly formed a seal. Countless ice cones appeared in the frozen field, covering the area more than 20 meters above the carriage. It's no exaggeration to shine like a star. Tong Mo himself retreated to the last section of the carriage, ready to go down to the interior. Coward! Where are you going? Lin Yu roared. The flame of the sun blade in his hand burned even more, and the violent operation of his lungs made him seem to be plunged into the vapor of nothingness, and complex lines gradually appeared on his red face, and climbed up his forehead and chin. Breath of fire, shape of 9, purgatory. What are you talking about? You lunatic! Tong Mo, who always prided himself on being good-tempered, also rarely turned ugly. Is he running away? He just didn't want his body to be shattered and put on a brand new teaching uniform. What if it gets dirty and torn? The sun blade instantly smashed the endless lotus leaf ice that flew in. At this moment, Tong Mo was shocked to find that the guy didn't know what kind of thing was wrapped around it, and it could completely defend against the attack of the lotus leaf ice. The sun wheel knife has not changed its direction for a moment. What kind of breathing method is this? Tong Mo, who had been in contact with many swordsmen with breathing techniques, couldn't tell the difference for a while. Whoosh! The train entered the cave again, and everything around became pitch black. Clang! Jump jump jump! Tong Mo could hear the sound of the crystal royal suns hitting the top of the cave one by one and flying backwards and scattered on both ends of the rails. Finished! Standing at the rear of the fourth carriage, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's not because he lost to that guy, it's just that the guy's fighting style is a little too lethal, even worse than your excellency Yu Wozuo. Wrong! Tong Mo's pupils suddenly dilated, his back, inside the carriage. In an instant, the sound of human screams sounded, and a group of fire rushed from that side. The door at the rear of the train shattered in an instant, and half of Tong Mo's body was instantly chopped and smashed out, along with the doors and windows, and disappeared along the track. The rest of the upper body was biting the sun blade in his mouth, and his right hand was holding the junction of the train's tail. He waved the folding fan in his left hand, the blood ghost technique and the vine whip of Manlian Hua made Lin Yu subconsciously withdraw the sun blade. The defense of the breath of water is an infinite defense within the attack range, but it is by no means impeccable, especially when the distance is close enough. Under the premise of 360 degrees, the only one who can defend against the attack of the evil ghosts is God. Tong Mo, who only left his upper body hanging on the back of the carriage, had more than half of his mouth cut open on both sides, and the blood continued to flow. At the moment when the folding fan was swung, 5 crystal royal suns instantly appeared in front of him. Tong Mo pulled on the train and his body recovered instantly. Cough cough. I didn't think you would be so difficult to deal with before I came here, Mr. Monster. At this moment, there was no more frivolous smile on the face of Tong Mo, who had been defeated one after another, and the whole face seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. Blood Ghost Art, by G of the Fierce Cold. The two female sculptures before reappeared on Tong Mo's side, and he waved his fan. Blood Ghost, Frozen Cloud. Tsitsizi. All the air in front of him showed a substantial icy aura. This frozen area was not foggy like the one above the carriage. The air seemed to have become a solidified liquid, and substantial ice hung in the air. In the middle of the car, it has been blocked along the carriage, and the passengers in the fourth carriage died in an instant, still maintaining the expression and posture before death. An indescribable stinging pain rushed to Lin Yu's lungs, and Tong Mo's blood mixed in the blood ghost technique finally worked. He spat a mouthful of blood and splattered it on the floor next to him, supporting it with a sun knife. Own body. This kind of warlock cannot be cracked, and the air is pervasive. Is it almost dawn? After the train entered the cave, it galloped fast, and it had already circled around to the entrance of the tunnel halfway up the mountain. Tong Mo was shocked by the glow of the sky in front of him. This action was made privately by him. If the adult is not to be angry, he must deal with this guy as soon as possible. What shocked him even more was that the guy in front of him who was gradually surrounded by the frozen domain, the guy who was obviously hit by his blood ghost technique and vomited blood on the ground, not only did not retreat, but he actually rushed towards him with his knife drawn. What? Are you going to attack me in this situation? Just kidding, are you looking down on me? Tong Mo is furious. Blood Ghost Art, Water Lily Bodhisattva. Chapter 69 Lin Yu's Purpose. Don't let me endure that humiliation anymore, die. A huge Buddha statue emerged from the sky above the train, crushing the whole piece of iron in an instant. Under the action of the airflow, everything in the fourth carriage was instantly brought into the dark night on both sides of the track. The stripes on Lin Yu's forehead appeared blue veins, his body suddenly soared to about 2.5 meters, and the kimono was forcibly broken. There was a tearing pain from the 5 internal organs. He didn't reveal his full body until this moment because he knew that when he was grinding against the war boy, not only would the breathing method not bring him any help, but it would also become his drawback. The explosive power, but at the same time, the poisonous air inhaled will be multiplied. Hey, what are you kidding? Tong Mo looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Really? Too shocking. That monster-like guy actually rushed towards the giant water lily bodhisattva who could obviously slow down the entire train. The lowered palm did not block his jumping body. With frantic long hair and a naked rock-like body like a small giant, he held the sun wheel knife and actually pierced the palm of the water lily bodhisattva. Boom! Chapter 37. The attack has not stopped yet, and this piercing knife with extremely strong penetrating force passed through the chest of the water lily bodhisattva, and the whole person gushed out like a roaring monster. At this moment, the crystal Yuko and Hanji that Tong Mo had summoned were as fragile as a piece of paper, and were directly pierced, and the sword of the sun blade pierced his entire throat. Kill him! Tong Mo! This guy must not be allowed to continue to live. A roar sounded in Tong Mo's mind. Is it the adults? Has he been watching the game all the time? This was the first time he had seen Gewasuji Wumian so gaff. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly enlarged, and Tong Mo seemed to have expected this scene for a long time. The moment before Lin Yu's sun blade was inserted into his throat, he gave up the folding fan in his hand, and he clamped it with both hands and inserted it into him. Throat knife. Mr. Monster, it seems that the battle between us must end here. You are very powerful. Even if you face your excellency Uozu with bare hands, I'm afraid you won't be at a disadvantage. You surprised me too much. Fortunately, I also prepared for the worst this time. Freezing spreads along Tong Mo's throat. This is the blood ghost technique of the stringed ghost. It can never be broken by brute force alone. It can only be cut with a sharp sun wheel. However, now Lin Yu's sun wheel, the knife was stuck in Tong Mo's neck. Now Lin Yu not only has to endure the firmness of the ice cubes, but also faces Tong Mo's hands, a force of winding. At this time, the distance of less than 500 meters from the train exiting the cave was fleeting, and the entire train would fall into the cliff. Don't run away, Mr. Monster! Tong Mo smiled strangely. The back of the sun blade is also gradually being frozen, and it will soon spread to Lin Yu's body. If you let go at this time, you can survive. Across the entire carriage, Lin Yu glanced at Ganluo Temple Meili, who was chasing after him outside the carriage, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Call! There was a look of surprise in Tong Mo's eyes. He could feel that this ghost hunter, who was like a furnace, burst out with more scorching power at this moment, and the whole person seemed to be burning. It's useless. The problem caused by the human body is that it is impossible to burn his ice. The sun blade has been locked. Even if the train falls into the cliff like this, Tong Mo will not die. Just a tire. The time of death was approaching, but the ghost hunter had a sarcastic smile on his face. What does this guy want to do? Tong Mo looked puzzled. He has completed his mission, and the rest only needs to be handed over to the spread of toxins. Whether Lin Yuzong does not let go, this is a dead end. This guy is already dead. In this case, does this guy still have the determination to kill him? In the end, how to do it? Boom. Tong Mo's body was instantly turned around by a huge force, and the ice block had spread to Lin Yu's fingers, but the smile on his face became more and more frantic, pressing against Tong Mo's throat, rushing straight ahead. A few carriages passed. Come on! Bet your life! Use my body with only one life in exchange for your body that can be resurrected countless times. Tong Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't know what this guy wanted to do, for the first time in his life, he was afraid of death. The ghost dance Suji Wume in Infinite City sat down on the ground in an instant, and the pale fingers raised were trembling slightly. For a moment, he only felt that the picture in his mind was of a ferocious guy who seemed to be wrapped in fire, crawling out of and rushing towards him. This is a human. Soon, Tong Mo knew. The third quarter, the second quarter, and the first quarter, the panicked crowd screamed. Many people were lying on the window and jumping out of the window accurately. Lin Yu stared at Tong Mo's body and rushed across the aisle until he reached the front of the car. Click, click. The coal-burning gas stove was open and closed, with a bright flame burning inside. Is there something wrong with your brain? It's not me but you who will die like this. Tong Mo's body was getting closer and closer to the burning stove, and he roared with a ghastly face. Lin Yu's two hands were completely covered with ice and lost consciousness, and the tingling sensation in his heart disappeared. It was estimated that they were completely abolished. He could only use the strength of his torso to continue to push Tong Mo forward and crashed onto the stove. Click! Lin Yu used his leg to lift the splicer. The locomotive was completely separated from the carriages behind, and rushed straight towards the broken bridge at the exit. Below is an endless cliff, shrouded in mist from the mountainside. Tong Mo's body was burning in the fire, and he didn't react at all. His own blood had ice properties, and his body wouldn't burn until the blood was exhausted. Don't waste your efforts, you will die before all my blood is burned out, and my body will not be damaged in the slightest. Even now, except for the carriage, the sun can't come out so quickly, you are dead. In sight, the guy turned his head and faced the gradually approaching cliff. His tone was flat. Ready? Come and play a game where you can't get out of the car. Hey? That. Mr. Monster, did you misunderstand something? You are already dead. Tong Mo tilted his head in confusion and smiled, revealing the fangs of a ghost. Feeling the slip of his palm, Tong Mo was stunned. It seems that your ice cannot be melted even by flames. Lin Yu sneered and took out the sun blade. Only then did Tong Mo understand that the purpose of this guy getting him from the rear of the car to the front of the car was not to burn him to death, but to burn the ice fixed on the sun knife. Chapter 70. Lin Jun. Ganluo Temple Mi Li looked at that scene with despair. Swish! The train dashed off the pre-travel track and fell into the clouds below the broken bridge. The bodies of Lin Yu and Tong Mo also collapsed and fell due to inertia, and the coal-burning stove fell. The hands chopped off by the sun blade quickly recovered, and Tong Mo was stunned to find that at the moment he fell, Lin Yu stepped on the deck in a horizontal manner. He was covered in white steam, and a look of expression appeared on his face. Black striped road. Spots. If it was said that the imprint was only faintly emerging before, then it is now a real mark. This is the pattern that Your Excellency Yu Wozuo has pursued for hundreds of years without success, symbolizing the pinnacle of martial arts. Once you step into that field, you can predict the opponent's various attacks in advance like Your Excellency Black Death Mao, which is very terrifying. Is that so? Tong Mo saw the blood coughing up under the guy's frantic long hair, with a hideous smile on his face. Human beings must use the breathing method to the extreme when using this field. They can turn on the stripes on any evil spirit. Only in Tong Mo, it will not work. The alveoli will suddenly burst and necrosis. And this guy has already arrived in this field, and the reason why he is holding back is for this moment. A critical moment when he could literally chop off his Tong Mo's head. Breath of Fire, Type of 9, Purgatory. The flaming dragon is close at hand. The unsuspecting Tong Mo gave up, with a relieved smile on his face. It's useless to let go or not to give up. Now he can't cast an effective blood ghost technique at such a close distance again, and he will be opened by this guy, unless he can fly and avoid weightlessness. It's a pity he was not endowed with such abilities. Really? In order to kill him completely, how crazy is this guy? Tong Mo even has an abnormal head to the point where he subconsciously thinks that his worth is not worth it. I lost. Well done, Tong Mo. At the moment when the head was separated, the voice of Giwasuji no miserable gratification sounded in Tong Mo's mind. The scene like a revolving lantern is vivid in his mind. From childhood to adulthood, he has always lived in the expectations of others. He didn't know why those people were crying, why they were praying to him. Life is so humble and ridiculous, the weak are always attacked by pinning their hopes on others, even if the other party is a child. Do you want to live? Tong Mo. Yes I do. Tong Mo's face raised a bright and innocent smile, but his body and head were gradually dissipating. Until the end, his wish was as full of lies as his miserable life. Finished. The intense tingling made Lin Yu's consciousness fall into a blurred state. He could only stare at the broken bridge above, his body gradually fell, the sun blade had already fallen off, and the sense of weightlessness made him unable to move. Is this the price of beheading the second child of the winding string? Take your own life. Lin Jun. Looking at the girl's crying desperate face. Lin Yu, who kept falling, was finally afraid. I am afraid of death, and I am afraid that the promise made under the cherry tree that day cannot be fulfilled. The blood stained the corners of the mouth's face was a little stiff, and gradually lost its temperature and consciousness. If only I could survive. Scared, but not sorry. The first rays of morning light rose from the horizon, dazzling light reflecting the train tracks. The nearest pillars in charge of patrol work are stile pillars and rock pillars, while the other pillars are responsible for remote areas. The train departed at Tokyo Station, and it had traveled all day and night, but it was less than 50 miles away from the butterfly house. The scene of the crime was horrific. The wreckage of the train was scattered along the way, and there were also fragments of 13 corpses. The ghost-killing team chose to rescue those who were still on the train as soon as they intervened at the scene. Crowd. Except for the locomotive, the 4-carriage forward train stopped safely and securely just one step away from the cliff. Passengers fled behind, or ran into the cave track, or fainted on the side of the road. How tragic this is! Bai Minjiu Xingming's eyes couldn't help shedding tears, a look of sympathy and compassion. Elder sister. Butterfly Shinobi noticed the end of the track, a figure sitting on the ground. It seemed to be holding something in his hand, helpless and desperate. Butterfly Chana Hui, who was looking around for Lin Yu's figure, looked in that direction. Honey! The two sisters showed joy on their faces. The crow who spread the news this time was Meili from Ganlo Temple. Sanyashiki Yoshiya was also the first to gather all the people nearby to the battlefield. It's not bad to be able to survive against the legendary second stringer. However, when the two approached, the smile on their faces solidified. It was Lin Yu's kimono that Ganlo Temple Meili was holding in his hands. The clothes had been completely exploded, and traces of fragments could be seen on the corners. This dress was bought by Butterfly Chanahui in the wealthy area of Tokyo. This was specially explained by Yoya Shanyashiki. Because Lin Yu was going on a blind date this time, he must buy a decent dress. The material even better than the clothes used by Ghost Slayer team members. And now, only clothes are left. Quack. Chapter 38. The two sisters raised their heads blankly. A crow was flying in the sky. It was Lin Yu's crow, which seemed to have been hiding in the dark just now. Really? That boy really did his duty well. Bai Minjiu Xingming sighed. At the moment when the train was about to enter the cliff, he took the head of the train and fell into the abyss together with the evil ghost on the second string. In the abyss, means. Butterfly Chanel opened her eyes wide and noticed the cliff from a distance. The altitude is too high, and the halfway up the mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist, and the train tracks are broken there. Honey! Butterfly Ninja gently took Ganlo Temple Meili into his arms. She couldn't bear to look, and couldn't say any words of comfort. Because the friend who has always been optimistic and always smiling, now has empty eyes and tears on his face, holding the wreckage of the kimono blankly. Evil ghost, it was indeed beheaded. Bai Minjiu Xingming said this sentence, but Butterfly Chanahui sat down as if he had lost his soul. Just like in Tokyo, once again, he was left behind. Obviously it's just a vacation, why, in her jurisdiction, there will be winding too? It's impossible. Chapter 71. My lord, it's almost like this. Ghost Squad Headquarters. Yusui Tianyuan reported the battle situation nervously. This time, it was an emergency again. A winding evil spirit suddenly appeared in an area they didn't know about, and then they encountered Lin Yu again. At the moment when he learned the information, Yusui Tianyuan was a little confused. This kid it's not that the physique is different from the average ghost hunter, and it is specially attracted to the winding. And the final price is very tragic and regrettable. Yusui Tianyuan believed that most of the pillars in the Ghost Slayer team had the same thoughts as him, which was a pity. The talent shown by this 14-year-old boy is far more powerful than those of them, and no one will refute him if he is the hope of ending this century-old pattern. However, geniuses always die prematurely, as they do now. I am afraid, the most sad thing is the Lord. Although he has never met that guy, he is concerned about his growth and life all the time. It can be said that he is meticulous. However, Yoshiya's Yashiki did not show a disappointed look in his eyes, and his tone was still as gentle as a breeze. Tianyuan, I'll leave the rest to you alone. Yes. Yusui Tianyuan hesitated for a while, and seemed a little confused, but still obeyed the order. In the Infinite City, the sound of the pipa sounded. Ghost Dan Suji no Miserable raised his head from the dark room, his red eyes were a little hideous. Naruto beside him was startled, and hurriedly squatted on the ground. It's up to you to tell them the news of Tong Mo's death. Lord Wu Miserable, the current plan. Kaiwa Suji turned her head away miserably, her tone icy cold. Do you think I'll give up what I'm doing because of this little thing? Yes. Naruto lowered her head, not daring to refute. Hundreds of years ago, Tong Mo jumped from Shangxian Laiyi to Shangxian Tu through a transposition, and even challenged Shang Xianyi's Black Death, Mao Buddy. Regardless of his personality, he has gained all the strength in terms of strength. Recognized by people. The third-ranked person in the entire evil ghost group was killed by a ghost hunter who was precarious and not even a pillar. This kind of exchange is not an equivalent exchange at all, but a pure waste of resources. In the end, it's just a human, and it can only go to this extent. Oniwasuji Wumian sneered inwardly. He quickly recovered from the Lin Yu incident. Compared with the guy he met hundreds of years ago, the fear caused by this ghost hunter is nothing to worry about. If the guy from the beginning really existed in the world, it would only be a matter of a knife to face Tong Mo. No one has ever shown such power again. The information collected is said to have found the approximate location of the ghost hunter headquarters. Supposedly? Roughly. Naruto felt that her throat was being choked, the color of fear reflected in her pupils, and finally turned into a weak whimper. Master Wu miserable. Blood flowed down Naruto's limbs, and her body instantly burst into flesh. The pain and trembling from her soul made her unable to resist. Kaiwasuji looked at his assistant with indifferent eyes like garbage. It seems that you still don't quite understand. I don't need useless information, let alone useless people. Please, please give me another chance, Lord Wumis. Some unknown village. A boy of about 10 years old was walking on a country road with a bamboo basket on his back. Next to him was a very thin man with a sickly face. Tanjiro took this child up the mountain to chop wood again. When passing the country road, many farmers raised their heads to greet the father and son, and the man smiled and nodded. Uncle Moji, Uncle Yukimura, how are you? The enthusiastic young man raised his hands, and the tender hands that should belong to children were full of calluses. Tanjiro is a sensible kid. It would be great if the one from my family was as sensible. Yet, when I could walk, I went up the mountain with my father to chop wood. At that time, I remember when he went to my house to sell charcoal, people weren't as big as carrying a basket. Haha, what a healthy and energetic child. Hearing the word health, the man looked at his son with a hint of relief. His name is Kamatu Tanjiro. God gave him a happy family, but did not give him a good body. Since he got married, his body has always been very weak. He relies on his wife, Koizi, to manage the inside and outside. After giving birth to the child, he hoped very earnestly that his child would not inherit the diseases left by the family like himself. Fortunately, Tanjiro didn't have that scar on his forehead when he was born. Father. Tanjiro Kamatu raised his head, his innocent face full of doubts. Kamatu Tanjiro smiled and patted his head. Let's go. No matter what, the day will pass. I have to pick up enough firewood today. The father and son soon came to the jungle in the mountains. It was autumn, the season when everything was dry. Taking advantage of this time period, more charcoal fire was collected. If you sell it in winter, the family's livelihood will not be worrying about. Koizi has just given birth to her pregnancy, her 6th child, and she also needs to buy some nutritious things to make up for it. Tanjiro let his child go to another place and pulled out the axe he was carrying. Dong dong! The sound of the turbulent river resounded. Father! Father! Suddenly, Tanjiro's voice sounded in the distance. Tanjiro, who has always been weak, dragged his burdened body, but he shuttled through the jungle at a very fast speed. He didn't realize this. Tanjiro just squatted beside the river, and there was a person lying on the rock. He was pulled up by him. Unfortunately, his strength is too small, and the man's figure is also very burly, he can only pull half of it ashore, and the other half is still immersed in the river. This is... Kamatu Tanjiro caught a glimpse of the black lines on the man's face, as if he saw something extremely unbelievable. "Father, is he dead?" Komatsu Tanjiro looked at his father with a remorseful look on his face. Komatsu Tanjiro didn't immediately answer his son's question, but squatted down and tentatively put his hand on the man's nose. The pale face was not breathing at all, and the upper body was completely naked. He put his head on the man's heart again. "Father! Tanjiro, be a little quieter." Komatsu Tanjiro touched his son's head and used a smile to comfort his son's uneasiness. Tanjiro pursed his lips and nodded. Boom! Weak! Tanjiro's eyes lit up. Chapter 72 Visiting Guests. Time flies, 2 months later. As autumn turns to winter, the sky falls like snowflakes like a goose-down quilt being torn apart. Tanjiro held a worn-out teacup, and a curl of heat rose from it, and opened the door of the thatched hut. Relying on a figure wrapped in tattered clothes, with long messy hair spread on his shoulders, he looked at the snowflakes in the jungle with a blank expression. Tanjiro handed him the teacup and asked excitedly. "Hey, is Brother Lin a samurai?" In fact, Tanjiro has asked him about similar words more than once. When this person was rescued from the river in the jungle, he seemed to be unable to move his hands since he woke up, and he coughed up blood whenever he spoke. At that time, the best doctor in the village was called to see him, but he couldn't see any results. Instead, he was frightened by the black lines that appeared on his forehead, and reminded the Zaemon family that they might be evil spirits or something. After all, his father Tanjiro had a similar scar on his forehead when he was born. It must be a birthmark. Mother Aoi told the truth, but in fact these were all excuses. Later, Father Tanjiro came to the conclusion that no matter what, he couldn't die and told his children that they must become kind and upright people in the future. Within 2 days, the man's symptoms seemed to have improved, he was able to speak as quietly as possible, and seemed to be able to move his right hand. On the snowy day, he took the initiative to ask Tanjiro and his son to go to the depths of the jungle for logging. It is hard to imagine that he, who has not yet recovered from his condition, could cut down more than a dozen sturdy trees by himself, dragging hundreds of kilograms of wood. Walking without breathing. Of course, the real trigger for the samurai question is not that. Samurai? Why does Tanjiro think that? Because of this sword. The man raised his right hand, and under his tattered thick sleeve was a carved wooden knife, which took him a day to get out. Well, I heard from the elders in the village that the only people who go out with knives are samurai. Mr. Samurai is amazing. Immediately afterwards, Tanjiro told Lin Yu the story about the samurai he heard from the villagers again. Originally, this charcoal-selling boy might never really be able to get in touch with that side in his life. Family, just like his father. Due to the appearance of Lin Yu, there is now a sense of separation between reality and the strange story that Lord Fox Immortal lives in my house. I said. Tanjiro, a samurai without a monarch is a ronin, that is, a homeless person and a rogue, not a powerful guy. Lin Yu showed a smile of "It's time for you to see the sinister society." It can be seen that the childlike innocence gradually disappeared from Tanjiro's face, and was replaced by a strong loss. He did not question Lin Yu's words, but reflected on it for the first time. Chapter 39. Really? This kid, it's real. Haha. This wooden knife will be given to you. Lin Yu couldn't help laughing, and unconsciously touched Tanjiro's head. Then his arms were a little stiff. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that his current style of acting was a bit like an uncle. Is it because he escaped from death? Brother Lin! Brother Lin! Cozy in the distance came over with a few children. In order to supplement their families, they would also go to the jungle to collect some mushrooms on weekdays. The cute girl who waved at Lin Yu at the head was Tanjiro's younger sister, Yadoko Komatsu. Hello MRS Kitchen. Lin Yu got up and saluted the woman. Ara, don't be so polite. A kind smile appeared on the face of Zaemon Cozy. Since Lin Yu came to their house, not only has their family's livelihood not worse than before, on the contrary, life has gotten better and better. Because Lin Yu's charcoal can always be sold, and the money in exchange will also buy a lot of delicious food for the brothers and sisters in the kitchen family. He is very popular among children, and he gets along very well on weekdays. Easygoing and polite, no one would dislike such a child. Brother Lin, the gift I asked for before. And mine. All of them. Lin Yu smiled and took out a series of handmade products from behind, all of which were wood carvings, rattle dolls, and the like, with very exquisite workmanship. These are all things he made to exercise the flexibility of his fingers, and he has almost recovered in the past few days. It's amazing. Brother Lin is really amazing. So beautiful. I like Brother Lin the most. Okay, Lin Jun is a patient, and his body is still very weak. Don't make trouble around him, it will cause him trouble. In dissatisfaction, Aoi Jizaeman drove all the children into the house. Tanjiro, the eldest son, just got a new weapon and had a new dream of a child. He was about to ask Lin Yu a lot of questions, but was ruthlessly pulled into the house by his mother. Tanjiro too, don't disturb Lin Jun's rest. After the family entered the house, Lin Yu walked to the snow-covered backyard alone, crouched down, and stroked the fresh green on the ground. Exploration, Wisteria flower constitution starts, the same kind of resonance. Is there really? Lin Yu smiled slightly. This may be fate. At the beginning, he thought about going to find the kitchen door family, but for various reasons, this matter was finally stranded. According to the information he has obtained, in addition to the breath of the sun, the kitchen door family also has the cyan flower of the other side that Giwasuji has a heart for. After eating this thing, it seems that Giwasuji can evolve into an evil ghost who is not afraid of the sun. However, the flowering period of the cyan other side flower blooms in the place where the sun is most intense. This means Giwasuji Wume will never be able to get this flower in a lifetime. Lin Jun, what are you doing here? A weak voice sounded for a while, and Lin Yu looked back. It was Komaman Tanjiro with a smile. Lin Yu was a little surprised. Tanjiro used to bring some firewood back, but today he didn't bring anything. Mr. Tanjiro didn't go to chop wood today. Well, a guest arrived today. This guest is here to find you, June Linear. The smile on Tanjiro's face still did not fade. Lin Yu was a little puzzled. Looking for him? Since he arrived at the kitchen door family, he has not told anyone about his identity as a member of the ghost-killing team. In the eyes of these people, he is just an injured traveler. He is a samurai who is completely out of line with the times. Yo, gorgeous guy, so you really didn't die. It was a very cordial greeting. Above the thatched hut in the backyard of Zayaman's house, there was a tall and handsome guy with silver-white hair. Chapter 73 The Breath of the Sun. This should be the first time we met. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yusui Tianyuan. You should have heard of my name. Yusui Tianyuan jumped down from the roof, just like a ninja who was elusive. There was no expression on his face, and he pretended to be very serious. The implication is obvious. Look, I am the most gorgeous guy in the ghost-killing team, a real sound column, come and worship me. Hello, god of ritual. Yusui Tianyuan was stunned for a moment, and then said in a surprised tone, you know this guy very well, as soon as I met I saw it, you are a guy with a good brain, yes, I am the who masters gorgeous festivals. Oh. As he said that, he touched the back of his head and laughed happily. Tanjiro, who was beside him, seemed to want to complain but didn't know how to say it, so it could only be turned into a symbolic smile in the end. Let's go into the house and talk, it's not good if it's cold. As early as a month before Lin Yu was injured, Yusui Tianyuan found this place along the river under the cliff. If it wasn't for the Lord's strong request, Yusui Tianyuan actually felt that it was unnecessary to do such a thing. According to the analysis of Butterfly Ninja later, the blood ghost technique of the second stringed evil spirit contained a poison that could not be cured. It only takes one drop to destroy the internal organs of human beings, and the collected corpses of the passengers also reflect the authenticity of this news. This kind of poison can be spread through the air as a medium, and it is the nature of the swordsman of the ghost-killing team. Nemesis. Then it is impossible for Lin Yu to fight this guy at close range without being poisoned. In addition, the vertical distance of the cliff is more than 500 meters. Even if he falls into the water, the human body will fall into pieces in an instant, unless Lin Yu is not human at all. He even deliberately probed the cliffs around him to prevent his body from being caught by things like branches during the fall. The search work can be said to be very rigorous. Combining these series of factors, Yusui Tianyuan basically did not have any expectations for the possibility of Lin Yu's survival. Helpless, this is the mission of the Lord. Even if he dies, he must find the body, even if it will only bring sadness to those who care about him. Sorry, the reason why you only show up now is because you seem to be able to heal yourself in such an environment. Although I don't know what method you used, my judgment is that it is best not to disturb you until you recover, and I am also on this point. I asked the Lord for instructions, so I only communicated with Mr. Kitchen Gate unilaterally. In fact, long ago, Lin Yu felt that he was highly valued by the Lord of the Ghost-Killing Team, and most people would not have the opportunity to make the flower column so painstakingly cultivated. But he didn't expect that he would be valued to such an extent that even such an arrogant Zuja who had never met would treat him with care. To be honest, I'm also very surprised. When Mr. Kitchen Gate went out alone and encountered a beast, he was able to kill the beast by breathing, but you didn't know anything about our ghost-killing team. The three gathered in the firewood room, and Yuzui Tianyuan took a sip of steaming sake. The information revealed in the words seems to have been in contact with Kamatu Tanjiro before and discovered the secrets hidden in him. Lin Yu, who has been recovering from injuries at this point, could not find any good opportunities to speak. He didn't expect that with the arrival of Yuzui Tianyuan, he would open the chat box so smoothly. Tanjiro Kamatu smiled and said, "Me too, the first time I saw Mr. Yusui, I felt a sense of fate. How should I put it? I always feel that you and I are the same kind of people. The breathing method you mentioned, in fact, it is a set of sacrificial dances that have been passed down from generation to generation in our kitchen family. It is called Kagura, the god of fire. It's a pity that my body has always been weak, and I have family and children to take care of. Otherwise, I may also join the ghost-killing team and do what Yuzui Tianyuan said." Mr. Tanjiro, don't use such a regretful tone, as if something is about to be lost. You are the one who inherited the protagonist's martial arts, and the worst thing to put in the novel is the kind of master who teaches the secrets of the unparalleled martial arts. Don't you have any intention of accepting apprentices? Lin Yu is already a little nervous. For a person like him, there is a way to learn the breath of the sun. It is absolutely impossible for you to let him give up. The breath of flame or the breath of water is very fragrant, and each has its own merits. Maybe if he continues to practice, he can invent a new type of water on the basis of the original Tomioka Yiyang, on top of the Purgatory New Man's Trick Purgatory after inventing some Azura, Huangchuan, and other moves that are full of illnesses, but who knows if these moves will be useful when fighting Black Death Mao or Wu Miserable. He almost burped when he was a child, and all the combat experience was confiscated and used to heal the internal injuries of the body. A powerful evil spirit, he might really die. In this case, hitting the southern wall on the road that others have been studying for hundreds of years, or with systematic assistance, isn't this equivalent to holding a watermelon to find sesame seeds? The breath of the sun, he is determined to get it, which is the main reason why he stays at the kitchen door. Speaking of which, Tanjiro's breathing method, that is, Kagura, the god of fire, is completely different from the breathing style of our Ghost Slayer team. I always felt that I could experience an incomparably powerful force. I was standing next to Mr. Tanjiro. When I'm in, there is an illusion that I will become stronger, about this set of breathing methods. Mr. Yusui, don't need to be cautious, although my parents warned before they died, it is best not to spread this set of things, it is best to cut off my generation completely. I didn't know the reason before, now looking at you, I feel a little, I understand a little, maybe because of the breathing method, my body is not as good as before, and it is getting weaker every day. Komatsu Tanjiro looked at the fire and smiled weakly. I believe until now that its existence must be meaningful, it is not suitable for staying in a family like mine, maybe, it should belong to your ghost hunters, but I can't draw pictures, it can't be spoken orally, it can only be retold in the form of performance. Is that so? If I can't find a suitable seedling, this matter is really difficult to handle. For me, who has mastered the breath of sound, I am afraid it will be very difficult to understand other breathing methods. And Mr. Kitchen Gate's breathing method seems to be unique and extremely talent demanding. Obviously, I'm the most gifted and most suitable person to learn. When Yusui Tianyuan was embarrassed, the teenager Lin, surnamed Lin, who had mastered the two breathing techniques without any force, stood up expressionlessly. Chapter 74, The Only Chance. Yusui Tianyuan's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that he was being calculated. Did this guy have such a plan from the beginning to stay here? Mr. Tanjiro, I understand the justice in your heart. You definitely don't want this precious set of breathing techniques to be lost. Then, let me inherit it. Hey! You have already mastered two breathing methods. According to common sense, mastering the third is absolutely impossible, unless your lungs are made of iron. How do you know if you don't try? Lin Yu glanced at Yusui Tianyuan calmly. This ninja boss was shocked in his heart, and inexplicably remembered the previous information about this young man, which was divided into many categories. In addition to fighting and the like, there are also handwritten letters from his master Rinteki Seikanji. Even in the most difficult training environment, this young man named Lin Yu would not give up on moving forward. His life motto is to keep moving forward, a guy who is so gorgeous that even Yusui Tianyuan admires him from the bottom of his heart. Obviously only 14 years old. In the entire ghost-killing team, I can see such a consistent person, only Yanzu Purgatory Kyoshu Lang, others have more or less their own inner haze. Perhaps this is also the young man who can practice the breath of flame, the main reason. Do you want to try even in death? Yusui Tianyuan was silent for a while before asking. This is the worst result I predicted. After all, in the history of the ghost-killing team, there has never been anyone who mastered the three breathing methods. This, or else, Lin Jun, let's forget it. Tanjiro felt it, and the atmosphere seemed to suddenly become heavy. He didn't know much about the theoretical basis of the breathing method, but he was convinced that it was indeed this different thing that caused the early death of their Kitchen family generation after generation. His father and grandfather were both about 30 years old. He died because of an inexplicable illness, and now it was his turn, and he could also feel that his body was getting worse. No, there's not much time left. You should know what I did this time. That guy won't let it go. Lin Yu shook his head. From the moment he decided to pick up the sun knife to kill the ghost, his life has been on a diode-like path. It's not that he doesn't want to turn back, it's that he has no way to turn back. Live like an ordinary person, then the things he has in this world may disappear one day sooner or later. Silently waiting for a new generation to appear after a few years, and then killing the ghost dance Suji Wume is even more nonsense. The ghost knows what kind of butterfly effect his appearance has caused. It is very stupid to entrust his life in the hands of others. After awakening the system, he runs to choose a flat life. He has not yet reached that level. Choosing to be a commoner in these times is tantamount to putting one's neck on a chopping block and being cut off. His belief is only one, to kill Oni my Suji no miserable, and completely erase the existence of that guy from this world. So that's the case, has your cultivation reached a bottleneck? Yu Sui Tianyuan nodded understandingly. Judging from the process of Lin Yu's battle with Shang Xianer, this is already the limit. Anyone who goes to the ghost-killing team will only die for no reason. Above this, Shang Xianyi, and the legendary Ghost King, no one knows what the strength is. I understand, I will inform the Lord about this matter. The reason why you are so eager to practice the breathing method mastered by Mr. Tanjiro may have come to a conclusion before you met me. If this is what you need, we will do our best to assist. The negotiation process didn't take long, at most it only lasted more than an hour. Komaman Tanjiro took out the remaining winter meat at home and boiled a large pot of soup, and some mixed noodles and dry food were soaked in the broth, which was very delicious. Of course, there were also seasonal factors. It is a luxury to be able to eat some warm things in this kind of ice and snow. When Lin Yu was eating, he didn't go to the table at all. He took a bowl and ran outside alone. Chapter 40. Yu Sui Tianyuan was not polite at all and asked for bowl after bowl. In the end, I looked at the children who didn't dare to stretch out their chopsticks and just looked at him eagerly before they stopped. Yu Sui Tianyuan, who understood the reason, also became Lin Yu, and he just found a reason to say that he was full and went outside to watch the snowflakes. I heard that you are engaged to the team, and this time you were going to visit her parents. Mr. Yu Sui has something to say. Hey, you don't have any sentimentality at all. I've been here for so long, aren't you going to ask her for news? You can't bring back the news that I'm still alive, at least no one other than your lord can know. Your lord? Yu Sui Tianyuan turned his head. Are you serious? Why? Lin Yu nodded and said, the fewer people know about this, the better. Yu Sui Tianyuan's face darkened. Hey, make it clearer. Although I know that I may not be able to beat you, I always feel that you are thinking about something that makes me want to beat you. Mr. Yu Sui, to tell you the truth, I have never regarded myself as a member of the ghost-killing team. The reason why I joined the ghost-killing team is to obtain enough resources to kill ghosts, but I have no guilt at all, because our goal is consistent. Lin Yu looked at Yu Sui Tianyuan's expression of "Do your family know that you are so arrogant?" It seemed that after gnashing his teeth for a while, Yu Sui Tianyuan gave up. Arrogance requires skill. He killed a top string 6 plus a top string 2, and there were 2 bottom strings and 1 bottom string before. None of these brilliant achievements have been achieved so far. His sense of treating Lin Yu has long since changed. The original anger has changed. Talented people will be envied, but too talented people will not, only look up. The news that I am still alive may be spread to the ghosts through the ghost-killing team. It is best to treat me as dead, otherwise, I will probably miss the best opportunity. Yu Sui Tianyuan gritted his teeth. What chance? Now that you have said such things, you can't perfunctory me. What is the purpose of doing this? The accusations of contempt for the Lord, disobedience to orders, and arrogance were piled up on a person who was not even a pillar. If he changed it to another pillar, he would have long taught him the sinister nature of society. I want a chance to end this era and completely kill the Ghost King. Lin Yu got up. The snow was still falling and it was cold. Chapter 75 The Man. What an arrogant fellow! Yu Sui Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But the strength hidden under this arrogance is real. This meeting was not as smooth as Yu Sui Tianyuan imagined. Originally, he planned to bring Lin Yu back to the ghost-killing team directly. Judging from the current situation, he should have been rejected by the other party. The exact reason is unclear. End this era? Kill the Ghost King? To be honest, I have no clue as to how to achieve this illusory goal. So far, I have never met a winding Yu Sui Tianyuan, and I have no real sense at all, but... I see. If you think so, I will report to the Lord. Thank you very much then. No, it is also one of my tasks to do my best to cooperate with you. As a ninja, obeying orders is the most basic thing. Yu Sui Tianyuan waved his hand. Although the Kamen family were all curious about this tall man who suddenly appeared, after all, he still had two machetes stuck on his back, but after the explanation of Kamen Tanjiro, they did not ask any further questions. His appearance and departure did not bring much impact, and it was very peaceful. After feeling Lin Yu's determination, Tanjiro Kamen also decided not to hesitate any longer and began to teach Kagura, the god of fire, passed down by his family. The kitchen's backyard. Lin Yu was sitting on the wooden board of the porch, while Tanjiro Zaemon was looking for something in the firewood room next to him. This dance seems to have a different meaning to the kitchen door family, just like paying homage to the gods. In order to ensure sufficient piety, the preparatory work is very complicated. After Jinsheng opened the transparent world, my ability is almost the same as that of Tongmo. The reason why that guy was recruited is probably because he is not good at melee combat. Lin Yu can definitely feel that the gap between the prostitutes Taro of the 6th and the fallen princess and Tong Mo is too big. At least the few knives that cut off Tong Mo's neck before, the prostitute Taro can't escape. That guy was able to put the ice sculpture puppet on Lin Yu's path ahead of time, which was enough to prove that Lin Yu's attack trajectory was actually captured by him. He was able to kill Tong Mo, which didn't mean he was definitely stronger than Tong Mo, but took advantage of the opponent's character flaws. Tong Mo estimated that he was fighting with a playful mentality until his death. I am afraid that the evil ghosts that I encounter in the future will not be so easy to deal with, let alone the cautious ghost dance Suji. To sum up, from the point of view of physical fitness alone, there is still a certain gap between him and Yi Wozuo. Even if the transparency is turned on, it is difficult to ensure that his actions will not be captured by the other party's snowflake array. This makes it easy to compare. How strong is the man named Jigu Yuanyi from hundreds of years ago? The bonfire shone on Lin Yu's face, and he looked solemn. The festival of Kagura, the of fire, held by Kamatu Tanjiro began. Asakusa, Tokyo. In the urban area with many Western-style buildings and retro dwellings, eerie lanterns illuminate the tranquility of the night. Meow. A kitten with intricate patterns on its neck appeared at the entrance of the alley, walked towards a completely closed wall, and then completely disappeared. On the other side of the wall is a boy who has been waiting for a long time. He opened the package on the cat's back, which contained something like blood and a letter. That's pretty cool, that guy. In the room behind him, a dignified and beautiful woman walked out. He looked at the woman and blushed slightly. Yoshiro, did the letter from the demon slayer arrive? Yes, Miss Zhu Shi, this time they solved the second stringer, plus the blood samples of the stringer 6 collected before, this research will definitely go a step further. Yoshiro nodded and smiled, showing the fangs at the corner of his mouth. He and Miss Zhu Shi are both ghosts, but they are the only 2 ghosts in the whole world who have escaped the control of the ghost dance Suji. As early as hundreds of years ago, Miss Zhu Shi began to cooperate with the Ghost Hunter organization, in order to achieve everyone's common long-cherished wish, to send the filthy beast Giwasuji Wume to hell. After Zhu Shi looked at the envelope, his expression changed from surprise to sadness, and he sighed. What a great swordsman! He killed a terrifying being like Sakazuru with his own life. I haven't seen such a great human being since then. I'm afraid Mr. Sanyashiki must be very sad now. Yeah, speaking of which, how did that guy know of Miss Zushi's existence? He even asked Mr. Manyashiki to contact us. Yoshiro was a little puzzled. As early as after the Tokyo incident, he and Zhu Shi received a secret letter from the ghost-killing team. The content of the letter was to ask Miss Zhu Shi to develop a drug that could turn ghosts into humans. As a physician, Miss Zhu Shi has a deep understanding of this field, but such a research direction has never been imagined. Since there is also the autograph of Yoshie Yashiki, the leader of the ghost-killing team, on the attachment, Zhu Shi also agreed. Later, I heard that the guy who made the request killed Shang Xianlu with his own hands, and also sent a blood sample. Coupled with this time Xian, most of the research that had already been completed was naturally more powerful, but unfortunately. Miss Zhu Shi, our client has died, is it necessary to continue this matter? Yoshiro, it's not necessary, it must be done. Zhu Shi closed the envelope with a solemn expression. This is what Sanya Shikiyoya means. She has already greeted a lot of housekeepers of the surrogate house. The leader of the ghost hunter organization is by no means someone who would worry about meaningless things. Several generations of housekeepers even knew of her existence and never contacted her. She, in order to try to avoid revealing her existence. Now, perhaps a moment of historic significance is coming. Snow is still falling. Tanjiro's figure jumped beside the firelight, and the sacrificial supplies in his hand were constantly waving. Lin Yu under the porch watched quietly. The dance seemed to be conveyed from ancient times, and the heart seemed to be beating with fire. Obvious black streaks appeared on his face, and a heavy steam-like sound came out of his mouth. This is the effect after fully opening the penetration, and the body is much stronger than before. Finally, at a certain moment, Kenman Tanjiro, who was waving, stopped, and he stood quietly in the snow, his back like a mighty mountain. Is it finally here? Jigu Yuanyi. After turning on the stripes, Lin Yu murmured. Stripes can have a resonance effect. Jigu Yuanyi did not really die, his soul resided in the kitchen door family for generations. The current Kamadu Tanjiro is. Chapter 76 The Breath of Study Day. Those who are poor in their ways will return to the same destination through different paths. At this moment, the sacrificial long stick in Tanjiro's hand seemed to be transformed into a scorching blade, and the dazzling bright light burned the night. He jumped and danced again, this time with real swordsmanship, the type of the sun. Lin Yu stood up excitedly as if unable to restrain himself, grinned like a greedy beast, and stared at the figure in the firelight from a distance. This is what I'm looking for. Yes, only this kind of thing can excite me. Those who are poor, have the same goal in different ways. Hundreds of years later, that man made martial arts great again. He walked in the human race. No, the end of this world is destined to be a legend from birth. After opening the transparent world, Lin Yu could only watch his back behind him, walking slowly step by step. But at this moment, Lin Yu's mood is happier than ever, as if he was searching for something aimlessly and finally had an end, as if someone in the desert finally saw an oasis. The breath of water and the breath of fire run at the same time, as if feeling the pull of fate, more violent than ever before. Look, it's the dance of Kagura, the god of fire. Don't forget to pray well. The children of the Zayaman family also came out from the back door. Every sacrifice was as lively as the Chinese New Year for their family. As a mother, Koizi did not forget to remind the children to observe the ceremony with devotion. A month flies by. Since the first Kagura dance, the god of fire, Lin Yu has never observed the shadow of that man again. This may also be related to the body of Tanjiro Kamen. His weak body no longer allows him to make many movements, so he can only try his best to recover. The sword skills of that person hundreds of years ago are already very remarkable. One thing. Sorry, Lin Jun, there is no way to show it like the first time, cough. Well, you've done your best, you don't need to blame yourself. Lin Yu looked calm. On the sickbed, Tanjiro's face was ashen, and his voice was extremely weak. What is certain is that the markings on his forehead and the process of using the Kagura of fire are all signs that his lifespan will be reduced. There is no result that does not require a price, let alone restoring the man hundreds of years ago. Sword Skills. Chapter 41. If this world is really as bad as Mr. Yuzui said, then those who have suffered misfortune must be looking forward to it. Someone can save them. This is what the Ghost Slayer team has always done. There were sobbing sounds from outside the closed door, and Lin Yu could see the reluctance in the man's eyes. Before the last ceremony, he may have had an omen, but he still did it without hesitation, in order to burn a flame of his own at the end of his life. Lin Yu has already realized this realization. Human nobility begins with the courage to face death. Mr. Kitchen Gate, I promise you that I will finish the work, and it will not stop until the end of my life. All the efforts and costs will be rewarded. Really, that's really nice. Komatsu Tanjiro smiled slightly at the corner of his weak mouth. It's a pity, I can't accompany my wife and children anymore, Tanjiro, Meduzi, if only I could see them grow up with my own eyes. Snow is still falling. Lin Yu packed up his luggage, which was not clothing and money, but something called belief. From the first time when the wolf was in chaos, the ruined city, the mourning in the ruins, the tragedies have appeared in the world one after another, and then Tong Mo appeared, waving his hand to make the people in one carriage die instantly, even a complete corpse. Nothing left. He had also hoped that the world would be kinder, at least not involving those innocent people. However, the so-called war is such a thing, ethics and morality will gradually collapse until the disputing party disappears, until the end of death. At this time, the only thing that can be compared is who wants to live more and whose methods are more despicable. He will do whatever it takes to kill Oni Maisuji Murai and live. On the day of Tanjiro's funeral, he happened to see Yuzui Tianyuan who had returned from the ghost-killing team in the snow, and there was a clear look of sadness in his always calm eyes. In the future, the Kitchenman family will provide pensions according to the families of the fallen soldiers. After he finished speaking, he fulfilled his promise and donated all the money that he brought with him to Cozy Kitchen Gate, and said that he would receive funds from the ghost-killing team every month in the future, and her children would also be in the maternity house. With the support of the family to go to school to study, you no longer have to rely on selling charcoal for a living. How is your study of breathing? After the ritual was done, Yusui Tianyuan called Lin Yu outside. The two of them were about the same height in terms of height, but Yusui Tianyuan was already a real adult. No problem. Lin Yu nodded. The breathing pattern of sun's breath is not too difficult for him. With the system, he never needs talent to learn things. He only needs constant practice to become proficient and powerful. Compared with the breath of fire and the breath of water, the characteristic of the breath of the sun is that the severed part cannot be restored for a period of time, even the winder can't stop it. The true light of the sun. Your request, the Lord, has been agreed. Next, I will act as your assistant and draw up a plan. If there is a need to use the ghost-killing team, I can directly use the power of various places to provide assistance to you, by the way, and this. Yusui Tianyuan took out a feather weave from the package, black. Lin Yu frowned. Don't get me wrong, I didn't say anything, it was given to me by Channa Butterfly, and said it was a gift for me. Lin Yu looked at this guy speechlessly. It was given to you, you take it out for me now? Yusui Tianyuan scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, don't underestimate a woman's intuition, don't worry, after the Zui meeting, all the pillars expressed regret for your death. Yanzu Purgatory Xing Shulang also personally went to visit you at your tombstone with the tribute, I believe she is just guessing. Lin Yu took Yuri. If it is just Butterfly Chan Ahui and Ganlo Temple, there is no problem. What he needs is not to hide, but to forget. The less people know about it, the better. If Channa Megami and the others really take themselves to heart, they will definitely find out through various means, which is also impossible. Chapter 77 A Successful Experiment. Butterfly House. Another winter, the petals wither. Butterfly Chanel Hui safely ushered in his 18th year. During this period, Butterfly Ninja killed Xia Xianwu with poison, and was successfully promoted from the first-class player to the worm of the ghost-killing team. Lualuakanai has also grown from the clumsy child to a flower girl. After the Butterfly sisters negotiated, she didn't want her to be involved in the battle of ghost hunters, so she taught her some logistical work, but this child showed extraordinary talent in the chase game. The speed of Superman is even comparable to that of the original Butterfly Ninja, and although she can't speak, she often practices in the dojo with a sun-wheel knife. This child is not stupid, and she may have her own ideas. Thinking of this, Sister Butterfly decided to wait and see for a while. On this day, the ghost-killing team has a new mission, and the sisters are going to Tokyo. It seems that traces of the winding ghost have been found. Sister, what do you mean by the letter you asked me to bring to me, Lee? Butterfly Ninja sorted out the things she was going to bring this time, the poison smeared on the sun blade, and various hidden weapons that were light and convenient to use. This is also her unique characteristic as a ghost killer team column, although she is petite. But it was covered in deadly things. Butterfly Chanel stared at the room that was cleaned every day. I guess, maybe Lin Jun is not dead. What? Butterfly was stunned. Did you fall from a vertical distance of more than 500 meters, or did you not die when you fought against the evil spirit of the second string, and got hit with a poison that was absolutely impossible to unravel? This possibility would never happen to humans. My intuition told me this. When Mr. Yusui returned to the headquarters before, he seemed to be given a special task. I took a piece of Yuri that I had prepared for Lin Jun to test him, and his performance was a little bit not right. However, in addition to being in charge of his own defense zone, Mr. Yusui also searches for information about evil spirits everywhere for us. Isn't this normal? No, this time the information from Tokyo was also brought back to the headquarters by Mr. Yusui. The place where the ghosts hide is extremely hidden, and the Yoshihara area he is mainly responsible for has not been detected. How could it be possible to find out that there are evil ghosts in the area that Mr. Purgatory is responsible for? And it's still an assertion. Sister, you mean? Butterfly Wren suddenly realized. Before that, the pillars of the ghost-killing team all had a common suspicion, that is, the appearance of the string ghost must have something to do with Lin Yu. What happened to Yoshihara can be explained by chance, but what happened on the train can't be judged so easily. The information Yuzui Tianyuan obtained this time is likely to come from Lin Yu. I believe that this trip to Tokyo will definitely reveal the mystery. If that's the case, then Lin Jun must have his own ideas. Before that, it's better not to reveal too much about this matter. Butterfly Chan Ahui sighed slightly. After returning from the cliff before, Ganlo Temple Mealy seemed to have lost her soul, and she could no longer work as a ghost hunter, so she could only temporarily leave the organization and go home to cultivate. And Mako also hid in Lin Yu's room with the broken kimono and cried all day and night. Butterfly Chanahui actually knew a lot of things Lin Yu did, including the final selection at the beginning. He beheaded most of the evil spirits in Fujizishan alone, and saved his sister and Mako. He may not be conscious himself, but what kind of important meaning he represents in the lives of others is revealed at the moment of his death. Sister, there is nothing you can do. We humans are not evil spirits. If there is no hope, there is no belief in living. There is absolutely nothing wrong with what you do. Go to Tokyo and find out everything. Butterfly endured a rare smile. She knew that what her sister liked most was her smile. However, after the death of her parents, her heart has always been troubled by heavy hatred and cannot escape. After Chanel came to the butterfly house, the child's fate was more tragic than hers, but she still worked hard to live and learned new knowledge every day. Seeing the appearance of this child, Butterfly Endure also cheered up more or less. Thinking about it carefully, all this is thanks to Lin Yu. Although that guy is not a decent person, he has really saved many people. Butterfly Chanahui smiled slightly. On this day, all the members of the ghost-killing team received the same message. Shrinking the hunting range, it was like a tiger restraining its minions and retreating back into the darkness. Most of the pillars on the way to practice were also recalled to the headquarters. The only activity area is near Asakusa, Tokyo, and a support team with pillars has been established. There is only one task, and that is to protect a very special existence that they have never met before. Successful, Miss Zhu Shi. Inside a mansion in Asakusa, Tokyo. For more than half a year, the pharmaceutical experiment ushered in a historic breakthrough. Zhu Shi put the extracted test tube in front of his eyes. It was filled with red solvent, wriggling and seemed to have his own life. On the side was the excited eyes of his assistant Yoshiro. It's really a blessing that those guys can find it, the seeds of the cyan other side flower. No, Yoshiro, the supporter who provided us with materials was only one person from beginning to end. Zhu Shi smiled and shook his head. Alone? What does that mean? Sure enough, it's fate. I always thought that what happened to me would definitely come to an end one day in the future, and there would definitely be an existence that could kill that man completely. I look forward to that day all the time. Come, now, that man finally appeared, and this time, he was more cautious, more careful than before. Could it be that? Yoshiro was shocked. This kind of thing is really appalling. After fighting with the second string, he fell off a cliff, and he was also heavily poisoned. With a human body, 100% must be dead, no. Even if that guy is a monster, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. But he survived? Meow. At this moment, a cat meow came from outside the mansion. Did you send new blood? Didn't you tell them? It's no longer needed. Now you just need to wait for the news with peace of mind. Yoshiro had a very reluctant expression on his face after reacting. He always hated someone disturbing his life with Miss Zhu Shi. What's more, there are still miserable ghosts watching outside, doing such a thing is very dangerous. Chapter 78 Decoy. No, this time it's a rare guest, Yoshiro. On this day of successful pharmaceutical research and development, Zhu Shi finally saw it again, the scene from hundreds of years ago. The breath is absolutely not wrong. In the street shrouded in darkness, the man's face seemed to be immersed in darkness, only the sun knife he drew out exuded a warm, scorching, dangerous light like the sun. It's better to die under that sword like this, than to be a puppet who can't help himself. At that time, Zhu Shi thought so, because she longed for sunshine and because she couldn't forget hatred, so she temporarily got rid of the control of Giwasuji Wume. And today, hundreds of years later, she met again, the man who gave her hope back then. Under the shroud of the moonlit night, he passed through the barrier. The black feathers seemed to be wrapped in endless fire. Dangerous! Miss Zhu Shi! Yoshi Lang in the Western-style building rushed out immediately after sensing the breath, and stopped Zhu Shi behind him. And standing in front of them was just a human, a smiling human with a youthful face. He didn't even have a decent weapon, he just walked in swaggeringly. In Zhu Shi's beautiful pupils, longing and excitement were reflected. You, the one who sent us the letter before, Lin Jun. Well, we finally meet, Miss Zhu Shi. The very casual tone will neither make people feel indifferent nor inexplicable, just like a guy who has met once at a banquet and will greet him by chance. Yoshiro was trembling with vigilance. He didn't know why, but the guy in front of him was only a human being, and the possibility that humans could pose a threat to ghosts could only come from the sun blade, but he didn't even have such a weapon. Don't worry, this time I'm here. The guard work is in charge of the ghost-killing team's Yunzu Yusui Tianyuan. He will clear all obstacles and lead the ghosts who are tracking down your way to other places. Lin Yu smiled. Professional work must naturally be handed over to professional people. It is impossible for him to reveal a single bit about his coming to Asakusa in Tokyo. Until he entered this mansion, he used the disguise technique to incarnate very well, and his breath was also very good. It has been dealt with, but it seems that it was broken by Zhu Shi's blood ghost technique at the moment of entering this enchantment. The only downside of this world is that there are too many people, and it is precisely because there are so many defenseless blood food that the evil spirits will become stronger and stronger. Chapter 42. But this has become the only favorable factor that interferes with the ghost dance and Suji no misery. The main reason why the ghost-killing team has not been extinguished for hundreds of years is that they can borrow this vast world to continuously fight the descendants of human beings. Lin Yu abandoned his original identity and walked in the world as a dead person. He was just an ordinary person, and it was impossible for Suji Wumei to find him. Zhu Shi suppressed the excitement in his heart. I have already heard about you, Mr. Miyashiki, and we just need to follow the plan, right? Yoshiro wondered, the plan, means. The bait, let the timid coward come out of the secure castle and kill him completely. Zhu Shi gritted his teeth. She has been waiting for this moment for a long time. The infirmary inside the mansion. There are medicine bottles of various reagents on the desk, mice for experiments are swaying in the window, and tweezers and scissors are on the tray. The scene is very messy. However, the experiment was successful. This is the antidote for turning ghosts back into people. It combines the blood of Shang Xianlu and Shang Xiantu, and the seeds of the cyan other flower. From the outside, it looks like blood. Zhu Shi put on white gloves with a solemn expression, and took the embassy containing the solution out of the safe. It hasn't been tested yet, though. Did you encounter any difficulties? There were no polite greetings. Lin Yu also went straight here after getting off the train. Basically, he didn't even have to drink a cup of tea, just for this solvent. Zhu Shi shook his head. Yoshi Lang, who was on the side, seemed to understand something, and said very excitedly, although the solvent adaptation was successful, the toxins in the blood of Shang Xiantu were successfully removed, and using it on the mutated mice can also make them return to normal, but... Is it the sun? Seeing Yoshi Lang's expression of hesitating to speak, Lin Yu took the initiative to speak. The sign to judge whether an evil spirit has become a human being is not a body that will not heal after being injured, nor is it the appearance of a human being, without the slightest mutation. It's the sunshine. Evil ghosts can't stand under the sun. Even Suji Wumei didn't overcome this weakness. That's why he so desperately wanted the cyan flower. It is impossible for these two people to carry out this experimental test. Yoshi Lang shook his head and said, the experiment was very successful. The mice we transformed can walk in the sun, and there is a high probability that it will be successful when used on ghosts. Saying that, he raised his head full of resentment. But... who are you going to use for this bait? The high probability of success in ghosts does not mean that it will be successful. There may be side effects, rejection between blood, direct death, or inability to transform, and ultimately unable to overcome sunlight. After eliminating these possibilities, even if it does become a human, the value of this antidote is limited to the person that Kaiwasuji has been paying attention to, the one who was once turned into a demon by him and escaped his control. Man, who has been hiding for hundreds of years, has now reappeared in front of him as a human being, standing under the sun. That person was the bait that made Animasuji go crazy, and the only person who could be the bait was her. After understanding this, Yoshi Lang realized how stupid his behavior was these days. He was pushing the person he loved the most to the gallows with his own hands. Lin Yu said with a blank face, the person you care about the most has turned you into an evil ghost. The person who has been with you for hundreds of years, Miss Zhu Shi next to you, she is the bait and can only be her. Bastard, how dare you say that? You. Yoshilang's pupils suddenly dilated, the blood ghost technique was spreading, and he released it angrily towards Lin Yu. There is no doubt that at this moment he is going to kill the guy in front of him. However, there was a calm and gentle voice next to him. Yoshiro. Miss Zhu Shi. Yoshiro turned his head like a walking corpse that had lost hope, but what he saw was the incomparably gentle smile on Zhu Shi's face, something that had saved him countless times. Chapter 79 Arrival at the venue. Have you heard about me, Lin Jun? Zhu Shi's whole person revealed a rational and mature atmosphere. She may not have thought of this step when she first accepted the commission to make the potion, but she had already guessed it the moment the blue-colored other flower appeared in the heart of Oni Misuji. Well, his body will split, and if any piece is let go, he can be reborn. Lin Yu nodded. The man from hundreds of years ago, because he missed the only chance, until the day he died, he couldn't wait for the timid man to reappear in the world. He has his own hiding place. Once if you choose to avoid, then all preparations will be in vain. Although the potion I made can turn a ghost into a human, it cannot be guaranteed that after eating me, he cannot use the blood ghost technique. Maybe he will further evolve into not afraid of sunlight. A truly invincible existence. Miss Zhu Shi, don't be so pessimistic. It is true that you can't defeat a powerful enemy without sacrificing everything, but in my plan, there are only accidental sacrifices, no necessary sacrifices, and I exist to save the unexpected. The possibility of it being reduced to a minimum, the time is not yet ripe for you to be exposed. The main purpose of Lin Yu's visit today was to meet Zhu Shi and make her feel at ease. As for the plan, it's not that complicated. If Oni Wasuji Murai is likened to a king, there have been countless kings who have been poisoned and assassinated throughout the ages, but the completion of such a plan often requires years of preparation and planning, and sacrifices and variables cannot be avoided in the middle. Lin Yu disagrees with taking shortcuts. It is true that if the hard power is enough face-to-face, it cannot be avoided that Ani Wasuji Wume will escape to the infinite city. However, the guy who can really make that guy be such a tortoise has long since died. Following Guo Yuanyi's overwhelming strength, no one has been able to surpass it so far, including Lin Yu. Except for Jiguo Yuichi. Other people are just ants in the eyes of Guwasuji. He can't give up what he wants to do because of the death of the string. After all, the evil ghost he created is in his eyes. It is also garbage, defective products, and death is a matter of course. He is the king of ghosts, how could a cowardly elephant give way to an ant? Zhu Shi's side is just a backhand, in case of unexpected preparations. Lin Yu is not yet qualified to become a hunter. What he has to do now is to find all the winding strings he can find and cut off the minions of the beast. The area of Tokyo was originally under the jurisdiction of Mr. Kyojuro, the flame pillar of the ghost-killing team. After that, 2 pillars will be stationed permanently to clean up the evil ghosts on a regular basis to ensure the safety of Miss Zushi. After leaving Zhu Shi's residence, Lin Yu went to reconcile with Yu Sui Tianyuan. This time he came to Tokyo for another purpose. Downtown auction. It has been nearly a year since the last Tokyo bombing, and the destroyed streets have been repaired and look more prosperous than before. The carriage drove through the street, and the smell of coal was mixed with cigarettes and perfume, and there was a feeling of drunkenness in the dark night. This is my wife, Chi-He, who will assist you in your work this time. Next to Yu Sui Tianyuan in a suit sits a tall and beautiful woman dressed as a secretary, with the standard white and rich beauty and long legs, and there are 3 such wives, Yu Sui Tianyuan, who are all ninjas. Yuan Yang does not envy immortals, but only envy Yinzu every day. He looks so handsome. Lord Tianyuan, is this the legendary Lin Jun? Chu-He was originally a stern person, but the moment he saw Lin Yu, it was still difficult to restrain his excitement. How's it going? This guy is gorgeous, right? He's a gorgeous guy from head to toe, which makes me a little envious. Yu Sui Tianyuan glanced at Lin Yu who was sitting opposite him with some envy. This guy is wearing an expensive suit and leather shoes. Under the courtesy of the dome is an impeccable face. He is handsome and charming. He still holds a cigar in his hand. Of the kind. The young crane said in surprise, it's really young, it looks like. Mrs. Yuzui, you also look very young. It's a pity that you didn't change into your banquet dress, which should have attracted much attention. Lin Yu held up the goblet with a smile, shook it a little, and then put it into his mouth gracefully. Hey! Don't seduce other people's wives casually. Yu Sui Tianyuan glared at him unhappily, and the young crane beside him was already flushed. Lin Yu said helplessly, "Isn't it what you said, Mr. Yusui? After getting on the carriage, you have to get used to your identity. The role he needs to play this time is a libertine with a mine at home, in short, a dead scumbag who lingers in the bushes." It's not that he has no other identities, mainly because Lin Yu's face doesn't allow him to play other roles. At this time, after the young crane reacted, he covered his mouth and smiled, "Mr. Yusui, is this Lin Jun's nature?" Yusui Tianyuan shook his head and said, "Don't think too much, this guy is a complete cultivator, the kind of boring man who doesn't flirt with girls at all. He can become so charming now, but thanks to with the careful teaching of this uncle. You must know that the charm of a man is not only about his youth, but also about his ability. From an ordinary teenager to the young master who is familiar with the norms of high society, how many days do you think it took him?" In the young crane's surprised expression, Yusui Tianyuan oozes out 3 fingers for 3 days. Now sitting in front of them is a real nobleman, who can talk about anything in the auction house, even cigars that have never been smoked can be tasted with subtle changes in taste. Once instilled knowledge, this guy can completely absorb it. Even the ninja who taught him said it was just an endorsement in front of him. Most of that knowledge is not important, and it may not be used at all this time, but it can add temperament to people. Now Lin Yu is a real noble boy in everyone's eyes. Now you are Zhen Yu, the son of the big family. Because you are very interested in antiques, you just came to participate in this auction. The Sanyashiki family has already greeted the Genji family in advance. There is no problem with your identity. Master Hanyu, please." The young crane kept a professional smile and opened the car door. Yusui Tianyuan had long since disappeared in the car, and there was only a noble boy in a suit left. In front of them was a magnificent venue. Chapter 80. The auction house is the largest opera house in Tokyo and one of the 2 richest gathering areas in Tokyo. The other is Yoshihara, the city that never sleeps, which symbolizes desire and money. Human beings are greedy creatures. After gaining enough power and wealth, they will use foreign objects to show their identity. In short, it is a collection, which has historical significance. The antiques, the first night of the Warren. Expensive is of course important, but more importantly, on this basis, they like the only thing that belongs to themselves, and are willing to spend money for this only one. Assuming that guy wants to quietly acquire something in human society, then the best way is to integrate into this society. In general situations, it is obviously not in line with the identity of the Ghost King and the upper string. The 6th of the upper string is an example, the existence of the string. It's not very secretive, they all have their own pride. Once they are integrated into a certain link of human society, they must be the most top-notch group. If we search according to this process, we can basically determine that in this place in Tokyo, in addition to Yoshihara, there are actually 2 ghost caves with winding strings. The Ghost King lives in this society as a human being. In the dark alley next to the opera house, Yusui Tianyuan's words shocked the members of the ghost-killing team. Not just the Ghost King, but also the winding. You must know that most of the evil ghosts they encountered in the past were haunting the barren mountains and mountains. Is there such a big difference in lifestyle between top and bottom strings? Butterfly Chan Ahui looked at the door of the opera house from a distance, and a tall figure entering the main entrance was slightly dazed. In addition to her style, there were also her younger sister, Zongju, and Yanzu Purgatory Kyojuro, who was in charge of the Tokyo area. Your mission is to go to the casino 10 kilometers away from here. The ninjas will show you the way. We have already investigated the information about the ghost, including the blood ghost technique he used, and the final beheading task will be handed over to you. There you are, Mr. Purgatory. Yusui Tianyuan took out a drawing, which depicts a rickety old man. In addition, several different forms are listed below, a boy with horns on his forehead, and a human with wings on his back. One by one revealed an ominous aura. Butterfly and Door stared blankly at Yu Sui Tianyuan's face, and Yu Sui Tianyuan felt guilty for a while, with an impatient look on his face. What's the matter? Do you think that the gorgeous me and my excellent subordinates can't investigate such specific information? Where, I just think that Mr. Yu Sui is really good. He has formulated such a rigorous battle plan. Even though there is a winding string here at the Opera House, he sent all three of us to another place and chose to deal with it alone. Are the demons here really okay? Butterfly Ren hurriedly laughed. The gentle voice made Yu Sui Tianyuan unhappy for a while. Always felt that this cute girl, the new Zhu level speech had something to say. Yu Sui Tianyuan raised his head proudly. You don't need to worry about it. Today, I will teach you newcomers what is the combat capability of an experienced old man. He's not just alone here. Understood, gentlemen, Wu Yun is prosperous. Purgatory Kyojuro put away the chart of the battle plan and took a step forward. He didn't seem to have heard what these guys were saying, and he didn't care. Sister Butterfly also followed after she reacted. Infinite City. In the dark room, the sound of the pipa sounded, and the corners of Naruto's mouth raised slightly. Lord Wu Miserable, found it, the headquarters of the ghost hunters. Hundreds of miles away from Tokyo, eyeballs walk through the dark night of the jungle, and the jungle is full of purple and coquettish flowers. Slowly approaching a quaint group of houses on the hillside, the entrance is engraved with the iconic wisteria pattern logo, and the circle is surrounded by bamboo fences. Oni Might Tsujimu, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled miserably, and the fangs at the corner of his mouth also showed. Chapter 43. In front of him, there are two evil ghosts half-kneeling. Winding 1 and Winding 3. Uozuo, your chance to redeem your sins has come. I don't believe that the Ghost Hunters organization has become so powerful that a single swordsman can kill Tongmo. That abominable guy is already dead. Now that their headquarters is in front of you, you should understand what to do. Yes, Lord Wumis, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I will kill them all without any leftovers. Black Death Mao, although I don't mind the bugs continuing to survive, but the premise is that they can't block my way. This generation of ghost hunters has grown to be able to confront and kill the existence of the two of us. I hope you can be careful. Yes. Black Death Mao got up. He knew the meaning of Gewasuji Wume, just like the night of the Red Moon hundreds of years ago. He killed his younger brother Jiguo Yunyi with his own hands, and then together with Wu Mei, all the swordsmen who breathed the sun were killed. Kill them all. In order to be able to achieve the supreme swordsmanship, he has given up everything of himself, without any confusion or regret. This time, the Ghost Hunter organization must be completely wiped out. After the two left, Kaiwasuji no Miserable remembered about Tokyo. Except for the top three in the organization, the following three basically have their own tasks. In order for his boss to fully enjoy the material life of the human world, the source of money is indispensable. How's the situation with Yahoo and Bantiangu? According to your instructions, Master Wuxian, the two Master Shangxian are sparing no effort to investigate the whereabouts of the cyan flower, but they can't get away from their usual work for the time being. The works of art carved by Master Yahoo and the casino run by Master Bantiangu are all it can bring us a lot of income and make up for the financial deficit caused by the death of Lord Fallen Ji. Humph, just like Fallen Ji, it's impossible to expect these two guys to make any substantial contribution, and they don't seem to be the type who are good at fighting. I can have as many tools as I need to make money. They are all doing it now. It is worthless labor. Continue to put pressure on them, and if they can no longer find the cyan flower, then let them hold a battle of transposition. Yes. Master Hanyu, this way please. The waiter respectfully introduced Lin Yu into the hall with nervous sweat on his face. He had never heard of this young master's name, but the Yuan clan that can haunt here symbolizes the royal family. Chapter 81 The Power of Capitalists. The splendid hall is lined with oil paintings and walks along the corridor. The young crane accompanying Lin Yu was very cautious. Before departure, Mr. Yusui once explained that the evil spirits on the strings are different from ordinary evil spirits. They can easily smell the breath of the ghost hunters, but this phenomenon does not appear on Lin Jun. Because it seems that the same is true for Mako, who came out of the same family as Lin Yu, who exudes an aura that makes evil ghosts extremely disgusting, even covering up the smell of ghost hunters, which is the smell of wisteria flowers. Others are not so lucky, especially the guys above the column level, who can easily attract attention. Therefore, Yusui Tianyuan did not work as Lin Yu's assistant. Here is the main reason. Yusui Tianyuan felt that a gorgeous guy like himself would not look like a passerby at all even if he wore an assistant's clothes. He was afraid that he would dominate. There's no breath at all. Is this really the lair of the winding evil ghost? The young crane looked around, and could only see some relatively abstract works. The faces on the oil paintings were not faces, and the noses were not noses. Even after learning for a while, she still couldn't appreciate this kind of art. It was hard to tell. What professional language? Under the leadership of the waiter, Lin Yu in the front smiled and talked about it. He can accurately name the name and author of each painting in the gallery, and even the year of the painting is exactly the same. The more so, the more humble the waiter's attitude, with a flattering smile on his face. Even the successful people in suits and leather shoes gathered on the surrounding promenade looked sideways, and those noble ladies in luxurious dresses stared at the sudden appearance of the noble boy, without concealing the scorching degree of their hormones. It's time for you carnivores to stop. He's only a 15-year-old child. The young crane screamed wildly in his heart. Before she came, she already knew the popularity of this boy. The female team members who had recovered from the butterfly house were talking about it after returning to the team. They met a person who will never forget, with such a criminal face. Go away. He is a proper female killer wherever he goes, and now he has been cultivated with an aristocratic temperament. It is conceivable that he is outstanding enough just standing there. Well, my name is Keiko Mickey, and my father is the director of the Mickey Group. Do you have any other arrangements after the auction? If you don't mind, can I invite you to dinner? A woman in a luxurious long dress walked in front of Lin Yu with a blushing face, raised her skirt like a medieval princess, and bent her knees slightly. Lin Yu motioned the waiter beside him to stop and said with a smile, "Of course, Miss Mickey, it's my honor to be invited by an elegant and beautiful woman like you, but unfortunately, I can't wait until the auction is over. There are other things to do." Mickey Keiko showed a look of regret, and then said with a wide-eyed look, "Well, can you tell me your name if it's convenient? Yuan Yu, if there is a chance, Miss Mickey should be able to see me at the outer garden in the city center." "Wei Wen? Genji?" Mickey Keiko showed a shocked expression, and even the noble ladies around who were eager to try made a sensation. "This is the real prince. What kind of banquet is this?" The young crane suppressed the soul of complaining in his heart. The Sanyashiki family used all the power of their connections to forge a royal identity. Have you really figured out how to end it? In the future, when these young ladies with sprouting hearts went to the outer garden of the imperial palace and asked if there was Zhen Hanyu, how should the housekeeper there answer? This has risen to political deception. The guy in front of him was not conscious at all. He talked and laughed with the eldest ladies one by one, and then declined gracefully, leaving a pair of eyes full of nostalgia and reluctance. What should the female players with bad intentions think when they see this scene? Oh! By the way, Lin Jun seems to be engaged, and the object seems to be Mr. Purgatory's apprentice. Is this considered inappropriate? The waiter retreated, and the complicated young crane followed Lin Yu. The moment he turned around, he realized that the smile on his face disappeared, and he turned serious and rigid. He clearly had no sword, but he seemed to use a knife to open the curtain of entering the venue. Screen. Miss Young Crane, I'll leave it to you for the next thing. It is good. The young crane, who was still thinking about it just now, blamed herself. And at this moment she finally understood what her husband meant by talent. He's so professional, the young crane can hear the sound of the knife unsheathed when he turns from the noble son to the hunter. This 15-year-old boy is too stable. The venue as a whole is a song and dance theater. It is said that because some things that cannot be displayed on the surface are often traded, such as antiques from other countries and the like, the guidelines for each auction are extremely obscure and will not be notified in advance. This is also the reason why Yuzui Tianyuan found it here. The potential influence of the Shanyashiki family is no less than that of the royal family, but the occupation they are engaged in is unknown to the world. Basically, the top-ranked big families have been investigated under the instructions of the Shanyashiki family. Everything that can be placed on the bright side cannot be intervened by ghosts. Human beings are still the masters of this world. Fortunately, Kaiwasuji Wume doesn't seem to have any ideas in that regard, such as turning government officials into ghosts, interfering with the operation of human society, and completely exterminating the Shanyashiki family from this perspective. Otherwise, there would have been no ghost hunting in this world for a long time. People are organized. I am afraid that he can really become the actual ruler of the island country. It is estimated that there is only one goal after living for thousands of years. The cyan other side flower has no interest in the power and wealth of the mortal world. From this point of view, the Ghost King is really simple. This is one of the best grey trading areas in Tokyo. People from the upper class who have enough information come and go. The turnover of an auction here can reach hundreds of millions of yen, which is more profitable than the largest casino in Tokyo. And Lin Yu came here today with only one thing he wanted to buy. Miss Young Crane, what's the budget for this time? As for this, Lord Tianyuan has already said it in advance. You only need to bid higher than the other party. No amount of money is just a number for the Shanyashiki family. The young crane replied calmly. There was a ripple in Lin Yu's unwavering heart, and he remembered the years when he was desperately trying to make money. Damn capitalist! Chapter 82 The Cursed Pot. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's auction. The host speaks in a standard Kyoto accent, with an atmospheric kimono, white socks, and clogs, all of which show the cultural output of this country. After a simple introduction, there is a series of auction items. If it is as Yuzui Tianyuan said, you can see antique treasures from various countries here. Most of these old objects come from tombs and cemeteries. A gloomy feeling came to the face, but these ladies and gentlemen below were willing to spend thousands of dollars to buy products of the old era. It can only be said that the interests of the rich and ordinary people simply do not understand. When bidding, there are also children arranged by the product family. Naturally, they are all the ninjas under the hands of Yuzui Tianyuan. Those guys will take one or two items according to the pre-agreed agreement, so as to confirm they're forged in advance. Identity. Looking around, the special seats on the second floor were filled with ninjas. The end of the hall on the first floor was also surrounded by the first team left by the ghost-killing team Purgatory Kyojuro. The security guards and waiters were replaced by ghost hunters who sprang from every corner, guarding every exit. Then, we will invite our blockbuster work today, which is also a regular customer of everyone, the mysterious pot. The host's voice was high, the scarlet curtain gradually opened, and the lights in the center of the venue gathered on a pot with intricate carvings, with some decorations resembling crawling scales on the outside. Lin Jun, this is it. The young crane frowned. There is a rumor in this auction house that their regular auction will one day come up with a mysterious auction item, the cursed pot. There is a legend behind this pot. The person who gets this pot will receive blessings and curses. After you get the pot, if you praise it reverently and enshrine it, then for a long time, those who hate it will disappear from this world one by one. If you destroy the jug, or speak ill of it, you will receive the most severe punishment and be eaten by the evil spirits hidden in the jug. Ninjas also noticed this urban rumor before they set their sights on this auction house. For ghost hunters, there are no supernatural events in this world, and the so-called evil ghosts are by no means empty things. They are the real existence, can devour human flesh and blood. And everything that is related to the supernatural should have something to do with ghosts. The starting price is 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. With the ghost hunter's vision in the night that is not inferior to that in the daytime, Lin Yu can clearly see the crazy expressions on the faces of those guys on the auction floor. Even if the cursed pot itself has no historical value, and the host did not introduce who its author was, it still set off a more frenzied wave than the previous auctions. Everyone wants this jug, and is obsessed. GG. Stupid mortals, do you want my artwork so much? Lin Yu's brows wrinkled slightly. He seemed to see a trace of black smoke emitting from the pot in the center of the venue. It was pure evil and had a faint stench. Lin Jun. It seems that Mr. Yu Sui's judgment is not wrong. This is indeed the home of the winding evil ghost. This guy's blood ghost technique is to summon all kinds of creatures from the pot. Please inform us and let the ninjas make arrangements to leave the venue in advance. Yes. The young crane looked at the auction items on the stage from a distance, only to feel that he was being watched by a pair of sticky and evil eyes, very disgusting, and a little shudder. I really don't know why, this kind of thing can also be put on the auction house and being looted by so many people. What are these guys thinking in their minds? 20 million. Lin Yu raised the sign in his hand. He directly increased from 10 million to 20 million, starting at 1 million, but he thought it was too slow. Originally, after those fanatical guys slowly increased to 10 million, many people gradually woke up because of the increase in price. Now, with Lin Yu's increase in price, basically no one holds a sign. Congratulations, Mr. 88, for getting the item in this auction, the cursed pot. The host is high, your voice sounded again. This is the moment when the cursed pot achieved a historic breakthrough, from the worth of 10 million to 20 million directly. Has my art taken another level? The creature in the pot was excited and trembling. The breath it exudes can affect the judgment of humans on the scene, and the exquisite works of art can be auctioned for expensive values. For it is not just a matter of money, which means that its influence has been further improved, that is, as a ghost the strength has been further enhanced. Sir Wumis, it won't be long before I apply to you for a battle. My art and everything should be further refreshed. This is a historic moment. The pot I made finally broke 20 million. It's gone. However, at this moment, there was a roaring vibration in the venue. Earthquake. How come? The ceiling was shaking, the circular roof made of steel and cement made a rumbling sound, and occasionally stone powder fell from the sky and fell into the well-dressed hair of the rich people. Everything happened too fast, just like the original The Tokyo Big Bang. With the lessons learned, these high-class people who were pampered on weekdays also took care of their own image flawlessly at this moment, and fled outside the venue one after another. There is an emergency passage here, go this way. The daring and careful waiters seemed to have no reverence for the impending disaster, and they still commanded the order of the scene calmly. It looked neat, and there was no stampede. Don't run away. You damned human beings, this is my day. After I achieve my self-breakthrough, you should all stay and praise me. My artwork is worth 20 million. The evil spirit in the pot protruded out of his limbs furiously, fish scales covered his skin, fin-like limbs grew on his head, and two pairs of eyes stood out like deep-sea fish, extremely ugly. And the numbers reflected in those eyes, winding, woo. The people who filed out of the venue didn't notice this scene at all, only the host was shaking and staring at this guy. Strange monster. Chapter 83. The body of the monster in the pot gradually elongated, just like the in Aladdin's lamp, with a broad and thick upper body and a slender lower body like a line. Monster. You actually called me a monster? You are like an ant. At the top of the string, Yahoo was furious. What he hated the most was that people commented on his appearance. Although the boss Suji Yume also said that he was ugly, but that is the boss, he can say that, others can't. Chapter 44. The host fell back to the ground, his eyes widened, his body trembling, ready to usher in the end of his fate. At this moment, a flying long knife was directly inserted on the top of the monster's head, and the thick liquid splashed on the floor of the venue, making a sizzling sound like barbecue, and the floor instantly showed corrosion and blackening. Mark of This is a ghost hunter. Yahoo used his scaly hand to slowly pull out the long knife inserted into his head. The burning pain stimulated his nerves. There is only one thing that can cause this kind of damage to a ghost, and that is sun knife. There is actually an abominable ghost hunter in this venue? Where? Where exactly? Yahoo looked left and right, but found that he did not know when it started, and the venue was already empty. When he turned his head, the host beside him disappeared, and the whole auction scene seemed to be the only one left in the pot. What exactly is going on? A knife light that fell from the sky was cut, and the entire pot surface was divided into two, and the sound of shattering sounded. The exposed body of the jade pot was also cut in half from the middle, and finally its body turned into a pool of pus, with a voice of disdain and anger. Cut. Is it still a clone? I can't even do things like this. Lin Jun. Did you feel it? The source of the breath. Lin Yu frowned, and the young crane nodded quickly. Just like the fallen princesses in the Yoshihara area, as long as they do not actively release the blood ghost art, their breath is difficult to be felt. Even if they have mastered the regular breathing method, it is a matter of finding the wind. Very difficult thing. But once they have used the blood ghost technique, the stench emitted by the same number of humans who have eaten is more than tens or hundreds of times that of ordinary ghosts, and they can basically confirm the location for the first time. The main purpose of this auction was to anger the jade pot. After buying the auction item, Lin Yu originally planned to ridicule it and smash it, causing the so-called curse. In fact, it is the avatar of the evil spirit hidden in the pot that comes out. In this way, the moment the avatar dissipates, its body will also resonate. Although it is only for a moment, it is enough to perceive it. That guy's body is in the backstage of the venue. The young crane looked solemn. Outside the venue, the ninja group led by Yusui Tianyuan also acted immediately. Most of them were responsible for the demobilization of the venue. The earthquake just now was actually a cave that the ninja had dug in advance. The effect of detonating a bomb inside. This time, hunting ghosts is not the main task. The reason for doing so much is to ensure that no casualties will be carried out. The tragedy of the last Tokyo explosion cannot be repeated. At the moment when everyone successfully evacuated the venue, Yusui Tianyuan pulled out the double swords on his back. With the help of Yunji's breath, his speed was extremely fast, like a sword and arrow that left the string. Let me take a good look at what kind of guy has the guts to destroy my artwork. In the backcourt of the auction house, in the dark corner, the pot was moving, making a hysterical sound. In this dark environment, nothing could be seen. At a certain moment, there was a scene where the light was refracted after the curtain was opened, and the light shone on Yahoo's abrupt eyes like fish eyeballs. What do you mean? Ninja? Is there still such a thing in this era? The two sharp knives overlapped, and the sharp knife light cut from the only light, with a sound like a roar. It's dazzling. The jade pot opened its serrated mouth and made a venomous sound. What I hate most is dazzling things. The flames splashed, and Yusui Tianyuan's pupils shrank suddenly. When the sun blade hit the guy's arm, it didn't complete the cut, but instead emitted a laser-like spark. This means that this guy's arm is at least as hard as the sun blade, maybe even more than that. You guy, is the pole of the ghost hunter. If the attack failed, Yusui Tianyuan quickly pulled away. Launching a second attack within such a short distance did not guarantee a certain hit. In the end, there was a high probability that he would take this life. This guy felt very uncomfortable for him. Wonderful. Hey, answer me, are you dumb? Was my jug destroyed by you guy? Yahoo has a carefree tone, his voice is hoarse and resentful. Yu Sui Tianyuan said with a blank expression, the pot? Do you mean the garbage you made and auctioned off to others? If that kind of thing is destroyed, it's enough to make another one? Why do you scream like a kid? Non-stop? Trash? How dare you say that the pot I made is trash? The voice of the jade pot became sharper and sharper, like an evil ghost in hell. At this moment, he just wanted to kill the guy in front of him who was swept away by his anger. It doesn't matter whether it is a pillar or not. Anyone who insults his artwork cannot be forgiven. His pot has been praised by Lord Wuxian. Artwork that brings him good economic benefits. Blood ghost art, 1,000 needles, fish kill. In the other pot with patterns on the side, there were countless goldfish growing out of it, all of them bulging their gills, and with a swoosh, silver needles shot out. Yu Sui Tianyuan slashed with a knife, but the number and speed of the needles were too fast, and he only tried his best to protect the parts above the neck, and the abdomen and legs were basically full of silver needles. I want you to make amends for my work, go to repent. Blood ghost art blood prison bowl. Yahoo grabbed another pot and poured sticky water on Yu Sui Tianyuan. Yu Sui Tianyuan grabbed the water with a slippery shovel, and once again slashed at the jade pot with 2 knives. What? Yahoo made a shocked sound. His 1,000 needles are highly poisonous that can paralyze nerves. Generally, human beings cannot move at all with so many needles, let alone attack like this, as if nothing happened. And the moment Yu Sui Tianyuan approached, he could see clearly that the black uniform that this guy was clad in, suddenly revealed the silver soft armor. Chapter 84 The First Breath of the Sun. There were black round beads in the gaps between the ninja's fingertips. During the rush, he did not rush to attack, but sprinkled the beads around the pot like a goddess scattered flowers. The 2 specially made sun knives connected by chains were extremely sharp, and the hands flipped and slashed. What? The aftermath of the explosion hit Yahoo's arm, and he was horrified to find that his arm, which was covered with solid diamond-like scales, had many broken and pitted holes. And most of his works of art were also shaken to pieces by the explosion, and there were only a few pots that could be used, only a dozen or so left. Unforgivable. How dare you? How dare you do such a thing? Blood ghost art a cold pot hell. The remaining 10 or so pots were assembled, and they were shaking and wriggling. One after another octopus tentacles stretched out of the pots, dancing wildly like seaweed swept by huge waves. At the top of the venue, it was like a giant disaster suddenly descended. The entire venue of the opera house was collapsing, the crucifixion pattern on the ceiling shattered and fell, the buildings made of steel and cement were touched by tentacles and were torn apart as if they were made of paper. The furious gesture broke through all defenses and appeared in the ruins of the Tokyo Theatre, announcing his existence to the world with his claws and claws. It's really the same as what that guy said, so the winding strings are all this kind of monsters? There's no possibility of hunting alone. Yu Sui Tianyuan couldn't help but click his tongue. This hellish picture has happened once before in central Tokyo, this time at the auction house's opera house. If it hadn't been prepared in advance and the personnel had been arranged to leave the venue, the disaster it created would probably overshadow the last disaster. This is just a small test, Mr. Yu Sui. Every battle we will fight in the future will be a more serious disaster than this, you'd better prepare yourself mentally. Lin Yu tore off his suit jacket, and black flame feathers fluttered among the ruins, like a flag. The ghost killers who went one after another rushed towards the giant monster with the sun blade. The tentacles spread widely. If they were not cut off in time, it would extend all the way to the urban area, high-rise buildings, and residential alleys. Living human beings. Che, what are you saying to the Uncle Ben, whose mental and physical qualities are so gorgeous and impeccable? Watch it carefully, I will keep up with you. The corners of Yu Sui Tianyuan's mouth curved slightly. The two of them rushed towards the giant octopus in accordance with the planned battle plan. In the center of the venue, surrounded by ruins, there were still 4 pots left after the explosion. The monsters hiding in the depths of the pots gritted their teeth and said, "I understand. That guy's original idea was to destroy my pots." Unlike Tong Mo's perverted power that relies on the blood ghost technique to summon puppets out of thin air, Yahu's body is connected by the pot, and the power it can exert depends entirely on the number of pots controlled, but the one he summons, the number and size of creatures are far better than Tong Mo, and most of them are flesh and blood creatures, and even he himself cannot control the destructive power. Let you guys see, even if there are only 4 containers left, the power of winding is still not something you humans can resist. The 4 pots trembled at the same time, and countless sea creatures gushed out from the pots like a wave. The floods swept the venue in all directions. They let out shrill roars. The thick and foul-smelling juice splashed all over the sky. And many of the swordsmen of the ghost-killing squad rushed to the front, were melted at the moment of contact. Not even bones and clothes were left. "I'll open the way. You're responsible for finding that guy's real body and beheading him." The breathing of the sound worked rapidly, and Yu Sui Tianyuan saw the bodies of his companions fall one after another. His eyes were splitting, and he only felt that the blood on his body was burning with anger. He tore and spilled all the bombs on his body, leaving no explosive packs behind. The sky-high flames burned on the giant octopus, and the shattered tentacles scattered and splashed. The breath of the sun, the tent-shaped glowing light. The fire that fell from the sky eroded the bodies of the monsters. "This is..." Yahu, who was hiding in the depths of the darkness, widened his eyes and looked extremely horrified. "Is he afraid? Cells trembling? No, no, it's not me. Impossible." Also shouting and jumping up from the sofa was the ghost dance Suji no Miserable, who was in the Infinite City, and the scarlet eyes were full of fear. This almost sudden death scene frightened the Naruto girl beside her like a screaming chicken. "It's impossible, why is that guy still alive? Where did he learn this stuff?" The guy who should have died once again appeared in front of Ani was Suji Wume, which reminded him of the moment when the high-speed train fell off the cliff. Same. Now this devil actually evoked the memory he didn't want to think of the most. Where is it interesting, where is it worth being happy, what do you think of human life? It's like the guy who was supposed to be in has crawled out of again and came to him. Yi Wozuo, Black Death Mao. Your mission has changed, no matter the cost. You must kill this human being. At the moment when the sun wheel knife was about to fall, the jade pot changed its own container, and with a click, the body of a sea creature emerged from the pot that was divided into 2, and the cut flesh wall was burning with scorching hot water. Fire! There is no way to recover. Yahu originally wanted to urge this creature to surprise the opponent again, but was horrified to find that the things that had been chopped by this guy could not be recovered. Even attaching his regenerative power to it wouldn't help. What kind of ability is this? Blood Ghost Art 10,000 Slippery Slime Fish. Before he could think about it, Yahu quickly used his Blood Ghost technique, and summoned a huge school of fish from one of the 3 remaining pots. They struggled to fly out of the viscous liquid, their mouths full. Is Sawtooth. What he didn't expect was that the guy rushed forward and kicked his pot before the Blood Ghost Art was released. That's right. Kicked up. The guy's body gradually grew in the firelight. Chapter 85 Beheading the Jade Pot. The sturdy muscles grew like rocks, covering all corners of the upper body, like hard armor, and the height of more than 3 meters was even larger than many creatures summoned by the jade pot. The sun blade fell into his hands and instantly changed from a long sword to a short sword, with such a similar sense of sight. The proud artwork of Yahu was shattered one by one under the wave of the wrapped flaming sun blade. Are you really human? Yahu screamed. He used his only blood ghost technique to repeatedly jump in the ruins, changing the position of the pot, and using this to summon more underwater creatures to fight back. Scales, poisonous needles, these sharp attacking weapons, like the goddess scattered flowers, attacked the tall figure, but there was no real feeling of hitting the object at all, only the afterimage, and the air was full of embers of flames. Damn it! I don't have enough power to summon more creatures. If I can recall all those things, maybe I can find another pot, so... Don't give them any chance to breathe, just deal with it all in one go. Chapter 45. Yu Sui Tianyuan had several poisonous needles in his body, and blood was oozing from his forehead, but he still held on to his pained and paralyzed body to kill the wave of underwater creatures summoned by the Jade Pot, not only him, but also the Ghost Killer team members. Fierce and fearless charge. It is very difficult to kill the strings. Under the huge blood ghost technique, no one can guarantee 0 casualties. This is something Lin Yu said before making the plan. The winding strings that appear now are all powerful enemies that have not been encountered in nearly 100 years. They are reincarnated by the blood of the Ghost King and have infinite lives. They are not like ordinary supernatural ghosts or winding strings. Powerful blood ghosts will be no difference. The task of attacking the city and its inhabitants and beheading him is left to me, but if your swords are used to protect others, then go meet your own death before victory comes. Bet your own life and go to charge. The young man's expression was indifferent, and the corner of his mouth raised a cruel and fierce smile, like a lunatic. But, only a lunatic like this can beat the winding, isn't it? You gentlemen! Bet your own life and charge towards hell! Yu Sui Tianyuan roared. Come on! Hundreds of team members fell in this brutal war, but no one retreated, and they cleared the perimeter of Yahu's minions. What are you kidding? Do you just want to die? Yahu stared blankly at the storm that he had set off. Those human figures rushing forward with knives one after another made him tremble in his heart. The giant octopus he summoned and the swarm of fish spewing poisonous stingers attacked tirelessly, killing one life after another like a machine gun hitting a sieve. His body stood in front of the civilians, blocking the retreat of the undersea creatures with knives and flesh and blood. The creatures summoned by the Jade Pot are not so crazy. In his impression, human beings should be weak, crying desperately in the face of death, struggling, weak, and ugly. They should be such ugly creatures. Are these people not afraid of death at all? Damn! These damned guys! Don't get in the way! You have to quickly summon all the creatures back. At this moment, a diabolical whisper sounded in his ear. 1, 2. Click! It was the sound of china breaking. Under the cover of the ruins, the pots made by the Jade Pot were found one by one. The human lifted a concrete ceiling weighing about half a ton with one hand, and the face was in the gap between the broken steel bars. It was darker than the night, like a cloud that could never dissipate. The corners of his mouth grinned happily, like a child who found a toy. Got you! The Jade Pot in the last pot could no longer move his body, and he looked at the demon-like guy in front of him in fear. Blood Ghost Art Blood Prison Bowl. The wave-like water sprinkled on the man's tall body, quickly wrapping his body, soft like cotton, and the sword could not cut through it. That's it! Hey! Yahu grinned, suddenly stunned. The flame burned from the sun blade, the mist rose after the water was evaporated, and the bowl wrapped around the man gradually dissipated. A strong hand reached into the pot and grabbed the head of the deep jade pot. What? Yahu hadn't reacted yet, but a strange force comparable to a black hole was about to tear him out, and his body unexpectedly rushed out. The man's hand was firmly grasping his head, face to face. At this time, Yahu had time to see the true face of this guy. It was the guy who killed the 6 fallen princesses. Oh, it's you! Yahu roared in horror, and suddenly found that the whole person became lighter, and the pain of the sun blade slashing through the flames came from the neck. Sure enough, the initial breathing method is easy to use. It feels like there is endless energy in the whole body. Lin Yu held the jade pot's head that had not turned to ashes with a grim smile. He felt that he was now as powerful as an indestructible castle, as powerful as a tall building overlooking the world, and even the air he breathed was completely different from before. The same, comfortable to the extreme. It's time for a shift in the identity of hunter and prey. He scorned Yahu's eyes full of fear and smiled wildly. Giwasuji no miserable, you are watching. Watching your subordinates being slaughtered by me like pigs and dogs, by me as a human, are you afraid? Are you crying like a child? Don't worry, I will soon kill you one by one, this is your debt for thousands of years. The world hates you, so I gave birth to this monster to kill you. Infinity City. There was silence, Naruto shivered and didn't dare to speak. The voice of that arrogant and domineering monster was still being conveyed to all the ghosts in this world through the ghost dance Sujiwyu miserable cells in Yahu's body. This is the fear engraved in the bones, just like the man hundreds of years ago. No, it should be said that the man has crawled back from hell. Oniwasuji's back without miserable stood on the spot, and did not speak for a long time. After a long time, the first roar broke out. He has no interest in climbing for another 100 years. He is as noble as him, and cannot be trampled twice in the same way by humans, not to mention that this arrogant guy doesn't have that kind of overwhelming power at all. Why is he so arrogant? Why? Kill him. Whatever it takes. Must kill him. Chapter 86 The Second Battlefield. With the death of the Jade Pot, the sea creatures in the venue gradually dissipated, and their bodies turned into debris and disintegrated into the air. The surviving ghost killers also subconsciously did not stop waving the sun blade in their hands, and it was only after a long time that they realized that the winding was eliminated by them. Win! We won! I don't know who shouted, and the rest of the people cheered. The people present more or less have sad memories of family members or friends being killed by ghosts. Many people have lost the meaning of living before they enter the ghost-killing team. However, they insist on wanting to protect something, or completely the will to expel evil spirits from this world has entered the ghost-killing team. For these hot-blooded and pure teenagers, death is not the end, but a continuation. Become the path and strength of the companions, and human beings have relied on this strength to fight against evil spirits for thousands of years. Lord Tianyuan. After the war, young Crane rushed to Yusui Tianyuan's side immediately. His condition is not optimistic, there are pinhole-sized wounds all over his body, and blood flows from the wounds in a purple-black color, which is an obvious sign of poisoning. It doesn't matter, I can't die, but I can't act for a while. Yusui Tianyuan looked helpless, and the backlash he had just used Yanji's excessive breathing has now returned to his body, causing his entire body to fall into a state of paralysis. Do it, it's ugly. Lord Tianyuan. The young Crane burst into tears again. Okay, what about that guy? When Yusui Tianyuan came back to his senses, he thought of looking for Lin Yu's figure in the ruins, but he couldn't find it anywhere. The corpses of soldiers who died in battle are being collected. Hey! Where did that guy go? Lord Tianyuan, he has already gone to the casino 30 miles away, and the hunting operation there has also begun. Facing the report of a ninja, Yusui Tianyuan was stunned for a moment, and then showed a distressed expression. Hey, that guy, it's too messy, like a lunatic. Yeah, we've already discouraged him, but... The ninja's tone was a little difficult. After everything was over, they tried to persuade Lin Yu, but the guy had become inhuman, with a body more than 3 meters tall like a giant. According to the information provided by the team, this is the form of this guy after he has been completely liberated and reached a certain peak. It cannot be explained by science and common sense, anyway, it is full of deterrence, that look. Just looking at it already makes people feel oppressive. It's so complete that I can't speak, let alone go up to discourage it. I don't blame you, that's it, that guy is the one who really uses himself as a weapon, maybe only such a sharp knife can kill the strings. Yusui Tianyuan sighed sincerely. There was also a sigh of admiration for the young man in his heart, which was a feeling between sympathy and admiration. The guy who took the initiative to persuade others to die is definitely not a hero, but after he leaves, the city will usher in sunshine, fame, and praise. These things don't matter to that guy, even himself. In the same way, he was an orphan who was adopted and brought up by Rin-Taki-Sakan for the first time, and he did not have a deep hatred for evil spirits. Such a guy, so fierce and not afraid of death, no confusion, what is he fighting to protect? What's the matter? Is your ghost hunter organization all that good? Send you 2 women who are not helping me to fight with me. On the moonlit night, a young man with 2 horns growing on his forehead looked down at the street from a high position. Behind him was a ring of drums. Both his left and right hands were holding horn-like drumsticks. On the other side, the evil ghost with the same appearance and figure has a pair of wings growing on its back, and is happily flying in the air, skipping a certain platform, and Purgatory Kyojuro is fighting with it. Sister, ordinary slashing is useless to that guy, even if he cuts off his neck, it will regenerate. Butterfly Ninja helped Butterfly Chinewi's body, and both of them suffered minor injuries on their arms and legs. With the super-fast speed, they can deal with this evil ghost carrying a drum, but no matter how many times they hit the target, they cannot completely kill this evil ghost. Because he is not the real body with the string in his eyes. The streets have all been destroyed by wooden dragons, and the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team who brought them are still searching for the real body of Shang Xianzi, and the other evil ghost who is always crying is in the 3rd place. They have carried out indiscriminate attacks and have already sacrificed many people. Hate potion, just now, Yahoo was killed. It was the guy who killed Tong Mo and Duo Ji. He didn't die, and he became stronger than before. We should run away. Var. What? Bantengo's strongest body, Hoboten with a drum on his back, showed a shocked look on his face. What he recalled in his mind was the voice of the cowardly ghost. At this moment, the guy was hiding in the cellar of a residential house, away from the battlefield, curled up and hugged his body and trembled, his eyes were full of tears of fear. That guy is rushing over, and even Shang Xian was killed by him. We can't beat him. Hao Boshan gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be kidding, how could it be possible to withdraw from the battle now, unless all our clones are abandoned? This is a conspiracy. Those guys must have formulated a very strict battle plan before, aiming at the distance between us and Yahoo, and planning to fight on both sides at the same time, in order to hold us back and prevent us from returning to Infinite City. Chances are, Naruto's teleportation formation will probably have a hard time getting here. It's not difficult. If it's really according to what you said, we're probably in a desperate situation." Habert Yen shook his head. It is said that it is a teleportation array, but it is actually an eyeball. As long as there is an eyeball, they can teleport back to the base camp of Infinity City. But Naruto's eyeballs are very weak and do not have any offensive power. If they are consciously prepared in advance, those ghost hunters will not allow this kind of thing to enter the battlefield at all, and there must be troops outside to support the battle. Clean up, this is already a trapped cage. Then, at least until the guy arrives. Hao Potion turned his gaze to the 2 women on the street again. Blood Ghost Art Infernal Affairs Tree. Chapter 87 Deadly Toxins. In an instant, the wooden dragon flipped up from the bottom of the soil layer and lifted up the streets in this area. The houses and corpses were involved in the wood, making the torso of the wood fuller and stronger. Sure enough, human cities are the most beautiful places. With so many wonderful tributes, I feel like I can do anything. Abominable laughed wildly. The uninterrupted karma tree launched this time may be the strongest one in history. He could feel the will of that lord. Since he can't leave now, he simply stays and lets these ignorant humans understand what real fear is. The ground couldn't stay any longer. No matter what the tree trunks touched, they would be instantly smashed into new nourishment, and the wood dragon's attack direction didn't seem to be heading towards Sister Butterfly. It knows that it is difficult to solve these 2 pillar ghost hunters just by its own speed, so it takes the 2nd place, and actually changes the target of the attack to ordinary ghost hunters. It soon had an immediate effect, and at least one team was killed in this catastrophe. And the butterfly sisters climbed to the nearby dwelling the moment the wooden dragon swept in. It's so fast, but your place to stay is gone, even if you hide there, you're just waiting to die. How Potion grinned, and then turned his head in annoyance as if he realized something. Hey, Cola, stop being playful, it's almost time for you to come out with the truth. The ghost of joy, who had already been beheaded by purgatory seeing Xiao Lang and turned into wings, said helplessly, you are too much, you don't know how powerful this guy is, I can't remember how many times this is my first rebirth. Already. While chatting and laughing, Purgatory Kyojuro roared and waved the sun blade in his hand. The flame that turned away turned into a circle in the dark night, and the head of the ghost of music also fell in the circle of fire. Is this guy so strong? How Potion was also stunned. It is hard to imagine that this man jumped up and reached the same height as the ghost of joy, at least 10 meters or so, and swung down the knife. On the way, all the attacks launched by Ghost of Joy were without exception. The man ducked. This is the first time their clones have encountered such a powerful enemy. Chapter 46. Breath of Insect Dance of Bee Teeth Gen Me. When How Potion came back to his senses, he realized that there was only one woman left on the rooftop. It was the older one, and the younger one was left. When How Potion was thinking this way, a sun blade that fell from the sky pierced his eyes, and flew away like a butterfly, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. If you don't concentrate during the battle, you will suffer, Mr. Ghost. How Potion angrily planned to use the tree of inexorable karma to catch the damned woman's place and smash her to pieces. Poison. He covered his pierced eye in pain, the thick purple liquid was constantly flowing out, exuding an unbearable breath. It was a wisteria flower. This woman actually injected a lot of wisteria flowers into the knife during the attack just now. Butterfly Channa Megami also showed a difficult smile on her face in the distance. Although Xianan's strength is very weak, her thrusting thrusts will never lose to anyone. However, the next moment, Butterfly Channa Hui turned pale. Be careful. Before these two words could be said, Ai Ju on the ground gritted his teeth and threw a photoelectric lightning gun. The ghost killers who had been penetrated by this lightning gun before turned into coke in an instant. And what he aimed at was the location of the butterfly ninja's landing point, which could be said to be unavoidable. Insect's breath compound I hexagon. Butterfly ninja quickly used the sword skill to create resistance opposite to the landing point, so that his body could move in the opposite direction. The speed and force are fast enough to change the direction of the vector. If you let you get away so easily, then I'm really sad. Depressed, Ai Ju threw another thunder gun, which double-teamed the area where Butterfly Ninja was located, and Butterfly Ninja's strength was not enough to support her to use the sword skills just now, so she could only see it out of thin air. Approaching with a pistol. The intense thunder and lightning numb her hands and feet in an instant. What? The one who gave the shock was a Boshian. The morning thunder gun didn't penetrate the girl's body, and was actually caught. Sizzle. Butterfly looked at the guy in front of her in astonishment. She was being hugged by one hand and tightly protected, while the guy's other hand grabbed the place where the two thunder guns met. You are. She just felt a little familiar for the first time, but she couldn't tell if she had seen this guy before. Butterfly Ninja, who was protected by a giant-like body, really turned into a petite butterfly like her name at this moment, not even half the height of her body, like an adult holding a child. Charred smoke evaporated at the intersection of the thunder guns. This is impossible. Igel looked up at his thunder gun. At this moment, it turned into someone else's weapon, and the spear was pointing at him. After the guy rescued people, he rushed to the roof of the dwelling with inertial force and looked down with a condescending attitude. He then threw two thunder guns with his arms covered with strong rocks. Rub rub. With 2 clicks, Ai Ju's body was directly nailed to the spot, and the upper part of her body fell down instantly. She didn't know if she was alive or dead. Lin Yu put Butterfly Ninja, who was looking at her curiously, beside Butterfly Chanahui like a child. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the two sisters were the same, and they both looked like they were hesitant to speak. However, now is really not a good time to chat. Damn! Damn! Abbot Tian shivered, looking at the blood in his hands. Because he was attacked by surprise, the tree of uninterrupted karma is gradually disintegrating. At this moment, he is extremely poisonous, and it is difficult to contact the cowardly ghost of the main body. He has no idea where that guy is now. Kola. Breath of flame, type of 9, purgatory. The blazing fire pierced through the ghost of joy in the sky like a scorching sun. This time, his body was completely burned out by the flames, and the damage was indistinguishable. Don't talk about it, it will take a long time to even recover. Purgatory Kyojuro did not stop attacking because of this, and was still activating the form of flames, ready to blast all the shards into slag. Chapter 88 The End of the War. When the main body has not yet been found, this is indeed the stupidest and most effective method. Let alone the ghost of happiness, let alone the purgatory Xingjulan, it is difficult for even 2 or 3 ordinary A-level players to deal with. Moreover, his proud sonic attack, the most powerful weapon, was useless in the face of this man whose hair was blooming like an owl in the shape of fire. No matter how shrill howl it would only attract him. The slashing without confusion, as if this guy couldn't hear the sound at all. Cowardly, idiot, don't come out at this time. How Potion's eyes widened, and with his weak connection with the main body, he finally sensed the location of the main body cowardly ghost, and he actually ran out of the underground passage of the casino. Perhaps because he was frightened, perhaps because he wanted to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible, he desperately ran towards the jungle outside. Horror threw the horn in his hand, hoping to attract the attention of that human being. When I die? Lin Yu made an almost indifferent voice, revealing an icy chill. At that moment, Sister Butterfly was convinced that the person in front of her was Lin Jun, but there was no chance to talk. Lin Yu raised the sun wheel knife in his hand with a clanging sound to block the horn thrown by Abbot Tian. No way! Hate Potion, that guy found me. I could feel it when I was in the basement, and I was stared at by a line of sight. He must have some unknown ability. The cowardly ghost fled in a panic. He knew that the abilities of himself and Yahoo actually had something in common in some respects. For example, Yahoo uses the pot as his avatar, and he transforms into several substitutes with different abilities. However, his avatar is much stronger than Yahoo, and each avatar has its own independent blood ghost technique. Which also means that his clone must be recycled after use. However, now he has no such opportunity. Let's not talk about the poisonous Abosian, the other two, Kola and Iju, are still being resurrected by the power of ghosts, and they have been beaten to death. Repeating this, they have no ability to resist at all. It is difficult for him to recover his clone, and he is afraid that he will be beheaded by that guy once he goes back, and he will definitely die. Run! Cowardly! Behind him was the wailing sound of Ho Passion's near despair. The cowardly ghost looked at a certain eye in the depths of the jungle from a distance, and the eyeball slowly rose from the ground. Naruto's blood ghost art. And at a certain moment, he did indeed arrive at that place. However, the feeling from the head was strange, and I wanted to reach out and touch the eyeball. Where's the hand? The cowardly ghost showed a dull look. He wanted to control his body and stretch out his hand, but when he noticed it, the head was actually caught by someone else. You look like you really want to come to this place. I brought you here, and then what? Lin Yu put away the sun wheel knife, and what he was holding in his hand was the head of the beheaded cowardly ghost. The power of the ghost of the clone is very weak. It seems that this guy still has a ghost-hating clone, but according to the current situation, it is impossible for Lin Yu to let him use it. After all, the sun knife had already cut off his head. What? Naruto in Infinite City couldn't help but screamed and stepped back unconsciously. This guy is really cruel, and he doesn't look like a human at all. With a chirp, the eyeball was stomped on, and the connection with Infinite City was completely cut off. After finally calming down, the corners of Komatsu Asuji's mouth twitched slightly. The two strings, Si, Wu, and Lu, were all killed by the same person. These strings, who had lived for more than 100 years, died one after another in less than a year, and were killed by a monster-like human being. Worst of all, this guy has also mastered the long-lost breath of the Sunday. Why? Obviously those swordsmen have been killed by him and Black Death Mao. The worst result is to wait for another 100 years in Infinite City, until that guy dies? Or, that guy is not a human at all, but another monster, and he has an endless lifespan like him. Thinking about these questions, Guiwu Suji Wumian was confused for the first time. He was still thinking about whether to take the initiative to attack himself, and cooperate with Hei Death Mao and Yi Wozu to kill this guy. When it happened, he didn't dare. Yi Wozuo, Black Death Mao, I hope you two don't let me down. Tokyo, a city riddled with holes, has finally ushered in its own dawn after burning through the night. The diameter of the damage at the venue and the casino was as long as 2 kilometers, most of which were caused by the infernal karma tree that hated the sky. If it wasn't for Butterfly Ninja injecting toxin into his body, temporarily sealing his series of blood ghost techniques, Le Gui was also sealed in place by Purgatory Xing Xiaolang, and he has never had a chance to fully recover. He wants to be so focused it is still very difficult to kill the body cowardly ghost. That was Lin Yu's plan. There is no special long-term arrangement, every winding under the hand of Giwasuji Wume has been selected from 1,000 choices, not the kind of stuff that can be subsidized by casually dealing with it. In other words, becoming a powerful ghost is the same as human cultivation. It takes a long time to accumulate. No matter how weak the fallen princess is, she will be stronger than the most talented man in the new generation. This is destined. And the Shangxian Si, Shangxian Wu and Duoji that were killed this time are all very solid winding strings. After more than 100 years of music, they have killed many ghost hunters and countless members of the ghost-killing team. Being able to hunt any of them is a milestone for the ghost hunting industry. As for Tong Mo's time, Lin Yu thought it was largely because his luck was good enough, and Tong Mo was too confident in himself. He forgot that he couldn't fly, and he never thought that Lin Yu would at the moment when the train was weightless, he was holding on to his body, which had already been poisoned. Lin Yu is not so proud that he can feel that he is better than the winder now, or that he can surpass the man who was hundreds of years ago. In the future, whether he encounters the remaining Black Death Mao, Yu Wozuo, or even when he directly met Giwasuji Wume himself, he was at a loss. Because he's growing, and these guys are growing too, and the only thing you can make sure is not to miss that opportunity when it can weaken them. Therefore, the task of hunting 2 windings at the same time was formulated this time. Not good. The headquarters was attacked. Headquarters. The Butterfly Sisters and Purgatory Kyojura raised their heads at the same time, and the smiles of the remaining Ghost Killer Team swordsmen also solidified on their faces. Chapter 89 The situation at the headquarters. At the moment when the Tokyo Ghost Hunt plan was implemented, the headquarters of the ghost-killing team was attacked by evil ghosts. In just a few hours, more than 20 crows sent the letter, updating the latest news. The headquarters was attacked by Shangxian Yi and Shangxian III. Yu Sui Tianyuan, who was seriously injured, couldn't care about the wound, and immediately asked his wife, Chi He, to open the letter for him. How's the situation? Unknown, but there should be 7 columns left in the headquarters, 4 of which are old men with 10 years of experience in hunting ghosts. If they are there. Yu Sui Tianyuan flipped through the letter, suddenly fell silent, and lowered his forehead. Young Crane's anxious expression froze. In fact, what she wanted to ask most was the situation of the other 2 sisters guarding the headquarters, but the current situation was likely to be miserable. The enemy retreated before dawn. The Lord, escorted by the column level, arrived in advance on the ridge where the wisteria flowers bloomed the most, and the battle damage exceeded 80%. 80% means Suma and the others are fine, the only survivors are the rock pillar by Minjiahu Xingming, the snake pillar Yihe Zioba, and the newly promoted Fengju Immortal Kawamiya, the rest of the pillars and their leaders. During the resistance process, our team was unilaterally slaughtered by evil ghosts, and no one survived. Those two guys are not of the same level as the ghosts we encountered before, especially Shang Xianyi. This method is also called death. Not too much. The players present lowered their heads and mourned for it. The news from the headquarters was 2 hours ago, it was already dawn, and it was useless to rush back. Those who were out hunting could only accept this established fact. Go back, our mission in Tokyo has been completed. In the end, Yusui Tianyuan broke the silence. Before they could experience the joy of victory, the low-willed Ghost Slayer members raised their heads one after another. Chapter 47. There is no doubt that we are the winner this time, you guys, raise your heads, look proud, and go back with your head held high. Many of the Ghost Killer team members burst into tears and smiled at each other. In this cruel world, those who hide in the dark to fight evil spirits must have a place where they can go back, a place where they can put down their defenses and wipe their swords. The first ray of morning light rose from the ruins. Lin Yu crushed the eyeballs left on the ground by the jade pot, and a burst of ashes rose. Where are you going? It was Butterfly Ninja who spoke. There's still work to be done. Work? Do you know that Mi Li is worried about you? Well, after everything is over. Just as Lin Yu was about to say this, someone tapped on the shoulder, it was Purgatory Xingjulan. Young man, it's best to look at other people's expressions before you speak. Lin Yu turned his face slightly, and his expression froze for a while. He saw Butterfly Chenewi's tears, ranging from moved, lost, and helpless, but Butterfly Ninja was angry. No one will stop you from doing what you want to do, but before that, can you discuss with everyone, are we such untrustworthy people for you? Lin Yu was silent, and was pulled on the train by Purgatory Xingjulan silently, and set off on his way home like an unearthed antique. Along the way, the atmosphere was very heavy. The news from the headquarters was still being passed on through the crows. The team members who had experienced a night of fighting fell into the carriage and fell into a deep sleep, while the pillars didn't even have time to rest, and looked over tiredly. Envelope, think about countermeasures. This time, the damage caused by Hiexing Mao and Yu Wozuo to the headquarters was a devastating blow. Basically all the original facilities of the headquarters were burned to the ground. The surviving team members were busy carrying the bodies of the deceased. At least 800 new tombstones were added to the cemetery in Huishan. Just listening to the report on the train, you can imagine the tragic situation that happened there. As for why Lin Yu is still alive, where did he go during this period of time, and why the unconnected things were ignored by these accumulated disasters, or the Butterfly Sisters are all smart people, they have already judged that this incident is related to Yuzui Tianyu and has a great connection, and now it is basically completely certain. The Tokyo hunting plan this time must have been discussed by Yinzu and Lin Yu in advance. Of course, the Lord must also know about this matter, except for these three. Apart from the individual, the other pillars do not know the overall combat mission at all. They only know the information about the winding, and then they enter the battle. It is just like a tool. This kind of taste is not good for anyone. I need an explanation about this matter, even in front of the Lord. This arrangement is an insult to any column level, even Butterfly Endure. Little ninja. Elder sister. Butterfly Chan Ahui calmly looked at the boy who had been silent for a while. Mr. Gorgeous beside him was already very uncomfortable with Butterfly Ninja's very aggressive eyes, and just wanted to speak. It's okay, Mr. Yusui, the battle is over, an explanation is necessary. Lin Yu sighed. He's not a good interpreter, where should I say that? The main purpose of this time is to cut off Oni Suji's minions. This is the goal, but there is another purpose in the strategic sense, and that is to clear the obstacles for the chess piece buried in Tokyo, that is, Miss Zhu Shi. At present, the only winding strings that Giwasuji can use are Yiwozu and Heishimo. He always has to consider the possibility of whether the enemy can enter the Infinite City, and arrange the necessary defense forces. At least one person needs to guard the house. As for the other person, if Zhu Shi was exposed, it would be a bit unsafe to send him to search. This is definitely not what Giwasuji Wumizian would do. In this case, it is possible to ensure the safety of the Tokyo area by arranging 1 or 2 pillars to be in charge of the jurisdiction, that is, leaving Purgatory Kyojuro to stay in Tokyo, unless the ghost dance Suji appears in person, that is Lin Yu. The last part of the plan. Butterfly Forbearance and the others are not concerned about the completed battle plan this time, but the follow-up. They can't bear to see where the strings will appear in the follow-up, and then send them to be headed. This is obviously a very strange thing. It should be put first. If there is a plan this time, then I am afraid that even the attack on the headquarters is within the scope of the plan. They are column level but do not know. How terrible! However, this is the truth. The product, Fuyeze, has the ability to predict, and he still carried out this plan. Butterfly endured that the whole person they listened to was stunned. The enemy's intelligence system is superior to ours. From now on, there should be no chance. Although it is a bit arrogant to say that, the enemy's primary target now is me. Lin Yu pinched his eyes tiredly. Chapter 90 returned to the butterfly house. With all that said, Sister Butterfly finally knew why Lin Yu didn't go back with them. There is nothing that does not need to pay a price. The hunting team has already caused heavy losses to the ghost-killing team. According to the current situation, the existing staffing cannot resist the Winding 1 and the Winding 3. It is ironic. Obviously only a single ghost, but they need to spend so many lives in exchange for their destruction. The ghost-killing team won, but became a fugitive, while Lin Yu became the first target that Ghost Dance Suji wanted to kill. In this case, if he stayed with the large team, he would only give him money for his side. People bring disaster and misfortune. I still can't understand. We are not cowards, even if the existing strength is not enough to fight the evil ghost, but no one will give up this matter. If you continue to stay in the ghost-killing team, everyone's strength will be better than yours. It's much better to be alone. About this point, facing the doubts of Butterfly Ninja, Yusui Tianyuan, who had experienced a great battle, spoke helplessly. I thought that was the case before, but in fact, hunting and winding is different from previous combat missions. Most of their blood ghost techniques have a wide range of lethality. This time our team members are only responsible for the surrounding area. That's all for the work, that is, to protect the people. There is no way to do it, and it is not up to us to decide where they appear. You mean to say, if it's not Tokyo, it's a more remote place. This time, Lin Jun should act alone, or at most, add a few pillars together. Any more will be unnecessary casualties. I also thought that this guy's idea of acting alone was too arrogant, but now, I feel that if I had his strength, I am afraid I would take the same approach as him and involve the people I care about into a catastrophe. Among them, this is really not a gorgeous thing. Courage and will are valuable things, but when there is too much power in front of you, many things cannot be changed by human power. This point, Yusui Tianyuan has personally realized in this winding hunting battle. Lin Jun, has our existence troubled you? Is that so? Butterfly Chan Ahui spoke, and she already understood. Fighting evil spirits is a very dangerous thing. She once thought about not letting her sister join the ghost-killing team. This is a road that will end without knowing when. However, why is the current self so sad, as if the tragic fate that should belong to oneself was endured by others? Facing her uncontrollable tears, the teenager smiled, as if a wind with the sun swept across the field. Without such a thing, the work of this hunting in Tokyo would not have been so smooth if it wasn't for Master Style and Master Moss. That Butterfly-chan Ahui raised her head expectantly, however, she didn't see any change of mind in Lin Yu's eyes. Just like when he left the butterfly house, the young man still planned to say nothing, cover the past with a gentle smile, and move on alone. Butterfly Ren lowered his head and gritted his teeth. This guy, as always, is lying, as always. Angry. Tell me. As a member of the ghost-killing team, you are not even a pillar. Why do you have to pick up this burden? Why do you have to complete the work that should be done by us? The life and death of us people, it should have nothing to do with you, right? What is the purpose? Outside the butterfly house, Yusui Tianyuan took out a letter. It was a letter from Rintaki Zojinji. Actually, you should have taken it out after you killed Shang Xianlu. The old man is very proud of you. Although it is not my turn to say this, you are such a gorgeous man to the core. If you are ashamed to be able to speak righteously and say it without blushing and heartbeat. I'm underage, please use a boy, thank you. Lin Yu opened the envelope helplessly. The old man's attitude towards his joining the ghost-killing team seems to have changed within the envelope. He seemed to think that Lin Yu didn't have enough faith in killing ghosts before, but now he feels that time will change a person. Life is such a wonderful thing, coming to this world alone, and then encountering all kinds of people, thus giving birth to strong fetters. Rintaki-sakan recently blessed Lin Yu to obtain precious things other than Sajiri Mountain. The sky was like a swimming pool, with blue water and white clouds floating like the foam of bath liquid. In the butterfly house not far away, Chanel was wearing a pink kimono sitting under the eaves of the porch, staring blankly at the cherry blossoms falling in the courtyard. She seemed to grow taller. Aunt Keiko brought snacks and tea to her side. Among the flowers, Chana Butterfly held a pair of scissors and looked serious. Butterfly Ninja's room was as noisy as ever, and there was the sound of fiddling with bottles and jars. A precious thing. The wind blows the letter, and Lin Yu murmurs. Family and so on, you still need practical things to maintain the relationship, such as marriage. By the way, I have 3 wives. Yusui Tianyuan glanced at the room, and then said casually. Chana Hui, the butterfly among the flowers, unconsciously slipped the scissors from her hands. Maybe the sun was a little hot, and her face was a little red, so she hid in the flowers to avoid the shade. Well, I see. Mr. Yusui is a winner in life. He has 3 wives. I don't seem to need you here. Can you leave as soon as possible? Lin Yu even more casually issued an order to evict guests. I'm serious, as long as you think about it, the Lord can make up his mind on this matter. There is absolutely no sight of our dear Master Style over the flower bushes. Mr. Yusui is right, the funeral hasn't finished yet, are you really sure you don't want to go back quickly? Lin Yu had no expression on his face, and pushed it directly. The struggling Yusui Tianyuan's face darkened, and the whole person seemed to be 10 years old, as if he was saying, if you can talk, talk more. At this time, it has been nearly a week since the Tokyo incident. Anyone who sees the corpses at the headquarters of the ghost-killing team will feel heartbroken. Most of those corpses are not complete, they have been cut open or smashed to pieces. The nearest butterfly house didn't even have any wounded, because everyone who encountered Shang Xianyi and Shang Xiansan died, and they could only rely on the crow to describe the tragic battle at that time. Chapter 91 Interpretation not Explanation. Lin Yu pushed a small wooden cart, and Chana Butterfly put bundles of tied flowers on the cart. Those who didn't know it thought they were a wholesale flower market. In fact, it was given to those soldiers who died in action. The number of people who died was too many, and the remaining people did not even have enough condolences. Mr. Yusui has left. Butterfly Chan Ahui secretly stuck her head out of the grass. Well, I saw that he didn't seem to be awake, so I persuaded him to go back to sleep. Didn't wake up. Butterfly Chan Ahui couldn't help but smile. Lin Yu was lazy when he was not cultivating on weekdays, whether he was talking or doing things, he showed that he was not very interested in anything. However, this kind of indifference made Butterfly Chan Ahui a lot more at ease. After all, Mr. Yusui was too eloquent. In the house on the other side, Butterfly Shinobi came out holding a piece of Haori, still with a straight face. Anyway, she is very gentle to everyone, but she likes to show such an expression when she treats Lin Yu. Here, the one you wore last time was so torn that it couldn't be repaired. Lin Yu was stunned when he looked at the pattern on the black feather weave. The fiery pattern, which was usually handsome before, disappeared, and was replaced by a few pouting goldfish, which were lifelike and had to be admired by the maker's ingenuity, but isn't it too cute? Butterfly Ren frowned slightly, leaned over, and stared at Lin Yu's eyes. What's the matter? Do you have any dissatisfaction? Thank you, I like it very much, and it's very comfortable to wear. Lin Yu gave a timely praise like the customer who posted pictures below the online store. If you really don't like this pattern, I can replace it with other fish, like us, if I replace it with a butterfly. It's not really suitable for boys. Butterfly looked at Lin Yu suspiciously, she was very serious. She didn't even realize how natural she was in certain things. For example, when she had nothing to do, she could stay in the fish pond in the backyard for a whole day. Just feeding the goldfish would make her look very happy, just like raising a goldfish. Just like a pet child, when someone approached, he would naturally put away his smiling face and turn into his usual serious and rigid look. No, I really like it. Lin Yu quickly put on this new feather weave. When the wind blew, the goldfish on it seemed to be swimming, making his tall back look like the uncle of a fish shop at a festival. That's it, that's fine. Butterfly Wren pursed her lips and replied calmly, and then continued to go back to her pharmacy to tinker with things. She had a lot of things to do all day. And as the ghosts she met now became more and more advanced, her poison purity extraction must also be taken to the next level. Her main research now is to defeat the venom left on the remains of the victim, but unfortunately, even if she succeeds, she won't have the chance to fight against that guy. Xia Ren likes goldfish very much. She was not like this before. When she was a child, she would always pester Mr. Biming, and she liked to laugh at that time. Lin Jun is surprisingly similar to her character. Facing the smile of Butterfly Chan Ahui, Lin Yu was a little puzzled. Why do you say that? Chapter 48. You, like her, like to cover up lies with a smile. Butterfly Chan Ahui neatly folded bunches of flowers on the car, but the smile on her face never faded. She is completely different from her sister. She has the kind of smile that can really warm people's hearts, and she will not deliberately anyone lies. Lin Yu was a little helpless. Butterfly Chan Ahui was right, but it was his weapon. After all, when faced with a smiling person, everyone would relax their vigilance. Many times he used this method to plunder wealth. Plunder life. Justice? That kind of thing doesn't exist for him. He's just acting for himself and the people he cares about, that's all. I know, there's nothing I can do about it. It's impossible for people to open their hearts easily, and they will always avoid certain things subconsciously, whether children or adults, in the face of those things that they can't handle. At times, I always wanted to lie and escape, but I'm really happy. At that time, Lin Jun shouted so earnestly on the train that he regarded us as writers. Hey, why do you always have to be alone? Can you tell me? Butterfly Chanel Megami wiped her reddish eyes. No one will be moved by seeing this scene. For nearly a year, he has lived in this yard like a white horse passing by. He is taken care of by Butterfly Chan Ahui. No matter when, this person like a big sister is always there. Smile at him and embrace everything about him. Lin Yu took the flowers, and then lowered his head. At the moment when he fell off the cliff against Tong Mo, he was thankful that he met Tong Mo, and that he was able to pass the 17-year-old butterfly Chan Ahui safely. When I was picked up by Rintaki-sensei, I fainted in the snow. At that time, I thought that it would be good to die like this. Anyway, I didn't have anything special to do to bring this world, but at that time I must be looking forward to it too, looking forward to being saved by something warm, and later, when I really learned what the world in which I was living was like, I started to be afraid. Lin Yu didn't have the sense of superiority as a traveler. He spent a long time without a system before. Because he was afraid of death and being eaten by ghosts, he had to wrap himself in wisteria flowers whether he was eating or sleeping. Of course, those things are not important anymore. The problem is that Chan Ahui butterfly wants to hear it, so Lin Yu can only take the trouble to tell her about it. He is a person who is not good at maintaining interpersonal relationships, especially when he cares about himself. When it exists, those words such as lies will disappear from his brain as if they are completely ineffective. I'm afraid of losing this warmth because of my incompetence, and I'm afraid that these people will disappear in front of me one day. If I really want to live alone, then I'd better die before being picked up by Rintaki-sensei. Lin Yu smiled. The senior brothers he hates may not be bad people, or they are good people at all, but so what? Those who are unimportant to Lin Yu. He didn't want to do things like exploring his own heart, but he couldn't do it with such an arrogant attitude to face such a butterfly Chan Ahui. This girl was crying for him, because she couldn't give him any help. Blame yourself. Butterfly Chan Ahui gently hugged Lin Yu's lowered head and smiled slightly. Sure enough, Lin Jun is a very gentle person. Chapter 92 Waiting for you for a long time, boy. At noon, Lin Yu was still practicing tirelessly. The things he set before will not change, and he will leave the butterfly house as soon as possible in the next few days. Giwasuji Wumei's hatred for the ghost-killing team must be greater than that of looking for the cyan other flower that has no clue. The reason why Lin Yu stayed in the butterfly house for the time being is to prevent the string from sneaking again, and secondly, the most important thing it is to ensure the absolute smoothness of Tokyo Pearl World. Ghost Dance Suji has no miserable Naruto, and the intelligence is much more advanced than the ghost-killing team. With the assistance of Lin Yu, the ghost-killing team will take nearly a month to accurately find the position of the winding string. It only took a few days for Naruto to find out the location of the Ghost Slayer headquarters. Once discovered, the maternity house family will be forced to move their nest once, which has always been the case for thousands of years. However, because the maternity house owner has the ability to temporarily predict the crisis, Wu Miserable has never succeeded. He may also know this. A little bit, so I didn't bother with the Ghost Hunter organization until now, and this time I was really embarrassed. Under this circumstance, if Lin Yu goes to Tokyo hastily, his whereabouts will most likely be exposed like last time, and Wu Mei will also doubt the authenticity of Zhu Shi's side, and he won't show up at all, so it doesn't make any sense. And while Lin Yu was cultivating outside the bamboo fence, a figure caught his attention. She ran over quickly, threw herself into Lin Yu's arms, and cried like a child. Lin Yu smiled and touched her head. Thousands of words could only be condensed into 3 words. Sorry. I was, at that time. If I had been more serious when I studied with the master and mastered the breathing method better, I should have been able to catch up with Lin Jun. I dream every night that I can catch up with myself. Get on that train, that way. If there is no if, am I still alive and well? Lin Yu wiped away the tears from her face. I haven't seen each other for more than a month, and Ganlu Temple Meili put on her ghost-killing team uniform again. It is said that she has never been able to get out of the shadow of Lin Yu's death. Purgatory Xingjulan judged that she did not fight. She was sent home to recuperate on the grounds of ability. Her cherry-red hair fell into Lin Yu's palm, and her soft, well-behaved eyes were full of unease. Lin Yu kissed it gently. The butterfly sisters under the porch all showed very comfortable smiles. If those two get married, will the children born in the future be terrible? Don't talk nonsense, Xia Ren, he will definitely be a very healthy child. Butterfly Forbearance nodded, and said in astonishment, really? At this time, the scene that she made up in her head was very strange. On a dining table, there were piles of plates next to the father, and there were also piles of plates next to the mother. The child glanced left, and then again taking a look, he picked up his strong arms that did not match his actual age, and also joined the ranks of dry rice. Then he has to make good money in the future. Otherwise, the family's life must be very difficult. The scene where the two of them and Mr. Purgatory had dinner together is still a hellish picture for Aunt Keiko. All the dishes that can be used in the kitchen are used, and they have to buy food every 3 days. Butterfly House has won. The monthly budget for eating has exceeded 10 times directly, and the kind that can't stop the car at all. Meili of Ganlu Temple did not forget the promise that she and Lin Yu would become husband and wife after everything was over. After the two hugged each other and talked for 2 hours, she left with satisfaction, and said that she would definitely do so in her future practice. We'll work harder. Then came True Wild. Later, Lin Yu also listened to Butterfly Chan Ahui. She should have come a long time ago, but she wanted to give this opportunity to Meili of Ganlu Temple. After all, she was just a senior sister in the end, or the reunion of lovers was more important. Senior sister is now a Class A player on her own. The captain of the small team may have been honed in the ghost-killing team. The innocent girl senior sister Loli is gone, and there is a mature feeling. But only after seeing Lin Yu, he didn't have a good face, and he looked like you would make trouble if you didn't come to coax him. When Lin Yu turned over the old accounts and said that it was not easy to know how senior sister was, and when he thought he was dead and hid in the room and cried for a day and a night, the senior sister who didn't care about her finally broke the defense, like a kitten with blown fur. She couldn't say a word with her blushing face, just like the one who was not good at speaking back then. She only had one sentence to refute. That's not the case. Fortunately, with the help of the team she brought, so many flowers prepared by Butterfly Chan Ahui would not miss the most beautiful period. And they were all transported to the cemetery at the headquarters of the ghost-killing team at the first time. And there, Lin Yu also met Yoshie Yashiki, the leader of the ghost-killing team, and the other remaining pillars for the first time. This guy is surprisingly beautiful. I thought it was a monster like Mr. Undeagawa, what a pity. Yaihei Zioba pointed at Lin Yu, as always, with his venomous tongue. The blue veins on the forehead of the attacked undead Kawamimi suddenly appeared, but he looked extremely terrifying. As long as he didn't speak, no one would think he's angry. Bai Minjiahu Xing Ming nodded and said with tears, what a perfect young man, obviously a body suitable for work, but he wants to do the sad job of a ghost hunter. The other team members' onlookers also pointed at the tall boy who appeared in the cemetery. They all knew that this was a ruthless character who had killed several top strings. No, such as what mountain pillars, giant pillars, etc. His breathing method cannot be determined, but he can become taller and stronger after using the breathing method, which is not available in other pillars. In short, 2 words, strong. With the help of his wife Amini, Yoya's Yashiki turned around, and a spring-like smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. We finally meet, boy. This is by no means the tone of a stranger's meeting, but a familiar look. Lin Yu frowned and said, has Mr. Sanyashiki seen what happened to me? Rude. As soon as these remarks came out, naturally many people were dissatisfied with why Lin Yu didn't kneel down and call him the Lord, but they were stopped by Yosei Yazushiki raising his hand. In his eyes, this young man is here to eliminate evil spirits, and also to eliminate the necessity of the existence of the ghost-killing team. In the near future, the existence of his lord will become unnecessary. Therefore, there is no need to call or not to call. Relationship. I've been waiting for you for a long time, boy. Chapter 93 The Status Quo of the Ghost-Killing Team. On that day, No one knew what Lin Yu talked about with product Jie Shi at the headquarters of the ghost-killing team. Although everyone is curious about this swordsman who is only rumored but rarely seen, and many people even give him the title of column level behind his back, but in view of the heavy casualties of today's ghost-killing team, many players who returned from Tokyo, it was only when I found out that my old acquaintance died in the attack of Shang Xianyi and Shang Xian-san, my heart was very heavy, and I really didn't ask what was going on. The Shang Xian encountered at the headquarters this time, first of all, the 3-string and 1-stringer who have obtained specific information before, which is what everyone now calls the ghost of the sword. When he said this, Yu Jun Tianyuan swallowed his throat. The information shown above is really appalling. At that time, the 3 pillars of the ghost-killing team were responsible for the task of covering the Lord's retreat. They fought with Shang Xianyi on the mountainside, with their backs against the sea of wisteria flowers. Area. As a result, an unbelievable scene